Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 2042 to Chapter 2080. The Dark Apparition battle on the mineral depletion planet had ended. The Dark Apparition army suffered heavy losses. Not only did the Dark Flame army and Dark Scale army suffer losses, but even the Underworld army suffered some losses. When Ming Minata ordered the attack on the Dark Scorpion army, the Underworld army did not just stand by and watch. However, Ming Minata was probably overconfident, so he did not order the Underworld army to form a killing formation. Their individual combat strength was not too strong in front of a killing formation, which led to some losses. However, Wang Ting also observed carefully. Those dark apparitions that died were not from the Underworld god race. They were basically ordinary dark races, and their strength was not too strong. All in all, the Underworld army didn't seem to have suffered too great a loss. The Dark Flame army and Dark Scale army were the ones that suffered the most losses. As for the Dark Scorpion army, because the Blood God clone intervened in time and used the Blood God altar to protect the dark apparitions in the killing formation, they did not suffer too much losses. However, many dark apparitions in the Dark Scorpion army were injured. Even Heimote, Morlock, Saber, and the other deputy commanders were injured. After all, they were the main force of the formation, so they had to bear the most damage. Blood Blue, Blood Neil, and the other dark apparitions from the Blood Clan were no exception. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and the current situation flashed through his mind. He took a deep look at the Underworld army's battleship. The space fluctuated slightly, and his figure disappeared. This time, other than the attribute bubbles dropped by the dark apparitions, he also obtained many space attribute bubbles. Those spatial attribute bubbles were dropped after various powerful combat skills shattered the space around them during the battle. Unfortunately, Wang Ting's space body was now stuck at the 5th level and could not break through for now. These space attributes could only make his space power stronger. It was not without benefits. Since the power of space was stronger, the space skills Wang Ting executed would be much more powerful too. For example, the space concealment. Although it was a concealment technique, the powerful space power could make this concealment technique more perfect. At this moment, Wang Ting left the mineral depletion planet, and no dark apparition noticed anything. Even the Underworld god race's demon lord did not notice anything. In the void, Tian Lan Xingwei and the other immortal rank existences were waiting anxiously. They had already heard the sounds on the depleted ore's planet gradually calming down. Naturally, they guessed that the battle between the dark apparitions had probably ended. Coupled with the departure of the Black Scorpion army, they became even more anxious and wanted to seize the opportunity to make a move. However, Wang Ting hadn't returned yet, so they couldn't attack without permission. Since they had already recognized Wang Ting as the commander, going back on their word now would only make the situation worse. It was not conducive to unity and would likely affect the upcoming battle. Moreover, they had also witnessed Wang Ting's methods, so they naturally did not dare to underestimate him. Therefore, he forced himself to endure it. Sorry for the wait, everyone. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in their ears, causing everyone to be shocked. Wang Ting? The Endless Sky Star Latitude transmitted. It's me. Wang Ting's figure flashed and disappeared into the void again. He transmitted his voice, time is of the essence. Listen to me first. The few people present immediately held back their urge to ask questions and looked in Wang Ting's direction. Wang Ting immediately told them about the situation on the depleted ore's planet without hiding anything. I didn't expect the new commander of the Black Scorpion army to be so powerful. He could actually kill an underworld god race being, the Endless Sky Star Latitude exclaimed. That's my clone. Wang Ting laughed in his heart. The Black Scorpion army left. That means they might have taken away a portion of the depleted ore's planet? The Heavenly Wind Empire immortal, Su Cheng, quickly said. That's right. Wang Ting nodded. We can't let them leave. We have to stop them, the Great Rao Empire immortal from the Three-Eyed race said. Brother Wang Ting, what do you think? The Endless Sky Star Latitude asked Wang Ting. In my opinion, we should take down the depleted ore's planet first. Wang Ting said casually, from the previous battle, the depleted ore's planet has the most depleted ore's planet. The Black Scorpion army at most took away a portion of it. And now, after the battle, although the three armies suffered some losses, the underworld army's losses weren't great. They also have demon masters. If we don't gather all our forces, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to take down the underworld army. The immortals fell silent. I wonder if you seniors have the confidence to deal with the underworld god race demon master? Wang Ting asked. This? The three immortals couldn't help but feel awkward. If the three of you join forces, we should be able to fight it. However, Brother Wang Ting, you should know how terrifying the underworld god race's dark apparition is. We might not be able to kill it, the endless sky star latitude said. Wang Ting looked at him in surprise. To be able to say such words in front of the three immortals, he was obviously not afraid of offending them. After all, his words had more or less offended them. He looked at the three immortals again. Although they were embarrassed, they didn't refute the endless sky star latitude nor did they show any anger. It seems that I've underestimated the endless sky star latitude's status. Wang Ting muttered to himself but didn't show it on his face. Casually said, there's no need to kill it. We just need to defeat it. The other is the underworld army. I've heard that the army is very strange. If they're forced into a corner, they might launch a suicidal attack. This attack is something that the Black Scorpion Army and Dark Scale Army don't have. It'll be very troublesome. In this battle, the Underworld Army didn't go all out, the Endless Sky Star Latitude asked unwillingly. That's right. They were mostly watching from the sidelines. However, they did lose a late-stage upper-level emperor from the Underworld God race, Wang Ting said. A late-stage upper-level emperor from the Underworld God race. The immortals were shocked. This was good news. A late-stage upper-level emperor from the Underworld God race was enough to make the Radiant Universe's sector lords suffer. If the Underworld God race was still alive, even a few late-stage sector lords working together wouldn't be able to defeat it. Now that the Underworld God race was dead, the pressure on the Radiant Universe's side would be greatly reduced. Let's fight. It's not like we didn't prepare anything, the Endless Sky Star Latitude finally said. Oh? What else did you prepare? Wang Ting asked in surprise. He originally thought that the Endless Sky Star Latitude sending 3 immortals was the limit. He didn't expect them to have other methods. This was interesting. Of course, it's a killing array. The Endless Sky Star Latitude smiled and seemed to be somewhat proud. It's a killing array that belongs to our Radiant Universe. Can I see it? Wang Ting's eyes flashed and asked. I'm sorry. This is a killing array unique to our Endless Sky Star Latitude. I can't show it to you, the Endless Sky Star Latitude refused. Then forget it. As long as you're confident, it's fine. As for what methods you use, I don't plan to interfere, Wang Ting said. However, I have to say something first. Please speak. The Endless Sky Star Latitude's heart tightened. It wasn't his fault. The main reason was that this Wang Ting was always unexpected. He was afraid that the other party would ask for too much. However, the other party was currently in command. Even they had to listen to his orders. The other party was too strong. When the time comes, your army will have to listen to my orders. You can't attack as you wish, Wang Ting said. He didn't have an army. Was he going to rely on himself to deal with the Darkness Legion? That wasn't realistic. Moreover, to deal with the killing arrays of the 3 legions, he had to rely on the Endless Sky Star Latitude's army. They would become his spears. As for the Flying Snake Guards, they were all intelligence personnel. They weren't suited to appear on the battlefield. You don't understand our killing array. How can you command it? The Endless Sky Star Latitude frowned. We can listen to your orders in general, but I hope that you can give us some initiative. After all, we still have to handle the killing array ourselves. As for manpower, we can assign some people to follow you. I'm only in charge of the main direction of attack. Wang Ting didn't insist this time. He nodded and asked, how many men can you give me? About a third, the Endless Sky Star Latitude said. Good, that's enough. Wang Ting nodded. The Endless Sky Star Latitude was stunned. He didn't expect Wang Ting to be so easy to talk to. He agreed so easily without causing any trouble. Then, let's begin now, Wang Ting said decisively, a glint flashing in his eyes. Okay. The endless sky star latitude didn't give it much thought. I'll inform the army behind to come over now. Come with me. When the army moves, it's easy for the dark apparitions to discover us. We have to add some concealment methods. Wang Ting smiled and said, this time, we have to give the dark apparitions a surprise. Surprise? The endless sky star latitude thought of Wang Ting's concealment methods, but he was still a little hesitant. This is an entire army. Can you hide them all? You'll know later. Wang Ting didn't say anything else. Dan replied. Okay. The endless sky star latitude was a little helpless. He really couldn't guess what this guy's methods were. The two didn't talk nonsense and flew directly to the place where the Light Universe's army was hiding. Not long after, they arrived at the place where the army was hiding. After the order was given, the entire army moved out in a mighty manner. Wang Ting appeared in the void. The power of space and shadow surged out. Under the control of his psychic power, mysterious and profound runes appeared in the void. Ancient space runes, ancient shadow runes, these two runes were runes with concealment functions. This was especially true for the ancient shadow runes. Wang Ting had just taken them from the Sea Serpent Guard spaceship. Now, they came in handy. The endless sky star latitude was right. An entire army wasn't that easy to hide. If they used conventional methods, they definitely wouldn't be able to hide completely. However, if they used runes, it would be much easier. Of course, this was only for Wang Ting himself. If it were anyone else, they would have never seen such methods before. The endless sky star latitude was inexplicably shocked at this moment. His eyes flickered as he stared at the runes that appeared in the void. Ancient runes. As the saint of the endless sky mountain, he was naturally no stranger to ancient runes. However, to be honest, this was the first time he had seen so many ancient space runes and ancient shadow runes. He didn't even recognize which type of runes these runes were. In particular, the ancient shadow runes were extremely rare. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't have seen them before. So this is the method of a saint-level runemaster. The endless sky star latitude took a deep breath and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. But soon, he shook his head to himself. No, an ordinary saint-level runemaster definitely wouldn't be able to use this method. This Wang Ting is really surprising. At this moment, as the ancient space runes and ancient shadow runes appeared, the void gradually distorted. The runes seemed to be connected together, forming a special area around the army. Light flickered faintly. In the next moment, the entire army slowly disappeared as if it didn't exist. Inside the warship, Zhao Yangyu, Pan Ice, Gallagher, Li Shuesong, and the other young martial artists of the Endless Sky territory were all shocked when they saw the scene. Their eyes widened slightly. They couldn't see their own warship, but they could see other warships. Disappeared. Completely disappeared. In just an instant, those battleships disappeared in front of their eyes, just like ghosts. Even the detection methods of the warships couldn't detect the nearby warships. It was as if there was a force interfering with the detection. What kind of method is this? Li Shuesong, a genius of the Heavenly Wind Empire, couldn't help but gulp and ask. It should be some kind of runes. One of them is probably an ancient space runes, but I don't know what the other one is. Gallagher's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice. Ancient space runes. Everyone fell silent. Just the ancient space runes alone weren't something that ordinary people could control, let alone the runes that they had never seen before. For a moment, all the geniuses felt a strong pressure. They felt indignant when they were suppressed by Wang Ting in the past. They wanted to perform well on the battlefield and steal the limelight from Wang Ting. However, before the battle even began, their self-confidence had already been shaken. At the same time, the cultivators of the older generation were also shocked. They had a new understanding of Wang Ting's methods. They had to admit that this young temporary commander was indeed extraordinary. Ordinary people definitely couldn't do such a thing. Okay, let's set off. At this moment, Wang Ting's voice sounded. Everyone's heart trembled, and they immediately reacted. Not daring to delay, they all drove their warships and rushed in the direction of the ore-depleted planet. Brother Wanting, your methods are really amazing. The endless sky star appeared beside Wanting and said. You flatter me. It's just SOSO. Wanting said calmly. The endless sky star was speechless. He didn't know if this guy was bragging or really being modest. With the cover of the ancient space runes and the ancient shadow runes, this army appeared in the void outside the ore-depleted planet like a ghost. At this moment, if the Underworld Legion's warships were in the void, they might be able to discover the existence of the Radiant Universe's warships. However, they were now on the ore-depleted planet, and they wouldn't expect the Radiant Universe to launch a surprise attack at this time. This created an opportunity for Wanting to launch a surprise attack. Gather energy and prepare to fire. Wanting ordered. All the warships immediately began to gather energy. A large amount of origin power gathered from the void and condensed at the muzzles of the warships. They needed to be fast. Before landing on the ore-depleted planet, all the preparations were done. Even the energy was almost gathered. At this moment, they only needed to complete the final condensation and launch. On the ore-depleted planet, the Underworld God Clan's demon sovereign-level existence suddenly sensed something. His expression changed, and he immediately appeared in midair. The origin power of the dark star madly surged out of his body. The endless origin power turned into a huge protective shield that appeared above the ore-depleted planet. Boom! 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 The next moment, a violent roar resounded in the void. Rays of starlight bloomed, illuminating the void outside the ore-depleted planet in the blink of an eye. On the ore-depleted planet, the dark apparitions reacted and looked up. They saw dense rays of light enveloping the entire ore-depleted planet, illuminating everything like the eruption of a star. Immediately afterward, rays of starlight fell from the sky. The friction between the energy and the air formed a flame tail that dragged a long line of fire. It spread from the void and cut across the vast sky. Boom! The deafening roar arrived in the blink of an eye. All the starlight fell on the protective shield that the Underworld God Clan's demon sovereign-level existence had temporarily condensed. Bang! It only lasted for a moment before the protective shield shattered. It couldn't stop the bombardment of the dense energy. Bastard! A shocked and angry voice sounded in midair. Anyone could hear the anger of the Underworld God Clan's demon sovereign-level existence. However, even it couldn't stop the energy from falling at this moment. The dark apparitions below could only erupt with their origin power and do their best to resist the energy bombardment falling from the sky. Boom! 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 The explosion resounded on the depleted planet and reverberated in the void. It was as if a terrible disaster was about to destroy this planet. The star-annihilating cannon was very powerful. If it directly bombarded a planet, it would be enough to destroy it without leaving even a speck of dust. Tianlan Star Latitude and the others were shocked. When they learned that Wanting wanted to use the star-annihilating cannon to bombard the depleted planet, they refused. But in the end, they couldn't disobey his order. In addition, he promised that nothing would happen, so they finally chose to use the star-annihilating cannon. Wanting stood in the void and looked at the situation on the depleted planet. His eyes flashed with a purple-gold light, and his true vision child was activated to the extreme. Finally, he didn't have to worry about anything and scanned the situation on the depleted planet without restraint. He used the star-annihilating cannon because he knew the distribution of the depleted minerals on the depleted planet. There were no depleted minerals under the land where the Netherworld army was at. With the demon lord from the Netherworld god tribe and the dark apparitions blocking, the power of the star-annihilating cannon would be greatly reduced. It wouldn't really destroy this planet. Now, the situation was developing as he had expected. The demon lord from the Netherworld god tribe blocked the first wave of attack, and then there were the dark apparitions blocking the second wave. With 2 layers of defense and the depleted mineral's own characteristics, he was at least 80% confident that there would be no problem. As the explosion reverberated, the terrifying force swept across the entire planet, stirring up a large cloud of dust. The dark apparitions were destroyed one by one. Unfortunately, only the lowest-level dark apparitions died. The higher-level dark apparitions were only slightly injured at most. But being able to injure them was already enough. On the battlefield, any advantage was enough to seal the victory. Roar! 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 Angry roars came from the depleted planet. No matter who it was, they could hear the anger in them. These dark apparitions were completely enraged. As the force gradually dissipated, the situation on the depleted planet was revealed. Tianlan Star Latitude and the others also saw the situation on the depleted planet. While they were slightly relieved, they couldn't help but feel solemn. These dark apparitions were really terrifying. Under such a terrifying star-annihilating cannon bombardment, only the lowest-level dark apparitions were killed. But at least it was a good start. Everyone was excited and couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. This was undoubtedly an extremely wise decision. But how did Wang Ting know that it wouldn't affect the mines? Moreover, he seemed to have a clear understanding of the dark apparition's strength. In this aspect, all of them were inferior. Wang Ting didn't know what everyone was thinking. He looked directly at the dark apparitions below and said, "Everyone, prepare for battle." They did not plan to enter the mineral depletion planet. Instead, they decided to place the battlefield in the void of the universe. No matter what, with the participation of demon masters and immortals in this battle, it would only be more intense than the previous battle against the dark apparitions. It was too dangerous to leave it on the mineral depletion planet. Yes. Everyone's hearts trembled, and their expressions immediately became incomparably solemn as they prepared for battle. "Kill him for me." A cold voice suddenly resounded on the depleted planet. The demon venerable of the underworld god clan looked coldly at the void and saw the battleships of the radiant universe. How could he not understand what was going on? Although he didn't know how the radiant universe detected their actions, it wasn't important now. As an existence of the underworld god clan, it was actually tricked by the radiant universe. If news of this spread, it would definitely affect the prestige of the underworld god clan. And all of this could only be washed away with the blood of the powerhouses of the radiant universe. Boom! Following the order, the dark apparitions of the three major armies rushed toward the void like locusts. They were wrapped in black fog and swept out. The entire sky was instantly shrouded in black fog, and the scene was exceptionally spectacular. The black fog was filled with dense darkness, evil, and chaotic intent. The impact it had on the martial artists of the radiant universe was no small matter. If an ordinary martial artist were to face such a battle array, they would have been frightened. Fortunately, after the previous bombardment, everyone's morale was high. Seeing the dark apparitions rushing toward them aggressively, the martial artists of the radiant universe were not afraid. Instead, they were somewhat excited. "Get into formation!" Tianlan Xingwei shouted. The battleships had already retreated, and the martial artists of the radiant universe stood in the void, exuding a powerful aura. They seemed to have been standing in a specific position for a long time. At this moment, when they heard the order, they immediately erupted with their own force and moved it in a specific trajectory. Then, the force of these martial artists connected together in an extremely special way. Runes suddenly lit up in the void, forming a medium that connected the power of all the martial artists together. A huge purple formation appeared in the void, exuding a tyrannical wave. Boom! The void vibrated, and thunder appeared out of thin air. This was a lightning-type killing formation formed by martial artists. Wang Ting looked at the killing formation in surprise. He didn't expect the killing formation prepared by the Tianlan weave to be a lightning-type killing formation. It had to be said that lightning-type formations were second only to light-type formations when it came to dealing with dark apparitions. Even a fire elemental array formation of the same level would be slightly inferior in dealing with dark apparitions. I wonder how powerful this formation is. Wang Ting was a little curious. The lightning-type formation was definitely not weak, but he didn't know how powerful it was for the time being. Seeing this, the demon venerable from the Netherworld God clan revealed a cold glint in his eyes, and he shouted coldly, "Form the killing formation." Roar! The dark apparitions roared in unison, each forming a killing formation. The Dark Flame Army united in the Dark Flame Killing Formation, the Dark Scale Army united in the Dark Scale Killing Formation, even the Netherworld Army formed a powerful Dark Killing Formation at this moment. The Killing Formation was shrouded in a thick, dark purple fog. As the fog rolled, it condensed into battle spears, pointing directly at the lightning-type killing formation in the void. Kill! In an instant, the four killing formations collided in the void. Although the Dark Flame Army and the Dark Scale Army had lost their commander and a portion of the Dark Apparitions, the killing formations formed by them were still powerful. Black flame swept out from the Dark Flame Killing Formation, enveloping the Lightning-type formation. Angry roars rang out from the Dark Scale Killing Formation. The Dark Scale Evil Python's long tail swept across the void, bombarding the Lightning-type formation. From the Netherworld Army's Killing Formation, the battle spears flew out and also bombarded the Lightning-type formation. In an instant, the area was completely shrouded in the light of the explosion of force, drowning the entire Lightning-type formation. The attack of the three killing formations was terrifying. Under the simultaneous explosion, if it was an ordinary formation, it would have collapsed at this moment. Wang Ting's eyes were solemn. However, at this moment, a series of roars of thunder suddenly sounded in the void. Boom! A burst of blinding purple lightning erupted from the formation, illuminating the surroundings. Those dark attacks couldn't advance any further. In the next moment, terrifying thunder burst out, enveloping the entire formation, blocking the dark attacks of the three killing formations. Boom! 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 Thunder fell from the void, bombarding those attacks, trying to destroy them. A lightning-type formation. It seems like you came prepared. The space fluctuated, and the demon sovereign from the Netherworld God clan appeared in the void, looking at the lightning-type formation, and said in a cold voice. Dark apparitions, you invaded our Tianlan territory. Today, we will make you pay the price, the Heavenly Wind Empire's immortal rank, Suching shouted coldly. Price? Do you have the strength to do so? The demon sovereign from the Netherworld God clan sneered and asked, but this lord is very curious. How did you find us? Do you really think we don't know where you dark apparitions are? Wang Ting laughed. Hearing this, the demon sovereign from the Netherworld God clan turned to look at Wang Ting. Seeing that he was only a peak domain master, he said, since when did a domain master dare to speak to this lord like this? For some reason, he thought of Xueju from the Blood clan. One was a peak middle demon emperor, and the other was a peak domain master. They were equal. However, he didn't think that this human from the Radiant Universe could compare to Xueju from the Blood clan. Xueju was suspected to be the reincarnation of a blood god. How could a mere human be compared to him? The three immortals from Tianlan Star Latitude and Suching couldn't help but have strange expressions. Wang Ting's realm was indeed very confusing. Zhao Yangyu, Li Shuasong, Gallagher, Pan Ice, and the other geniuses couldn't help but gloat. This guy was so arrogant before, but now he was being looked down upon. Although the opponent was a dark apparition. I have one now, Wang Ting said casually. He didn't seem angry at all. He was a domain master, so what if he was looked down upon by a demon sovereign? Others didn't even have the chance to be looked down upon. If they didn't believe it, they could try it in front of a demon sovereign. Even though Sector Lord geniuses wouldn't dare to speak in front of a demon sovereign. The corner of the underworld demon sovereign's eyes twitched. Tianlan Star Latitude, Zhao Yangyu, Gallagher, and the others looked at Wang Ting speechlessly. This guy wasn't afraid at all. Was he still so brave in front of a demon sovereign? Previously, he was only facing Sector Lord existences, and they were all from the Radiant Universe. For the sake of the commander, they definitely wouldn't start a fight at such a time. However, he was facing a demon sovereign among the dark apparitions. They wouldn't let him do as he pleased. Demon sovereigns had to be dealt with by immortals. His actions were somewhat unwise. At this moment, even Suching and the other immortals looked at Wang Ting strangely. They once again witnessed Wang Ting's courage. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to be so calm in front of a demon sovereign. This prodigy was truly different. They couldn't help but compare Tianlan Star Latitude with Wang Ting. What the younger generation saw was his arrogance, but what they saw was his courage and fearlessness that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. This is the Radiant Universe's warriors. You only know how to talk. You've really opened my eyes, the underworld demon sovereign said disdainfully as he looked at Suching and the others. Cough, cough. This is our temporary commander. He's not an ordinary warrior. Suching looked at him strangely and said, also, his name is Wang Ting. In the face of a great battle, the temporary commander naturally wouldn't allow the other party to humiliate him. Wang Ting's name wouldn't be too weak among the dark apparitions. After all, he was a monster who had killed many dark apparition geniuses. Wang Ting. The underworld demon sovereign narrowed his eyes. When he looked at Wang Ting again, there was finally a hint of surprise in his eyes. You're Wang Ting. I didn't expect a demon sovereign to have heard of a nobody like me. It's my honor, Wang Ting said with a smile. The 3 immortal rank existences, it's here. It's here. It's here. It was this familiar feeling. Zhao Yangyu, Li Shuesong, and the rest of the Radiant Universe's sector lord-level geniuses were shocked. You can argue with anyone you want to argue with. They didn't know why, but they really wanted to see Wang Ting fight with the Dark Apparition Demon Sovereign. They just wanted to see the Dark Apparition's aggrieved expression. No matter how the Underworld Demon Sovereign heard it, he felt that the other party was mocking him. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "You're quite capable to be able to kill the Dark Race's geniuses. However, this isn't the right for you to be arrogant in front of me. I didn't expect the Radiant Universe to be so childish. They actually let a junior like you, a Region Lord, attack my Underworld army. You're really looking down on my Underworld army." "You're right. Our commander said that as long as I'm at the Region Lord level, I can deal with your Underworld army." Wang Ting nodded as if he was serious. Good fellow, these words were too arrogant. Zhao Yangyu, Gallagher, Pan Ice, and the other geniuses were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Wang Ting to say such words. Arrogant to the extreme. Under the fog, the Underworld Demon Sovereign had an ugly expression. He snorted coldly and said, "I want to see how a Region Lord level like you can destroy my Underworld army. A mere Region Lord level, I can crush you with one finger. You'll pay a heavy price for your arrogance." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. No one could detect his movements. "Your opponent is us." The 3 immortal rank existences' expressions changed as they shouted coldly. Boom. 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 The 3 immortal rank existences moved at the same time and blocked in front of Wang Ting. A powerful origin power fluctuation erupted and swept out. Humph. A cold snort was heard from the void. The Underworld Demon Sovereign was forced out. He blasted out a palm, which turned into a terrifying dark purple palm print and slapped at the 3 immortal rank existences in front of him. Boom, the 3 immortal rank existences each unleashed their battle skills and met the attack. Under the joint attack of the 3, even the Underworld Demon Sovereign couldn't gain the upper hand, let alone attack Wang Ting. "Looks like you can't do anything to me for the time being." Wang Ting smiled without a trace of fear on his face. This made Tianlan, Xingwei, and the others admire him. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to do this. Just now, when the Devil Venerable of the Nether God clan suddenly attacked, they were all startled and almost cried out in alarm. Boom, the Underworld Demon Sovereign didn't say a word. He just attacked even more fiercely, constantly smashing the 3 immortal rank existences back. Wang Ting only glanced at them and ignored the battle. 3 immortal level existences were enough to restrain the Devil Venerable from the God of Underworld clan. "The rest of you, listen to my order." A loud shout suddenly came from his mouth. His face became extremely serious, and the smile from before disappeared instantly. It was like he was a completely different person. "Here." Shouts and roars resounded in the air, replying to Wang Ting. Tianlan, Xingwei, and the others had left a lot of people behind for Wang Ting according to the agreement. At this moment, they responded in unison. The momentum was quite shocking. Tianlan, Xingwei, couldn't help but look over. He was a little curious. What was he going to do? All water attribute warriors, concentrate your power and attack the northeast corner of the black flame killing array. The rest of the warriors, attack the dark scale killing array 39 degrees clockwise. Wang Ting ordered the martial warriors to concentrate their firepower and attack. Tianlan, Xingwei, and the others were slightly stunned. They didn't expect Wang Ting to give such an order. What did he see? Boom. 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 Before they could think more, a concentrated attack burst out. For the warriors below, they didn't need to think too much. They just needed to obey orders. On the battlefield, obeying orders was the most important thing for every warrior. So when Wang Ting gave the order, all the warriors had already launched a collective attack, bombarding the two dark apparitions. Boom! Boom! The two killing arrays suddenly shook violently, and the runes on them collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the powerful attack, the dark apparitions died one by one. They couldn't be more dead, and they didn't even have the chance to reform their bodies. Ka, bursts of sounds came from the two killing arrays. It was like gears that had been in disrepair for a long time suddenly got stuck. What's going on? Tianlan, Xingwei, couldn't help but be stunned. He had seen the horror of the two killing arrays with his own eyes. Now, Wang Ting only gave an order, and it gradually collapsed. How did he do it? The black flame killing formation and the dark scale killing formation were gradually collapsing. Black flames exploded one after another. The tails of the dark scale killing formation exploded one after another. That scene could be said to be spectacular to the extreme. Everyone found it hard to believe that the two huge arrays had collapsed just like that. Not only Tianlan Xingwei, but even the demon supreme level existence from the underworld god clan was attracted. It was shocked and looked at Wang Ting. It's him, just now, it looked down on this domain lord level warrior, but in the blink of an eye, he gave it a heavy blow. The temporary commander of the light universe, previously, it thought it was child's play. Now, it finally understood why the light universe would let this mere domain lord level warrior be the temporary commander. Su Qing and the other two immortals were also shocked. They all looked at Wang Ting. They didn't expect him to be able to do this. The battle had just begun, and Wang Ting had already given them such a strong boost. It was both surprising and delightful. Zhao Yangyu, Li Shuasong, Gallagher, Pan Ice, and the other geniuses widened their eyes. They looked at the two dark apparition formations that were collapsing in disbelief. Did Wang Ting do this? There was only one thought in their minds. They hadn't even started, and the other party had already left them in the dust. What was there to compete with? No matter how many dark apparitions they killed, could they compare to the number of dark apparitions killed by the other party? The collapse of the two formations had killed countless dark apparitions. This speed couldn't be compared to when they killed the dark apparitions one by one. Although Wang Ting didn't do it personally, anyone could see that it was all thanks to Wang Ting's efforts. For a moment, these geniuses were dispirited. How could this guy be so monstrous? At the back, the flying serpent guards saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The supervisory division is so strong. Then, someone let out an involuntary sigh. The flying serpent guards fell silent. They looked at the situation in the void in front of them and didn't know how to describe their feelings. Archibald was shocked. A strong sense of powerlessness emerged in his heart as he looked at the figure. Such a member of the monitoring division was not someone he could contend against. The other party's ability was definitely not limited to a small flying serpent guard. The Flying Snake Guards was an intelligence organization, and indeed had a different status. However, to put it bluntly, an intelligence agency was just an intelligence agency. In front of a true expert, they had to give way. And the monitor commissioner in front of him was clearly such a rising heavens pride expert. This guy. In the void, the pan-scorpion centipede's pupils shrank as it stared at Wang Ting's back, unable to calm down for a long time. Previously, he had wanted to compete with Wang Ting and even compete for the position of the monitor division. But now, looking at it again, he could not keep up with the other party's pace. When the other party started to formulate a plan to deal with the dark apparitions and put it into action, he didn't do anything. They didn't even have much information on the dark apparitions. In comparison, his pride and conceit were simply a joke. Feng Jin's eyes revealed a strong splendor. This was a true heavens pride expert. Heng Ku was extremely excited. He clenched his fist and waved it fiercely. This was the monitor commissioner he followed. Following such a heavens pride expert, he had no worries about not being able to rise. Could this be the flaw he found on the ore depletion planet? Tianlan Xingwei took a deep breath. His eyes flashed slightly as he suddenly thought of something. Previously, Wang Ting took the initiative to go to the ore depletion planet to check the situation. Now, it seemed that he had already planned this. The battle between the dark apparitions had created an opportunity for him to find the weaknesses and flaws of the two dark killing arrays. That was how he was able to defeat them at this time. It sounded simple, but in fact, Tianlan Xingwei also knew how difficult it was. It was not something an ordinary person could do. For example, sneaking into the ore depletion planet alone under the previous circumstances, or finding the weaknesses and flaws of the two killing arrays. Ordinary warriors could not do it at all. It was the same even for immortal-level existences. Tianlan Xingwei praised in his heart. He looked at Wang Ting with eyes full of appreciation and battle intent. Only such an opponent would be interesting. Thunder will splitting killing array. A loud shout suddenly came out of his mouth. Rumble, the thunder killing array suddenly shook violently. Endless power of thunder seemed to sweep in from the void and poured into the killing array. Strange and mysterious purple runes appeared in the void. They were extremely dazzling. The dazzling thunder condensed into a huge wheel. It was entwined with the terrifying power of thunder and instantly swept out. Boom, the huge wheel of thunder violently bombarded the netherworld killing array, causing it to shake violently. The dark purple fog within was destroyed by the thunder. Endless thunder swept out from the wheel and enveloped the netherworld killing array. Roar! 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 Furious roars of the dark apparitions immediately came from the netherworld killing array. Ha ha ha! Brother Wang Ting, how's my array? Tianlan Xingwei laughed loudly. He looked at Wang Ting and asked. Not bad. Wang Ting nodded. His eyes flashed. He saw that many attribute bubbles had fallen around the thunder killing array and the netherworld killing array. He didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately swept out his spiritual force and collected them all. Thunder will splitting killing array *600, Thunder will splitting killing array *1000, Thunder will splitting killing array *1500, Netherworld killing array *1200, Netherworld killing array *1800, Netherworld killing array *1500. Attribute bubbles instantly surged into Wang Ting's mind and turned into insights. These insights then manifested into more specific runes and arrays. The runes were densely packed in the void that was manifested in his mind. Then, they connected with each other and turned into two huge and mysterious formations. One of the arrays was surrounded by thunder and emitted a brilliant heavenly aura. It was abnormally terrifying. The other array was filled with dark purple fog. It exuded a sense of death and evil. It was like a death array that harvested lives. As the insights surged into Wang Ting's mind, the runes on the two arrays began to light up rapidly. They spread from the edges to the center. Although they lit up very quickly, they slowly stopped after half of the runes were lit up. They didn't spread forward anymore. It was the end. In an instant, Wang Ting withdrew from the insights. There seemed to be an array's shadow flashing in the depths of his eyes. Thunder killing array in his right eye. Netherworld killing array in his left eye. Thunder will splitting killing array, Saint level 4 tribulation, incomplete 1000/15,000, proficient, Netherworld killing array, Saint level 4 tribulation, incomplete 2200/15,000, proficient, Saint level 4 tribulation killing array. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised. Although he had seen how terrifying these two arrays were, he really didn't expect them to be Saint level 4 tribulation killing arrays. One had to know that the Black Scorch killing array and the Dark Scale killing array were only Saint level 1 tribulation killing arrays. The Dark Scorch killing array was Saint level 3 tribulation killing array, but compared to these two arrays, there was obviously a big gap. Moreover, the martial artists and dark apparitions that formed these two killing arrays were more powerful and more numerous than the dark apparitions of the Dark Scorch army, Black Scorch army, and Dark Scale army. Their power was naturally far inferior. They have all reached the proficient level, but they are still incomplete. Wang Ting was not in a hurry. Anyway, as the battle progressed, he would be able to gather the complete array's attributes sooner or later. Then, he couldn't help but glance at Tianlan Xingwei. This guy is smiling really happily. He naturally knew what the other party was thinking. It was nothing more than the thoughts of a genius. If he wanted to compare, then let him compare. This time, he stood on the 5th level. Bastard! The demon lord of the underworld god clan was instantly furious. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect the martial artists of the light universe to have prepared such a powerful thunder array this time. Even the netherworld army's killing array was restrained. Boom, a battle sword suddenly appeared in his hand, exuding a tyrannical wave. A terrifying sword light condensed and slashed toward the three immortals of Suqing. Suqing and the other two immortals looked at each other. Their eyes were solemn, and they nodded slightly. The next moment, they actually spread out and formed a triangle, surrounding the demon lord of the underworld god clan. Then, they formed a seal with both hands, and the force in their body surged out crazily, turning into mysterious runes in the void. These runes quickly connected together and turned into an extremely mysterious array, exuding a powerful wave. A formation formed by three immortal rank existences. What? The demon lord of the underworld god clan was suddenly shocked, and he had a bad feeling. These three immortals could actually form an array, and at this moment, he was at the center of the array. Everything was too sudden. Even if he wanted to break through just now, it was simply too late. Damn it, break for me. He slammed the battle sword in his hand down, and the speed of the slash became even faster. The sword light, which was hundreds of feet long, instantly bombarded the array. Tripartite flame array. The three immortals shouted, and the force in their body suddenly swept out, turning into an extremely strong crimson flame in the void. It instantly condensed into a flaming blade light and slashed out. Boom, in an instant, the flaming blade light collided with the dark purple sword light, and a violent roar erupted. The sound of shattering was immediately heard. The dark purple sword light shattered, and the flaming blade light, wrapped in a thick flame, swept toward the demon lord of the underworld god clan. The demon lord of the underworld god clan, Tong Kong, shrank violently and roared angrily. An extremely rich dark purple light erupted from his body, forming a defense. Boom, the next moment, the flaming blade light had already landed, and it fiercely bombarded the dark purple light on his body. The thick and hot flames immediately engulfed him, and the flames soared into the sky. The area was completely invisible, and only the thick flames were rolling backward. All the warriors in the light universe looked at this scene in shock. No one had thought that the three immortals would combine into an array and erupt with such a terrifying power. It instantly put the underworld god clan into a disadvantageous position. An array formed by three immortals. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. This scene was also beyond his expectations. It seemed that he had underestimated the preparations made by the Tianlan territory. The power of an array formed by three immortals was probably close to that of an marquee immortal. Perhaps they could not only restrain the demon lord of the underworld god clan, but they might also be able to kill it here. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Kill. Of course, Wang Ting would not let go of such a great opportunity. He immediately shouted, stimulating the fighting spirit of all the warriors in the light universe. He ordered them to launch an even fiercer attack, preparing to completely defeat the dark apparition in one go. Kill. 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 Sure enough, as the light universe's side suppressed the three killing arrays of the dark apparitions, and as the three immortal level existences suppressed the underworld god clan's demon master level existence, all the warriors' morale was greatly boosted. One after another, they unleashed fierce attacks toward the dark apparitions around them. Roar! 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 Those dark apparitions were not to be outdone. They roared and unleashed their own dark force, wanting to fight back. In the black flame killing array and the dark scale killing array, the dark apparitions of the two armies operated the array frantically. Some dark apparitions even rushed toward the collapsing area, using their bodies to repair the runes there. They wanted to stop the continuous collapse. At the same time, they were also trying to fight back. Black flames erupted and blasted toward the warriors in the light universe who were madly attacking the array. The dark scale killing array was also erupting. The giant phantom of the dark scale evil python attacked crazily. Its huge tail swept across the void, attacking the warriors in the light universe. Humph, still want to fight back? Wang Ting snorted and waved his hand. Giant beasts appeared in the void. They were the ironclad scorpion, Elizabeth, the thunder spirit, the dazzling slug, the black giant ape, and other existences. Although the ironclad scorpion was only at the middle-level emperor level, after being trained by Wang Ting, its combat power was not weak. Its flames were transformed after absorbing the heavenly flame. It was not comparable to ordinary beast flames at all. It also had a strong restraining effect on dark apparitions. The thunder spirit had reached the territorial lord level and had experienced 9 thunder tribulations. It was very special. The power it could unleash was naturally extremely powerful. Even some upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparitions would be exhausted if they encountered it. After all, the power of thunder had a certain restraining effect on dark apparitions. Elizabeth, the dazzling slug, the black giant ape, and other existences were needless to say. They were all top-level emperor-level existences with powerful strength. They were enough to give the dark apparitions a hard time. With the appearance of these combat powers, the attacks that erupted from the 2 killing arrays were immediately blocked. They could not hurt the warriors in the light universe at all. Many warriors in the light universe looked over, and a trace of shock appeared on their faces. What did they see? A top-level emperor-level star beast? There was more than one. What was that thunder light? Thunder spirit? Disbelief appeared in the minds of the warriors. They were shocked by this scene. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. The strength of the star beasts and the thunder spirit was quite terrifying. Each of their attacks could easily block the attacks of the 2 killing arrays and even counterattack. The giant scorpion spat out dark green flames. When it collided with the black flames of the black flame killing array, it was not weak at all. There was also a star beast that looked very strange. It looked like a giant ant queen. Between the 2 horns on its forehead, an earthy yellow light burst out. It directly pierced through the body of the dark-scaled evil python. Next was the light-type giant beast. It emitted endless light power that swept across the void. All the dark energy was purified, and its power was reduced by more than half. It greatly reduced the pressure on everyone. A giant black ape roared and its body expanded wildly. In front of the 2 killing arrays, it did not seem small at all. Its huge body rolled out with a rumble. It waved its fists and wildly hammered on the array. Kacha! 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 Cracking sounds could be heard. The black flame killing array and the dark-scaled killing array finally could not hold on any longer and exploded. Boom, boom, 2 violent explosions suddenly sounded in the void. The black flame killing array and the dark-scaled killing array directly exploded. Chaotic and violent energy poured out and directly drowned the dark apparitions within. Shrill and terrified screams could be heard from the 2 arrays. Unfortunately, it was useless. After the 2 arrays exploded, the dark apparitions could not escape in time and were all drowned. On the light universe's side, all the warriors were stunned. They stared blankly at this scene and fell into a strange silence. Tianlan Xingwei was no exception. At this time, he was completely attracted by the violent scene. Before he could react, the 2 killing arrays had completely disappeared. This speed, this battle array, this momentum, an indescribable feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. Brother Tianlan, hurry up, hurry up. Wang Ting's urging voice came from afar. The corner of Tianlan Xingwei's mouth twitched violently. He wanted to show a trace of a smile, but he could not do it. The muscles on his face were a little stiff. Hurry my ass, who can be as fast as you? No, you're cheating. What kind of ability is using a star beast? Tianlan Xingwei felt as if there was a little person roaring in his heart. The 2 arrays collapsed, and countless dark apparitions roared, intensifying the battle on the battlefield. Tianlan Xingwei's fighting spirit was completely aroused. He had never wanted to defeat someone so much. He had always won in the past, and this time, he finally met his match. Thunder will splitting killing array, turn. Boom. A loud shout came from the mouth of the endless sky star. Rumble, the incomparably huge thunder-killing array was activated once again, erupting with dazzling lightning that illuminated the void. The rich power of thunder gathered and formed a second thunder wheel, followed by a third. Runes appeared on the wheel-splitting killing array, emitting the power of origin source law. At the same time, a majestic heavenly might spread out from the thunder-killing array. Majestic, vast, in an instant, the entire void was shrouded in the power of thunder. Many dark apparitions were frightened, and they looked at the thunder-killing array in horror. Go! Boom! Tianlan Xingwei pointed at the netherworld-killing array with a solemn expression. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 thunder wheels sped out, turning into 2 purple lightning bolts in the void. They were extremely dazzling. Wherever they passed, space was immediately cut open, revealing 2 long and narrow cracks that spread out in all directions. The violent and chaotic power of space swept out, turning the area between the 2 arrays into a forbidden zone. Ordinary cultivators couldn't get close, or they would definitely be sucked into the cracks. Netherworld Spear! Boom! A furious roar suddenly came from the netherworld-killing array. Whoosh! As soon as the roar fell, the dark purple fog in the netherworld-killing array tumbled violently. Then, the dark purple light gathered and turned into 3 terrifying and huge battle spears. The battle spears were dark purple in color, and runes twined around them. Then, these runes connected together, turning into runes chains. As the energy on the battle spears swept out, they made clanking sounds. A dark, deathly still, evil, and chaotic power of will swept out from the netherworld-killing array. There seemed to be an evil roar echoing in the dark purple fog, as if it contained some terrifying existence. Boom! Before the attacks of the 2 sides reached each other, the terrifying willpower collided in the void. The martial artists of the light universe were shocked. The willpower of the netherworld-killing array was actually so terrifying that it was able to withstand the heavenly might of thunder. Before anyone could think further, in the next instant, the 2 thunder wheels arrived. Just as they were about to collide with the netherworld-killing array, the 3 battle spears also shot out with a loud bang, leaving 3 dark purple streaks of light in the air, dragging long tails of light behind them. It was like a comet streaking across the void. Boom! 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 Then, the attacks of both sides collided with a loud bang. In addition to the previous wheel of thunder, there were a total of 3 wheels of thunder. Now, it was just enough to counter the 3 netherworld battle spears. As the 2 sides collided, a terrifying power erupted, and a violent roar was heard. Thunder exploded one after another. Runes collapsed one after another. Whether it was the wheel of thunder or the netherworld battle spear, the runes on them all shattered in the collision. One had to admit that the power of the 2 killing arrays was extremely terrifying, and they were equally matched. The power of thunder, the power of death, the 2 powers crazily rolled back in the void and collided with a loud bang. They eroded each other and erupted with a violent roar. Tianlan Xingwei stared at the collision site in front of him, waiting for the result. Wang Ting also looked over, and then he frowned slightly. The wheel of thunder splitting killing array was indeed powerful, but the netherworld killing array was not weak at all. It seemed a little difficult to break the other side's array with brute force. His eyes flashed slightly, and his gaze swept across the void. When he saw a solid attribute bubble, he immediately swept out with his mind power and picked it up. Wheel of thunder splitting killing array *2000, Wheel of thunder splitting killing array *1600, Wheel of thunder splitting killing array *1300. Thunder origin, 5th stage, *2000, Thunder origin, 5th stage, *2500, Thunder origin, 5th stage, *3000. Might of thunder, 5th stage, *3500, Might of thunder, 5th stage, *4500, Might of thunder, 5th stage, *4000. Netherworld killing array *2500, Netherworld killing array *2800, Netherworld killing array *3000. Netherworld will, 4th stage, *5000, Netherworld will, 4th stage, *4300, Netherworld will, 4th stage, *4700. Eh? Wang Ting could not help but exclaim softly. He was a little surprised. The 2 killing arrays had dropped quite a lot of attribute bubbles this time. Not only did they have the power of origin law, but they also had the power of will. The surprise came a little too suddenly. In the next moment, as the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's mind, the first thing that appeared was the comprehension of the 2 killing arrays. The shadows of the 2 killing arrays appeared again, and the runes that were not lit up on them continued to light up. They spread toward the center of the 2 killing arrays almost simultaneously. The speed was so fast that it left one speechless. In just a few moments, most of the areas of the two killing arrays had been lit up, and only some of the runes at the core had not been lit up. If the areas that had not been lit up before occupied 1/3 of the total area. Now, less than 1/5 of the areas that had not been lit up were left. Thunder Will Splitting Killing Array, 4th Stage Saint, Incomplete 7200/15000, Proficient, Wink with a Frown Netherworld Killing Array, 4th Stage Saint, Incomplete 10500/15000, Proficient, it's still incomplete. Wang Ting shook his head and continued to absorb the comprehension. Following that, two types of unique willpower suddenly appeared in his mind. Thunder appeared in one part of the void, and it was filled with a brilliant heavenly might. The other part of the void was filled with darkness and deathly stillness, and it fought against the brilliant heavenly might. Wang Ting was not unfamiliar with these two powers of will. Because whether it was the might of thunder or the will of death, he had obtained them before. Although the might of thunder was somewhat different from the heavenly might of thunder tribulation he had obtained before. After all, the might of thunder was just an ordinary will of thunder, while the heavenly might of thunder tribulation was the will of thunder tribulation, which represented the will of tribulation and was more terrifying. However, Wang Ting had obtained the ordinary might of thunder before, and it had already fused with the unyielding fighting will, evolving into the unyielding thunder fighting will. The fusion was one thing, but the comprehension was still there. It was just that at that time, the unyielding thunder fighting will was only at the 4th stage, and now the might of thunder had reached the 5th stage. In an instant, Wang Ting's unyielding thunder fighting will underwent a transformation, and it was upgraded from the 4th stage to the 5th stage. Although the unyielding fighting will was still lacking, the might of thunder could no longer be ignored, and it directly became the dominant one. With the fusion of the two, it would definitely reach the 5th stage. Unyielding Thunder Fighting Will, Immortal 2/000/50,000, 5th stage, the attribute values aren't much. Wang Ting's eyes opened. Just by glancing at the attribute panel, he understood. When the Unyielding Fighting Will was upgraded, the Unyielding Thunder Fighting Will's attribute values would naturally increase greatly. This kind of will is formed from the fusion of two wills, and it won't be any weaker than the ancient will and other wills that are already extremely powerful. Wang Ting immediately understood what was going on. There was no need to say much about the will of death. After all, he had just obtained it. However, the will of death that he had obtained before was at the 4th stage, and it was at the early 4th stage. Although the Netherworld Killing Formations will was also at the 4th stage, it was undoubtedly stronger. It was at least at the peak of the 4th stage, and was comparable to the will of the Underworld God Clan Demon Sovereign. Thus, it exploded out with many insights that could allow Wang Ting's will of death to continue to upgrade. Since he couldn't harvest the Demon Sovereign for now, the Netherworld Killing Formation could make up for it. Wang Ting was delighted. He didn't expect that the will of death would be upgraded again after just obtaining it. He didn't even have time to rest. Death's Will, 38,000/40,000, Tier 4, very good. Wang Ting's lips curled up slightly. 38,000 attribute points was almost equivalent to the peak of the 4th stage will of death. This meant that his will of death had caught up to the Demon Sovereign's will of death. If the Demon Sovereign of the Underworld God Clan knew that this area Lord level martial artist that it looked down on had taken advantage of its clan, what would it think? The will of death was undoubtedly very powerful, comparable to the sovereign will of darkness. Now that it had been taken advantage of by Wang Ting, its will of death had become even stronger. All sorts of unique wills made Wang Ting's will of death grow stronger and stronger, developing in an extremely abnormal direction. Perhaps he hadn't even noticed this point yet. Next was a type of origin source law, the origin of thunder. The mysterious and mystical feelings merged into Wang Ting's mind. They turned into streaks of lightning-like patterns, exuding a powerful aura of lightning. Thunder Origin, 7500/50,000, Level 5. Wang Ting's Thunder Origin had originally been at the 4th stage, but now it had risen by a level, reaching the 5th stage. Rumble, at this moment, a loud sound rang out, pulling Wang Ting's thoughts back. He immediately looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a violent explosion where the Wheel of Thunder and Underworld Spear had collided. Both sides' attacks couldn't hold on and exploded. Violent and berserk energy swept out from the center of the collision and spread to both sides, mixed with the berserk space force that swept out from the space crack. It was like a storm that swept through the void. Not good. When Tianlan Xingwei saw this scene, his eyes were filled with shock. The attacks of the two killing arrays were too powerful. Now that both of them had exploded, the resulting energy could be imagined. This greatly exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that the two killing arrays would determine a victor, but who would have thought that they would be evenly matched, causing both sides' attacks to collapse at the same time. Now, both sides had to bear the brunt of the energy. Retreat. Tianlan Xingwei immediately ordered. However, such a large array would definitely be weaker in mobility. How could they avoid it when caught off guard? Tianlan Xingwei watched as the energy swept over, his heart filled with shock. It was too late. How could this be? Zhao Yangyu, Li Shuasong, Gallagher, Pan Ice, and the other geniuses all widened their eyes in shock. On the other side, the three immortals and the underworld demon sovereigns also saw the commotion. Their hearts tightened, but they had no time to care about anything else. At this moment, none of them could escape. Once the balance between both sides was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. If they were careless, then, it would be a complete loss. Whether it was immortals or demon sovereigns, they could determine the outcome of this battle. Nothing could happen to them easily. That was why both sides were so apprehensive. Boom. Boom, the terrifying energy was like a tidal wave, arriving in an instant. The light universe's warriors in the thunder killing array couldn't dodge, and the dark apparitions in the underworld killing array were also the first to bear the brunt. Moreover, the dark apparitions were closer, so they were the first to be submerged. Roar. 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 Roars came from the underworld killing array, but they were instantly submerged by the eruption of energy. On the other side, the terrifying energy was about to submerge the thunder-killing array. Tianlan Xingwei closed his eyes in pain. However, at this moment, clang, a special sound rang in the void. It was like the sound of metal colliding, and it was especially loud and deafening. Everyone couldn't help but lose their hearing. Tianlan Xingwei's expression was pained. He hurriedly used his force to seal his ears, but his face was filled with shock. He opened his eyes and looked forward. He was stunned. He saw that in front of the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array, an incomparably huge tortoise shell appeared in the void. Tortoise shell? Tianlan Xingwei felt that his brain wasn't enough. But it really was a tortoise shell. A tortoise shell condensed from energy. It was incomparably huge, flickering with earthy yellow light. It was covered with dense mystical patterns, and it emitted an extremely dense and solid aura. Zhao Yangyu, Li Shuasong, Gallagher, Pan Ice, and the other geniuses were also stunned. They stared blankly at the huge tortoise shell, and their heads were filled with question marks. Where did this thing come from? And it actually blocked that incomparably violent energy. What are you guys waiting for? Retreat! A loud shout suddenly rang in the void. At this moment, everyone suddenly reacted and looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a figure standing behind the huge tortoise shell. Compared to the tortoise shell, his figure was too small, so no one noticed him. It's him. Tianlan Xingwei and the others had an inconceivable thought. Their emotions churned violently, and they couldn't calm down. It was actually Wang Ting who did it. This tortoise shell was his masterpiece, but how did he do it? He was clearly just a domain. Lord-level pinnacle martial artist, how could he block such a terrifying energy attack? It's him again. The underworld god clan's demon sovereign also saw Wang Ting's figure. His expression was gloomy, and the cold light in his eyes was extremely intense. The three immortal rank existences of the light universe were surprised and happy. They didn't expect Wang Ting to have such means. He even turned the tide at such a dangerous moment and blocked that violent energy. It was simply unbelievable. Retreat quickly. At this moment, although Tianlan Xingwei was shocked and full of doubts, he still reacted abruptly and shouted. He knew that Wang Ting must have done his best to block that terrifying energy. At this moment, they couldn't afford to waste even a single second. Boom, the light universe's martial artists in the thunder wheel-splitting killing formation immediately reacted. They immediately operated the formation frantically and retreated rapidly. Crack crack crack. At the same time, the tortoise shell also emitted a series of sounds as if it couldn't bear the burden. Wang Ting's expression was solemn. He frantically operated the Chaos Star origin power in his body and injected it into the tortoise shell. This was the divine rank battle technique, the Mystic Tortoise Divine Armor. Its defensive power was astonishing, but the origin power consumption was also shocking. If not for the Chaos Star origin power in his body that was formed by the fusion of 11 origin powers, and if not for the fact that he could absorb the origin power in the void at this moment. The attribute bubbles constantly replenished his origin power. It was simply impossible to block that violent energy. Even so, the Mystic Tortoise Divine Armor still couldn't hold on for long under the destruction of that violent energy. At this moment, terrifying cracks had already appeared on the tortoise shell, and it seemed like it would shatter at any time. The Endless Sky Star looked at Wang Ting with an incomparably complicated expression, his heart filled with thoughts. However, there was nothing he could do at this moment. He could only order the Thunder Wheel-splitting killing formation to quickly retreat and buy time for Wang Ting. Fortunately, the wheel-splitting Thunder Wheel-splitting killing formation wasn't slow at all. Soon, it was out of the range of the violent energy. Wang Ting. The Endless Sky Star suddenly shouted, but when he looked ahead, his pupils suddenly shrank. Boom, almost at the same time, the huge yellow tortoise shell shattered, and violent energy swept out and engulfed Wang Ting. How could? The Endless Sky Star's face stiffened. He stared blankly at the void in front of him, and his heart suddenly felt empty. Zhao Yangyu, Li Shuasong, Gallagher, Pan Ice, and the other geniuses' expressions were extremely complicated. They didn't know how to express their feelings at this moment. Wang Ting. Feng Jin's expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but rush forward. Lord Supervisory Commissioner. Heng Ke's face was pale, and his lips trembled. He couldn't accept this result at all. This. The three immortal rank existences' expressions changed. They were very happy just now, but in the blink of an eye, their joy turned to sorrow. Ha ha ha. You brought this upon yourself. That energy isn't something a domain master can withstand. The Underworld God Clan's demon master laughed loudly. That human prodigy is really hateful. Now that I've tried to be brave and died under that violent energy, I brought this upon myself. Bastard. Yes. The three immortal rank existences were furious and stared coldly at him. The Underworld God Clan's demon master wasn't afraid at all. He calmly looked back at them, his eyes full of gloating. Can you not look like I'm already dead? Yes. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the void, causing everyone's expressions to stiffen. The space fluctuated slightly, and a figure stepped out of the void, unscathed. Who else could it be but Wang Ting? Tianlan Xingwei froze for a moment, a little stunned. Then, a strong sense of shock emerged in his heart. In that situation, Wang Ting not only blocked the extremely violent energy but also dodged it unscathed. It seems to be the power of space just now. Tianlan Xingwei's eyes flashed slightly, and his intelligence came back. Shock was shock. When he thought carefully, he immediately guessed a clue. However, to be able to dodge that terrifying energy so easily, how terrifying is his control of the power of space? Tianlan Xingwei couldn't calm down for a long time. The more he came into contact with Wang Ting, the more he couldn't see through him. Zhao Yangyu, Li Shuasong, Gallagher, and the other geniuses didn't think so much. At this moment, they all stared blankly at Wang Ting. There was only one thought in their minds. This guy is actually fine, he couldn't even kill him in that situation. Is he a cockroach? How did he do it? Feng Jin suddenly stopped, and a smile bloomed on his face. Heng Ke's pale face quickly turned red, and he couldn't help but clench his fists and breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Ha ha ha, the three immortal level existences laughed and looked at the demon master of the Nether God clan with a trace of ridicule in their eyes. This kid. The demon master of the Nether God clan's expression was a little stiff, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He glanced coldly at the three immortal level existences, and then his gaze fell on Wang Ting. In that situation, he could still escape unscathed. Even he didn't expect this light universe's genius to have such means. Everyone, don't just stand there. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Wang Ting shouted. With his reminder, everyone's hearts shook, and they suddenly reacted. The dark apparitions in the netherworld killing formation were drowned by the violent energy, and now was the best time to attack. Originally, they couldn't even take care of themselves and had no chance to fight back, but Wang Ting created an opportunity for them. If they didn't attack now, when would they? Thunder will splitting killing formation, thunder will splitting. Tian Lan Xingwei roared. Boom, the entire will splitting killing array was activated. It absorbed the lightning star origin power from the void and erupted with resplendent lightning. A huge thunder wheel quickly condensed. It was covered with dense thunder patterns, as if thunder had turned into a chain and wrapped around the wheel. This round wheel was larger than the previous three, at least 3 times the size of the previous ones. It was almost equivalent to the sum of the previous 3 wheels. However, the power brewing within it was not as simple as the sum of the 3 wheels. Wang Ting looked at the round wheel with a strange look in his eyes. The power of a 4th Tribulation Saint-level killing formation was indeed not to be underestimated. This was still under the situation where Tian Lan Xingwei and the others couldn't fully unleash the power of the Saint-level killing formation. If there were enough lightning-type Sector Lord fighters forming this formation, its power would definitely be able to threaten immortal-level existences. Go. Following the complete condensation of the Wheel of Thunder, the soaring heavenly latitude no longer hesitated and directly pointed a finger. The Wheel of Thunder rotated at high speed and shot out in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. Qi-la, in just an instant, the void was cut open. Space energy surged out from the crack, causing the energy in the area ahead to become even more violent. Boom. 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 Balls of extremely chaotic energy exploded in the void, and dazzling light erupted in that area. After which, under everyone's gazes, the lightning wheel forcefully cut into the chaotic energy. Roar. 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 No one knew what was going on inside. However, furious roars could be faintly heard. Everyone could hear them. Everyone's heart shook. They clenched their fists and stared intently. The soaring heavenly latitude was no exception. No one was more nervous than him. Wang Ting had already done enough. If he still couldn't achieve results, then his initial confidence would be a joke. The 3 immortal-level existences looked over, their eyes gleaming. In truth, other than Wang Ting almost being swallowed by the violent energy, which could be considered a setback, from the start of the battle until now, everything had been extremely smooth. It was so smooth that they found it unbelievable. If they could destroy the netherworld killing formation this time, they would be able to secure victory in advance. The dark apparition from the Nether God clan had a gloomy look. At this moment, he didn't waste any time. The battle sword in his hand erupted with terrifying sword light, constantly bombarding the large formation constructed by the 3 immortal-level existences. The 3 immortal-level existences looked solemn. They didn't dare to be negligent. The battle just now had made them understand the power of the Nether God clan's Demon Supreme. If the 3 of them hadn't joined forces, they definitely wouldn't have been the opponent's match if they fought alone. Boom. 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 The battle between the immortal-level existences and the Demon Supreme was not much weaker than the collision of the killing formation over there. It was even more terrifying. The resulting energy roar resounded through the void. It was deafening. Wang Ting had already activated the Eye of Truth. He glanced at the battle between the immortal level and the Demon Supreme, then his gaze once again returned to the netherworld killing formation that was drowned in chaotic energy. He didn't know why, but this killing formation gave him a somewhat different feeling. The Black Scorch killing formation, Black Scorch killing formation, and so on that he had obtained before couldn't be compared to this. Although Wang Ting had obtained the attribute bubble of the netherworld killing formation, it was incomplete after all. Some of the core insights had yet to be obtained. So at this time, he couldn't tell what the problem was. Anyway, he still had to attack. Even if there was a problem, he would only know after the attack was over. If he didn't seize the opportunity just now, it was simply intolerable. Moreover, this wave of attack could at least weaken the power of the formation by more than half. At the same time, it could also help him gain some benefits. After this attack, I should be able to obtain the complete attributes of the Netherworld Killing Formation. Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly as he thought to himself. As long as he could obtain the complete attributes of the Netherworld Killing Formation, he could understand the secrets of this Nether God clan's killing formation and even find its weakness. At that time, he would naturally have nothing to fear. Rumble, the roar was still resounding, but the violent energy in that area had begun to gradually subside, and the light slowly dissipated. On the Radiant Universe's side, everyone was extremely nervous, waiting for the result to appear. If they could destroy the Netherworld Killing Formation, it was equivalent to locking in half of the victory. At that time, they could completely free up their hands to assist the three immortal existences. However, things didn't go as planned. The next moment, a dazzling dark purple light emerged in that area. It was originally covered by the light produced by the energy explosion, but now that there was no obstruction, it finally appeared in front of everyone. What is that? The faces of Tianlan Xingwei and the others changed, and their pupils shrank violently. As expected, Wang Ting sighed and stared at the dark purple light with a dignified expression. Do you think my clan's Netherworld Killing Formation is so easy to break? The Nether God clan's demon master sneered. You've used up all your means. Next, it's our turn. The faces of everyone from the Radiant Universe changed, and they stared at the dark purple light in horror. They didn't know what was inside that made the demon master so confident. It wasn't difficult to hear from the other party's words that this Netherworld Killing Formation seemed to have some killing moves. This made everyone uneasy. Even the three immortal existences frowned. They didn't know what the other party was up to, and their hearts were heavy. The dark apparitions' means were strange, and this Nether God clan's means were even more unpredictable. No one could guess what terrifying means they had. Is that so? However, at this moment, a calm voice slowly sounded. It was the Nether God clan's demon master. The demon master turned to look at Wang Ting with a cold gaze. Although it didn't want to admit it, when it heard this domain master warrior speak, its heart skipped a beat for no reason. What kind of trick was this kid playing? It had already noticed that the feeling Wang Ting gave it was more and more similar to that of the Blood God clone. This kind of similarity didn't mean that the two of them were similar in any way. It meant that the two of them were equal in strength. They were both weak and inconspicuous. However, their means were always unexpected and were completely different. From their realms, Tianlan Xingwei and the others looked at Wang Ting in surprise. Why did this guy still look so confident at this time? The three immortal existences also looked at Wang Ting. Their eyes flashed with anticipation. Wang Ting didn't say anything else. He originally wanted to wait for the chaotic energy in the area where the Netherworld Killing Formation was to dissipate before picking up the attribute bubbles. However, it was obvious that he couldn't wait anymore. His spiritual force instantly swept out and spread toward the chaotic area. This time, he was very careful. He avoided the spatial cracks and picked up all the attribute bubbles in that area. Netherworld Killing Formation *3000 Netherworld Killing Formation *2000 Netherworld Killing Formation *2800 One by one, the attribute bubbles gathered and merged into Wang Ting's mind, turning into enlightenment. In an instant, the Netherworld Killing Array that appeared in Wang Ting's mind lit up completely. It turned into a complete array phantom. Runes on it flickered with a dark purple light and emitted a strange power. Done. Done. Wang Ting was delighted and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just now, he was actually a little worried that he wouldn't be able to pick up the attribute bubbles in the core area. After all, the core area was the most difficult to break through. If the attribute bubbles that dropped weren't complete, he could only watch helplessly. Losing a few runes was not a big deal. It was very likely that just a few runes would be enough to affect his enlightenment of the Netherworld Killing Formation. Fortunately, this didn't happen. Netherworld Killing Formation, Saint Level 4 Calamity 4500/30,000, Proficient. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. When he saw the attributes of the Netherworld Killing Formation that had reached the proficient level, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Not only was the Netherworld Killing Formation complete, but its mastery level had also increased by a level. It was a huge gain. A trace of enlightenment suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's mind. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he looked at the dark purple light. Boom, at the same time, the dark purple light finally reached its peak and began to converge. The first thing that was revealed was the huge netherworld killing formation. Under such a terrifying attack just now, the netherworld killing formation was actually not damaged. This made the light universe's warriors present feel incredulous. How is this possible? Tianlan Xingwei's eyes widened slightly. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. He mobilized the entire Thunder Wheel splitting killing formation to attack, but it actually failed to destroy the netherworld killing formation. It was still intact. But why did the dark apparition let out a mournful roar just now? Could it be to numb them? Since when did the dark apparition have such a brain? Questions appeared in Tianlan Xingwei's mind one after another. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Zhao Yongyu, Li Xuerong, Gallagher, and the other geniuses were extremely shocked. They tried their best but still couldn't destroy the netherworld killing formation. Was this formation really so terrifying? The three immortal rank existences were also shocked. A trace of disbelief appeared in their hearts. I've said it before. You want to break the netherworld killing formation of my Nether God clan? You're dreaming. The Nether God clan's demon venerable sneered. All the light universe's warriors' hearts sank. They were most afraid of encountering such a situation. They couldn't be killed. They couldn't be destroyed. This was the case every time they encountered a dark apparition. How could they not be afraid? How could they not feel powerless? At this moment, everyone's hearts were extremely heavy. They had already used all their strength, but they still couldn't destroy the killing formation. What should they do? There's no need to panic. This killing formation has already been shattered. It's just repaired. It's no big deal. Wang Ting's calm voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. The Nether God clan's demon venerable narrowed his eyes. He was in disbelief. This light universe's prodigy actually saw the changes in the netherworld killing formation. Did he guess? Or did he really see something? Wang Ting, you said that this netherworld killing formation has already been shattered? Tianlan Xingwei's heart was filled with doubts. He found it hard to believe. This killing formation was formed by dark apparitions. It had the same nature as their thunder killing formation. If it was broken, it shouldn't be easy to assemble it again. This killing formation was based on warriors or dark apparitions. If the killing formation was broken, it meant that the warriors or dark apparitions inside would inevitably die. How could they assemble a complete formation? That's right. Wang Ting nodded. He looked at the Nether God clan's demon venerable with a smile. He slowly said, rumor has it that the dark apparitions of the Netherworld army are not afraid of death. Even if they are ordered to self-destruct, they will not hesitate to do so. They will never have the slightest fear or hesitation. Alright. At first, I thought that it was because the dark apparitions of the Netherworld army had some kind of restriction imposed on them and became existences like death warriors. Alright. It wasn't until just now that I realized that the dark apparitions of the Netherworld army were not restricted. Instead, they were nurtured by the Nether God clan with the power of the Netherworld and completely merged with the power of the Netherworld. Even if they die, they can reabsorb the power of the Netherworld and recover quickly. Alright. In this way, compared to ordinary dark apparitions, the dark apparitions of the Netherworld army are more difficult to kill and destroy. Especially within the area covered by the Netherworld killing formation, the death energy is too dense, making it even harder to kill the dark apparitions of the Netherworld army. As Wang Ting's voice continued to ring out, the Underworld God clan's Archdevil Venerable's face grew darker and darker. His eyes became gloomier and gloomier as he stared at Wang Ting, as if he wanted to kill him on the spot. Enough. In the end, it couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly, stopping Wang Ting from speaking. All the martial artists of the Radiant Universe were stunned. They couldn't accept Wang Ting's explanation and found it unbelievable. Ordinary dark apparitions were already difficult enough to deal with. Now, Wang Ting was telling them that the dark apparitions of the Netherworld Legion were almost unkillable. No one would be able to accept this. However, the reaction of the underworld god race's demon venerate made everyone believe it. If it wasn't true, why would a dignified demon lord be so flustered and exasperated? Are you anxious? Wang Ting looked at it with a smile and said, but don't rush, let me finish. Alright. Everyone. How could he still be so mischievous at a time like this? If I'm not wrong, many of the dark apparitions of the Netherworld Legion should have died, but they were revived by the power of death. Wang Ting ignored the Underworld God Clan's demon venerable's expression and continued, and they regrouped to form the Netherworld Killing Formation, absorbing the power of death here. Alright. This power of death came from the martial artists and dark apparitions who died just now. Alright. The Underworld God Clan can extract power from death. Wow. There was an uproar in the void. The Underworld God Clan could extract power from death. What ability was this? In the past, everyone only knew that the Underworld God Clan was extremely mysterious and strange, but they never knew that they were so strange. This was simply too unbelievable. The martial artists of the Radiant Universe looked at Wang Ting in horror, then at the Underworld God Clan's demon venerable as if they were looking at a monster. No, it should be a monster among monsters, even the 3 immortal level existences were no exception. Their expressions were extremely serious, and their eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, this was the first time they had heard this. When the Underworld God Clan's demon venerable saw that Wang Ting had repeatedly revealed the secret of the Underworld God Clan, he finally could not help but reveal shock in his eyes. He stared coldly at Wang Ting. The existence of the Underworld God Clan had always been mysterious. Even the other dark races might not know much about them. Now, a martial artist of the Radiant Universe had actually revealed their core secret. It felt as if his clothes were being ripped off. So what if you know? Can you stop my Nether God Clan's killing formation? Although the Nether God Clan's demon venerable was furious, it still calmed itself down. How could it be angered by a mere domain lord? It looked coldly at Wang Ting and said, the more you know, the faster you'll die. Don't even think about escaping. A sinister voice rang out, sending a chill down the Light Universe's warriors' spines. The Nether God Clan's demon venerable was clearly determined to kill. The reason why the news about the Nether God Clan hadn't spread before was probably because the Nether God Clan had silenced all the warriors. Few who had seen them had survived. Even if they did, they might not know the secret of that power. Tianlan Starwise and the others were extremely solemn. They had exhausted all their means but still couldn't break the Nether God Clan's Nether Killing Formation. What should they do now? Rumble. At the same time, the Nether Killing Formation gradually revealed itself in the dark purple light. Originally, only the edges of the formation were revealed, but now the scene in the center was revealed. As the dark purple mist rolled, something seemed to be slowly poking out from it. What's that? Tianlan Starwise and the others narrowed their eyes. At this moment, they were like birds startled by the twang of a bough. Any change in the Nether Killing Formation was enough to shock them. Moreover, the aura constantly emanating from the center of the Nether Killing Formation was truly terrifying. Compared to before, it was even more terrifying. Wang Ting's eyes were solemn as he stared at the center of the Nether Killing Formation. The Nether God Clan's demon venerable sneered and attacked the formation formed by the 3 immortals even more ferociously. It had to defeat the combined forces of the 3 as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be defeated if the battle dragged on. The situation was very unfavorable for it. The 3 immortals naturally wouldn't just watch it break the formation. The 3 of them condensed powerful flaming blade lights with mysterious flaming patterns on them and clashed with the Underworld God Clan's demon venerable. Boom, the void shook. The dark purple mist in the Nether Killing Formation finally dispersed slowly, and a behemoth appeared. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on it. But when they saw it clearly, they couldn't help but be stunned. A chariot? Their eyes weren't deceiving them, right? What the Netherworld Killing Array condensed was actually the image of a war chariot. Many people blinked their eyes hard, and some even wondered if they were seeing things. However, that was indeed the case. It was a completely dark purple war chariot. It was covered with all sorts of sword scars as well as bloodstains. It gave off an ancient aura that was shocking. This war chariot seemed to have traveled through time and space from ancient times to this world. In addition to the extremely dense and ancient aura, there was also an evil, dark, and deathly still aura. It really is this thing. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes slightly. Even though he had obtained the Netherworld Killing Formation's attribute bubble, he had not seen it with his own eyes. Now, he had truly seen the method that it had condensed. Speaking of which, this chariot is very similar to the chariot of that terrifying powerhouse, Erebus. The only difference is that it doesn't have 3 corpses pulling it. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he suddenly thought of the Netherworld war chariot he had seen in the battle at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. It's actually a chariot. What the hell is this? I can sense a terrifying aura. What's that war chariot for? Many martial artists in the light universe reacted and could not help but exclaim. This war chariot. Tianlan Star stared at the war chariot, and his eyes flashed. He was also filled with doubts. He could not help but look at Wang Ting. Does this guy know something? Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, Wang Ting's figure appeared beside Tianlan Star, causing him to be slightly taken aback. Don't speak. Listen to me. Whoosh! Wang Ting interrupted Tianlan Star. Tianlan Star continued in a deep voice. This is the Netherworld war chariot. It can condense an extremely terrifying attack. Your will-splitting thunder-killing formation. Can't withstand it. Netherworld war chariot? Tianlan Star's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but ask, how do you know everything? Whoosh! I know a lot of things. I told you not to ask. Wang Ting said. Then what do you want to do? Tianlan Star's face darkened. He was very sullen, and he asked in annoyance. Let me control the wheel-splitting thunder-killing formation. I have a way to raise its power to a higher level. Wang Ting stared at him with a burning gaze. You want to control the wheel-splitting thunder-killing formation? Tianlan Star's expression changed. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. There's no more time. Wang Ting said anxiously. Tianlan Star's eyes were solemn. He glanced at the Netherworld war chariot again. He did feel an extreme threat. Their will-splitting thunder-killing formation really could not withstand it. Here. All right. He did not hesitate. He sighed and handed a token to Wang Ting. At this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. His expression was extremely complicated. He had no choice but to hand over the control of the formation. In the past, he had never thought that something like this would happen to him, but it still happened. To the endless sky star latitude, this was undoubtedly a huge blow. Wang Ting took the token and immediately felt a faint connection with the wheel-splitting thunder-killing formation in front of him. His figure immediately flashed, and he rushed toward the wheel-splitting thunder-killing formation. He did not look at Tianlan Star again, nor did he care about the other party's mood. At this moment, he was not in the mood to pay attention to all of this. The Netherworld war chariot condensed by the Netherworld killing formation was extremely terrifying. If it could not be blocked, the wheel-splitting thunder-killing formation would be destroyed, and most of the Radiant Universe's cultivators inside would die. In the distance, Zhao Yongyu, Li Shuasong, Gallagher, and the other geniuses saw this scene. Their expressions changed, and their hearts were filled with disbelief. Tianlan Star actually handed over the control of the wheel-splitting thunder-killing formation to Wang Ting. This was equivalent to giving away the wheel-splitting thunder-killing formation. Not only them, but the older generation powerhouses of the Tianlan territory were also shocked. Their expressions were extremely complicated. Who would have thought that in the end, they still had to rely on Wang Ting? At this time, they gradually understood why Commander Xing so let Wang Ting be the temporary commander. Wang Ting indeed had abilities that others did not have. Even Tianlan Star could not compare to him. Wang Ting sped through the wheel-splitting thunder-killing formation and quickly arrived at the center of the formation. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and his mind power immediately swept out. One by one, attribute bubbles merged into his mind. Will-splitting thunder-killing formation * 2200, will-splitting thunder-killing formation * 1800, will-splitting thunder-killing formation * 1500. Origin of Thunder, Level 5, Asterisk 5000, Origin of Thunder, Level 5, Asterisk 3500, Origin of Thunder, Level 5, Asterisk 3200. Might of Thunder, Level 5, Asterisk 3000, Might of Thunder, Level 5, Asterisk 3200, Might of Thunder, Level 5, Asterisk 3500. The formation appeared in his mind. Runes condensed and became clearer. They lit up with a dazzling light. After the Netherworld Killing Formation, the Wheel-Splitting Thunder Killing Formation began to be repaired and completed quickly. In an instant, the entire formation lit up completely. It was no longer incomplete. Countless thunder fell from the void, making the entire formation appear magical. Wheel-Splitting Thunder Killing Formation, Saint Level 4 Tribulation 6500/30,000, Proficient, very good. The entire formation is complete, and it has reached the proficient level. Wang Ting's eyes lit up as well. Thunder seemed to be brewing in them, and the formation's shadow appeared. The Wheel-Splitting Thunder Killing Formation's attribute values were much higher than the Netherworld Killing Formation, probably because he could enter the formation to pick up attribute bubbles, which gave him more attribute values and made it more complete. Now that I've mastered this killing formation, I'm more confident. Wang Ting muttered to himself. Next, the attributes of Origin of Thunder and Might of Thunder fused into his mind, increasing his mastery of these two powers. Unyielding Thunder Fighting Will, Immortal Level 8500/50,000, Level 5, Origin of Thunder, 21500/50,000, Level 5, the increase in Might of Thunder naturally caused Unyielding Thunder Fighting Will to increase as well. Its attribute value reached 8,500 points. Origin of Thunder was still at the Level 5 level, but his mastery of it had increased tremendously. With 21,500 points, it had almost reached the Level 5 middle level. Wang Ting's understanding of the Origin of Thunder had deepened. This was also very important to his mastery of the Wheel-Splitting Killing Formation. Boom! Just as Wang Ting was picking up attribute bubbles, the Netherworld War Chariot in the Netherworld Killing Formation began to gather energy. Mysterious runes appeared on the Netherworld War Chariot. These runes were dark purple in color and were clearly different from ordinary runes. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying scene appeared. Wisps of strange energy suddenly emerged from the corpses of the fallen warriors and dark apparitions and gathered toward the Netherworld War Chariot. When this energy surged out of the corpses of the warriors and dark apparitions, the corpses turned into dust and disappeared into the void. It was as if they had existed for a long time and could no longer withstand the erosion of time. However, at this moment, everyone knew that this was not the power of time but the power of the Netherworld God clan. Those corpses completely disappeared in front of their eyes. Everyone felt a deep chill that suddenly emerged from the depths of their hearts and spread throughout their bodies. They could not suppress it no matter how hard they tried. Their entire bodies were cold. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill run down their spines. Is this the power of the Netherworld God clan? Tianlan Xingwei's pupils contracted violently. He could not believe it. He suddenly looked at Wang Ting. Can he withstand this power? Yes. However, it was useless to say anything now. He could only place his hopes on Wang Ting. This was because even if it were him, he would be helpless and could not think of a better way. As the energy gathered, a huge dark purple battle spear slowly appeared on the Netherworld War Chariot. This battle spear was completely different from the previous battle spears formed by the Netherworld Killing Formation. There seemed to be some strange patterns carved on its surface that densely covered the entire spear. At the same time, wisps of dark purple fog wrapped around the battle spear and transformed into dark purple flood dragons. The direction their heads were guarding was the tip of the battle spear. These dragons were covered in runes, and an extremely dense deathly aura emanated from their bodies, shrouding the entire void. It was as if the aura of death on the battle spear was even denser than the aura of death on the entire Netherworld Killing Formation. This! Exclamation point. Tianlan Xingwei and the other martial artists of the Light Universe were shocked when they saw the scene. Their hearts were in turmoil. Activate the formation! Exclamation point. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the center of the Wheel-Splitting Thunder Killing Formation. Everyone was shocked and looked at Wang Ting. When they saw his calm face, their hearts calmed down for no reason. They gritted their teeth and immediately activated the formation according to Wang Ting's orders. Rumble. The wheel-splitting thunder-killing formation was activated. It slowly rotated in the void and gathered endless power of thunder. Wang Ting also moved. He suddenly stretched out his hand. Whoosh! An incomparably dazzling bolt of lightning appeared in his palm, like a blazing sun condensed from lightning. Although it was not big, the dazzling light made it impossible for anyone to ignore. That's... Tianlan Xingwei had been staring at Wang Ting. When he saw the lightning, he could not help but feel surprised. The thunder in Wang Ting's palm was even more terrifying than the thunder in the wheel-splitting thunder-killing formation. Although it was only a small ball, the aura it emitted seemed to cover the power of thunder gathered by the entire killing formation. Is this the source of his confidence? Tianlan Xingwei guessed. The next moment, a scene that shocked him appeared. The violent power of thunder in the wheel-splitting thunder-killing formation calmed down like a sheep and pointed at the thunder in Wang Ting's palm. The thunder remained in place and did not move at all. Everyone could still feel that the thunder in the wheel-splitting thunder-killing formation was moving toward the thunder in Wang Ting's palm. It was an extremely mysterious feeling. The martial artists in the wheel-splitting thunder-killing formation felt it particularly clearly. Thunder Spirit! Thunder Spirit! At this moment, another loud shout came from Wang Ting's mouth. Whoosh! In the void, a bolt of lightning appeared and rushed from afar, landing on Wang Ting's other hand. Guji! Guji! The jelly-like purple object slid on Wang Ting's palm, flashing with lightning. Thunder Spirit! Tianlan Xingwei's eyes flashed. He was even more confused and had no idea what Wang Ting was going to do. Next, I'll have to make things difficult for you, Wang Ting said to the Thunder Spirit. Guji! The Thunder Spirit called out weakly, its pair of big eyes looking pitiful. I'll make it up to you in the future. After Wang Ting finished speaking, he no longer hesitated. The purple top-grade heavenly thunder in his right hand approached the Thunder Spirit and said softly, "Open your mouth." The Thunder Spirit also knew that the situation was critical and there was no time to hesitate. It obeyed Wang Ting's order and opened its mouth. Ah! It swallowed the purple top-grade heavenly thunder in one gulp. Crackle! The Thunder Spirit's body suddenly emitted dense lightning, and arcs of lightning coiled around it. Then, the Thunder Spirit's body violently swelled like a balloon. It was originally only the size of a palm, but it instantly surpassed Wang Ting's body and rose into the sky. Tianlan Xingwei and the others were stunned. What kind of strange operation was this? Everyone stared blankly at the huge, balloon-like Thunder Spirit, their minds full of doubts. But very soon, a terrifying thunderous roar rang out in the void out of nowhere. Rumble! The pitch-black void unknowingly emitted a dense purple light. This purple light was different from the dark purple light of the Netherworld Killing Array. The dark purple light of the Netherworld Killing Array was filled with darkness, evil, and deathly stillness. At this moment, the purple light that appeared in the void carried a kind of majesty, holiness, and grandeur. Tianlan Xingwei and the others raised their heads to look at the void above, their eyes widening. On the other side, the Underworld God Clan's demon supreme level existence's gaze was finally attracted again. He frowned as he looked at the purple light, and an uncomfortable feeling appeared in his heart. Rumble! In an instant, thunder suddenly exploded in the purple light, revealing its true appearance. Purple thunder appeared in the void, circling above the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array. Thunder Tribulation! Thunder Tribulation! Tianlan Xingwei couldn't help but cry out in alarm. He finally understood why it looked so familiar. It was actually a thunder tribulation. Wang Ting had attracted the thunder tribulation. Good boy, it's actually a thunder tribulation. The three immortal rank existences were both surprised and delighted. They didn't expect Wang Ting to attract the thunder tribulation. This method was really unexpected. Now they finally understood Wang Ting's intention. He obviously wanted to draw the power of the thunder tribulation into the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array. Previously, the power of thunder attracted by the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array was only the most common type of thunder. If it was used against ordinary enemies, the power of thunder would naturally be extremely powerful. But now, facing the underworld god clan's killing array, they were somewhat powerless. The thunder tribulation was a kind of lightning attribute power that surpassed the power of ordinary thunder and lightning. It could even be said that it had exceeded the scope of the power of thunder. With the word tribulation, it was another kind of power of a higher level. With the addition of the power of the thunder tribulation, the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array should be able to exert more power. Maybe it could really compete with the netherworld killing array of the underworld god clan. For a time, the warriors of the light universe were all excited. Thunder. Tribulation. The pupils of the underworld god clan demon supreme level existence shrank, and he spat out 2 words from his throat. No wonder it could make him feel threatened. It turned out to be the power of the thunder tribulation. Thunder fall. Thunder tribulation. Wang Ting did not pay attention to the reaction of the crowd. When the thunder tribulation appeared, his face was serious to the extreme, and he burst out with a shout. At this moment, he had already activated the stage 5, thunder spirit body, and he himself had turned into a thunder rod, connected to the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array. Boom. Boom. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, an incomparably thick thunder tribulation fell from the void and directly bombarded his body. In an instant, Wang Ting's whole body was drowned in the power of the thunder tribulation, and his whole body was bathed in purple thunder. Many people couldn't help but turn pale with horror when they saw the scene. If they were to be hit like this, they would definitely not be able to bear it and would probably die here on the spot. Wang Ting. Feng Jin couldn't help but clench her fists, and a worried look appeared on her pretty face. This guy is too crazy. Tianlan Xingwei swallowed his saliva, feeling his mouth and tongue dry, and his heart was shocked. He was really a bit awesome. This kind of means was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Wang Ting felt a faint tingling pain on his body. The stage 3 thunder tribulation was really not something that ordinary people could touch. If it weren't for his incomparably strong physical body and his top-grade purple heavenly thunder, which had already given him some resistance, he would definitely not dare to do this. At this moment, a large amount of thunder tribulation's power flowed through his body and into the formation under his feet. The power of thunder in the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array changed, and it was full of purple thunder, no longer the ordinary thunder. However, the injection of the thunder tribulation's power also made the martial artists in the formation feel a little strained. The speed of the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array's operation gradually slowed down, as if there was a force pressing down from above, causing the formation to become sluggish. However, Wang Ting did not stop attracting the power of the thunder tribulation, and he was still madly attracting the thunder tribulation in the void. With the help of the thunder spirit, a steady stream of thunder tribulation emerged, and all of them became the energy of the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array. Ka. The wheel-splitting thunder-killing array emitted a sound as if it could not bear the burden, as if it was about to collapse. Tianlan Xingwei clenched his fists, extremely nervous. A trace of solemnity finally appeared in the eyes of the demon venerable of the Nether God clan. He stared at the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array, then frowned and looked at the netherworld chariot above the netherworld killing array. Both sides were accumulating energy, and at this moment, even he could not forcibly interrupt. Condense the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array. As the power of thunder in the killing array became more and more intense, Wang Ting finally stopped hesitating and immediately shouted. Condense. A burst of shouts followed. The martial artists of the light universe in the formation had been waiting for his order for a long time. At this moment, when they heard his voice, they immediately began to condense the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array. Boom, the thunder tribulation gathered, and a huge wheel slowly emerged above the formation. Thunder twined around it, turning into strange purple runes, exuding a powerful force. Its aura was not much weaker than the netherworld spear in the distance. However, Wang Ting did not stop there. Thunder spirit. Another burst of shouts sounded. The thunder spirit understood tacitly, and its huge body began to change, constantly elongating in the lightning, and then turned into a thunder dragon. Roar. A roar came from the thunder dragon. Its body coiled and attached to the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array, causing its aura to soar again. This works. Tianlan Xingwei was dumbfounded. He was in charge of the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array. For many years, he had never thought that there could be such an operation. Of course, it was useless even if he had thought of it, because he did not have the assistance of a natural wonder like a thunder spirit. What's more, Wang Ting's thunder spirit was cultivated by him with the power of tribulation thunder. An ordinary thunder spirit could not compare at all. Otherwise, how could it withstand the power of tribulation thunder? Kill! Suddenly, a burst of shouts came from the netherworld killing array in the distance. The netherworld spear finally finished condensing. Under the burst of shouts, it suddenly turned into a dark purple stream of light and flew toward the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array. Wherever it passed, the void directly collapsed. This time it did not tear open a spatial crack, but the surrounding space completely shattered. It was clear how terrifying the power of the netherworld spear was. Not good. Tianlan Xingwei's expression changed. Wang Ting was very calm. He raised his head and looked forward in the thunder light. His eyes seemed to contain endless thunder and lightning, full of majesty. Go! A soft shout came from his mouth. The incomparably huge wheel-splitting thunder-killing array suddenly turned into a bolt of thunder, and met the netherworld spear in front of it. Lightning flashed in the void, and the nearby space was also shattered. Then, a shocking scene appeared in the void. A purple bolt of lightning, a dark purple stream of light, they rushed toward each other from opposite directions, each dragging a long tail of light. The void around them collapsed, and inch by inch, they moved forward like a tide. At a certain moment, the two rays of light collided, and the collapsed space on both sides finally connected, like two shocking waves merging into one. Buzz, all the sound in the void disappeared, leaving only the buzzing sound of the collision. And the endless light, engulfing the void. The void seemed to be still for a moment, and then a violent explosion occurred. A terrifying energy wave swept out from the center of the collision of the two attacks, sweeping across the starry sky. This scene was spectacular to the extreme, but also terrifying to the extreme. The space in that area was already shattered. Now that the energy swept out, it erupted with even more violent fluctuations, causing the entire area to be in chaos. Fortunately, Tianlan Xingwei and the others had lured the Netherworld army's dark apparitions far away. Otherwise, if the energy hit the pyrolite or planet, the pyrolite or planet would definitely explode. The explosion of the planet was secondary. If the pyrolite ore on the planet was detonated, the warriors and dark apparitions present would not be able to escape. Even the three immortal-level existences and the demon venerable from the Netherworld God clan would not be spared. Tianlan Xingwei's eyes widened as he stared at the collision in front of him. The wheel-splitting thunder-killing array could unleash such terrifying power. He had been in charge of this killing array for many years, but he was not as good as someone who had just gained control of it. It was simply ridiculous. However, he had to admit that if Wang Ting did not control the wheel-splitting thunder-killing array, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Netherworld killing array was too terrifying. It could unleash such a terrifying attack. Zhao Yangyu, Li Shuesong, Gallagher, and the other geniuses were also shocked as they stared at the collision in front of them. Then, they could not help but look at the center of the array, at the figure wrapped in thunder. Was this the ability of a saint-level runes array master? A saint-level array in his hands was simply a killing machine. It was much more terrifying than in Tianlan Xingwei's hands. In the past, they were convinced by Tianlan Xingwei and only admired his talent and strength. But now, they were shaken. An even more terrifying genius had appeared in front of them. It was hard for them not to be shaken. If one only looked at Wang Ting's strength and means, it was easy to ignore his age. It was hard to imagine that he was much younger than them. Feng Jin's gaze was not on the collision in front of her. Instead, she stared at the figure wrapped in lightning. It was as if she wanted to imprint him deep in her heart. From this moment on, there was probably no other genius who could compare with Wang Ting in her heart. She did not dare to say whether it was in the past or in the future. "Sir, you're too strong." Heng Ke trembled with excitement. Those 1,000 commanders of the Flying Serpent Guards all lost their voices and fell into a long silence. They probably could no longer raise the thought of going against Wang Ting. At this moment, all of his thoughts disappeared without a trace. How could that guy be so freakish? The coiling scorpion centipede's expression changed as it felt its face heat up. There was really no comparison. If he were to continue making comparisons, he would feel embarrassed for himself. As a genius of the pan-scorpion race, he rarely submitted to anyone, but now, he had to submit to Wang Ting. The older generation cultivators of the Tianlan weave fell silent as well. They stared at the void in front of them, their hearts filled with shock. On the other side, the three immortal rank existences looked at each other, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. This legendary prodigy was truly terrifying. The eyes of the demon venerable from the underworld divine clan were gloomy to the extreme. He also didn't look at the collision. He just stared at the figure bathed in lightning. At this moment, the feeling this genius from the radiant universe gave him was completely on par with Xueju. Since such a monstrous existence appeared among the dark races, the radiant universe would naturally have a similar prodigy. This kid can't be left alive. A thought arose in his mind. This prodigy from the radiant universe was different from Xueju after all. Xueju was from the dark races, while Wang Ting was a genius from the radiant universe. They were like fire and water. If they didn't get rid of him as soon as possible, there would be endless trouble in the future. As if sensing the gaze of the demon venerable from the underworld divine clan, Wang Ting raised his eyes and looked at the demon venerable from the underworld divine clan. Their gazes collided in the void from a distance. At this point, the demon venerable from the underworld divine clan no longer regarded him as a domain lord level cultivator, but as an opponent worthy of attention. Rumble, rumble. 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 The collision between the two sides had reached its most intense moment. A large number of runes collapsed and shattered, dissipating directly in the air. The power of tribulation lightning and the power of death entangled and eroded each other. Waves of origin power constantly swept out, sweeping across the void. If it were an ordinary power, be it the power of tribulation lightning or the power of death, it would have been easily destroyed. But now, these two powers were extremely strange and powerful. When they collided, it was like two people meeting on a narrow path. For a time, no one could do anything to the other. Everyone's attention was once again attracted, and their eyes were fixed on the collision. Wang Ting also shifted his gaze. Even he couldn't be sure whether the current wheel of thunder could shatter the underworld spear. The situation just now was very dangerous. In fact, he could continue to condense the power of tribulation lightning, but there wasn't enough time and he had to erupt in time. Otherwise, it would be too late when the opponent's underworld spear arrived. Under everyone's gaze, time passed by minute. All of a sudden. Crack, a crisp shattering sound rang out in that area. It was especially abrupt, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. This sound was so sudden that no one could react at all. But they knew that the critical moment to determine the victor had arrived. Unfortunately, there was an extremely dense light blooming in that area, and it was impossible to see anything clearly. Crack. Crack. Kacha. Next, more and more cracking sounds came, and it was getting more and more frequent. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. This situation meant that one of the two attacks was definitely about to collapse. Everyone was extremely nervous. Even the demon lord of the Nether God clan couldn't see the situation inside the light at this moment, and his heart was in his throat. Boom. 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 Suddenly, purple thunder burst out and attacked in the direction of the underworld spear. What? The demon lord of the Nether God clan's expression changed. The thunder burst out, and the power of death emitted from the underworld spear was retreating. One weakened while the other strengthened. The situation it didn't want to see the most had happened. At the same time, Tianlan, Xingwei, and the other martial artists of the radiant universe clenched their fists, and a trace of excitement appeared on their faces. Boom! In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, an extremely violent roar came from the void, and an extremely dazzling dark purple light burst out. The underworld spear was shattered, endless thunder light poured forward, and the wheel of thunder and lightning appeared in front of everyone. It was already broken, and most of the runes on it had collapsed. Even the thunder dragon wrapped around the wheel of thunder only had half of its body left. But it still rushed forward, rushing toward the underworld killing formation with irresistible force. In the underworld killing formation, the dark apparitions roared, and their voices were full of fear. They seemed to want to mobilize the power of the underworld killing formation to resist the bombardment of the Wheel of Thunder and Lightning. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Boom, the Wheel of Thunder and Lightning sped through the void and crashed into the underworld killing formation. The terrifying power of Tribulation Thunder instantly erupted and drowned it. The power of Tribulation Thunder from the Wheel of Thunder and Lightning seemed to have triggered some kind of trigger, and the void in that area suddenly had a tribulation. Thunder was born out of thin air. Tribulation Thunder fell with a loud rumble, slamming into the underworld killing formation. Roar! 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 Waves of mournful roars suddenly came from the underworld killing formation. The runes on the underworld killing formation were collapsing, and the power of death wrapped around it was collapsing under the bombardment of the Tribulation Thunder. The formation began to shatter. Good. Good. Tianlan Xingwei couldn't help but clench his fist and wave it fiercely. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his image. The excitement in his heart could no longer be concealed. The others were the same. Their faces were flushed with excitement, and they couldn't control themselves at all. The underworld killing formation, that was the underworld killing formation of the underworld god clan, and now it was shattered by them just like that. All the light universe's warriors in the Wheel of Thunder and Lightning felt proud. Because they also had a part to play in it. Although the main credit was Wang Ting's, being able to participate in it gave them a different feeling. It was glory. The glory of winning the war. The three immortal rank existences were also a little excited. The underworld killing formation was destroyed, and victory was right in front of them. Rumble, in the next moment, the underworld killing formation finally couldn't hold on any longer and exploded in the void. The rich power of death collapsed in the void and was constantly being melted by the Tribulation Thunder. It had to be said that the Wheel of Thunder and Lightning formation allowed Wang Ting's top-grade purple heavenly thunder to unleash its strongest power. Of course, the top-grade purple heavenly thunder also allowed the Wheel of Thunder and Lightning formation to unleash its power. The two complemented each other, or it would never have been able to achieve this. In the Tribulation Thunder, the dark apparitions' bodies exploded, and their flesh was directly shattered. Then, the Tribulation Thunder wrapped around their shattered bodies and eroded the power of death within, so these dark apparitions could no longer recover. Roar! 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 However, there were still many dark apparitions trying to recover their bodies. They frantically absorbed the power of death around them and turned it into their own nourishment. Not enough. Wang Ting noticed this and immediately shouted, "Activate the formation." Roar! Everyone suddenly quivered and reacted. They activated the formation one after another. Bolts of Tribulation Thunder fell from the void and entered the Wheel of Thunder and Lightning formation, condensing into bolts of thunder. These bolts of thunder contained the power of Tribulation Thunder. Thunder fall. Wang Ting controlled the formation and unleashed the most primitive attack. The dark apparitions were drowned. Bolts of thunder struck down, killing the dark apparitions that were trying to revive. Roar! I'm unwilling. Roar! I'm immortal. Roar! Furious roars of unwillingness came from the dark apparitions' mouths. They were all upper-level demon emperors. Their power of death was stronger than ordinary dark apparitions, and they were difficult to kill. However, under the Tribulation Thunder's power, the power of death in their bodies had completely melted, and they were uncontrollably heading toward death. Die! Roar! Wang Ting's voice was cold. It was like the judgment of the heavens. Tribulation Thunder had descended and washed away the darkness and evil. Tribulation Thunder plowed the ground. In just a moment, all the dark apparitions in that area had fallen. Their bodies melted and completely disappeared from this world. The entire void fell silent. Only the remnant energy was still sweeping. Inside the Wheel of Thunder and Lightning formation, the Light Universe's martial artists were all panting heavily. They had consumed a lot of energy, but no one cared about this at the moment. Their faces were filled with uncontrollable excitement. They won, they finally won, so what if it was the Netherworld army? They were still annihilated in their hands today. Even if this was only a team of the Netherworld army, their results today were enough to shock the entire Alliance army. Once the news spread, the entire Alliance army would definitely be excited. No one had ever been able to do this before, but they had done it now. Everyone couldn't help but look at Wang Ting with a hint of admiration in their eyes. He was the one who led them to annihilate the Netherworld army. If it weren't for Wang Ting, they would have already failed. At this moment, even the older generation of martial artists couldn't help but feel a trace of respect for Wang Ting. This was the true prodigy of their light universe. Just as everyone was extremely excited, Wang Ting wasn't so optimistic. He turned to look at the demon sovereign from the Underworld Divine Clan and couldn't help but frown. Since just now, the demon sovereign from the Underworld Divine Clan had been too quiet, so quiet that it was somewhat unusual. Oh no, stop it. Stop. Wang Ting's eyebrows twitched as he suddenly realized something. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately roared. Everyone was stunned, not understanding why Wang Ting was so agitated. Only the three immortals looked at the demon sovereign from the Underworld Divine Clan and their expressions changed drastically. They immediately operated the tripartite flame formation and attacked the demon sovereign. It's too late. Stop. An extremely calm voice came from the demon sovereign from the Underworld Divine Clan. Boom, in an instant, an extremely dense aura of death erupted from his body, making him seem like a dark purple sun. However, there was no sign of life at all, only deathly stillness. Bang, with a casual wave of its hand, the flaming blade light condensed by the tripartite flame formation collapsed directly, unable to hurt it at all. How is this possible? The three immortals were horrified, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Damn it. Damn it. Wang Ting stared at the demon sovereign from the Underworld Divine Clan and couldn't help but curse. Because the current situation prevented him from casually activating the Underworld Divine Body, he didn't notice in time that the demon sovereign from the Underworld Divine Clan had taken advantage of the moment when the Underworld Killing Formation was destroyed to absorb the Underworld Force. He originally thought that the Underworld Force inside had been completely destroyed by the Tribulation Lightning, but now he understood that the reason why the Underworld Force dissipated so quickly was that it had been absorbed by the demon sovereign. It could only be said that the energy over there was so chaotic that even he didn't notice anything unusual. You really surprised this demon sovereign. Damn it. The demon sovereign from the Underworld Divine Clan slowly stepped out of the void. Its entire body exuded a dark purple light, and its dark purple hair danced in the void. Its exquisite and sharp horns were entwined with complex and mysterious patterns, exuding a noble and evil aura. The underworld force entwined around it made it look like a true god who truly controlled death. Compared to it, Ming Minata was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. The demon sovereign from the Underworld Divine Clan didn't look at the three immortals. Instead, its gaze fell on Wang Ting as it spoke indifferently. This demon sovereign has to admit that I underestimated you before. Yes. You actually destroyed the underworld army that this demon sovereign personally cultivated. Even some of the immortals from your radiant universe can't compare to your methods. Yes. Wang Ting's expression was solemn as he thought of a way to break out of this situation. He didn't have the mood to listen to the words of the demon sovereign from the Underworld Divine Clan, nor did he take its so-called praise to heart. Because the more the demon sovereign acted like this, the more determined it was to kill him. Damn it, if one's performance was too outstanding, they would be hated. This demon sovereign didn't look for the three immortals but chose to look for him. What a scam. Actually, this demon sovereign has to thank you. If you hadn't destroyed the underworld killing formation, this demon sovereign wouldn't have been willing to absorb the underworld force. The demon sovereign from the Underworld Divine Clan continued. No need to thank me. Wang Ting said. The demon sovereign from the Underworld Divine Clan seemed to be silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Very good, you are indeed arrogant and unyielding. This way, when this demon sovereign kills you, it will be even more satisfying. Humph. 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 Seeing that they were ignored, the three immortals immediately snorted coldly. Demon sovereign from the Underworld Divine Clan, if you want to leave, you'll have to go through us first. Humph, alright, this demon sovereign will deal with you first. The demon sovereign from the Underworld Divine Clan looked at the three immortals. A dark purple light flashed in his eyes. He raised the battle sword in his hand, and a dazzling light burst out. An indescribable sword intent of death spread out from it, and runes wrapped around it. They were densely packed and emitted a terrifying aura of origin law. This. Humph. The three immortals' expressions changed drastically. They felt an extreme threat from the sword light. They immediately looked at each other and shouted. Duyan battle sword. Humph. The flames condensed and turned into a huge battle sword. Runes wrapped around it, emitting a scorching aura of origin law. The three immortals were all fire-type warriors. At this moment, they unleashed their power at the same time, unleashing the power of this formation to the extreme and condensing it into a sword. You can't stop this demon sovereign. The demon sovereign from the underworld divine clan was extremely confident at this moment. The dark purple light in his eyes burned brightly as he slashed out with the battle sword in his hand. Boom, as the sword fell, the surrounding void exploded. Slash. The three immortals were not to be outdone. With a roar, they controlled the flaming battle sword and slashed out with it. Clang, the sword light and the sword light collided with a loud bang, erupting with a violent sound of metal clashing. Even the void trembled. Crack, in just an instant, an extremely clear shattering sound reverberated in the void. The expressions of the people from the light universe changed drastically, and they were extremely shocked. This was because they saw that the battle sword condensed by the three immortals had actually shattered. It was covered in cracks and was no match for the sword light. After this demon sovereign absorbed the underworld death energy of the underworld killing formation, you still tried to resist. How laughable. The demon sovereign from the underworld divine clan said indifferently, shatter for this demon sovereign. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the flaming sword light finally could not hold on and shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless tiny sword lights that shot out in all directions. Then, the dark purple sword light fell straight toward the three immortals. Boom, the dark purple sword ray fell under the horrified gazes of the three immortals. Even though the three immortals were in different positions, they were still within the sword ray's range as if they were locked on. This was the terrifying part of a powerful battle technique. Even if it was just one sword, it was enough to deal with several opponents. At the same time, the three immortals looked extremely solemn and shocked. At this moment, they couldn't care about anything else. They unleashed their star force and poured it into the formation. Boom. Boom. Boom, three flaming light pillars rose from the formation and enveloped the three immortals. Boom, in the next moment, the dark purple sword ray finally arrived and slammed into the formation. Countless sword rays swept out, drowning the entire formation and the three immortal level existences. Terrifying death energy poured out like a torrent and slammed into the three crimson flaming light pillars. Tianlan, Xingwei, and the others were shocked. They didn't expect the three immortals to be unable to block the attack of the demon master from the Nether God clan. How did the opponent become so powerful? This wasn't martial Dao at all. Wang Ting's expression also changed slightly. His heart was heavy. His eyes flashed as he thought about how to deal with the situation in front of him. The Thunderwheel-splitting killing formation alone seemed to be unable to deal with the demon master from the Nether God clan. Moreover, the warriors in the Thunderwheel-splitting killing formation were severely exhausted. How could they launch another powerful attack like the one just now? Crack. Crack. Crack, the three crimson light pillars flickered rapidly, emitting bursts of shattering sounds, causing everyone's complexion to turn deathly pale. If the three immortals were defeated, what was the point of winning? Even if all the warriors present joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the demon master. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Let's see how long you can last. A faint laugh came from the center of the formation. It was the demon master from the Nether God clan. Boom. Boom. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the three crimson light pillars shattered and turned into terrifying force waves that swept in all directions. Following which, three figures flew out from within. They were the three immortals. Pucci, the three undying rank existences all spat out a mouthful of blood. Sword wounds actually appeared on their bodies. Strands of dark purple energy were entering their bodies through the wounds. So what if the three of you work together? How are you going to stop me? The demon master of the Nether God clan was exuding a powerful aura at this moment. His dark purple hair danced in the air like the god of death. The expressions of the three immortal rank existences fluctuated and became incomparably unsightly. They desperately circulated the origin power in their bodies in an attempt to resist the invasion of the death energy, but to no avail. Even the immortal power in their bodies was being worn down by the death energy. If they couldn't get rid of it, they would probably die here today. Don't struggle. How can the netherworld death energy of my netherworld divine clan be something you can eliminate? The underworld god clan's demon master said disdainfully, as if he didn't care about the three immortal level existences at all. The three immortal rank existences' expressions turned even uglier. They clenched their teeth and said, even if we die here today, you won't have it easy either. Humph. The underworld god clan's demon master narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be a little afraid, but he didn't show it on his face. He snorted coldly and said, do you think you can threaten me like this? Ridiculous. I'll send you on your way now. Boom, the battle sword in his hand erupted with sword light again. His figure suddenly disappeared on the spot and charged toward the three immortal rank existences. Kill. Kill. The three immortal rank existences were not to be outdone. They once again formed a formation and charged toward the underworld god clan's demon master with a roar. They had no intention of retreating. They knew they couldn't retreat. Because if they retreated, the light universe's martial artists behind them would definitely not be able to escape. Against the demon master level existences, in other words, a single strike would be enough to kill all of them. Boom. Boom. Boom, the three immortal rank existences used all their strength to collide with the underworld god clan's demon master. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop the other party at all. They were forced to retreat, and the wounds on their bodies continued to increase. A large amount of death energy invaded their bodies, wearing away their immortal power. Boom, in just a moment, the three immortal rank existences were once again sent flying. Their bodies were torn apart, and they kept bleeding. For immortal rank existences, this was undoubtedly inconceivable. Their bodies were so strong that they could be called immortal. Now, they couldn't stop the attack of the underworld god clan's demon master. Their bodies were even cracking. The three immortal rank existences were entangled by the death energy. There was a sense of deathly stillness spreading out, as if they were walking toward death. The light universe's martial artists present could clearly feel the changes in the three immortal rank existences. At first, their vitality was so exuberant, like three giant astral beasts. But now, their bodies were entangled by the death energy, as if they were walking toward death. It was really unbelievable. Everyone was shocked and worried about the three immortal rank existences. They were extremely nervous. Wang Ting. Tianlan Xingwei couldn't help but look back at Wang Ting. He had no other choice but to seek help from this monster, hoping to see another miracle. Yes, a miracle. In this situation, he could only hope for a miracle. In the face of such a terrifying underworld god clan's demon master, what could Wang Ting, a mere domain master, do? However, shut up. Shut up. Wang Ting wasn't in the mood to pay attention to him. He shouted coldly and focused on the attribute panel, looking for a solution. Tianlan Xingwei. Although he was rebuked and felt a little embarrassed, no one was paying attention to this at the moment. Moreover, he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to this matter. He looked anxiously at the three immortal rank existences. At the same time, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. This was really a desperate situation. Under such circumstances, what could Wang Ting do? Oh right, how could I forget this? At this moment, Wang Ting's eyes flashed rapidly, and a light bulb flashed in his mind. He seemed to have thought of something. Heavenly flame, if he used the heavenly flame together with the formation of the three immortal rank existences, could he resist the attack of the underworld god clan's demon master? At this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. He immediately transmitted his voice, "Seniors, can you let me enter the formation?" Shut up. The three immortal rank existences were being forced to retreat by the underworld god clan's demon master when they suddenly heard Wang Ting's voice. They couldn't help but be stunned, and then their eyes lit up with surprise. You have a way? Yes. They subconsciously transmitted their voices almost at the same time. A dead horse is still alive. Wang Ting didn't make any guarantees and said in a low voice, Okay. The three immortal rank existences didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. Enter the formation. We'll use you as the formation's core. Yes. Originally, the tripartite flame grand array only needed 3 people. This was a 3-person joint attack array. If they wanted to add more people, they could only add one more person, and they had to use that person as the core, which was equivalent to using a person as the core. This required a lot of trust. Otherwise, if they recklessly handed the core to an outsider, the consequences would be unpredictable. Moreover, this person was a domain lord-level martial artist. The difference between them and him was too great. However, in view of Wang Ting's previous performance, the 3 immortal rank existences chose to believe in Wang Ting and let him enter the formation. They even made him the core and able to control the formation. They did this because they really had no other choice. Wang Ting was also a saint-level runes formation master. Perhaps he could really bring them another miracle. You dare to be distracted while fighting me. The underworld demon master sneered and slashed at the yellow-haired immortal rank with the battle sword in his hand. It was already annoyed by the 3 of them. Now, it had to focus its attacks and kill one of them first. At this point, the 3 immortal ranks probably couldn't hold on any longer. Boom, a terrifying dark purple sword light slashed out and went straight for the yellow-haired immortal. Candace. Suqing and the 3-eyed race Undying seemed to have sensed something. Their expressions changed as they roared out in anger. This sword light wasn't aimed at the 3 of them. Instead, it went straight for the immortal rank Candace. Bastard! Suqing and the 3-eyed race immortals were enraged. They attacked the underworld god race demon knight in an attempt to force it to retreat. Too late. The underworld demon master sneered and extended its other hand. A dark purple barrier was formed in front of it, and it was going to take the attacks of the 2 immortal ranks head-on. However, the sword light was still heading for the immortal rank Candace. It was going to kill her right there and then. The immortal rank Candace's pupils contracted. She couldn't care about anything else. She roared and a battle sword appeared in her hand. She slashed at the terrifying dark purple sword light. Clang! In the next moment, the 2 sword lights collided with a loud bang, emitting the sound of metal clashing. However, the sword light from the immortal rank Candace shattered quickly. It couldn't stop the dark purple sword light at all. Boom, a terrifying rumble rang out as numerous fine sword radiances shot out from the shattered sword radiance. Dense origin power shockwaves swept out in all directions. Die. The underworld demon master's sword light slashed down and was about to hit the immortal rank Candace. At this moment, even this immortal rank was shocked. Her eyes showed a trace of determination. She decided to use her immortal power at all costs. Senior, activate the formation. At this moment, Wang Ting's voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the 3 immortal rank existences. They didn't know what Wang Ting was going to do, but they reacted immediately and activated the formation. Even the immortal rank Candace was no exception. The origin power that was going to block the dark purple sword light was injected into the remaining formation. Boom, the next moment, a white flame pillar suddenly erupted from the immortal rank Candace's feet. The bright and holy flame surrounded the immortal rank Candace, protecting her inside. It was filled with light intent. Boom, when the dark purple sword light collided with the white pillar of flame, a violent reaction immediately occurred, and bursts of sizzling sounds erupted. The deathly energy on the sword light was actually blocked and even melted away. What? The sneer on the underworld demon master's face suddenly froze. He looked at the white flame in disbelief. Suqing and the 3-eyed race immortal both let out a sigh of relief. They were pleasantly surprised. Wang Ting really did it, the immortal rank Candace was shocked. She then let out a sigh of relief. She felt like she had just survived a disaster. If the sword light had landed on her, she wouldn't have been far from death. The underworld demon master definitely wouldn't let her go. He would be the first to kill her. Immortals were indeed hard to kill. However, in front of a terrifying being like the underworld demon master, even an immortal rank had to be prepared to die. Luckily, Wang Ting didn't disappoint them. He really could create miracles. Sky Below Star Latitude and the others finally calmed down. They almost thought the immortal rank Candace was going to die. Their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. However, what followed was intense shock. Wang Ting again, did he really create another miracle? Many people looked towards Wang Ting. They realized he had disappeared from the thunder wheel splitting killing formation and appeared in the three-talent flame formation. A domain lord was alone. He went deep into the battlefield between the three immortals and the underworld demon master. Everyone's eyes widened. They stared blankly at Wang Ting, who had stepped into the three-talent flame formation. Their hearts were in turmoil. They couldn't calm down. What kind of courage was this? It's you. I haven't gone to find you, and you've come to die. The underworld demon master stared at Wang Ting and said coldly. I can't help it. I just like to look for shit. Do you have it? Show me one. Wang Ting didn't back down. He looked at it and smiled. Everyone was dumbfounded. He was toying with a demon master? Although they were like fire and water, wasn't he afraid that the underworld demon master would go crazy? It could only be said that daring people could do anything. The facial muscles of the underworld god clan's demon lord twitched. And his face darkened. Not only did this light universe's prodigy ruin its plans time and time again, he even dared to humiliate it. He was courting death. It was a demon master. When had it ever been treated like this? This was the first time something like this had ever happened. Ha ha ha. The three immortal rank existences laughed heartily. Wang Ting was really a weirdo. Not only were his methods unexpected, but his words were also very sharp. He had actually humiliated the underworld demon master. Humph. The underworld demon master snorted. He stared at Wang Ting and said, You have a sharp tongue. I'll see how you die later. Humph. Lord Demon Master, don't you like my unruly appearance? I am doing this to cater to Lord Demon Venerable's preferences. I am trying my best to maintain it. Wang Ting said. The underworld demon master. Everyone. Trying to cater to the Lord Demon Master? Trying to be unruly? Damn, he was really a talent. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The underworld demon master secretly took a few deep breaths. Killing intent surged in its eyes. It charged toward Wang Ting without a care. Seniors, let's begin. Wang Ting's expression suddenly turned extremely stern. His smiling expression disappeared instantly as he shouted loudly, You're right. I've been waiting. The eyes of the three immortals flashed. They formed a seal with their hands, and the force in their bodies poured out continuously. The array's phantom changed. Runes appeared in the void, and then the entire array began to spin at high speed. Swoosh, Wang Ting's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Boom, the devil venerable from the god of underworld clan appeared and reached out to grab Wang Ting. Unfortunately, he only caught the afterimage left behind by Wang Ting. He was stunned for a moment, then his expression turned ugly. It had been fooled. It suddenly looked back and saw that the light universe's prodigy had appeared at the array's core. That position was originally the closest to it. However, when it rushed toward Wang Ting, it left that position empty, allowing Wang Ting to enter the core smoothly. You did it on purpose? The underworld demon master asked coldly. Correct. Unfortunately, there's no reward. Wang Ting grinned. Very well. No one has ever dared to trick me. You're the first. The underworld demon master's anger rose as it said coldly. And you'll be the last. Wang Ting's expression suddenly turned cold. Suddenly, three strange flames burst out from his body. Light sacred flame, green jade glazed flame, 10,000 beasts true spirit flame, the three types of heavenly flame immediately merged into the array below. Terrifying heat erupted and instantly spread out through the array. Boom. Boom. Boom, the green flame appeared at the Sioux City Immortals' position. It rushed into the sky and turned into a huge green dragon. The red flame appeared at the position of the three immortals and condensed into a mystical giant flame turtle above its head. The giant turtle's tail was actually a python. A giant python stretched out from its back and coiled around the giant turtle's back. And at the position of Candace's immortal, the white flame became denser and denser. Then, it turned into a white holy beast covered in white scales with a sharp horn on its head. It looked like a deer, a tiger, and a lion. Roar! 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 The next moment, the three flame beasts roared in unison, shaking the sky. The void instantly fell into silence. Only the roars of the three flame beasts reverberated. Those are 3 types of heavenly flame? Tianlan Xingwei's eyes widened. Thunder rumbled in his mind. He was shocked to the extreme. The others were also stunned. They stared blankly at the 3 flame beasts. Tianlan Xingwei's words echoed in their ears. They were speechless. Some people knew that Wang Ting had heavenly flame, but some didn't. But at this moment, they clearly felt the shock. What was it like for a person to have 3 types of heavenly flame? They didn't know before, but now they seemed to understand. This was a monster. The 3 immortals looked at the flame beasts above their heads. Feeling the scorching heat, they couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Even though they knew that Wang Ting's methods were definitely not simple, they were still shocked after seeing it for themselves. They were fire element martial artists. Now that they felt the mystery of heavenly flame, they were even a little intoxicated. If not for the fact that the situation didn't allow it, they would have studied the 3 heavenly flames. It was too rare. It was already difficult to see 1 heavenly flame. Now that there were 3 who could control themselves, it was too much to use this to test fire element martial artists. Lord Demon Commander, please enlighten me. Yes. At the core of the formation, Wang Ting was surrounded by 3 colored flames. He was like the king of fire. His eyes were burning as he spoke to the demon commander from the underworld god clan. Isn't it just a demon commander? Let's do it now. Lord Demon Commander, please enlighten me. Calm. The calm voice echoed in the void, causing the surroundings to fall into silence. Although Wang Ting addressed the underworld demon commander as Lord, anyone could tell that he was provoking the underworld demon commander. So what if you're a demon commander? I'm not afraid of you. This was Wang Ting's attitude. All the warriors in the light universe couldn't help but look at Wang Ting, their hearts trembling. A domain lord-level warrior had challenged the underworld demon commander. What a ridiculous thing to do. But it was happening right in front of him. The 3 immortal-level existences were also excited, and their depression from being suppressed by the underworld demon commander dissipated a lot. They could still fight. Good. Very good. Yes. The underworld demon commander stared coldly, murderous intent surging in his heart as if he was already a dead man. Wang Ting looked back at him, and there was no sign of retreat on his face. He didn't hesitate at all. He immediately activated the array and pushed the power of the 3 heavenly flames to the extreme. The 3 immortal-level existences immediately cooperated and poured their power into the array. They could feel that the array's power was soaring rapidly, and with the addition of the 3 heavenly flames, the power was many times stronger than before. Roar! 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 The 3 flame beasts roared, and then a ball of flame burst out of their mouths, shooting toward the center of the array. 3 different colored flames converged at the center, fusing together and turning into a blazing ball of light. An incomparably scorching temperature swept out. The 3 heavenly flames merged, and the temperature was terrifying to the extreme. The surrounding space began to distort, unable to withstand the high temperature. Then, it actually melted, revealing an even darker spatial crack. This was unbelievable. Just the heat emitted by the flames was enough to melt the space. The underworld demon commander felt the terrifying heat, and his eyes narrowed. His expression was a little ugly, and then he became completely serious. Who would have thought that a fake domain lord-level warrior could influence the direction of this battle and even threaten him, but at this moment, he had to admit that the other party really did it. Condense. Yes. Wang Ting suddenly let out an explosive shout. Clang! At this moment, it was as if a saber had been unsheathed. In the next moment, the voice of death resounded in the void. The ball of light formed by the fusion of the 3 flames suddenly began to change. It was as if an invisible hammer was hammering in the void, turning it into a saber. A tricolored saber, 3 different colored heavenly flames wrapped around the saber, making it look extremely magical and extraordinary. A terrifying temperature swept out from the saber light, and the surrounding space immediately emitted cracking sounds. Then, it shattered, unable to withstand the terrifying saber will. In the distance, Tianlan, Xingwei, and the other warriors of the radiant universe felt tremendous pressure. It was as if the flaming saber was hanging over their heads, ready to kill them. This. Everyone was shocked beyond words. Just by sensing that saber will from afar, it was already so terrifying. Kakaka, even the thunder will splitting killing formation was affected. It made cracking sounds as if it was about to shatter. Retreat! Tianlan, Xingwei, roared. Everyone reacted, and their expressions changed slightly. They hurriedly controlled the wheel-splitting thunder wheel-splitting killing formation and retreated into the distance. They knew that Wang Ting could not take care of them at all. If they got too close, they would inevitably be implicated. Damn it! Die! The Nether God clan demon Venerable felt an extreme threat. It did not dare to be careless anymore. It immediately roared and raised the sword in its hand high above its head. Boom! Rich death energy continuously erupted from its body and merged into the sword, turning into a sword light that soared into the sky. The sword light instantly expanded from dozens of feet to dozens of feet in length, and then to thousands of feet in length. Even so, it did not stop. The dark star force and death energy crazily erupted from its body and poured into the sword. Runes appeared one after another and wrapped around the sword. That was the power of the origin law. However, this was not enough. Another strange power surged out from its body, emitting an immortal aura. Immortality power. The Nether God clan demon Venerable also had immortality power. At this moment, facing the three-colored sword light, it had no choice but to use immortality power when it had already used its death energy. For immortals and demon venerables, immortality power was also very rare. Unless it was necessary, they would not use it easily. When the three immortals saw this, their expressions changed slightly. They could not help but look at each other, and then nodded in unison. Boom! 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 Immortality power suddenly erupted from their bodies and poured into the three-colored sword light. Clang! The three-colored sword light trembled and underwent a drastic change. Immortality power wrapped around it, causing the sword light to become more and more solid. It exuded immortality as if even the erosion of time would not cause it to decay. Three-colored sword light. Dark purple sword light, both of them were constantly expanding, as if they had not reached their limit. The power inside was also constantly brewing. Anyone could see that. Both sides had staked everything on this one attack to determine the winner. In the distance, the Light Universe warriors stared nervously. They were all silent and did not make the slightest sound. They even seemed to have forgotten to breathe. Not enough. Wang Ting glanced at the sword light condensed by the Underworld God clan's demon Venerable in the distance, and then looked up at the three-colored sword light. He could feel that the three-colored sword light they condensed seemed to be lacking by a lot. There was no time to think. He waved his hand, and special flames erupted from his body again, merging into the tripartite flame formation. Sea Whale Flame. Star Sparrow Flame. Furious Bestial Flame. Wood Pavilion Flame. Greystone Flame. Purple Spirit Flame. Thunder Heart Flame. Fox Spirit Flame. Torch Dragon Flame. Flame Bat Flame. Wang Ting did not care how much these flames could do. They all erupted and merged into the formation. Boom! The next moment, these special flames all merged into the three flame beasts, turning into flame power. They spat out from their mouths and merged into the three-colored sword light. In the blink of an eye, flaming runes appeared on the three-colored blade light. Blue, green, gray, purple, flame patterns of various colors adorned the tricolored saber light, giving it a sense of complexity and profoundness. The three-colored sword light's power suddenly skyrocketed. Oh, 0-0. In the distance, Tianlan, Xingwei, and the others were stunned. There was only one thought in their minds: how many types of flames does this guy have? Although these flames could not be compared to the heavenly flames of heaven and earth, they were very special flames that were rarely seen. Yet, Wang Ting had so many of them. Not only them, even the three immortal level existences were in disbelief. They could not help but gulp. Although they did not want to admit it, they were really envious and jealous. As immortal-level existences, they could not compare to this domain master-level warrior in terms of the flames they controlled. Comparing oneself to others would only lead to death. The underworld god clan's demon venerable's pupils contracted. He glanced at Wang Ting, then stared at the three-colored sword light, and his expression became more and more serious. This human prodigy was really beyond his expectations. He could actually do this. It was really unbelievable. A blood-red figure suddenly appeared in his mind. It was the Blood Clan's genius, Xueju. At this moment, he had completely regarded Wang Ting and the Blood Clan's genius, Xueju, as equals. His gaze was extremely cold. He did not say anything. He just constantly stimulated his own power and integrated it into the dark purple sword light above his head. Time passed slowly. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. The atmosphere in the entire void stagnated, making people breathless. Terrifying energy fluctuations constantly swept out from the three-colored sword light and the dark purple sword light, spreading in all directions. The two attacks were surrounded by cracks in space. These two attacks had not yet been launched, but they had already emitted extremely terrifying power. It was shocking. Wang Ting and the underworld god clan's demon venerable looked at each other from afar. Their gazes were extremely cold, and they were both determined to kill each other. Both of their auras were rising steadily. Kill. 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 At a certain moment, both of their attacks seemed to have reached the peak. Finally, without hesitation, they both roared and launched their attacks. The underworld god clan's demon venerable slashed out with the battle sword in his hand. The dark purple sword light, which had already reached a length of 10,000 feet, cut through the void and fell fiercely. Wang Ting pointed at the dark purple sword light. The three-colored sword light above his head also erupted, emitting a dazzling three-colored light, and fell with a loud bang. Clang, the sword and the blade collided, and the sound of metal colliding erupted. It was deafening and resounded through the void. The Light Universe's martial artists' faces were filled with pain. Blood flowed from their ears, and they hurriedly sealed their ears with their origin power. They had already learned their lesson before, but they were so nervous just now that they had forgotten about it. The collision of attacks between experts was extremely terrifying. Even if they had already hidden far away, they were still affected by the sound of the collision. Moreover, the origin power fluctuations also swept out and hit the thunder wheel-splitting killing array. Boom, the entire wheel-splitting thunder wheel-splitting killing array shook. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the attacks from both sides to be so terrifying. They had hidden so far away, but they still suffered a lot of impact. Of course, the most outrageous one was Wang Ting. With his addition, the attack condensed by the tripartite flame array was actually able to contend with the attack of the underworld god clan's demon sovereign. Unbelievable, waves of scorching energy swept over, causing the Light Universe's martial artists to feel a burning pain on their skin. Their faces were once again aghast. They were so far away, but the scorching temperature still affected them so greatly. What would happen if they were at the center? It was unimaginable. Boom. 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 At this moment, at the point where the three-colored saber radiance and the dark purple sword radiance collided, there were countless tiny saber radiances and sword radiances sweeping out. They were like torrents, colliding in the void. The two attacks were so terrifying that it was impossible to determine the winner in a short time. Instead, the energy that erupted from them collided and constantly wore each other down. The scene was both spectacular and terrifying. Blazing light erupted from within as the power of flame and the power of death collided and wore each other down. If it were an ordinary power of flame that encountered the power of death, it would certainly be at a disadvantage, but at this moment, the power of flame erupted from a heavenly flame. Moreover, there was a heavenly flame that specialized in restraining the power of darkness, the light sacred flame. No matter how powerful the power of death was, it could not do anything to the power of flame that erupted from the three-colored sword light. On the contrary, the power of death seemed to be suppressed. Good. Seeing this, the three immortal rank existences were overjoyed. They had been suppressed too ruthlessly before, and now they could finally get back at them. The power of the heavenly flame did not disappoint them. The other martial artists of the Light Universe were also overjoyed. They looked excitedly at the place where the sword and blade collided, waiting for the result. Humph. Humph. The underworld god clan demon. Sovereign narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. He turned into a dark purple light and rushed straight toward the sword light, instantly merging with it. One with the sword, the underworld god clan demon sovereign had mastered one with the sword. At this moment, it was astonishingly powerful. It merged with the dark purple sword light, and its power of death fused with the sword light, erupting with an even more terrifying power. Boom. Boom. Boom, a series of explosions sounded. The runes on the three-colored sword light were frantically crumbling, unable to resist the sudden explosion of the power of death. At this moment, the power of death that erupted from the dark purple sword light was too strong. It had already passed through the karmic reaping of the sword staff. It was so powerful that it had surpassed the flaming sword above the three-colored sword light. The situation suddenly reversed. The underworld god clan demon sovereign had mastered one with the sword. Wang Ting's pupils shrank violently, and his heart trembled. Although one with the sword was rare, some sword Dao geniuses could still master it. What really surprised Wang Ting was that the underworld god clan demon sovereign, such a powerful existence, had also mastered one with the sword, and it had never been used before. The stronger the opponent was, the more powerful one with the sword would be. Among the experts that Wang Ting had encountered, there were very few who could master one with the sword. He did not expect to encounter one today. Break for me! Boom, a loud roar came from the dark purple sword light. With the outburst of the underworld god clan demon sovereign, the three-colored sword light could not withstand it in the end. Cracks appeared on the sword light, and it was about to shatter. Damn it! Boom! The three immortal rank existences' expressions changed drastically. The force in their bodies kept erupting, frantically turning the formation, trying to stop the collapse of the three-colored sword light. However, crack! 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 Bursts of shattering sounds were constantly heard, echoing in the void. It was incomparably clear. It's over. The light universe's warriors were all pale, and despair could not help but appear in their eyes. The situation was clearly in their favor just now, but it was reversed in an instant. This underworld god clan demon sovereign was too difficult to deal with. Boom! Boom! Boom, the roar continued to reverberate, and the collapse of the three-colored sword light became more and more obvious. The body of the sword shattered, and fragments kept falling from the body, turning into flames in the void, and then dissipating. Ha ha ha! Die! Boom! The underworld god clan demon sovereign's loud laughter came from the dark purple sword light, with a hint of pride. Being able to defeat three immortal ranks from the light universe and a monstrous genius under such circumstances, even it could not help but feel a little proud. Boom, in the next moment, the three-colored sword light finally could not withstand it and exploded with a loud bang. The three-colored light burst out, shining on the faces of the light universe's warriors, causing them to fall into deep despair. Had they lost just like that, everyone's heart was filled with unwillingness, but unfortunately, they were powerless to change anything. They could only watch the scene happen in front of them. Battles with dark apparitions had always been like this. Losing more than winning, but even if they were mentally prepared, who could accept such an outcome now? No one was willing to lose. They had put in so much effort, wasn't it just to fight for a glimmer of hope? But they did not expect it to end like this. Whoosh, at this moment, an ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air rang out from the eruption of the tricolored light. Everyone could not help but be taken aback and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. A dazzling tricolor stream of light suddenly burst out from the shattered saber light and rushed towards the dark purple sword light with irresistible force. What? The underworld god clan demon sovereign was shocked, but it was too late to react. Boom, in an instant, the three-colored stream of light hit the dark purple sword light. Explode. Then, a soft shout came from the center of the tripartite flame formation. Boom, the three-colored stream of light burst out with an even more blazing light, and endless flames and space power swept out, drowning the dark purple sword light. Crack crack crack, bursts of sounds of being overwhelmed came out. No. Die. A roar of unwillingness rang out. But it was of no use. The dark purple sword light only lasted for a moment before it exploded, and the power of death that erupted was directly consumed by the heavenly flame and space power. Amidst the chaotic energy, a figure was rampaging about, trying to rush out. But the chaotic energy was extremely terrifying. Not only did it have the power of heavenly flame, but it also had the power of space, drowning it. Holy white flames enveloped the area, and the purest power of purification shrouded it, purifying all darkness and evil. Get lost. No. No. I am immortal, who can defeat me? Angry roars filled with unwillingness could be heard from within. The underworld god clan demon sovereign went completely crazy, and the power of darkness in its body burst out without caring about the cost, resisting the purification power around it. If it did not do so, it would soon be worn out. Even an existence on the level of a demon lord would die. Because in this chaotic energy, not only did it have the purification power of the holy flame, but it also had a powerful immortal power that constantly wore down the immortal matter in its body. When the immortal matter was completely worn out, it would completely fall and could no longer exist in this world. Huff. 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 Wang Ting stood in the center of the formation, panting heavily, and said coldly, "Demon Sovereign, it's time for you to die. Today, I will send you on your way." Huff. What just happened? The Light Universe's martial artists were completely dumbfounded. They had no idea what had just happened. After the three-colored blade light collapsed, why was there still a three-colored flowing light inside, and its power was so terrifying that it could shatter the sword light of the underworld god clan demon master's human sword unity. This was something that even the blade light condensed by the tripartite flame formation could not do. At this moment, Wang Ting's voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Send the demon master on his way? Everyone was speechless. That tone of voice was really not an ordinary kind of big. If they did not see it with their own eyes, who would believe that a domain lord level martial artist could force a demon master into a desperate situation? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the formation, on the demon master who was wrapped in white flames and terrifying energy. Waves of evil and dark energy kept erupting from it, but they were constantly obliterated by the light's sacred fire. And the immortal power, under the immortal substance that erupted in the tripartite flame formation, was constantly being worn down and gradually dissipated. Roar! Roar! The underworld god clan demon master let out a series of angry roars, with a kind of mournful and unwilling. Who would have thought that a dignified demon master would be forced into such a situation and was about to face death? That was a demon master level existence. To these sector lord level martial artists, the demon master level was simply a superior existence, like a god. Most sector lord level martial artists could not reach the immortal level in their lifetime and could only look up to that level of existence. It seemed that there was only a difference of one level, but in fact, the difference was like heaven and earth. The distance between the two sides was like a chasm. And now, such an existence was about to fall. Even the three immortal level existences had a somewhat complicated expression, but this emotion was quickly suppressed by them, followed by great joy. Wang Ting, work harder, completely obliterate this demon master level existence. The Sioux City immortal level quickly shouted at Wang Ting. Wang Ting nodded and operated the formation again. With the cooperation of the three immortal level existences, the power of the three heavenly flames was unleashed to the extreme. The light sacred fire was especially blazing, raging within the formation, covering the entire area covered by the formation. Dawn light. Wang Ting frowned and shouted. You're going to use me as a fuel depot again. The dawn light slug grumbled, but it still flew over obediently. Boom, an extremely dense power of light erupted from its body and surged into the formation below. Of course, the power of light wasn't used to operate the array. The tripartite blaze formation was a fire attribute array, and thus, the origin power of light stars had no effect on it. But at this moment, as the light star origin power poured in, the radiant sacred fire burned even more fiercely. The origin power of the light stars was like fuel that fueled the radiant holy flame's might. Ah, the demon sovereign of the underworld god clan immediately let out a miserable shriek. The holy light sacred fire had too great of an effect on him. It was simply a fatal threat. At this moment, the radiant sacred fire burned even more fiercely, causing its body to begin to melt and collapse. The dark energy was completely purified. Pieces of flesh and blood fell from the underworld god clan's demon master and fell into the holy flame. They turned into black smoke and dissipated. The handsome appearance of the underworld god clan's demon master had completely disappeared. His entire body was covered in burn marks, and his dark purple hair was ignited by the white flames and gradually disappeared. His appearance was truly miserable. There was no longer any trace of his original noble temperament. That works too. Sky-billowing Stargaze looked at the Dawnlight Slug and was greatly shocked. That seemed to be a giant astral beast, a light attribute giant astral beast. Previously, he hadn't noticed the uniqueness of this radiant astral beast. Now that he saw it erupt with such terrifying light star origin power, he paid special attention to it. In the end, incredible. Oh my god, this really seemed to be the legendary light attribute giant astral beast, the Dawnlight Slug. Sky-billowing Stargaze suddenly recalled the rumors from before. Wang Ting had restored Heaven Pillar Star with his own power and purified the dark energy on it. Now that he saw the holy flame and this light attribute giant astral beast, he suddenly felt that Wang Ting could indeed do it. With just these two great powers, purifying Heaven Pillar Star should be a cinch. Light attribute giant astral beast. The three undying rank existences also noticed the Dawnlight Slug and clicked their tongues. This Wang Ting's methods were truly endless. One after another, they were somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, the other party wasn't an enemy. Otherwise, they would have a headache. From this moment onwards, they had secretly decided that after this battle, they would definitely report all information about Wang Ting to Sky-billowing Mountain. They definitely couldn't let him become an enemy. Such a prodigy could only be friends. Zhao Yangyu, Li Shuasong, Gallagher, Pan Ice, and the other geniuses didn't need to be mentioned. Now, they were truly convinced by Wang Ting. After this battle, they truly saw the gap between themselves and Wang Ting. Even though they were Sector Lord level geniuses and were a realm higher than Wang Ting, they truly didn't have the courage to compare themselves to him. The gap was too big. In this battle, they were completely reduced to supporting characters. They were nothing more than screws in the thunder wheel splitting killing formation. Wang Ting was the true backbone. Even Sky-billowing Star Latitude and the other prodigies of Sky-billowing Mountain had to step aside. Not to mention the underworld god race demon sovereign. That wasn't a battle they could participate in. If their strength was at the 3rd level, then Wang Ting's strength was at the 6th level. They were on a completely different level. The Flying Serpent Guard's 1000 Guard captain was also convinced. A Monitor Division member who could suppress a demon sovereign was enough to make them submit. Rumble, the holy white flame burned in the void as if it wanted to incinerate everything. The dark energy left behind by the dark apparition's deaths and battles was now greatly purified. Strands of dark energy seeped out of the void and then turned into black smoke under the holy flame, completely dissipating. The underworld god race demon sovereign in the center of the holy flame was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It had tried the devil change before, but it had all failed. The holy flame and the power of space were constantly wearing down. Its dark energy and immortal matter. It could not complete the devil change at all. At the moment of eruption, those forces would be swallowed up by the holy flame and the power of space. This was an unsolvable process, unless it could break free from the holy flame's seal. Unfortunately, it could not do so at this time. In the formation, the underworld god race demon sovereign was completely wrapped in the holy flame. Its whole body was burning with flames, and its face could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of dark purple eyes full of resentment and evil shot out from the flame, looking at the figure in the center of the formation. King. Tongue. King. A voice full of hatred and unwillingness came from its mouth. It called out Wang Ting's name. This was the first time it really called out Wang Ting's name. Previously, in its heart, Wang Ting did not even need to be named because it felt that Wang Ting would be a dead man sooner or later. There was no need to remember his name. But now it understood that it was wrong, ridiculously wrong. The one who was going to die was actually it, and the name Wang Ting had been deeply imprinted in its mind, impossible to erase. I can't accept this. An angry roar suddenly sounded. I actually lost at the hands of a domain lord level martial artist, how laughable. I, Ming Long, will become the laughingstock of the entire underworld god race. Wang Ting frowned. This underworld god race demon sovereign had not gone crazy, had it? It seemed a little abnormal. It actually said that it would become the laughingstock of the underworld god race. Was this something it would say? Where was the dignity of a demon sovereign? Wang Ting, this venerable will remember you. Ming Long stared at Wang Ting, as if wanting to imprint his appearance in its heart. Wang Ting's frown deepened. That strange feeling was getting more and more intense. Even the three immortals felt a little strange. What did this underworld god race demon sovereign mean? It was clearly about to die, yet it still wanted to remember Wang Ting. How much hatred and resentment did it have? Although they could understand the resentment in the heart of this underworld god race demon sovereign, saying this now was really damaging to the demeanor and dignity of a demon sovereign. It was better to accept death calmly. At least it could win some respect. Then you should remember it well. Wang Ting suddenly condensed a light war bow in his hand. When he pulled the bowstring, a light arrow condensed on it. Aurora Sacred Shadow Arrow Technique, Rank 4 Light Origin merged into the arrow, forming mystical light runes on the surface of the arrow. Rank 3 Immortal Substance merged into it. Boom, a powerful energy wave suddenly erupted from the arrow. What is Wang Ting doing? The three immortals were stunned. Was he going to finish it off? Give the underworld god race demon sovereign the final blow. Kikik, the underworld god race demon sovereign stared at Wang Ting and suddenly let out an ear-piercing laugh. This exalted has lost this time. However, next time, this exalted will definitely take your life. Next time, the three immortals' expressions changed. Did this underworld god race demon sovereign have some means to escape? How could it say such words? The other warriors in the light universe also changed their expressions, and an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Whoosh, Wang Ting's eyes were cold. He suddenly released the arrow in his hand, and it immediately turned into a stream of light and sped toward the underworld god race demon sovereign. The arrow streaked across the void. As it descended, the light sacred fire swept over and wrapped around the arrow. Ha ha ha. Wait for me. The underworld god race demon sovereign's body suddenly exploded in a burst of laughter. It actually, self-destructed, boom, a violent roar sounded. The underworld god race demon sovereign turned into a dazzling dark purple light and exploded on the spot. It was like a star reaching the end of its life and dissipating in this way. Just as the dark purple light burst forth, the light arrow arrived and bombarded the light. A blazing white light erupted, not much weaker than the dark purple light. The power of light, the light sacred fire, and the immortal substance all invaded it. Rumble, a violent roar resounded in the area and lasted for a long time. Before dissipating. The aftermath of the force swept across the void and also lasted for a long time before completely disappearing. The space crack was still there, and the power of space that swept out from it raged on the spot, turning the area into a forbidden area. The underworld god race demon sovereign had completely disappeared. Wang Ting's expression was solemn. His psyche power swept around and sensed the void. He even activated the Eye of Truth and scanned everything around him. The underworld god race existence seemed to have really disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Even the power of death just now was completely destroyed by the light sacred fire and disappeared without a trace. Wang Ting? The three immortal rank existences looked at Wang Ting and couldn't help but ask. They had already sensed the surroundings and didn't find any clues. However, the underworld god race demon sovereign's words made them unable to let go. That was why they couldn't help but ask at this moment. He was a light-type warrior and should have an advantage in sensing the power of darkness. Perhaps he could find something. Its aura has completely disappeared. Wang Ting shook his head and transmitted his voice. No matter what, it has completely lost today. Yes. Yes, it chose to self-destruct. Even if it's still alive, it can't do anything. Yes. Today, we won. Yes. The three immortal rank existences relaxed slightly. They looked at each other and transmitted their words to Wang Ting to comfort him. The underworld god race demon sovereign's words were not to be taken seriously. The other party was a dark apparition demon sovereign and was from the underworld god race. No one knew what kind of strange means it had. Therefore, even the three immortal rank existences didn't dare to say that it had completely fallen. And the other party's last words seemed to treat Wang Ting as the person it hated the most. That kind of hatred was even greater than theirs. To Wang Ting, this was always a huge potential threat. Wang Ting knew that they were comforting him and didn't take it to heart. He smiled faintly and said, "Seniors, don't worry. If I can kill it once, I can kill it a second time. Today, I'm still an area master. In the future, I might not be an area master." The three immortal rank existences were slightly stunned. They couldn't help but sigh. What kind of confidence was this? If he could kill it once, he could kill it a second time. Although they had worked together to defeat the underworld god race demon sovereign this time, they also understood that as a saint-level runes array master, Wang Ting did indeed have the right to say such words. If someone else said such words, they would only think that the other party was arrogant and conceited. But coming from Wang Ting's mouth, they felt that it was only natural. And just as he said, today, he was only an area master. If he could do such a thing, would he still be an area master in the future? They could almost foresee that in the near future, this prodigy would become an even stronger existence. Sector master, or even immortal rank. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency Wang Ting is right. That underworld god race demon sovereign is just a defeated dog. What's there to be afraid of? The Sioux City immortal rank expert laughed loudly. If you meet that underworld god race demon sovereign again in the future, Your Excellency Wang Ting, remember to call us. We'll destroy it together. The three-eyed race immortal rank expert also laughed. Count me in. The Candace immortal rank expert also smiled slightly and said. Then I'll thank the three seniors for their kind intentions. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. Then, he also laughed. Following the self-destruction of the underworld god clan demon master, the atmosphere in the void suddenly relaxed. Then, how should we announce this? Wang Ting was a little hesitant. He did not know whether the underworld god clan demon master was dead or not. It did not seem right to directly announce its death. It felt like an exaggeration. If it was killed, it was killed. If it was not killed, it was not killed. Wang Ting would never lie. As for battle merits, he did not have to worry. He believed that in this war, no one could make more contributions than him. Just announce its death. The Sioux City Immortal's eyes flashed. In our opinion, it's dead. Who knows if it's still alive? The three-eyed race immortal laughed. That's right. Dark apparitions are strange. Even if it's not dead, it can't be blamed on us. It's already good that we can fight to this extent. The Candace immortal said, and the Alliance army needs an exciting news now. Announcing the death of the underworld god clan demon master will have such an effect. Alright. Of course, this is for ordinary warriors. To the higher-ups of the Alliance army, we have to report it truthfully. Alright. Alright, then let the three seniors announce it. Wang Ting nodded and did not say anything else. What they said was very reasonable. The Alliance army needed this kind of good news. The death of a underworld god clan demon master, was there any news more exciting than this? If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. There was no doubt about it. The three immortals thought he was embarrassed. They looked at each other and smiled. They looked at the light universe warriors in the distance and said loudly, everyone, the underworld god clan demon master has fallen. Alright. In this war, under the command of Wang Ting, we won. Alright. As the voice spread, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that this was not real. The self-destruction of the underworld god clan demon master was really unexpected. Everyone was still in shock. The underworld god clan demon master was forced into a dead end and chose to self-destruct. This result was really lamentable. However, when they heard the words of the three immortals, everyone reacted. Their faces were filled with the ecstasy of victory. We won? Alright. We won. Alright. That underworld god clan's archdevil has fallen. Ha ha ha. That's great, we won. Voices of excitement and ecstasy came out of the mouths of the warriors of the light universe. Then, more and more of them cheered, resounding through the void. Wang Ting is commanding, mighty. No one knew who it was, but someone suddenly let out a loud roar. Then, one after another, the warriors followed suit. Their voices shook the void, mighty and mighty. Wang Ting is commanding, mighty. Wang Ting is commanding, mighty. Wang Ting is commanding, mighty. Wang Ting felt a little helpless. These three immortal rank existences must be doing this on purpose. This time, he didn't want to be in the limelight. He just wanted to get the battle merits. He didn't expect the three immortals to take the initiative to mention it. When the three immortal rank existences saw this, they couldn't help but smile at each other. This was indeed intentional. They wanted to do Wang Ting a favor. The other party didn't seem to want to take the lead, but who could ignore his contribution? In this battle, he was worthy of being the number one contributor. The cheers of the crowd echoed in Tianlan's ears. The corner of his mouth was a little bitter. This kind of glory didn't belong to him. He thought that even if he couldn't get the top credit, he would only be second to the three immortal rank existences. Who would have thought that Wang Ting would suddenly appear and completely outshine him? Wang Ting's brilliance overshadowed everyone else. And under his brilliance, he seemed to be inferior. He also seemed dull. This person is really a strong opponent. Tianlan stared at Wang Ting, unable to hide the fighting spirit in his eyes. He had only failed once. He could fight again. Next time, he might not lose. Zhao Yongyu, Li Shuasong, Gallagher, and the other geniuses could only look up at Wang Ting's back from afar. They couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. At this moment, the other party was clearly in front of them, but they felt that he was very far away. This guy. Pan-Scorpion Centipede's eyes were solemn. He couldn't help but feel impressed. Lord Supervisory Commissioner is mighty. Heng Ke clenched his fists and shouted as well. However, what he shouted was different from the others. Feng Jin's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. She stared at the figure in the distance without blinking. At this moment, all eyes fell on Wang Ting. He had become the focus of the entire void. Even though Wang Ting had experienced this more than once, he felt a little helpless. He couldn't even keep a low profile for once. Seniors, let's hurry up and excavate the pyrolite ore on the planet. Wang Ting shook his head and said to the three immortal rank existences. Yes, I almost forgot about this. The three immortal rank existences immediately reacted. Wang Ting was a little speechless. How could you forget such an important thing? You guys are really something. All right. The Suqing immortal waved his hand and calmed everyone down. He then said, everyone, recover your injuries and origin power as soon as possible. Then, start excavating the pyrolite ore. Yes. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Afterward, everyone sat cross-legged in the air and took out all kinds of pills to recover their injuries and origin power. Wang Ting nodded secretly. He didn't pay too much attention to them. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly flames swept toward him and surrounded him. Then, with a whistling sound, all of the flames entered his body and disappeared. The temperature in the void instantly dropped a lot. The scorching feeling slowly dissipated. Many people couldn't help but look over and were speechless. Especially the three immortal rank existences, they were really envious. They looked at the heavenly flame and the special flames returning to Wang Ting's body. It was as if they were watching a peerless treasure being snatched away by someone. You've worked hard. Wang Ting didn't pay attention to them. He looked at Elizabeth, the ironclad scorpion, the black ape, the dazzling slug, and the other star beasts and said, I'm the most tired. The dazzling slug said. What do you want? Wang Ting asked directly. Just don't forget about my matter. The dazzling slug said. It saw the uniqueness of the radiant sacred flame again and couldn't help but feel anxious. Back then, it had followed Wang Ting because of a certain effect of the radiant sacred flame. However, it had been delayed due to various matters. Until today, Wang Ting still hadn't fulfilled his promise. Fortunately, the dazzling slug knew that the situation was special and didn't rush him. Wang Ting rubbed his nose embarrassedly and said with a nod, "Don't worry. I'll go with you after I'm done with these matters." The dazzling slug nodded in satisfaction. Wang Ting didn't say anything else and put the star beasts into the spatial fragment. These star beasts had played a significant role in this battle and could be considered a considerable fighting force. Wang Ting was very satisfied. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. He had spent a lot of resources to nurture and feed these star beasts. Now, they were finally showing their usefulness. Guji! Guji! A purple streak of light rushed over from the void and let out an aggrieved cry as if it was acting coquettishly. All right. I know I've made things difficult for you. Guji! Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out to catch the thunder spirit and covered its body with his other hand. Purple extreme heavenly lightning appeared in his palm and was devoured by the thunder spirit. In order to strengthen the thunder will-splitting killing formation to be able to display even greater power and thus be able to destroy the netherworld killing formation, it was indeed a grievance to the thunder spirit. It had played a crucial role in the thunder will-splitting killing formation and couldn't be ignored. It was also because of this that the thunder spirit had suffered a great impact when it had clashed with the netherworld spear. If it hadn't been for its special body and devoured tribulation lightning, it would have been infected by the power of darkness. Even so, it had lost a lot of its power. However, Wang Ting wasn't stingy with this little thing. He directly fed it with the purple extreme heavenly lightning so that it could recover quickly. Guji! Guji! The thunder spirit devoured the purple extreme heavenly lightning and let out a happy cry. Compared to the ownerless tribulation lightning in the void, it preferred to devour the ownerless tribulation lightning. The ownerless tribulation lightning was not only purer, but also gentler. Don't worry. There will be more in a while. Wang Ting comforted. Your thunder spirit has already reached the domain lord level. And it seems that its intelligence isn't low. The endless sky star's voice suddenly sounded from the side. He had arrived at an unknown time, and he was curiously sizing up the lightning spirit. What, you want it? Wang Ting glanced at him and said. Cough cough. If I had the chance, of course I want to raise one. The endless sky star coughed dryly. He hadn't forgotten how Wang Ting had unleashed the power of the thunder will-splitting killing formation with the help of the thunder spirit. That kind of terrifying power was very attractive to him, the owner of the thunder will-splitting killing formation. And the reason why he could control the will-splitting killing formation was because he was a thunder attribute martial artist. Which thunder attribute martial artist would be able to refuse such a clever and powerful thunder soul? I'll tell you the truth. Even if you have a thunder spirit, you can't nurture it to the level of my thunder spirit. Wang Ting looked at him and said. I know. You should be feeding it with the purple extreme heavenly lightning. The endless sky star didn't see it before, but how could he not see it now? It's good that you know. Wang Ting said. Although I can't use tribulation lightning like the purple extreme heavenly lightning to feed the thunder spirit, I can use other thunder attribute treasures to nurture it. The thunder spirit I nurture will not be too weak. The endless sky star said. You really won't give up until all hope is gone. Wang Ting shook his head and suddenly smiled mysteriously at him. If I tell you that I fished up this thunder spirit, would you believe me? Fished up? The endless sky star was stunned. What kind of method was this? He even suspected that Wang Ting didn't want to tell him and was just fooling him. Void turbulent zone. Wang Ting didn't mince his words. It wasn't that easy to fish up a thunder spirit. First, one had to have heaven-defying luck. This was because even in the turbulent flow of space, spiritual beings like lightning spirits that were born from the heavens and earth were extremely rare. Secondly, one had to have enough treasures to attract the thunder spirit. The reason why Wang Ting was able to fish up a thunder spirit was because he used the power of tribulation lightning. This thing was too attractive to the thunder spirit. So if the endless sky star wanted to fish up a thunder spirit from the void turbulence zone, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The chances were extremely slim. The endless sky star was suddenly enlightened and fell into silence. He didn't doubt Wang Ting's words. Because he knew that there was everything in the void turbulence zone. Many people with excellent luck could fish up unexpected treasures. The thunder spirit could be considered as one of them. This was recorded long ago. Then he couldn't help but shake his head, a bitter smile on his face, and a strong sense of disappointment emerged in his heart. It was easier said than done to fish up a thunder spirit from the void turbulence zone. If it was possible, many people would have fished it up long ago. Wang Ting smiled. He kept the fully fed lightning ling into his dimension fragment. Then he ignored the endless sky star and looked at the surrounding void. He saw attribute bubbles floating in the air. It was time to reap the harvest. He didn't know what good things the underworld god clan demon lord could bring him. Wang Ting immediately swept out with his psychic energy and picked up the attribute bubbles in the surrounding void. The first thing that came was a large number of spatial attribute bubbles. Because the battle was too intense, the void was broken, and many spatial rifts appeared. Naturally, a large number of attribute bubbles appeared. In an instant, a large amount of spatial power appeared in Wang Ting's body, flowing through his limbs and bones, and then fusing into his chaotic star realm. The spatial power that he had exhausted to kill the underworld god clan demon lord was immediately replenished. There was no doubt that the technique Wang Ting hid in the tricolored saber light was his self-created battle skill, Endless Storm. However, the Endless Storm was at most a weakened version. In order to not let the underworld god clan demon lord notice anything amiss in advance, he only used 3 types of heavenly flames, spatial power, and immortal power. With the tricolored saber light covering it, the underworld god clan demon lord didn't notice anything wrong and was ambushed in the end. Wang Ting was really good at using underhanded means. Even the Lord Devil of the underworld god clan would have to admit defeat. Now that a large amount of spatial attribute had surged over, not only did his spatial power recover, but there was also a surplus, making his spatial power even stronger. To be honest, if it weren't for his spatial power being strong enough, he might not have been able to do anything to the demon lord. Time asterisk 1200 time asterisk 1500 time asterisk 2500. There's actually a time attribute. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment, very surprised. Among the large amount of spatial attribute, there was actually a lot of time attribute mixed in. At this moment, it had also turned into the power of time and merged into Wang Ting's body. It should be caused by the battle just now. After all, it's an immortal level battle. Wang Ting was deep in thought. It seemed that although immortal level existences couldn't interfere with time, their attacks could affect the power of time and space to a certain extent. In the dark universe, places with extremely rich spatial power often had time attributes. This was what Wang Ting had experienced. Therefore, while an immortal level battle affected space, it was very likely that it also affected time. Body of time, 55800/200000, Level 2, it's increased quite a bit. There are more than 20,000 attribute points. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel and was pleasantly surprised. The increase in the time attribute naturally surprised Wang Ting. This attribute had not been increased for a long time. The power of time was even more terrifying than the power of space. If it was strong enough, it could affect immortal rank existences. Although the second level of time could affect sector lords and even immortals, the effect was very limited. Hence, the stronger the power of time, the better. The stronger the power of time, the greater the effect it had on the enemy. Wang Ting did not think too much about it. This thing could not be rushed, it all depended on luck. And his luck was not bad. Who knew when the time attribute would increase again? Next, he continued to pick up the surrounding attribute bubbles. Soul origin asterisk 265,000, life origin asterisk 286,000, half-step sector lord spirit asterisk 135,000, death intent, 4th level, asterisk 1500, dark star origin asterisk 160,000, underworld god body, 5th level, asterisk 155,000, underworld god statue asterisk 230,000, underworld palm asterisk 15,000, underworld sword technique asterisk 8,000, underworld illusion movement asterisk 16,500, man and sword as 1 asterisk 62,000, death domain, 9th level melder, asterisk 5,500, death origin, 7th level, asterisk 35,000, death realm, 7th level, asterisk 38,000, immortal matter, 3rd level, asterisk. 600, a series of attribute bubbles immediately converged into Wang Ting's body and mind, causing his body to tremble and his face to reveal a shocked expression. This was because he quickly recognized that these attribute bubbles came from the underworld god clan demon sovereign. An underworld demon sovereign's attribute bubbles. And these were the attribute bubbles that dropped after killing it. One could only imagine how many attribute values there were. In an instant, large amounts of soul origin and life origin surged over and circulated in Wang Ting's body, constantly nourishing his body and soul. It was like a dense rain that enveloped Wang Ting, bathing him in it. In an instant, Wang Ting's entire body felt extremely comfortable. From the outside to the inside, he almost moaned out loud. It's actually reached over 200,000 points. Wang Ting was very surprised. This time, the origin of soul and origin of life attributes were quite high. It was several times more than what Ming Minata had dropped. The gap between upper demon emperors and demon venerables was so huge that it left people speechless. Although Wang Ting's 2 origins had already reached their limits, the benefits of having so many attributes pouring into his body and soul were not small. Half-step sector Lord Spirit 135,000 points. An extremely dense mental power surged into Wang Ting's mind. After circling a few times, it gradually merged into the chaotic star realm. Spirit 800000/800000, half-step sector Lord level. Wang Ting's mental strength finally reached the pinnacle of half-step sector Lord level. Originally, the underworld god race's mental energy was definitely above half-step sector Lord level. However, Wang Ting's mental energy couldn't break through for now, so he could only absorb half-step sector Lord level mental energy. Luckily, the mental energy dropped by the underworld god race demon venerables was pure enough. It was many times purer than the ones dropped by upper demon emperors. However, just as this majestic mental power surged into Wang Ting's chaotic star realm, he suddenly felt a special energy appear. Wang Ting was slightly shocked and immediately felt something wasn't right. That energy was the complete opposite of life force. It brought with it the intent of death, as if it wanted to corrode everything and cause all life to die. Wang Ting's heart shook. He quickly immersed his mind and descended into the chaotic star realm. However, just as he was about to expel the power of death, a strange situation occurred. The life force and death energy within the chaotic star realm had their own roles and didn't interfere with each other. This situation stunned Wang Ting. What's going on? Yes. He was a little confused. As he observed the changes within the chaotic star realm, traces of understanding surged into his mind. This is the underworld god race's death energy. No, it should be the purest death energy. The two aren't equal. The underworld god race's death energy contained the power of darkness. It was an extremely evil and chaotic energy. True death energy was only death energy. There was no difference between light and evil. So, why did the mental energy just now contain death energy? Wang Ting still didn't understand. Logically speaking, a half-step sector lord's mental energy would only contain life force. It would fuse with life force and make the mental energy more agile as if it had a life of its own. It should be the same for a dark apparition. But why did the underworld god race demon venerable's mental energy contain death energy? Could it be that the underworld god race's mental energy is different from mine? Wang Ting guessed in his heart. Then, he shook his head. This didn't happen when he picked up Ming Minata's mental energy. Since he couldn't understand, he didn't think about it anymore. If he had the chance to pick up another wave of underworld god race demon venerable's attribute bubbles, he might be able to find out the reason. According to the current situation, the death energy entering the primal chaos star realm didn't have any disadvantages. Instead, it had benefits. Wang Ting felt that when he used his mental energy, he might be able to add in a bit of death energy, making it even more terrifying and strange. In a clash of mental energies, if it contained death energy, it would be impossible for spirit readers to deal with. Also, the death energy in the primal chaos star realm seemed to make the laws in the primal chaos star realm more complete, helping the evolution of the primal chaos star realm. Stage 4 death energy will, 1,500 points. The comprehension of the death energy entered Wang Ting's mind, causing his comprehension of the will to reach a new level. 1,500 points wasn't much and didn't match the underworld god race demon Venerable's level at all. But this was already the limit. Because Wang Ting had picked up too much death energy in the underworld killing formation, his will had reached the peak of stage 4 and could almost match the underworld god race demon Venerable's. Now, he couldn't increase it by much. 1,500 points was already not bad. Death's will, 39500/40,000, Tier 4, just 500 more points, or else I could reach stage 5. Wang Ting sighed. 500 points didn't seem much, but it was actually a huge gap. Otherwise, the underworld god race demon Venerables would have crossed it long ago. There was no need to say much about the dark star origin energy. It was a full 160,000 points, which was also an extremely terrifying amount. In an instant, Wang Ting's dark star origin energy became extremely rich. The stars that represented the dark star origin energy grew stronger and stronger, emitting a resplendent black light. After absorbing the dark star origin energy, an extremely special energy poured into Wang Ting's body. His eyes flashed, and he was mentally prepared. Underworld God Physique, Stage 5, an indescribable transformation quietly occurred in his body. This time, there were no signs of uncontrollable changes, and no dark energy leaked out of his body. It was all sealed within his body. Underworld God Physique, 155000/500000, Stage 5, I didn't expect the Underworld God Physique to reach Stage 5. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a strange light, and traces of understanding about the Underworld God Physique welled up in his mind. Suddenly, a ball of light burst out from his eyes. Death Reincarnation. This was the special ability of the Underworld God Physique. It was an extremely strange ability. So it used this method to escape. Wang Ting finally understood how the Underworld God Race demon Venerables escaped. The so-called death reincarnation was to leave behind a part of the flesh and soul in advance. When the main body died, it could be converted through the connection between the souls and be reborn. Using this method of reincarnation would cause great damage to one's strength. Like the Underworld God Race demon Venerables, it was very likely that he would fall to the level of a demon Venerables. Without a lot of time, there was no way he could recover. When you become a demon Venerables again, I will give you a surprise. Wang Ting grinned, revealing his white teeth. But then again, this, death reincarnation, was indeed an extremely amazing innate ability. If used well, it was almost immortal. It was even more abnormal than the immortal power of the demon Venerables. Wang Ting was satisfied with this ability. If there was a need, he could leave some of his flesh and soul behind. There was no harm. Anyway, for a warrior of his level, leaving behind flesh and soul was not difficult. It would not affect him at all. 230,000 points of the Underworld God Physique. Boom, a violent roar sounded in Wang Ting's mind, and then the terrifying Underworld God Physique appeared. It sat cross-legged in the void, emitting an indescribable aura and will. Underworld God Physique, unknown 50,000/400000, 4 stars, 4 stars. Wang Ting was shocked. He did not expect the Underworld God Physique to directly reach the level of 4 stars from 3 stars. The power of this Underworld God Physique is almost on par with an ancient God Physique. He smiled. Although 4 stars was only equivalent to the Domain Lord level, the Underworld God Physique and Ancient God Physique were both heaven-defying. They were enough to cause harm to ordinary sector lords. Underworld Palm, Demon Venerable 12500/20,000, small success. Underworld Sword Technique, Demon Venerable 16500/20,000, small success. Underworld Illusion Body Technique, Demon Venerable 11300/20,000, small success. Immediately after, the comprehension of the 3 Underworld God Clan battle techniques entered Wang Ting's mind, turning into light and shadow as he practiced. In just a moment, Wang Ting felt his comprehension of the 3 battle techniques rapidly increase. It was completely different from before. Underworld Palm went from proficient to small success. Although the Underworld Sword Technique was still at small success, it was not far from large success. As for the Underworld Illusion Body Technique, it also went from proficient to small success. One must know that these were Demon Venerable level battle techniques. they all reached small success at once. This speed was almost the same as the underworld god clan demon Venerable. And the improvement of the underworld illusion body technique also caused the blood illusion body technique to rise by a level, reaching small success. Blood illusion body technique, 4500/20,000, small success. Although the stats were not as high as the underworld illusion body technique, it still reached small success and its power was not bad. After absorbing the comprehension of the battle techniques, another special comprehension entered Wang Ting's mind. Clang, the sound of a sword being unsheathed suddenly rang out. Wang Ting's mind suddenly had a resplendent sword light explode out of nowhere. His consciousness was suddenly sucked into the sword light, seemingly becoming one with it. Then the sword light slashed out, shattering the void and exploding with unparalleled power. In just an instant, boundless sword comprehension entered his mind, merging with his memories. It was as if he had personally cultivated it. Man and sword as one. Wang Ting opened his eyes abruptly. A glaring sword glow shot out of his eyes and disappeared in a flash. The underworld god clan demon Venerable's man and sword as one was undoubtedly extremely powerful. At this moment, his comprehension entered his mind, causing his comprehension of man and sword as one. It instantly soared. Man and sword as one, 94500/100000. Wang Ting glanced at his stats and his eyes lit up. This time, man and sword as one had increased by 62,000 points. It was not a small amount. The comprehension within was naturally boundless. Now that he had grasped man and sword as one, it had basically reached the pinnacle of sector lord level. This realm meant that only sector lord level sword geniuses could reach it. It was extremely rare. Even the underworld god clan demon Venerable did not break through this limit. This meant that this realm was very hard to comprehend and break through. The current me, if I use man and sword as one, I can almost defeat sector lord level 6 existences. Wang Ting's heart was burning. If not for the restrictions of his realm, with the power of man and sword as one, he might be able to fight against a late-stage sector lord level existence. The comprehension of man and sword as one slowly dissipated. What followed was a huge domain that spread out in Wang Ting's mind. Underworld Death Domain, Melder Level 9, an aura of death, decay, and darkness emanated from the domain. This aura was extremely dense. It was much denser than the Underworld Death Domain that Wang Ting had obtained before. Underworld Death Domain, 5500/9000, Melder Level 9, Level 9. Wang Ting felt that this was somewhat inconceivable. The Underworld Death Domain had actually reached Melder Level 9 in an instant. This was a huge leap. Melder Level 9 was almost equivalent to perfection, which was the highest level of domain power. This was Wang Ting's strongest domain to date. No other domain could compare to it. What was even more ridiculous was that he had just obtained the Underworld Death Domain in this battle. He had never obtained a domain like this before. Now that it had reached Melder Level 9 in an instant, it meant that Wang Ting had forcibly raised it from nothing to Melder Level 9 in this battle. If the Underworld God Clan's Demon Sovereign knew about this, who knew what he would think? Even the Demon Sovereign himself had spent an unknown amount of time comprehending the Underworld Death Domain to Melder Level 9. Wang Ting had only fought a single battle, yet he had completely absorbed it. This difference was enough to anger someone to death. Next, strange runes appeared and imprinted themselves on the Underworld Death Domain, transforming it into an even stronger power. Strands of world force were born, surpassing its original level. Underworld Death Origin, 35,000/70,000, Level 7, Underworld Realm, 38,000/70,000, Level 7, Level 7, Level 7, whether it was the Underworld Death Origin or the Underworld Realm, both had been raised to Level 7. Among them, the Underworld Death Origin had been raised from Level 6 to Level 7. It had risen by an entire level, allowing Wang Ting to have a deeper understanding of this origin law. As for the Underworld Realm, it had risen from Level 5 to Level 7. It had risen by 2 levels in an instant, surpassing the other 2 world forces and catching up. As expected of a demon sovereign. Whether it's origin law or world force comprehension, it's not something an upper demon emperor or realm lord can compare to. Wang Ting sighed with emotion. Level 7 origin law and world force were already the strongest origin law and world force he had grasped. The attribute points that came from killing a demon sovereign were truly unexpected, causing him to rise crazily. In addition, there was also a special power, immortal matter. This was a power unique to immortal and demon sovereigns, but Wang Ting was able to absorb it. Those specks of star-like substance fused into his body, causing his body and soul to possess an immortal characteristic that was difficult to erase. Immortal matter, 28600/30,000, level 3, only 600 attribute points? Wang Ting shook his head, feeling a little regretful. However, it was understandable because his immortal matter had already reached level 3. He was only 2,000 attribute points away from breaking through. The underworld demon sovereign's immortal matter was about the same, not much stronger than his. Otherwise, when Wang Ting used Endless Storm, it wouldn't have been unable to escape. Because if its immortal matter was stronger than Wang Ting's, it wouldn't be afraid of his immortal matter being erased. It could temporarily resist and escape. At this point, the underworld demon sovereign's attribute bubbles had been completely absorbed. Wang Ting's harvest was huge. He couldn't help but sigh. War was indeed the best way to make a fortune. Even if this wasn't what he wanted, he was still the one who benefited the most. Wang Ting's gaze swept across and landed on another area. That was the area where the tripartite flame Great Formation was originally located. Under the influence of his spiritual force, the attribute bubbles suddenly surged. Tripartite flame formation * 2500, tripartite flame formation * 1500, tripartite flame formation * 3000. The image of a gigantic array formation appeared in Wang Ting's mind. This array formation had been completely lit up, and the runes on it were glowing brightly. Crimson flames twined around the array formation, enveloping the entire array formation and emitting an incomparably scorching power. Tripartite flame formation, Saint level 4 calamity 6500/50,000, small mastery. This formation was also a 4 tribulation saint level formation, which was on par with the netherworld killing formation and the thunder wheel splitting killing formation. However, in the hands of 3 immortal rank existences, this formation could unleash even more power than the netherworld killing formation and the thunder wheel splitting formation. In the previous battle, Wang Ting had already extracted all the stats of this formation and reached the proficient level. Now, he had reached the small mastery level. This formation only needs 3 people to form. Me, Little White, and the ironclad scorpion can barely form this formation. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Little White and the ironclad scorpion were both fire-type star beasts and could completely control this formation. However, they were still too weak and couldn't unleash the power of this formation. Wang Ting didn't think anymore and continued to pick up the attribute bubbles. Soul origin * 23,000, life origin * 26,000, half-step sector Lord Spirit * 18,000, fire star origin * 52,000, fire domain, Melder level 9, * 1300, fire origin, level 7, * 5200, world force, level 7, * 4500, immortal substance, level 3, * 200. Soul origin * 21,500, life origin * 24,000, half-step sector Lord Spirit * 16,000, fire star origin * 55,000, heavenly sun sword technique * 18,000, fire domain, Melder level 9, * 2,500, fire origin, level 7, * 4,500, world force, level 7, * 4,000, immortal substance, level 3, * 200. Soul origin * 24,500, life origin * 27,000, half-step sector Lord Spirit * 20,000, fire star origin * 62,000, fire domain, Melder level 9, * 2,000, fire origin, level 7, * 6,000, world force, level 7, * 5,300, immortal substance, level 3, 3 immortal rank existences attribute bubbles. Wang Ting's immortal spirit as he absorbed immortal substance. Flame Ting Mo immortal soul. Although the life origin and soul origin attributes were not as high as the Nether God clan's demon sovereigns, they were still quite high. The 3 of them together had tens of thousands of points. After all, they did not die. It was already good enough that they dropped tens of thousands of attribute points. Wang Ting absorbed a large amount of origin attributes once again. His entire body felt comfortable. He didn't pay too much attention to it. Next, he absorbed the half-step sector Lord Spirit. This time, there was nothing special about it. It was the most normal half-step sector Lord Spirit and contained life force. Next was the Fire Star Origin. Wang Ting's Fire Star Origin had reached the Domain Lord level and couldn't break through. However, as the origin power surged into the chaotic star realm, his flaming stars grew even larger and more dazzling. His Fire Star Origin power was clearly much stronger than before. After absorbing all the different types of energy, a realization appeared in Wang Ting's mind. A humanoid silhouette appeared and was practicing a sword technique. From the appearance of the silhouette, one could clearly see that it was the undying Candace. Rumble, a sword light condensed on the sword in her hand. It instantly reached a few hundred meters long and was surrounded by flames. It then transformed into flame patterns and imprinted on the sword light. As the sword light slashed out, a strange scene appeared. It was a battlefield. Countless dark apparitions were charging over crazily. However, under this sword, all the dark apparitions perished one after another. They were engulfed by flames and completely extinguished. Heavenly Sun Sword Technique, Fire-type Immortal Rank Battle Technique. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Ting's lips. This was like giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. Among his many battle techniques, he didn't even have a single Fire-type Immortal Rank Battle Technique. Originally, his Fire-type techniques were the strongest. With the buff of the heavenly flames, any battle technique could be unleashed with greater power. But now, he only got his first Immortal Rank Fire-type sword technique. Heavenly Sun Sword Technique, Immortal Rank 3000/15000, Proficient? Wang Ting rubbed his chin. This battle technique wasn't weak at all. However, Candace didn't seem to have a high level of mastery and its power was limited. He suddenly thought of the battle before. Candace had clashed with the underworld god race demon knight. The result was obvious. Candace had almost been severely injured. If he hadn't used the Holy Flame and the three immortals had activated the formation in time, he definitely wouldn't have been able to block that sword. This battle technique can be unleashed with greater power in my hands. Wang Ting smiled. He was naturally confident. Even compared to an immortal, he didn't think he was much weaker. Next was the comprehension of domains, origin laws, and world force. What was surprising was that the three immortal rank existences' comprehension of these powers had all reached the same level. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or Skywave Wee's intention. In an instant, a gigantic fire element territory appeared in Wang Ting's mind. The scorching power of fire swept across the area as though it was going to burn the heavens. The power of the domain was extremely powerful and terrifying. Melder Rank 9, the fire domains of the three immortals were all at the 9th rank Melder realm, similar to the Death domain. Fire domain, 5800/9000, 9th level Melder, a trace of joy appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. The fire domain went from rank 4 to rank 9, which was a jump of 5 levels. As a result, there was finally a domain on the side of light that could compete with the domain on the side of darkness. It really wasn't easy. Wang Ting sighed in his heart. It was extremely difficult to raise a Melder's domain. He'd met so many geniuses on the level of an area master and sector master, but none of them had been able to raise his domain to rank 9. It had even been difficult for him to reach rank 6 or rank 7. Now, his fire domain had finally reached rank 9, which was much higher than he'd expected. After absorbing the Melder's comprehension of the domain, special flame runes appeared in Wang Ting's mind and imprinted themselves on the fire domain, causing it to transform. Traces of world force were born and diffused out from it. Rank 7, his fire origin laws and world force had also reached rank 7, which was equivalent to the Death domain and realm of death. Origin of fire, 15700/70000, level 7, power of the world, 13800/70000, level 7, 2 types. His strength had risen from the tier 5 realm to the tier 7 realm, an increase of 2 whole realms. It was not a small leap. Wang Ting was naturally very satisfied. After all, the power of the origin laws and the power of the world had already exceeded the range that ordinary sector Lord Martial warriors could control. Generally speaking, only a few genius late-stage sector masters could grasp such power. However, he quickly noticed a problem. Even though the fire origin and world force were both at the 7th stage, they were far inferior to the netherworld origin and netherworld realm. No wonder those three immortals couldn't beat the underworld sovereign. It seemed that they were indeed weaker immortals. Wang Ting fell into deep thought. If those three immortals knew what he was thinking, would they still be so friendly to him? You, an area master, actually think that immortals are weak? That's a little too arrogant. Finally, there was the immortal substance attribute unique to immortals. The three immortals provided Wang Ting with 700 points of immortal substance, which was quite a lot. Immortal substance, 29300/30,000, rank 3. With this, Wang Ting's immortal substance was even closer to breaking through to rank 4. And these attributes? Wang Ting looked at the void. That was where the top-grade purple lightning had exploded. Since it had attracted the power of tribulation lightning, there would naturally be corresponding attribute bubbles. Many purple attribute bubbles floated in the void, unseen by anyone. His spiritual force swept out and collected all the attribute bubbles. Top-grade purple lightning *200 top-grade purple lightning *300 top-grade purple lightning *500. Lightning domain, Melder rank 6, *600 lightning domain, Melder rank 6, *500 lightning domain, Melder rank 6, *800. Thunder origin, rank 5, *300, Thunder origin, rank 5, *500, Thunder origin, rank 5, *600. Not bad. Wang Ting exclaimed softly, and his eyes lit up. Large amounts of extreme purple heavenly thunder surged into his body. After entering his body, they immediately turned into wisps of extreme purple heavenly thunder and merged into the chaotic star domain. In an instant, Wang Ting's purple lightning was not only recovered, but also increased by a lot. Top-grade purple lightning, Earth 30,000/30,000, rank 3, this is full, but it's a pity that I can't break through. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. 30,000 attribute points directly reached the peak of rank 3, and after that, there would be even more powerful tribulation lightning. However, the power of tribulation lightning could not be increased simply by accumulating attributes. He had to directly pick up the higher level tribulation lightning attribute to increase it. Not bad. Now that my purple lightning is denser and more abundant, it's a lot more than before. Wang Ting was satisfied. It was good that there was an improvement. This was the power of tribulation lightning, a power that others could not touch. As for the higher levels of tribulation lightning, it was only a matter of time before he came into contact with them, so he was not in a hurry. At this time, another attribute bubble merged into Wang Ting's mind and turned into a thunder domain. The terrifying power of thunder erupted with unparalleled power. It's actually a thunder domain, and it's a rank 6 melder at that. Wang Ting was shocked again. However, he quickly reacted. This should be the attribute dropped by the warriors in the thunder wheel splitting array. In the final collision between the wheel splitting array and the netherworld killing array, all the warriors had unleashed their full power, and the power of the thunder domain naturally erupted. Thunder domain, 4600/6000, rank 6 melder. Wang Ting's lightning domain instantly soared from a rank 3 melder to a rank 6 melder, which was a jump of 3 levels in an instant. Not bad. Wang Ting nodded slightly in his heart. Finally, another enlightenment flowed into Wang Ting's mind. Strange thunder runes appeared and imprinted themselves on the thunder domain. Stage 5, Thunder Origin. This was the attribute bubble that Wang Ting had picked up in the previous battle, and now he had picked it up again. Thunder Origin, 25800/50,000, Stage 5. This origin law was still at rank 5 and had not broken through, but the attributes had increased by several thousand points and were much stronger. In addition, there were many Thunder Origin Force attributes. After Wang Ting picked them up, the Thunder Origin Force in his body finally broke through. Lightning Star Force, 90,000/90,000, Domain Lord level 9, his lightning origin power was originally at the 8th layer of the Domain Lord level, but now it had reached the peak of the 9th layer and was on par with the 5 elements' origin power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief. He had finally finished counting all the attribute bubbles. The other scattered attribute bubbles were not worth paying attention to. They were basically the various star origin force attributes, and there were not many of them. They were of limited help to him and were not worth mentioning. Wang Ting pulled his attention away from the attribute panel and looked around. There were already many fighters heading towards the pyrolite or planet and digging for pyrolite. These martial artists' injuries were not considered serious. After taking various kinds of recovery medicinal pills, they had more or less recovered. The 3 immortals and Tianlan Xingwei had also entered the planet and personally watched over the mining. After all, this was a strategic resource, and no mistakes were allowed. Wang Ting suddenly frowned. With a wave of his hand, the light star origin force in his body surged out, transforming into a rain of light that landed on the injured fighters. Sector Lord rank battle technique, holy light purification. These fighters were infected with the power of darkness, and normal pills were useless. It was hard for them to recover quickly. However, under the effects of Wang Ting's holy light purification, the power of darkness quickly dissipated. They were in the thunder wheel splitting killing formation before, so they were not infected with much power of darkness. Otherwise, they would not have been able to get rid of it so easily. These fighters woke up one by one and looked at Wang Ting, their eyes filled with gratitude. Wang Ting did not take it to heart. With a flash, he transformed into a beam of light and charged towards the planet. The space rippled. He appeared beside the 3 immortals and Tianlan Xingwei, looking down at the ground. What's the situation? Wang Ting pretended not to know and asked. Quite a bit of pyrolite has been mined. The 3 immortals' expressions were not good. It should have been taken by the Black Scorpion army. Yes. They did take quite a bit. Wang Ting acted like he already knew, but then frowned. Do you know how much they took? Yes. We're not sure yet, we'll know when we dig it out. The Suqing immortals did not think much and shook their heads. I'm afraid it's too late to chase now. Wang Ting shook his head. That's true, and we're all exhausted. We don't have the strength to fight another big battle. Even if we chase, we won't be able to stop them. Tianlan Xingwei smiled bitterly. With the dark apparitions methods, who knows where they'll run to. All right. If we had split our forces to chase after the Black Scorpion army, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The Candace Immortal said happily. The Netherworld army alone is enough to put us in a terrible fix. The Black Scorpion army was able to resist the Netherworld army and retreat safely. They're not simple. All right. The other 2 immortals and Sky Billow Star Latitude nodded in agreement. This way, it's the best of both worlds. Wang Ting smiled faintly in his heart. Not only did he protect his blood god clone, he also made a contribution. Perfect. Most importantly, no one would suspect him. He was a prodigy who had made a huge contribution. He was like a golden body protecting him. Just as Wang Ting and the others were still mining pyrolite on planet Pyrolite, the news of the battle on planet Pyrolite reached the Alliance army. There was a huge uproar. On the Alliance Army's channel, many martial artists appeared one after another and burst into earth-shattering discussions. Tianlan Weave's side actually broke out in a silent battle with the Dark Apparitions. I heard that the Dark Apparitions even mobilized the Netherworld army. Not only that, but there are also the Black Scorpion army, the Black Flame army, and the Dark Scale army. Oh my god, any one of these 3 armies is an extremely terrifying existence, not to mention the Netherworld army. Tianlan We've actually won this battle, it's really unbelievable. That's right, how did they fight? They actually defeated the 3 armies and the Netherworld army together, it's unbelievable. Many people did not know the specific situation of that battle. The Alliance army did not completely reveal it, especially the news about Pyrolite. As a result, many martial artists were now asking around, wanting to know the specific situation. Not long after, on the Alliance Army's channel, someone came out and revealed. Found it, found it. Tell me. After asking around, I finally found out the reason for this battle. It turns out that the battle between the two sides was for a strategic resource. Strategic resource? What kind of strategic resource could actually mobilize the three dark armies and the Netherworld army? I don't know. The confident "I don't know" caused the entire Alliance army's channel to fall into a moment of silence. F***CK. 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 Then a group of people burst into vulgarities, wishing that they could find the person who said that he did not know and beat him up. Cough cough, although I don't know what the strategic resource is, I know why we won this battle. Why? Tell me, if you don't, I'll pull you out to play the bomb. That's right, bomb. Okay, I'll tell you. Then tell me. I heard about this battle. Our allied forces knew about the Dark Apparition's movements in advance, so we were prepared and caught them off guard. Are you serious? I can actually see through the Dark Apparition's movements. Why does it feel a little unreal? It's absolutely true. This news was leaked by a senior of mine who holds a high position in the Alliance army. It can't be wrong. It said that Commander Xianxia personally gave the order. Mighty Commander Xianxia. Mighty Commander Xianxia. Mighty Commander Xianxia. The cultivators on the Alliance channel immediately began to flood the screen, praising Commander Xianxia's wisdom. To be able to predict the Dark Apparition's movements in advance and win a beautiful battle was too rare. For a time, Xianxia's reputation among the warriors soared again. Although Commander Xianxia is wise and powerful, there is one person whose contributions are no less than Commander Xianxia's. At this moment, another warrior spoke on the Alliance channel. This person obviously knew something. Who can compare to the commander of the Allied forces? Are you kidding me? That's the commander of the Allied forces. How can anyone compare to him? Don't doubt it. This news will spread soon. I just knew in advance. That person's words made everyone fall silent. He's right. There is indeed one person whose contributions can be compared to Commander Xianxia's. The person who revealed the news earlier also said. Who is it? Everyone was silent for a moment, then they couldn't help but ask in unison. This was too unbelievable. There was actually someone who could be compared to Commander Xianxia. It was unbelievable. But two people said this at the same time, so they had to believe it. And they also said it. This news would soon spread from the Alliance army. It couldn't lie at all. For a time, everyone was extremely curious. What kind of person could do such a thing? Wang Ting. A name suddenly appeared on the public channel. When everyone saw the name, they were obviously stunned for a moment. After a long time, they typed a word, who? Wang Ting. The second person who revealed the news also typed this name. Wang Ting. It's that Wang Ting? Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the name on the Alliance army channel in disbelief. It was as if a storm was raging in their minds. Yes, it's him. The first person who revealed the news said with a complicated expression. No way, what did he do? How can he be compared to Commander Xianxia? This is ridiculous. This is too ridiculous. Tell us the details. Tell us. Everyone was shocked and curious to the extreme. They kept asking. I don't know the details. Let's wait for the Alliance army to announce the news. The two people who revealed the news left this sentence and directly disappeared. F***CK. F***CK. So you don't know the details at all. Damn. What a scam. You piqued our curiosity, and now you're just leaving. Damn, if you do this, you won't have a penis when you give birth. On a Sector Lord level ship. A young man with long red hair looked at the reaction of the people on the Alliance army channel and laughed. I can't be the only one curious. Everyone together. It turned out that this young man was the first person who revealed the news. His name was Pai Gu, and he was a student of Starry Sky Academy. His background was not ordinary, so he knew some news in advance. Unfortunately, it was very limited and he only knew a general idea. So he was very curious. He really wanted to know what Wang Ting had done to make his elder sigh in admiration. He even compared Wang Ting to Commander Xianxia. He was also a student of Starry Sky Academy, and he was a sector lord-level genius. He was several years older than Wang Ting, but his elder praised Wang Ting so much. He was naturally a little dissatisfied. But his elder was busy with work and had no time to talk to him. This made him very uncomfortable. In desperation, he came up with a crooked idea. He revealed the news on the Alliance Army channel, making the others feel uncomfortable too. It seems that Wang Ting is going to make a huge contribution again. Paigu laughed for a long time before he slowly stopped. He touched his chin and thought to himself. Sigh, I worked so hard in the 3 territories and only earned so much credit. The other party made such a huge contribution. It's really enviable. I don't know how he did it. Did he rely on his side profession again? The news of Wang Ting making another huge contribution spread wider and wider. More and more martial artists were attracted and entered the Alliance Army channel to discuss. Even some of the martial artists on the battlefield could not help but pay attention to this matter. After all, to them, this was an exciting piece of news. While fighting against the dark apparitions, they were able to gain more confidence after hearing this news. At the same time, some people who were familiar with Wang Ting also paid attention and could not help but be stunned. How long has it been? He actually made another contribution? To be compared to Commander Xianxia, this contribution must be extraordinary. Soon, the Alliance Army finally released the video of the battle outside the Pyrolite mine planet. Wow! After everyone watched the video of the battle, they fell into silence. Then, there was an earth-shattering uproar. Wang Ting was actually the commander of that battle. He led everything in that battle and completely defeated the dark apparitions. Moreover, he turned the tide. Once again, he had turned the tide. In that battle, the light universe was almost defeated. It could not resist the Netherworld Army's Netherworld killing formation, let alone the demon master of the Netherworld God clan. In the end, Wang Ting stood up again and turned the tide. He controlled the Thunder Wheel splitting killing formation, led the Tribulation Thunder, and defeated the Netherworld killing formation. He assisted 3 immortal level existences and used 3 heavenly flames to kill the Netherworld God clan's demon master. Such a battle record, such a contribution, no wonder they said that Wang Ting's contribution was comparable to Commander Xianxia's. This Wang Ting is really too exaggerated. After a long time, there was a voice on the Alliance Army channel, expressing the shock and disbelief in their hearts. Yes, too exaggerated. Being able to lead the Tribulation Thunder and defeat the Netherworld killing formation is still acceptable. After all, he did it with so many warriors from the Tianlan Weave. But in the end, he joined forces with 3 immortal level existences. He can actually participate in the battle between the immortal level and the demon master level. It's simply ridiculous. Did you notice that the Fire Formation's attack seemed to be unable to do anything to the Netherworld God clan's demon master? In the end, it was Wang Ting's method that completed the final kill. Indeed, I don't know what that 3-colored stream of light is. It can actually kill a demon master level existence. Could it be some kind of one-time attack? All kinds of guesses emerged one after another. It was really unbelievable that Wang Ting could assist 3 immortal level existences to kill the Netherworld God clan's demon master. Therefore, many people thought that the final attack should be some kind of one-time special method that could not be used at will. In addition, Wang Ting himself was a saint-level sub-professional. It seemed reasonable that he created such an attack. After all, what they saw was only a video image. They could not see what had happened at that time, nor could they perceive what kind of power Wang Ting had used at that time. But no matter what, Wang Ting became famous again. Being able to kill a demon master level existence, and a demon master level existence from the Netherworld God clan, was enough to explain everything. At this time, Chief Commander Xianxia appeared in the Alliance's channel and said, "The person who saw through the dark apparition's actions was Wang Ting, and I only handed the command to Wang Ting. I didn't do anything else. Therefore, the greatest credit for this battle goes to Wang Ting." And that was the only sentence he said. After leaving this sentence, Chief Commander Xianxia appeared and disappeared again. But the waves caused by this were even greater. Chief Commander Xianxia actually gave all the credit to Wang Ting. If what he said was true, then it was Wang Ting who saw through the dark apparition's actions, and he only handed the command to Wang Ting and did nothing else. Didn't that mean that everything in this battle was done by Wang Ting? This. Everyone was shocked and completely stunned. They did not know how to express their feelings at this moment. When the members of the Star Guild heard this news, they were all shocked. They were still actively preparing for war in the Torch Dragon Weave, but Wang Ting went on the road alone and made such a contribution. No one else could be faster than him. That guy actually did such a big thing. Xianxia could not calm down for a long time. She said resentfully, "Why didn't he bring us along?" Sister Yu, I'm afraid we can't help much in this battle," Wade said. Xianxia was speechless. She had really forgotten about this. Judging from the situation of the battle, it was clearly a battle of high-end combat strength. Ordinary martial artists could not get involved. After all, the Dark Apparitions had mobilized 3 dark armies and even a terrifying existence like the Undead Legion. They were too weak and did not seem to have any room to perform. They would only be cannon fodder if they went. Wu Yan, Feather Cloud Immortal, Killer, and the other geniuses had complicated expressions. Wade was right. They were not even qualified to get involved in this battle. They never thought that the gap between them and Wang Ting would be so huge. What kind of freak is this guy? On Torch Dragon Planet, Torch Dragon Ye's expression kept changing. He had a complicated expression on his face. Previously, he wanted to compete with Wang Ting again to see who could make a greater contribution in this unprecedented battle that involved 3 weaves. In the end, Wang Ting made such a contribution in the blink of an eye and completely left him in the dust. Even a Sector Lord level genius like him could not do much in such a high-end battle. However, Wang Ting could do it with ease. Not only did he become the commander of the entire battle, but he also turned the tide and killed the Underworld Demon Master. He admitted that he could not do such a thing. Was there really no comparison between him and Wang Ting? Brother. On the side, another young man from the Torch Dragon tribe looked pale and could not help but shout. This person was Zhu Longshan. He had returned from the Cosmic Star College and was excitedly preparing to join the battle. However, he heard such news. One could imagine the shock in his heart. Especially the news of Wang Ting killing the Dark Apparition genius, he had not even digested it. Now, there was an even more shocking news. Zhu Longshan's proud heart was shattered. Don't make him your enemy in the future. Otherwise, even I might not be able to protect you. Torch Dragon Yi closed his eyes and said faintly. Brother. Zhu Longshan's heart trembled. It was the first time he had seen Torch Dragon Yi show such an expression, and the first time he had heard him say such words. In his heart, there seemed to be a pillar of faith that collapsed at this moment. He used to be proud of his brother because he could stand out in a place like the Cosmic Star College where geniuses gathered. He even became a counselor of the Cosmic Star College Arbitration Council. His strength and talent were both top existences. He even thought of letting Torch Dragon Yi take action to suppress Wang Ting and let Wang Ting know that his so-called talent was not worth mentioning at all. Compared to his brother, Wang Ting was nothing. But reality gave him a hard slap in the face. His brother was overshadowed in front of the other party. The pride in his heart was completely shattered, and he did not even have the thought of comparing himself with the other party. The battle on Pyrolite Planet brought Wang Ting back into the limelight once again. He created miracles again and again, making everyone feel shocked and incredulous. The light of this prodigy gradually blossomed in the dark starry sky of the 3 weaves. It was extremely dazzling. Even if it was just a ray of starlight, unable to spread across the entire 3 weaves, it was enough for everyone to see his light and not ignore it. Pyrolite Planet. Tianlan Xingwei looked at Wang Ting with a complicated expression. He had also seen the news released by the Allied forces and could not help but sigh in his heart. This prodigy's reputation was even greater than he had imagined. Now, everyone's attention was on Wang Ting. As for the geniuses from Tianlan territory, no one paid any attention to them. The pyrolite mines have all been excavated. At this moment, the Suching immortals flew over from afar with serious expressions. At least half of the pyrolite mines on Pyrolite Planet have been excavated. Half. Tianlan Xingwei was shocked. How can there be so much? The Black Scorpion army was the first to arrive. We were too late. The Suching immortal shook his head and sighed. Forget it. This is fate. Tianlan Xingwei also sighed and said, we're already lucky to be able to obtain half of the pyrolite mines. Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly, but he did not speak. He already knew how much pyrolite was left on this planet. He had already obtained 1/5 of it, but he would definitely not tell anyone. At this moment, his communicator suddenly rang. Wang Ting, it's Commander Xing Su. Yuan Gunggun's voice suddenly sounded. Connect me. Wang Ting said. A light screen suddenly appeared in front of him. Tianlan Xingwei. The Suching immortals and the others were also attracted. Commander Xing Su. They all called out. Even the 3 immortal rank existences did not dare to slight Commander Xing Su in the slightest. They were all very polite. Commander Xing Su nodded at them and then looked at Wang Ting. Commander Xing Su. Wang Ting bowed slightly. Yes. General Xing Su's cold and hard face relaxed slightly, and there was a trace of appreciation in his eyes. He said, you did very well this time, so well that it exceeded my expectations. Commander, you flatter me. Without your support, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish this. Wang Ting shook his head. You don't have to be humble. Commander-in-Chief Xing Su shook his head and changed his tone. With a serious expression, he said, Wang Ting, listen up. Yes. Wang Ting was slightly taken aback and hurriedly responded. Last time, you killed the Dark Apparition Genius. This time, you destroyed the 2 dark armies, Dark Flame and Dark Scale, as well as an army of the Netherworld Army. You seized the pyrolite mine. The number of people who have contributed to this is second to none in the entire Xianxia capital. Therefore, Commander Xing Su paused for a moment. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat as he fell into deep thought. The Suching immortals and Tianlan Xingwei seemed to have thought of something and looked at Wang Ting. They were going to reward him based on his contributions. The war wasn't over yet, but Wang Ting's contributions were already enough for the alliance to reward him. You could say that it was buying bones with 1,000 taels of gold to set a benchmark, or that it was clear when it came to rewards and punishments. To Wang Ting, this was a great thing that others couldn't be envious of. After discussion among the various forces of the alliance, we hereby award you the Hall of Stars, the 7-star Glory Badge. Commander-in-Chief Xing Su looked at Wang Ting with an extremely solemn expression as he spoke slowly. What? Tianlan Xingwei's expression changed, and he suddenly lost his voice. Even the 3 immortals from Suching Immortals were shocked and in disbelief. May I ask, what is this Hall of Stars? What is the 7-star Glory Badge? A hesitant voice suddenly sounded. Wang Ting was slightly disappointed. It wasn't a substantial reward, just a badge. However, looking at the expressions of Tianlan Xingwei and the 3 immortals, it seemed to be something rather important. He was somewhat curious. Everyone looked at Wang Ting speechlessly. This guy actually didn't know about the Hall of Stars? And he didn't know about the Glory Badge? What the hell, there was actually someone in the universe who didn't know about the Hall of Stars and the Glory Badge. After all, he was a famous prodigy. Those who didn't know him might think that he came from some corner of the universe. Yuan Gungun was still in shock. After hearing his words, he couldn't help but be silent for a while before saying helplessly, Wang Ting, you better not speak. This will make people think that you're ignorant. All right. A moment of carelessness allowed this guy to show his ignorant side in front of outsiders. How could outsiders know that this guy came from a backward planet and had only been in contact with the universe for a short time? It was normal that he didn't know about these things. If it wasn't for its help, Wang Ting wouldn't have known how much time it would take him to understand the universe. However, it didn't explain anything at this time, because it knew that Tianlan Xingwei or the immortals from Suching Immortals would tell Wang Ting about the Hall of Stars and the Glory Badge. Wang Ting was speechless. He was despised by Yuan Gungun again. Xing Su looked at Wang Ting strangely, as if he was choked. It felt like he was handing over an important treasure to the other party, but the other party didn't know what it was. It felt like he was flirting with a blind man. The Hall of Stars was a special organization formed by the efforts of the leaders of the universe. Every force would send out strong fighters to take on important positions such as the Hall Master and Emissary. They had great power and could start wars. They had the authority to govern the various forces. Tianlan Xingwei glanced at Xing Su and quickly explained to Wang Ting in a low voice. Those who can become the Hall Master and Emissary of the Hall of Stars are all people who have made great contributions to the universe. No matter how strong a normal warrior is, they have no chance at all. And the standard of evaluation for this contribution is the Glory Badge. The Glory Badge can be divided into ordinary badges, emissary badges, star god badges, etc. They are all divided into 9 stars. And now you have a 7-star ordinary Glory Badge. At this point, the envy in Tianlan Xingwei's eyes almost overflowed. He couldn't suppress it no matter what. This guy actually got the Hall of Stars Glory Badge so carelessly and reached 7 stars in one go. Didn't this mean he could become an emissary in the future? He was only 2 stars away. When his ordinary badges reached 9 stars, and he made some important contributions, he could definitely become an emissary-level existence. Start wars and govern the various forces? Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a strange light. He said thoughtfully, "Isn't this very similar to the interstellar arbitration?" Yes. The interstellar arbitration is mainly limited to the younger generation, but the Hall of Stars doesn't have this restriction. Tianlan Xingwei was stunned and shook his head. Obviously, the interstellar arbitration couldn't be compared to the Hall of Stars. This time, we were able to quickly gather the various forces and form an alliance because of the Hall of Stars. The Suqing Immortal transmitted his voice. I see. Wang Ting was slightly surprised. At this moment, he truly felt what kind of existence the Hall of Stars was. Start a war. This was the right to start a war. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, starting a war didn't just mean a war against the dark apparitions, but also an internal war. When facing the dark apparitions, the various forces were naturally united against the external forces. However, without the threat of the dark apparitions, the various forces in the universe of light would inevitably collide and have friction. Naturally, there would be a space war. Sometimes, a great war was enough to destroy a civilization. The former Naga clan might have fallen in a great war. After thinking through this, Wang Ting's eyes suddenly became burning. 7-star Glory Badge, it reached the 7-star level all of a sudden. The alliance really gave him face. Seeing Wang Ting's reaction, Chief Commander Xianxia's eyes finally revealed satisfaction. Color. If this kid was so calm even in the face of the Hall of Stars Glory Badge, then he would have to wonder if the other party was some old monster. Enough, Xianxia's daughter didn't know what kind of strength she had, so what kind of skin did she have? I will order people to send your Glory Badge to the Void Fortress at the border between the Tianlan Weave and the Machinery Weave. You will be heading there next. Commander-in-Chief Xianxia said seriously again. The border between the Tianlan Weave and the Machinery Weave. Wang Ting's eyes focused. That was probably the place where the dark apparitions' attacks were the fiercest. Previously, he had heard that the dark apparitions had concentrated a large number of their forces at the border between the 2 weaves. They seemed to want to break through the 2 weaves and then connect with the area where the Subprofession Alliance headquarters was originally located to form a battle line that spread across the 3 weaves. The dark apparitions' ambitions were obvious. They wanted to completely rule over the 3 weaves. If this battle line was broken through, the 3 weaves would completely lose contact with each other. In the end, they would probably be defeated one by the dark apparitions. You have to transport the pyrolite ore there as soon as possible. The warriors of the machinery race will help you extract the pyrolite ore and use the pyrolite ore as weapons to fight against the dark apparitions. Chief. Commander Xianxia paused for a moment. As for the specific arrangements, you will know when you get there. It's not convenient to tell you now. All right. After he finished speaking, he gave Wang Ting a meaningful look before hanging up. After hearing Chief Commander Xianxia's words, the immortals of Tianlan Star Latitude and Suqing seemed to have sensed something. Their expressions were extremely serious. The war situation is not optimistic. All right. The immortal of Suqing sighed. Don't waste any more time. Have you collected all the pyrolite ore? We have to set off immediately. Wang Ting said. It's done. We can set off now. The immortal of Suqing nodded. Wang Ting did not say anything else and immediately flew into the void. The immortals of Tianlan Star Latitude and Suqing immediately followed. In the void, the warships were ready to set off. After recuperating, everyone's injuries were more or less healed. They were completely ready to set off. The rest of the journey would take quite some time. It was enough for them to fully recover from their injuries. Standing in the Sea Serpent Guard's Sector Lord spaceship, Wang Ting looked at the pyrolite or planet in the void through the panoramic simulation. His gaze wavered slightly. Without the pyrolite ore, this planet would really become an abandoned planet. There was no value to speak of. In addition, this place was remote and even more uninhabited. The spaceship started up and turned into a stream of light that sped into the void. The pyrolite or planet gradually became smaller and then disappeared from Wang Ting's sight. How are your injuries recovering? Wang Ting asked. Behind him, Feng Jin stood quietly without saying anything. Hearing this, she said softly, "Your pills are very effective. You should be able to fully recover in a few days. It won't affect the upcoming battle." She had also participated in the previous battle. After training in blood and fire, she had a different aura. There was a hint of killing intent around her body. The upcoming battle will probably be even more tragic. Wang Ting nodded and said slowly. "It's fine." Feng Jin said calmly. She did not say much but added in her heart, "As long as I can follow behind you, it's enough." "Yes. Sir." At this moment, Hengke's respectful voice sounded. "What's the matter?" Wang Ting asked lightly. "Several thousand guard commanders want to see you." Hengke said. "See me?" Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, "Let them in." "All right." He slowly sat down on the main control seat. After waiting for a while, he saw Hengke bring in a group of 1,000 guard captains from the Sea Serpent Guards. "Greetings, sir." As soon as the 1,000 guard commanders saw Wang Ting, they bowed respectfully. That appearance was like a completely different person from before. Feng Jin stood behind Wang Ting. Her gaze flickered, and she gave a faint smile. Hengke stood behind them and also bowed respectfully to Wang Ting. But when he bowed his head, the corners of his mouth could not help but raise, and there was a trace of pleasure in his eyes. So what if he was a 1,000 guard commander? He was not an important minister yet. He was under the command of Sir. And as the first person to support the Monitor Division, he would be shrouded in the glory of Sir. His status was already different from theirs. "Why are you looking for me?" Wang Ting asked calmly. He didn't care about their thoughts. The 1,000 guard commanders could not help but look at each other before they said, "Nothing much. We just want to ask if Sir has any orders next." "Yes." "Oh?" A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Ting's lips. He said, "I haven't gone to look for you, but you came to look for me first." "Sir, you must be joking. With Sir's example, as the subordinates of Sir, how could we dare to be negligent?" Ma Tianlu, the 1,000 guard commander, said embarrassedly. "Okay, stop flattering me." Wang Ting could not help but shake his head and laugh. He waved his hand and said seriously, "Next, I will go to the border area between the Tianlan Weave and the Machinery Weave. I need to know all the information I can find out." "Yes. Yes." The 1,000 guard commanders saw that he did not intend to pursue the matter and instead gave the order. They were relieved and quickly responded. "You may leave," Wang Ting said. After sending everyone away, he went to a cultivation room and locked himself. Inside. "Yuan Gun, is there a way to extract the energy from the pyrolite ore and create weapons?" Wang Ting sat down cross-legged and asked in his mind. "Difficult. Very difficult." Yuan Gun's voice rang out in his mind. "I just did some research. The energy from the pyrolite ore is too difficult to extract. Once activated with runes, it will come into contact with origin power and explode instantly." "Yes." Hearing Yuan Gun's voice, Wang Ting couldn't help but frown. The next moment, he disappeared from where he was and entered his own space fragment. Then, he entered the hidden space. Wang Ting looked around and was a little surprised. Yuan Gungun had built a workshop here after not being here for a while, and it was filled with all kinds of tools. Even a saint-level subprofessional like him felt a little itchy when he saw it. How is it? Yuan Gungun appeared beside him and smiled. It looks really good. Alright. Wang Ting came to the workbench and a small piece of pyrolite appeared in his hand. His psychic power spread out and began to analyze the energy in it. He had already roughly analyzed the pyrolite before, but the situation didn't allow him to carefully sense it. Now that he had some free time, Wang Ting could naturally concentrate more on analyzing the pyrolite. His psychic power transformed into thin strands that penetrated into the compressed energy within the pyrolite ore. These strands of psychic power were very thin, much thinner than the nerves in the human body. Therefore, when they penetrated the pyrolite, the energy inside was very small. It was so small that it was almost negligible. The energy in the pyrolite didn't fluctuate and was still very stable. Phew. Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. This really worked. With his control of psychic power, it was enough to minimize the impact. Now, he only needed to analyze the energy composition. Yuan Gungun was also a little nervous. When he saw that Wang Ting's psychic power didn't ignite the pyrolite, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Then, he stared at the pyrolite in his hand. He waited for the results. Huh? Alright. Not long after, Wang Ting suddenly exclaimed softly. His psychic power threads had penetrated the center of the pyrolite's energy, and the scene here surprised him. He saw that at the center of the energy, there was a core-like aggregate of energy suspended there. It was so small that if he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't be able to see it. He wouldn't even be able to see it. Just as Wang Ting sensed this core, he also sensed the thin threads extending from it. That's right, thin threads. Dense filaments spread out from the core. However, it was too fine, so fine that it was difficult to detect. If Wang Ting hadn't transformed his psychic power into a thin thread and infiltrated the core of the pyrolite ore, he wouldn't have discovered the existence of the thin thread either. This structure. Wang Ting seemed to be deep in thought. He carefully sensed that the thin strands of psychic power brushed past. It seemed to have stirred something, but it also seemed to have not stirred anything. The feeling was very subtle. Fu Fanyu, please take a look at Liu stir fry. It's like a huge net. His eyes flashed as if he had understood something. In the next moment, his psychic power thread suddenly converged into an invisible blade, and he flicked it gently. Boom, the pyrolite ore in his hand instantly exploded, and a dazzling white light shone in the area, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at it. However, Wang Ting had long since made preparations. He sealed off the surroundings with origin power and sealed the energy from the explosion within a solid sphere with a diameter of 1 meter. The space in front of him flashed. The ball was thrown out by him, and it exploded in the void of the universe outside. What's going on? Yuan Gungun was shocked. It was fine just a moment ago. How did it explode all of a sudden? Could it be that even Wang Ting couldn't deal with the energy of the pyrolite ore? Don't panic. I've already peeked into the energy structure of the pyrolite ore. Wang Ting's lips curled up slightly as he smiled faintly. You've already analyzed it? Yuan Gungun was slightly taken aback and asked in astonishment. He had thought that Wang Ting's analysis had failed, but it turned out that he had succeeded. Wang Ting didn't waste time talking nonsense. His psychic power spread out from between his eyebrows and formed a special structure in the air in front of him. It was the energy structure of the pyrolite ore. Sense it? Yes. Yuan Gungun's face was full of suspicion. He also spread out his psychic power and sensed the structure in the air. This is. The next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. That's right. This is a hidden structure inside the pyrolite ore. This structure allows the energy in the ore to remain stable. Once the origin power enters the structure, it will cause the threads to break. The energy will completely lose balance and naturally explode. Wang Ting smiled faintly and explained. The only difference between the risks of the Chinese way of thinking in China was that they had created an experimental field. Although they had already analyzed the energy structure of the pyrolite ore, it wasn't easy to find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, the pyrolite ore wouldn't have stumped the various factions for so many years. One had to know that they had spent a lot of manpower and resources to gradually find a way to utilize the energy of the pyrolite ore. Yuan Gungun also fell into deep thought when he saw this. Swish, suddenly, Wang Ting opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. How is it? Yuan Gungun hurriedly asked when he saw this. I've thought of a way, but I don't know if it will work. Wang Ting muttered. Hurry up and say it. Yuan Gungun was extremely anxious. He didn't expect Wang Ting to really think of a way. He couldn't help but urge him. Since the energy structure can easily collapse, we'll just have to strengthen it. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he spoke. Strengthen? Yuan Gungun frowned. That's not realistic. According to what you said just now, the energy structure of the pyrolite ore is extremely complex. There are probably tens of thousands of threads. How can you strengthen it? Besides, what are you going to use to strengthen it? This is also a big problem that needs to be solved. Heh. Hee, just wait and see. Heh. Wang Ting chuckled. He wasn't in a hurry to explain. Instead, he took out another piece of pyrolite ore and sent his spiritual force into it. This time, he didn't waste any time. He directly sent his spiritual force into the core of the pyrolite ore and found the core. Then, boom, he actually sent his spiritual force directly into the energy core of the pyrolite ore. In the next moment, the energy core of the pyrolite ore started to vibrate. Wang Ting's expression turned serious. He split his spiritual force into thin threads to reduce the impact and gradually calm the energy in the core. Then, his spiritual force followed the threads that extended from the core and quickly spread out. It was naturally extremely difficult to reinforce each of the extended threads from the outside. But if he extended it from the root, it would be much easier. After all, each thread was connected to the core. As long as he followed these connections, he could naturally extend his spiritual force into each thread. Sure enough, as Wang Ting's spiritual force extended, the threads became extremely tough and difficult to break. Come out. A glint flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. He used his spiritual power and extracted the energy from the pyrolite ore. There was no explosion. A ball of energy quietly floated in front of Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun. This. Yuan Gungun's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. He really extracted it. How did Wang Ting do it? In just a short while, the energy had been extracted. It was a little too easy. It was completely different from what he had expected. How is it? Wang Ting smiled. How did you do it? Yuan Gungun could not help but ask. It's very simple. Wang Ting did not hide it and immediately told Yuan Gungun the method. It can actually be done like this. Yuan Gungun was amazed, but soon frowned. But this method is also very complicated. Every time you extract the energy from a piece of pyrolite ore, you have to do it yourself. That's right. There's no other way. This is the only way I can think of at the moment. Wang Ting shook his head and said, I don't know how the various factions extract the energy from the pyrolite ore, but I'm sure they didn't find a way in a short time. It probably took a lot of time to successfully extract the energy from the pyrolite ore. Yuan Gungun nodded in agreement. It was not easy to extract the energy from the pyrolite ore. They only had 2 people. It was already very good that they could do this for now. And we don't need to mass produce it. We just need to use it ourselves. There's no need to worry about the complexity. Wang Ting smiled. Yuan Gungun nodded and said, then here's the problem. Once the energy is extracted, how do we use it? That's easy. We just need to stuff all the energy into a container. Naturally, we can create a huge body of energy. Wang Ting said. You make a lot of sense. Yuan Gungun said. After settling the pyrolite ore matter, Wang Ting felt a little more confident. With the pyrolite ore he now had, he could pose a threat to immortal rank and demon lord rank existences. He had another layer of protection for his life. Even if he could not use the formation, he could still contend against immortal rank and demon lord rank existences. I'll leave the rest to you. Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun. In the void, time seemed to have lost its meaning. The battleship of Wang Ting and the people of Tianlan Weave sailed quickly, heading towards the border between Tianlan Weave and Machinery Weave at top speed. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a piece of news came and caused a huge commotion. The dark apparitions had sent out an army to attack the void fortress at the border between Skywave Weave and Machine Weave. Even many demon lords had been mobilized, causing a terrifying battle. The radiant universe was extremely passive. Under the fierce attack of the dark apparition army, they suffered heavy losses, and many of their defensive lines collapsed. Even an immortal rank existence had fallen. In desperation, the radiant universe could only retreat to a few important defensive lines. They could both attack and defend, and once again fell into a stalemate with the dark apparition army. However, the dark apparition army did not retreat. They were already approaching and would launch a second attack at any time. How could this be? In the Skywave Weave spaceship, Skywave Weave and the others had ugly expressions. They had just received the news and could not calm down. Even the three immortal rank existences were the same. The Heavenly Wind Empire's Marquis Xianxia has fallen. The Suqing Immortal said in disbelief. Marquis Xianxia. Wang Ting was also here. When he heard the Suqing Immortal's words, he could not help but be stunned. He asked, "The fallen immortal is the Heavenly Wind Empire's Marquis?" "Yes." The Suqing Immortal's expression was solemn. He nodded and said, "I've been friends with him for many years. Before I came to Pyrolite Planet, I even met him once. I never thought that this would be an eternal farewell." Yes. An immortal rank existence had existed for a very long time. Now that he had fallen, it was truly lamentable. As for the Suqing Immortal, who was familiar with the other party, the impact would probably be even greater. "My condolences." Wang Ting opened his mouth and could only say so. "Sigh, when we found out that the three territories were invaded by the dark apparitions, we already had this premonition. Now, it has finally come true." The Suqing Immortal sighed. Unfortunately, Marquis Xianxia heavily injured a demon master before he died, but he still couldn't kill it. The immortal rank Indeci's expression was solemn as he said regretfully. It said that it was a demon master from the blood race called Blood Ruin Demon Master. His methods were quite strange. He could actually control a type of existence called blood souls. Those blood souls could not only attack, but they could also replenish his own origin energy, saving his life at the last moment. The three-eyed immortal said. "Blood Ruin Demon Master." Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. It was actually him. What a coincidence. However, an immortal rank had risked his life to heavily injure him, yet he could still survive. He was really tenacious. Dark apparition. The Suqing Immortal clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a cold light. At this moment, everyone's intelligent wristwatches lit up. A ray of light appeared. There was only a red banner on it, and it kept flashing. Enlistment order. Tianlan Xingwei and the others were slightly shocked. Enlistment order? Wang Ting was stunned. All warriors who receive this enlistment order must unconditionally put down everything and head to the battlefield. No objections are allowed. Otherwise, they will be treated as deserters. Tianlan Xingwei took a deep breath and said. "Are we heading to the battlefield soon?" Wang Ting said. To him, there was no difference whether he received the enlistment order or not. It's not the same. Previously, it was just a normal order. Now, it's a compulsory enlistment. The war hasn't ended, and the Alliance army hasn't given the order to retreat. "No one can retreat," Tianlan Xingwei said solemnly. "Looks like the situation isn't optimistic." Wang Ting said. "Yes." Tianlan Xingwei nodded. His eyes were filled with deep worry. The three immortals were the same. They had also received the enlistment order and had to head to the battlefield. The outcome might very well be the same as Xiaohe the other day. Even immortals couldn't stay out of this war. Wang Ting, on the other hand, was very calm. After he returned to his spaceship, he immediately contacted the Blood God clone, wanting to know the situation with the dark apparition. Within the Flying Snake Guard's Sector Lord ship. In a cultivation room, Wang Ting sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. He contacted the blood god doppelganger again. An hour later, Wang Ting opened his eyes slightly, a bright light flashing in his eyes. The blood god clone is also heading to the border between the Tianlan weave and the machinery weave. It seems that he's also going to participate in the battle. Also, the dark apparitions will use the pyrolite ores. The blood god avatar can't stop them at all. He can only hand them over. Besides, this was part of the plan. Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he considered his next course of action. I wonder how the dark apparition will use those pyrolite ores. Maybe they also have weapons that can use pyrolite. We can't underestimate the dark apparitions. The blood god clone may be able to surprise me in this regard. With the blood god doppelganger as a spy, he might be able to find out how the dark apparitions used the pyrolite ore. Then, he would naturally be able to find a way to solve the problem. The main point wasn't to stop the dark apparitions from using the pyrolite but to find a way to break it. With the solution, he would be able to destroy the dark apparition's pyrolite mine. As for Demon Master Shui Can, I'll probably have to wait until the blood god clone arrives at the border between the Tianlan weave and the machinery weave to know the details. A cold light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes as he sneered in his heart. However, that blood-ruined demon master probably won't recover that easily. An immortal rank being risked his life to heavily injure him, I don't believe he won't be affected. Even a dark apparition wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. On the other side, the blood god clone led the Black Scorpion army toward the border between the Tianlan weave and the machinery weave. Their battleship was sailing in a remote void. This route came from the headquarters of the blood race, which allowed them to avoid the martial artists of the radiant universe. The upper echelons of the blood race were very happy that the blood god clone had managed to secure a portion of the pyrolite ore. This was especially so for the crimson blood demon venerable. When he contacted his blood god clone, the look of satisfaction in his eyes could not be concealed. The fact that the blood god doppelganger was able to make a demon lord act this way showed how satisfied they were. Moreover, the Alliance Army of the Light Universe knew that the Dark Flame and Dark Scale armies, as well as one of the Netherworld Legion's armies, had been annihilated. Naturally, the Dark Apparitions knew about it too. It was just that the Dark Apparition found out about it a little later. Because of this, the Blood God clone's contribution was even more prominent. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. The Netherworld army even had the support of the Dark Flame and Dark Scale armies. In the end, they were still destroyed by the Radiant Universe and lost the Pyrolite Mine planet. On the other hand, the Blood God clone led the Black Scorn army to protect a portion of the Pyrolite Mine and retreated safely. Many of the Dark Race higher-ups naturally didn't mind adding insult to injury. That dark apparition from the Nether God race was usually so arrogant and conceited that it didn't think much of them. But now, it had suffered a defeat. But if that's the case, the Underworld God clan will probably hate me, right? The Blood God clone rubbed his chin and felt a headache coming on. Once one became famous, trouble would naturally follow. There was no way to stop it. Forget it, let's go all out. The Blood God avatar shook his head and stopped thinking about it. What he was about to do was extremely dangerous. He could only dance on a tightrope. There was no such thing as safety. In any case, with his current status and contributions, the vampires would protect him no matter what. Even if the Underworld God race wanted to touch him, it wouldn't be that easy. Besides, I still have a final trump card. The Blood God clone smiled slightly. The Nether God physique, this was his trump card against the Underworld God race. Who would have thought that a fake vampire dark apparition like him would have the Nether God physique? However, he could only use a portion of this power. It was left in his body by his main body just in case. He couldn't use it indefinitely. Therefore, he wouldn't use the Nether God physique unless he had no other choice. My main body will soon reach the junction between the Tianlan weave and the machinery weave. At that time, it will be much easier for me to coordinate with him from the inside. The Blood God clone stopped thinking about it and slowly closed his eyes. Time flew by quickly in the void. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. A broken void appeared in front of him. The space was shattered, and there were many wreckage, corpses, and meteorites floating around. It looked very tragic. The thick power of darkness pervaded the surroundings and enveloped a large area of the starry sky. Looking from afar, he could see densely packed dark apparitions. He could even see many dark apparition battleships surrounding a black fog. This is the area occupied by the dark apparitions. The blood god clone stood up in the vampire spaceship and looked at the void outside through the panoramic simulation. His eyes flashed slightly, and he was a little shocked. He didn't expect the battle here to be so tragic. Although he didn't see the battle with his own eyes, he could guess the tragic situation of the battle from the situation here. Then, he turned his gaze to the back of the void. A strange river stretched across the void, spreading into the endless distance. Countless stars decorated it, and it was extremely spectacular. The void turbulence zone. This was the void turbulence zone that lay between the various large territories. The existence of this void turbulence zone formed a natural barrier. There were all kinds of stars, complex energy turbulence, and unknown creatures inside. It was very dangerous. Now, it had become a barrier to stop the dark apparitions. If the dark apparitions wanted to connect the two weaves, they had to kill all the light universe martial artists on both sides. Otherwise, everything would be just empty talk. Blood Disciple, we have arrived at the Dark Blood Void Fortress. At this time, a few figures appeared behind the Blood God clone and said respectfully. They were Blood Rambo, Blood Rosa, and the other vampire dark apparitions. After the battle on the Pyrolite planet, they respected the Blood God clone even more. There was a trace of fanaticism in the depths of their eyes. He was able to lead them to fight against the three incomparably powerful dark armies, Dark Flame, Dark Scale, and Netherworld, with the strength of a middle-rank demon emperor, and finally retreat safely. Such a battle record was rare even in the entire history of the vampire dark apparitions. They were lucky enough to participate, so how could they not submit? Someone is coming to welcome us. The Blood God clone said lightly. A group of vampire dark apparitions looked at the void in front of them and saw a group of dark apparitions rushing over quickly. The streaks of dark red streamers were particularly eye-catching in the void. They were obviously different from the other dark apparitions. Let's go out and take a look. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood God clone had already disappeared. Blood Rambo, Blood Rosa, and the other dark apparitions also followed. They turned into clouds of blood mist and disappeared in the spaceship. When they appeared again, they were already outside the void. Welcome, Your Highness. Suddenly, the vampires and dark apparitions knelt down on one knee in the air and shouted loudly. The Blood God clone was slightly taken aback. What kind of formation is this? What a welcoming party. Among the group of vampire dark apparitions, the four leading vampire dark apparitions did not kneel on one knee. Instead, they took the initiative to welcome him. Your Highness, long time no see. A chuckle came from one of the vampire dark apparitions. Blood Rant. Blood Aussie. Blood Massey. Blood Packed Man. The Blood God clone's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised to see an acquaintance here. These four vampire dark apparitions were the four peak upper-rank demon emperor dark apparitions that helped him suppress the Sword Blood Fish clan in the Immortal Blood Sea. They came from different clans, but they were all close to the Blood God clone and chose to support him. The Blood God clone did not expect them to come out to welcome him personally. This was really a big lineup. After all, they were all peak upper-rank demon emperors who had been famous for a long time. They were extremely powerful. The last time they were able to help was because they had to suppress the Sword Blood Fish clan. But now, they were just welcoming him. There was no need for powerhouses like them. Behind him, Blood Lumbo, Blood Neil, Blood Rosa, and the other vampire geniuses were also shocked. They could not help but look at each other. The Blood Master's reputation was really big now. I'm really flattered that the four seniors came out to welcome me personally. The Blood God clone said. With the Blood Master's current strength, you deserve our respect. Blood Rant looked at each other and smiled. The Blood God clone clearly felt that their attitude towards him had changed. Previously in the Immortal Blood Sea, although the four dark apparitions of the Blood clan at the peak of the Upper Demon Emperor realm were very polite, they still regarded themselves as seniors and more or less carried a trace of the arrogance of a superior. But now, he could no longer see this feeling from them. At this time, they were treating him like a peer. Not only were they polite, but they were also very enthusiastic. The blood god clone immediately understood that this should be the influence of the battle on the Pyrolite planet. The reputation of the Netherworld army was too great, not to mention the existence of the Netherworld god clan. Moreover, he was able to contend with an army of the Netherworld Legion and even kill a late-stage high-level demon emperor of the Netherworld god clan. How could these peak high-level demon emperors of the blood kindred dare to slight him? Furthermore, they already knew that the blood clan's demon sovereigns valued this blood master greatly. Even peak upper-rank demon emperors like them were inferior to him. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't leave, the demon masters would have come out to welcome you personally. Blood Chi-Man smiled. I can't afford that. The blood god clone shook his head and did not take it to heart. A demon master coming out to welcome him personally was like roasting him on the fire. Blood master, please come with us. The demon masters are waiting for you. Blood Chi-Man said again. The blood god clone nodded and did not say any more nonsense. He flew toward the black fog ahead with the group of vampire dark apparitions. He had already faintly sensed an extremely rich power of darkness. That area should be where the void fortress of the dark apparitions was located. The Black Scorpion Army spaceship also followed behind slowly as if it was escorting them. Spying gazes shot from the surrounding darkness as they watched the blood god clone and the others enter the black fog. After entering the black fog, the blood god clone felt even more powerful gazes. There was probably no lack of upper-rank demon emperors or even demon masters among them. Blood master, don't worry. Blood Rant seemed to know this would happen. He smiled and transmitted his voice. The news from the Pyrolite planet has spread. You have now become the focus of all the dark races. Many people no longer dare to underestimate you, the vampire blood master. Previously, the blood god clone and the Radiant Universe's prodigy fought to a draw without a clear victor. It was only to let the dark races know that he was a genius. But after the battle on the Pyrolite planet, these dark races no longer dared to treat him as a simple genius. This vampire blood master was the commander of the Black Scorpion Army. He was an expert who could kill a late-stage upper-rank demon emperor from the Netherworld god clan. And he was still very young. This proved that his potential was so great that no one dared to underestimate him. The blood god clone's eyes flickered slightly. He nodded slightly and flew through the black fog with a calm expression. It seemed that he did not care about those spying gazes. Soon, the group passed through the black fog. The front suddenly opened up, and huge void fortresses suddenly appeared in front of the blood god clone. These void fortresses were not of one type. There were all kinds of them and they were all different. Some were like blood-colored castles, some were like piles of white bones, and some were like mountains made of black rocks, vampires, bone spirits, demon rock race. The blood god clone immediately recognized the dark races that these void fortresses belonged to. Their characteristics were so obvious that they could be seen at a glance. It seems that the dark apparitions have indeed gathered a large number of forces here. His eyes flickered slightly, and he was somewhat shocked. According to his main body, the dark apparitions only sent out a few demon masters in the previous battle. However, he was sure that there were more than just a few demon masters here. Just one demon sovereign from each of the dark races was enough to make up several demon sovereigns. Could it be that they are waiting for something? Or is there something in the two weaves that they are afraid of? The blood god clone was somewhat suspicious. With the military strength here, if they attacked the two weaves, they might be able to take them down in one go. However, these dark apparitions did not act rashly. The previous battle was more like a test. They are testing the strength of the light universe? The blood god clone's eyes flickered as if he had thought of something. Yes, the light universe does not know the exact strength of the dark apparitions. The dark apparitions also do not know what kind of existences there are in the two weaves. Let's not talk about the three major forces in the Skybillow weave first. There must be a true god on Skybillow Mountain. There is also the machinery weave. The machinery race is very mysterious. No one knows what level they are. While thinking, the blood god clone flew toward the blood-colored castle-like void fortresses under the guidance of Shui Rant and the other dark apparitions. Soon, they entered. Blood disciple, please enter. The demon master is waiting for you inside. Shui Rant opened a door, and an extremely spacious hall appeared in front of him. There were 13 thrones in the hall, and a terrifying dark apparition of the Blood Clan sat on each of them. 13 demon masters. The Blood God clone was shocked. The 13 clans of the Blood Clan had sent out a demon master. This was too crazy. 13 demon supremacies appeared here. Although they didn't release that terrifying aura on purpose, the faint aura that was emitted could not be ignored. The Blood God clone was shocked. He never expected that the demon supremacies of the Blood Clan's 13 clans would appear here. He was too familiar with the 13 thrones. There was a symbol on each of the high chairs, representing the 13 different clans. It was clear at a glance. The dark apparitions were definitely after something big. The Blood God clone immediately had this thought. However, he immediately suppressed it. He didn't show it on his face as he walked into the hall calmly. Greetings, demon supremacies. Greetings. The Blood God clone bowed respectfully to the 13 demon supremacies. Shuiju. Greetings. A chuckle came from the seat of honor. Blood Shadow Demon Supremacy. The Blood God clone's eyes flashed. He felt that this voice was very familiar and immediately thought of something. Ha ha ha. Shuiju, you did well this time. It was not in vain that we supported you to become Blood Master. The Blood Shadow Demon Supremacy laughed. Thank you for your trust, Demon Supremacy. The Blood God clone raised his head and looked at him with a smile that was neither arrogant nor humble. The Blood Shadow Demon Supremacy nodded slightly at him. He was very happy, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. When he supported Shuiju to become Blood Master, he also took a huge risk. A Blood Clan member who came up from the lower dark world and whose background was unknown. Wanting to become a Blood Master was no different from a fantasy. Many higher-ups of the Blood Clan would not allow this to happen. They would rather take the Blood God altar from him and let another Blood Clan prodigy become Blood Master. However, Shuiju's boldness and talent moved him in the end, making him make this decision. Now, it was proven that Shuiju was worthy of the title of Blood Master. If he didn't support him to become Blood Master and another Blood Clan prodigy took his place, would he be able to achieve what he did today? No. It was almost certain that none of the Blood Race geniuses would be able to achieve such a feat. Even if he gave the Blood God altar to the other party, he would not be able to do it either. The Blood Shadow Demon Supremacy was not the only one who understood this. Even the other demon supremacies from the other clans also understood this. Therefore, when the other demon lords of the other clans faced him, they admired his foresight even more. Some of the clans that had chosen to believe in the Blood Shadow Demon Venerable and supported Shuiju to become a Blood Master were also very happy now. They felt that they had made the right investment. This investment would pay them back with huge profits. Pyrolite ore, this was the huge reward he could get this time. Since the pyrolite ore had been snatched back by the Blood God's clone, the Blood Breeds decided to leave the pyrolite ore with the Blood Breeds. With this weapon of mass destruction, the Blood Race would be able to achieve even greater accomplishments on the battlefield and obtain even greater benefits. Of course, this wasn't apparent in the beginning, but after coming to the Black Blood Void Fortress and seeing the 13 devilish lords of the Blood Tribe, the Blood God clone began to notice something. Shuiju's battle on Pyrolite Planet raised the might of the Blood Race. On the throne of the Brute clan, the Crimson Blood Demon Sovereign smiled and said, "That's right. The other dark races are looking at us differently now." The Blood Shadow Demon Venerable nodded. In the past, many dark races looked down on us vampires. Now, it's time for us to show them that we vampires are not to be underestimated. At this moment, the devilish lord of the Thorny Cheek clan spoke. It was covered in a bloody mist, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, judging from its voice, it should be a female dark apparition. Blood Orchid is right. This war should be the time for us vampires to show our might. The Blood Shadow Demon Venerable said in a deep voice. The devilish lords of the other clans nodded, and their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Why are these vampires acting like they're on steroids? The Blood God clone asked. He was a little speechless. No wonder the devilish lords of the 13 clans had appeared on the battlefield. It turned out that they wanted to make a big move. However, when he thought of the blood race's past, he understood. Before he appeared, the blood race didn't have any outstanding prodigies. Even a prodigy like Shui Lanbua, who came from the myriad race's demonic lands, couldn't compare to the top prodigies of the various clans. If they were placed on the battlefield, they would probably be at the bottom. Prodigies could be said to be the face of a race. If prodigies couldn't hold their own, the blood race's overall strength wouldn't be able to hold their heads high in front of the other dark races. Now that he had appeared, suppressed the prodigies of the various dark races, defeated an army of the Netherworld Legion, and killed a dark apparition of the Netherworld God race, these achievements were enough to raise the blood race's head. Blood extinction, do you have the pyrolite ore? The blood slaughter demon Venerable asked. Yes. The blood god clone's eyes flashed. He took out a spatial ring and said, I was just about to give it to you. Okay. Good. The blood slaughter demon Venerable was even more satisfied when he saw that he handed it over without even asking for credit. He nodded and said, this pyrolite ore is very important to the blood race. We can't let the Black Scorpion Legion have it. The Black Scorpion Legion is still too weak. Okay. I understand. The blood god clone said. Later, I will personally take you to see the use of the pyrolite ore. You are now qualified to see it. The blood slaughter demon Venerable said. The blood god clone's eyes flashed, and he nodded silently. The blood slaughter demon Venerable reached out and grabbed the blood god clone's spatial ring. A piece of pyrolite ore less than the size of a fist appeared in his hand. Pyrolite ore. I haven't seen this in a long time. The blood shadow demon Venerable looked at the pyrolite ore in his hand and said with some emotion. The energy inside is very majestic. It has been compressed to the extreme. Just like the rumors say, it can erupt with great power. The blood orchid demon Venerable's eyes flashed. She had never seen pyrolite ore with her own eyes. This was her first time seeing it. Then let's not delay. I will take blood extinction to see the results of the blood race's research on pyrolite ore. Does anyone have any objections? The blood slaughter demon Venerable glanced at the demon venerables of the various clans and said indifferently. Since the Vansite clan has already agreed, we naturally have no objections. The demon Venerable shrouded in a bloody mist on the Vansite clan's throne spoke. Blood ruin demon Venerable. Blood ruin. A strange light flashed through the blood god clone's eyes, but he lowered his head slightly and concealed it. He had been paying attention to the demon Venerable on the Vansite clan's throne. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything clearly due to the bloody mist. Now, he could finally confirm that this was the blood slaughter demon Venerable he was extremely familiar with. He really wasn't dead. He just didn't know how he was doing. The Taluito clan has no objections. Another demon Venerable said. We'll do as you say. I'm looking forward to seeing the Blood Master's performance. The demon Venerable from the Listen May clan cackled. The Blood God clone discovered that they were the same clans that had tried to stop him from becoming the Blood Master along with the Vansite clan. However, they seemed to have changed their attitudes now. However, he definitely wouldn't trust them so easily. Compared to these clans, the Gangro clan and the Brute clan, which had supported him from the beginning, were clearly more trustworthy. Let's do this then. The blood slaughter demon Venerable stood up and walked down from his throne. He said to the blood god clone, follow me. Let's go. The doors of the hall opened with a bang. The blood god clone immediately followed the blood slaughter demon Venerable out. The moment he walked out of the door, he couldn't help but look back. He discovered that the demon venerables on the throne were slowly disappearing as if they had never been there. They're not here. The blood slaughter demon venerable is one of them. This thought flashed through the blood god clone's mind. A few of the demon venerables have other missions and aren't here for the time being. However, they'll be here soon. The blood slaughter demon venerable seemed to have noticed the blood god clone's curiosity. He explained out of curiosity. I see. It seems that the blood race is really going to make a big move. The blood god doppelganger said with a calm smile. Of course. With such a large amount of pyrolite in our hands, how can we not do anything? The blood slaughter demon Venerable laughed. His attitude towards the blood god clone was surprisingly good. They chatted and laughed along the way and explained many things about this void fortress to the blood god clone, allowing the blood god clone to quickly understand this place. Moreover, any information that came from the mouth of a demon Venerable was naturally very important. This was a pleasant surprise. We're here. All right. The two walked for a while and arrived in front of a door. The blood slaughter demon Venerable suddenly took out a blood-colored token. After activating it, the door lit up with rays of blood-red light. It actually looked very technological. Boom, there was a loud boom and the door rose. The blood god clone's eyes flashed and he was even more surprised. This door was not an ordinary door. Instead, it looked like a door from the light universe that contained technology. If he was in the light universe, he would not be so surprised. However, in the dark world, this was indeed rare. Let's go. The blood slaughter demon Venerable took the lead and stepped into the door. The blood god clone immediately followed. As soon as he entered the door, a ray of red light scanned him from head to toe. The sense of déjà vu grew stronger. Ha ha ha. Are you surprised? The blood slaughter demon Venerable laughed. The things that these guys come up with are really interesting. Haha. What is this? The blood god doppelganger asked. Let's go in and take a look. The blood slaughter demon Venerable said. The blood god clone nodded and did not ask any more questions. In front of them was a metal corridor that was not very long. There were blood-red lights everywhere, which was very much in line with the characteristics of the blood race. Soon, they reached the end. A huge space appeared in front of them. The blood god clone's eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise. This was actually a place that was filled with technology. All kinds of metal structures were scattered all over the place. Intricate instruments were revealed. There were also all kinds of wires that shuttled between the instruments. It was so densely packed that it was dazzling. In the center of these instruments was a huge metal object that was connected to wires that extended in all directions. On the object, there were strange blood-red runes that were glowing faintly. This is... The blood god clone looked at the blood slaughter demon Venerable. This object is called the Bloody Ash Axe. It is a weapon that uses the energy of pyrolite ore. The blood slaughter demon Venerable said. The Bloody Ash Axe. The blood god clone looked at the object and realized that it was actually a huge axe. However, only the top half of the axe was exposed. The bottom half was below and was covered by the ground. He could not see its full appearance. The energy in the pyrolite ore cannot be activated with origin power. This Bloody Ash Axe can actually use pyrolite ore. Yes. He pretended to be shocked and asked. What does a junior like you know? At this moment, a slightly sharp voice suddenly sounded. The blood god clone frowned and looked up. Behind the pile of wires, a bald head suddenly stuck out. Blood Benai, this is the Blood Clan's blood disciple. Come out and greet him. The blood slaughter demon Venerable said calmly. So it is Lord Demon Venerable. I was wondering who it was. The bald head suddenly jumped down from the sky and landed on the ground with a thump. It bowed to the blood god clone and then looked at the blood god clone. Blood disciple? He is the Blood Clan's blood disciple? Yes. The blood god clone's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This was actually a goblin. However, this goblin seemed to be different from the goblins he had seen before. Its head was actually filled with strange blood-red patterns. Moreover, there were blood-red hairs that looked like weeds growing on both sides of its bald head. These hairs were connected to its beard. It looked rough and comical. That's right. He is the Blood Clan's blood disciple. The pyrolite ore that you have been yearning for was brought back by him. The blood slaughter demon Venerable said calmly. What? The pyrolite ore has been brought back. Blood Benai's eyes suddenly emitted a blood-red glow. He pounced on the blood god clone like a madman. Bam, the blood god clone kicked him away. He flew 4 to 5 meters away before coming to a stop. Blood disciple, Blood Benai greets the blood disciple. Quick, quick, let me see the pyrolite ore. Quick. Blood Benai was not angry at all. He rolled over and crawled over from the ground, wanting to hug the blood god clone's leg. The blood god clone. It's just like this. Get used to it. The blood slaughter demon Venerable said calmly, if not for the fact that it is still useful, I would have kicked it to a place where it cannot be seen. Alright. As he spoke, he took out a piece of pyrolite ore and threw it to Blood Benai. Pyrolite ore. It really is pyrolite ore. Blood Benai's eyes lit up. He held the ore in his hands like it was a treasure. His face was filled with intoxication. What race is this guy? Why is he so strange? The blood god clone asked. Blood goblins were originally goblins. Later on, in order to live longer, they took the initiative to submit to the Blood Clan. After the blood baptism of the Blood Clan, they became a new race. The blood demon Venerable gave a simple explanation. Blood goblin. Blood baptism. The blood god clone felt that he had learned something new. The Blood Clan actually had such a method to convert other races into a new race. However, this conversion obviously meant that he would become a vassal of the Blood Clan and lose his freedom. He sized up Blood Benai in front of him and thought to himself. Blood Benai, how's the bloody ash axe? Seeing that the blood gnome had been staring at the pyrolite ore for a long time without any reaction, the blood slaughter demon Venerable became impatient and kicked it. Blood Benai shuddered and almost dropped the pyrolite ore in its hand. It nodded and said, almost there, almost there. With this pyrolite ore, I can test the bloody ash axe a little. What do you mean it's not a big problem? This bloody ash axe can't be lost. The blood slaughter demon Venerable stared at it coldly and said, if something goes wrong, no matter how many lives you have, you won't be able to take responsibility. The entire blood gnome race will be wiped out. Blood Benai's eyes widened in horror. It said, Lord Demon Venerable, please don't be angry. I'll make sure nothing goes wrong. The blood god clone glanced at it, then walked to the side of the bloody ash axe and looked down. It was hollow below, and a huge object came into view. It really was a huge axe. Only the top half of the axe was exposed, while the bottom half and the handle were vertical. He could see it clearly when he got closer. A soft sound of surprise suddenly rang out in the blood god doppelganger's heart. There were many attribute bubbles floating around the axe. The blood god clone's psychic power turned into thin threads and swept out. He picked up these attribute bubbles. Bloody Ash Axe * 100, Bloody Ash Axe * 150, Bloody Ash Axe * 200, Ancient Blood Tattoo * 120, Ancient Blood Tattoo * 150, Ancient Blood Tattoo * 180. One by one, the attribute bubbles entered the mind of Wang Ting's original body. He couldn't help but be shocked. This is... On the Flying Snake Guard spaceship, Wang Ting's original body suddenly opened his eyes. A glint flashed in his eyes. But before he could think further, a feeling of enlightenment surged in his mind. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed. The shadow of a huge blood-red axe appeared. It was covered with strange patterns. Then, the huge blood-red axe suddenly disintegrated into various materials. Numerous short figures appeared in the surroundings and began to hammer the materials that had been decomposed from the giant axe. The sound of forging echoed in Wang Ting's mind. Various materials were forged and then gathered together to be smelted, gradually turning into the embryonic form of a huge blood-red axe. Next, the strange patterns appeared on it, as if an invisible hand was carving them. The corresponding insight surged into Wang Ting's mind and merged with his memories. It was as if he had participated in the entire process. When all the attribute bubbles were absorbed, Wang Ting's enlightenment ended. Bloody axe. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes, a strange look flashing across his eyes. Who would have thought that the vampires would be the ones to control the pyrolite ore in the end? However, this was also caused by him and the blood god clone. The Blood Clan's method of using pyrolite ore was obviously this bloody ash axe. The ancient blood tattoo's method of stripping blood energy can actually be used on pyrolite ore. Among the materials used to forge the bloody ash axe, there's a special material called bloodstar sand that happens to be able to isolate origin power. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he pondered. Even so, they still have to seal the energy of the pyrolite ore in the bloody ash axe and release it in an extremely short period of time. From the extraction of energy to the release of energy, it can take less than 3 seconds. Otherwise, the energy of the pyrolite ore will explode in the bloody ash axe. The consequences are unthinkable. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The vampire's method of using pyrolite ore was faster than his method, but it was also more dangerous. Once an external force interfered, the energy of the bloody ash axe would become a fatal blow to them. The energy of the pyrolite ore was a double-edged sword. It could harm others, but it could also harm oneself. It all depended on the methods of the person using it. Wang Ting. He didn't expect the blood god clone to bring him such great news so quickly, and directly in the form of attribute bubbles. This way, it would be much easier to manipulate. Bloody Ash Axe, Saint Level 6 Tribulation 13500/25000, Proficient, Saint Level 6. Tribulation Weapon. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel, and his gaze froze. He didn't expect the Bloody Ash Axe to be able to reach the Saint Level 6 Tribulation. Weapons below the Saint Level 6 Tribulation could threaten official level Undyings, and weapons between the Saint Level 6 Tribulation and the Saint Level 3 Tribulation could threaten Emperor level Undyings. The power of a Saint Level 6 Tribulation weapon could be imagined. If the vampires successfully use the Bloody Ash Axe, I'm afraid not many Undyings below Emperor level Undyings can withstand it. Wang Ting's expression was solemn. I hope the Blood God clone can get more information so that it'll be easier for me to act. Other than the attribute bubbles of the Bloody Ash Axe, Wang Ting also obtained quite a number of ancient blood rune attributes. These ancient blood rune attributes were runes used in the Bloody Ash Axe. They were part of the runes that Wang Ting hadn't mastered yet. He had mastered quite a number of ancient blood runes, but the runes he obtained this time were still useful to him. It was truly rare. Ancient Blood Rune, 3200/5000, Proficient. I've mastered more and more ancient blood runes, and I've already reached proficient level. Wang Ting's face revealed a trace of joy. Then he closed his eyes again and entered a state of cultivation. On the other side, the Blood God clone finished picking up the Bloody Ash Axe's attribute bubbles and let out a sigh of relief. At least I know the weapon that the vampires use the energy of pyores. Do you know about the Blood God Punishment Axe? At this moment, the Blood Slaughter Demon Master's voice came from behind. Blood God Punishment Axe. The Blood God clone was slightly stunned. His eyes flashed as he said, "Is it the legendary weapon of the vampires?" He knew about it because of the Blood God body. The Blood God body summoned the Blood God projection. Other than being able to control the Blood God cup, it could also control other legendary weapons of the vampires. One of them was called the Blood God Punishment Axe. He didn't expect to hear the name of the Blood God Punishment Axe under such circumstances. Yes. The Blood Slaughter Demon Master nodded. The two are related? The Blood God clone asked in surprise. That's right. The Bloody Ash Axe was inspired by the Blood God Punishment Axe. The Blood Slaughter Demon Master said. That's the credit of us blood goblins. Blood Benai muttered softly. Oh? You blood goblins are so capable? The Blood God clone glanced at him and laughed. Of course. We blood goblins are a race full of wisdom. Blood Benai puffed out his chest and said proudly. They are all lunatics. The reason they pursued a long life was because of their foolish thirst for knowledge. The Blood Slaughter Demon Master didn't deny this point and said. How can you say thirst for knowledge is foolish? Blood Benai was a little unconvinced, but his fear of the Blood Slaughter Demon Master made his voice gradually lower. He didn't dare to say more. Alright, I can't be bothered to listen to your crazy words. The bloodthirsty Mao Qiao waved his hand impatiently. Then, the frog head waved his hand impatiently at the Blood Guide. He turned to the Blood God clone and said, after the battle begins, the Bloody Ash Axe will be handed over to you. Are you confident? Huh? What? The Blood God clone was shocked. The Bloody Ash Axe was handed over to him to control. He didn't expect the blood race to make such a decision. Even if such a powerful weapon was handed over to a demon lord, it would probably go through a series of discussions. It was definitely not a decision that could be made easily. but the blood race handed it over to him just like that? Wasn't this a little too hasty, and if it was handed over to him, how was he going to destroy it? Wasn't this a trap? After all, when the time came, if something happened to the bloody ash axe, he would be responsible. Even if he was a blood disciple, the entire blood race wouldn't let him go. The blood slaughter demon master didn't know what the blood god clone was thinking. It was normal for him to be surprised. The bloody ash axe was very important. They had finally decided to hand it over to him to control. Firstly, it was because he was the one who took back the pyrolite ore. Moreover, his performance after coming to the universe of light was really impressive. Secondly, they wanted to nurture him and make him the benchmark of the blood race. After all, with the talent that the blood god clone had displayed, as long as he could develop smoothly, he would at least become a demon lord in the future. And he definitely had a chance to become a demon lord. Besides that, there was a third reason, which was also the most important one. The blood god projection, the blood god altar, the bloody ash axe was a pirated version of the blood god punishment axe. Naturally, it needed to be controlled by the blood god projection to unleash its greatest power. And with the blood god altar, the blood god clone could condense an extremely powerful blood god projection. The blood god clone looked at the blood slaughter demon master. His eyes flickered slightly as thoughts spun rapidly in his mind. Agree, or not, suddenly, a white light flashed through his mind. He probably couldn't refuse this. With his current status in the blood race, he could only advance and not retreat. Once he retreated, the clans that supported him would probably be disappointed, and the clans that didn't support him would probably find an opportunity to pounce on him. The blood god clone had a headache, but he didn't show it on his face. He was as calm as a dog. He smiled slightly and said, "Since the demon lords think highly of me, I naturally won't disappoint you." "All right. Good." The blood slaughter demon master laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "I knew you would agree." "All right." The blood god clone was smiling, but he was cursing in his heart. F***ck, this thing was simply a hot potato. Who would want it? Then I'll leave this place to you. Feel free to contact me if you have any problems. The blood slaughter demon venerable passed the token to him before disappearing from where he stood after he finished speaking. The blood god clone held the token and stood there silently for a long time. "Blood master." Blood Benai came over and called out carefully. "What is it?" The blood god clone glanced at him and said indifferently. "Do you have more pyrolite ore?" "Give me more." Blood Benai licked his lips. "No." The blood god clone refused. "Pyrolite ore is of great importance. I can't give you too much." "Yes. Without enough pyrolite ore, my research isn't complete." Blood Benai's eyes darted around as he said unwillingly. "Take me around and tell me your progress and difficulties. Maybe I can help you apply for more pyrolite ore." The blood god clone's eyes flashed. Good. 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 I'll take you around now." "All right." Blood Benai's eyes lit up when he heard that there was still room for negotiation. He immediately took the blood god clone around and explained patiently. Half a day later, the blood god clone left Blood Benai's workplace and had a more detailed understanding of the bloody ash axe. He then returned to the Black Scorpion army and met up with the blood breed prodigies. "Blood master." Blood Rambo and the other blood breed prodigies called out. The blood god clone nodded slightly. Suddenly, he frowned and asked, "Where are Blood Rosa and the others?" "All right." Blood Rosa, Euphoria, and the other blood breeds had been surrounding him recently, but he didn't see them now. He couldn't help but be surprised. He looked around and realized that even Blood Emperor Luan and the other blood slaughter race prodigies were nowhere to be seen. This situation was a little abnormal. "I don't know. We were just summoned by the demon lords of the various clans. We haven't seen them since we came back." Blood Rambo frowned and shook his head. The blood god clone frowned. He frowned even more. Could it be that the demon lords of the blood slaughter race had also descended and summoned them? Which clan do the blood slaughter race lean towards? He pondered for a moment and asked. "There's no particular preference. All the blood slaughter race members have their own choices. They can either rely on themselves or lean towards a certain clan. It's hard to say. Blood Rambo said. What about Blood Emperor Luan? The Blood God clone's eyes flashed. Blood Emperor Luan seems to lean towards the Vansite clan. Blood Mermaid race prodigy Shwedia suddenly said. The Vansite clan. The Blood God clone's eyes narrowed. He seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, Quick, check if any blood breed spaceships left the Black Blood Void Fortress just now. Yes. Yes. Everyone seemed to have noticed something and immediately mobilized their forces to investigate the blood breed spaceship's movements. After a while, Blood Neil quickly walked over and said, Blood Master, a Vansite clan spaceship did indeed leave half an hour ago. Yes. The Blood God clone didn't say a word. He just said, You guys stay here. I'll go after that spaceship. Yes. The blood breed dark apparitions couldn't help but be shocked. They wanted to persuade him, but the Blood God clone had already disappeared. Only his voice came from the void. Shwenoji, Shwechi Lua, if you dare to spread the news about me, prepare to die. All right. No one can stop me. I said it. All right. The faces of Shwenoji, Shwechi Lua, and the other blood breed dark apparitions suddenly stiffened. Under the gazes of the blood breed dark apparitions, their expressions were extremely ugly. They were indeed prepared to spread the news, but now that they heard the Blood God clone's words, they didn't dare to. If it was in the past, they definitely wouldn't have taken his words to heart. However, after experiencing this series of events, they didn't dare to doubt his words at all. He even killed an upper-level demon emperor from the Netherworld God clan. Why would he care about a few blood breed prodigies? You guys better listen to the Blood Master's orders. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one can save you. Xuelanbo looked around and said calmly. In the void, a spaceship sped out of the Black Blood Void Fortress. It turned into a stream of light and rushed toward a certain direction in the depths of the universe. It must be Demon Master Shwekin, yes. On the spaceship, the Blood God clone's eyes flashed slightly. He was no longer as anxious as before. He said to himself, judging from the function of the Blood Soul flag, it might need the Blood Slaughter clan to help it recover. But how can I let it do as it wishes? Yes. On the Flying Snake Guard ship, Wang Ting opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed through them. Demon Lord Blood Ruin. Whoosh, whoosh, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spaceship. After giving instructions to Hengku, Feng Jin, and the others, he flew into the void. After a few days of travel, he was close to the border between Tianlan Weave and Machinery Weave. He was not far from the Blood God clone. Moreover, the Vansite clan ship was flying in the direction of the triangular intersection between him and the Blood God clone. There would be a big difference in time if he rushed there. His departure did not alert the three immortals in Tianlan Weave and Tianlan Weave. Therefore, they did not know that he had left. Yuan Gungun, activate the Fire River ship. Whoosh, a voice rang in Yuan Gungun's mind. He paused for a moment, then immediately took out the Fire River ship and activated it. Wang Ting appeared in the ship and pointed at a space coordinate. Lock onto this position. We will meet up with the Blood God clone. Whoosh. Okay. Yuan Gungun's eyes flashed. He immediately controlled the ship and flew toward the space coordinate Wang Ting had pointed out. Demon Master Blood Ruin would never have thought that the Blood God doppelganger would come knocking on his door before he even went looking for trouble. On the other side, the Blood God doppelganger activated the coffin-like airship to its maximum capacity and accelerated toward the airship of the Vansist clan. The Vansite clan ship had only left half an hour earlier than him and had not gone far. When the Blood God clone pushed the ship to the maximum speed, he quickly caught up with the Vansite clan ship. No one had warned them, so they naturally did not know that the Blood God clone was chasing after them. They were still traveling at a constant speed. Found you. Whoosh, the Blood God clone's ship had locked onto a Vansite clan ship in the void. It was well hidden, but it could not hide from the Blood God clone's eyes. He later found out that this Vansite clan ship was a Blood Master's ship. It was a pinnacle upper-level demon emperor ship. Even among the pinnacle upper-level demon emperors, it was one of the best. Some of the tricks it used were overwhelming against ordinary Vansite clan ships. Otherwise, how could it be a blood master? Take the blood disciple armor for example. No ordinary armor could compare to it. When the blood god clone discovered the Vansite clan ship, the Vansite clan ship had not yet discovered its existence. The blood god avatar's eyes flashed, but he did not rush to attack. Instead, he put away his spaceship. Then, bloody light burst out from his body and he turned into blood-red crows. Like a stream of light, he sped toward the spaceship in front. At the same time, he also used the spatial energy that his original body had left in his body to perform a spatial concealment technique. As blood ruined ship, blood ruined space, cries, blood, crimson. Not long after, the blood god doppelganger caught up with the Vansite clan's ship and snuck in through a gap. Thud, no one noticed him. He blood ruined ship was blood ruined blood ship blood. In the spatial passage from the dark world to the light universe, he had used the blood god altar to provide origin blood to these blood race dark apparitions. At that time, he had left runes imprints corresponding to the blood god rebirth technique in their bodies. Originally, he had planned to easily suppress these blood race dark apparitions if they were not obedient in the future and turn them into his own nourishment. He did not expect that they would be easier to control now that they had all submitted to him. Naturally, the blood god rebirth technique imprints could not be used for the time being. Now, however, the runes imprints were going to play an unexpected role. So it's here. Runes flashed in the blood god clone's eyes. He quickly locked onto the location of Blood Rosa and the others. Are they locked up? His eyes flashed. He seemed to have sensed something. Blood Rosa and the other dark apparitions were all locked up in rooms. They seemed to be unable to use their powers. Looks like I guessed correctly. Demon Lord Blood Ruin wants to use these dark apparitions, and it's mandatory. This means that its use is very likely to injure these dark apparitions and even kill them. The blood god clone's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of his guess and was even more certain now. He looked at the device on the door. It was a type of ancient blood rune. It had a sealing effect, but it was not a problem for him. The blood god clone tapped his finger. His spiritual power surged and immediately broke the connection of a few runes. The door opened. Who is it? In the room, Blood Rosa suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was cold with a hint of ferocity. She was like a female leopard that would attack at any time. It's me. The blood god clone said calmly. Your Highness. Blood Rosa's eyes widened in disbelief. The original coldness and ferocity in her eyes turned into confusion and then surprise. Why? You don't want me to come here? The blood god clone asked. No, I. Blood Rosa was a little incoherent. Finally, she asked, why is your Highness here? You followed me but suddenly disappeared. Shouldn't I be concerned? The blood god clone said calmly. Blood Rosa was stunned for a moment. Then, a warm feeling rose in her heart. Although the blood disciple's words were very calm, and there was not the slightest bit of emotion in his tone, she still felt a little touched when she heard his tone. She had never been touched like this among the dark races. One had to know that this was the Vansite clan's airship. Moreover, it was under Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin's orders to take them away. Since the blood god clone had chased after them, it was impossible that he did not know this. Yet, he still came. He was going to become enemies with Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin for them. The blood god clone was speechless when he saw how touched she was. Did this Blood Rosa misunderstand something? Forget it, let her think what she wants. Tell me what happened. The blood god clone did not say anything else. Yes. Blood Rosa came back to her senses and nodded. She immediately told the blood god clone everything that had happened. It turned out that after the blood god clone was called away by the bloodthirsty demon sovereign, Blood Emperor Luan and the other dark apparitions were also called away. And the one who had called them away was Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin. This was just as he had guessed. However, because Blood Rosa had chosen to follow the blood god clone, she was not called away. However, after Blood Emperor Luan returned, she was called away. Blood Rosa was also a dark apparition from the Blood Temple, so she did not think too much about it. In the end, she was captured by the Vansite clan's dark apparition and locked in a spaceship that left the Black Blood Void Fortress. In the entire Black Blood Void Fortress, the disappearance of a mere dark apparition from the Blood Temple would not cause much of a stir. The Blood Temple was just a vassal race of the vampires. Naturally, they would not attract the attention of the other dark races. Even if they were killed on the spot, it would not attract the attention of the other races. At most, they would treat it as a joke. However, they had misjudged the Blood God clone. They did not expect him to be so bold as to attack Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin. Do you know why the Blood Ruin Demon Sovereign wants to capture you? The Blood God clone asked after listening. This was what he was most curious about. Although he had guessed a little, he did not know the exact situation. If Blood Rosa knew, it would be for the best. He would be able to prepare in advance and even beat the Blood Ruin Demon Sovereign at his own game and give him a big surprise. I heard that the Blood Ruin Demon Sovereign has a divine weapon that is made from the body and soul of a blood temple. A trace of hatred appeared in Blood Rosa's eyes. This time, I heard that it was defeated in the battle with the Universe of Light and suffered heavy injuries. I think it should want to use my body to complete its sacred artifact. After all, there are not many Blood Temple race members with the potential of the Blood Temple Constitution. Blood Emperor Lewin is one, and I am another. Blood Temple Constitution? The Blood God clone asked, pretending not to know. He naturally knew what the Blood Temple Constitution was and how it was related to the Blood Soul flag. He had always wanted to obtain this constitution from the Blood Temple race, but unfortunately, he did not get what he wanted. He originally thought that Blood Rosa had kept this constitution as a trump card and had not used it. That was why he did not get anything. Now, it seemed that they had not awakened this constitution. However, Blood Rosa mentioned the potential of the Blood Temple Constitution. Did this mean that she had a chance of awakening this constitution? The Blood Temple Constitution is a special constitution of the Blood Temple race. It can control blood souls. Blood Rosa had told the Blood God clone everything she knew without hiding anything. Oh? Control blood souls? The Blood God clone pretended to be surprised and asked, "The constitution of the Blood Temple race is not bad. You haven't awakened it yet?" "Yes. I haven't awakened it yet." Blood Rosa shook her head and said, "The Blood Temple Constitution of the Blood Temple race places a lot of emphasis on soul power. To awaken it, one must at least have the soul power of a high-level demon emperor." As for me, a trace of disappointment appeared on her face, and she did not continue. However, the Blood God clone already understood. Blood Rosa was stuck at the peak of the middle-level demon emperor and had not broken through. How could she have the soul power of a high-level demon emperor? What about Blood Emperor Lewin? The Blood God clone asked. He is already a high-level demon emperor. His soul power has not reached the level of a high-level demon emperor? Yes. Probably not. Blood Rosa shook her head and looked at him, saying, "Normally, after a living being reaches the level of a high-rank demon emperor, it will take a long time for their soul to reach the corresponding level. Blood Emperor Lewin clearly hasn't reached that level yet. Alright. Since you haven't awakened the Blood Temple Constitution, what's the point of Demon Exalt Schweck in capturing you?" The Blood God clone said. From what Blood Emperor Lewin said, it seems that Demon Exalt Schweck has some method to forcefully increase soul power. Blood Rosa said, "But that method is clearly not a good one." Alright. The Blood God clone nodded thoughtfully. If soul power was so easy to increase, it would not be so difficult for so many geniuses. Demon Exalt Schweck can only use Blood Rosa and the others as materials. How could he give them something too good? Blood Emperor Lewin doesn't know what Demon Exalt Schweck wants to do. He's still trying to get closer. The Blood God clone was puzzled. He probably didn't expect this to happen when he joined Demon Exalt Schweck. Now, he is in a difficult situation. How can he resist a Demon Exalt? Blood Rosa sneered. She was suddenly very glad that she had joined Blood Master. Blood Master would come to save her, but Demon Exalt Schweck, who Blood Emperor Lewin had joined, wanted their lives. The difference between the two was obvious. Let's go. Let's go see him. The Blood God clone said. Blood Rosa immediately followed. The two of them came to the room next door. Blood Emperor Luan was imprisoned here. He was also imprisoned and had no freedom at all. The blood god doppelganger opened the door and strode in with Blood Rosa. Blood Emperor Luan was sitting cross-legged in the corner. When he heard the sound, he slowly opened his eyes. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. But when he saw who it was, his eyes widened. His expression was exactly the same as Blood Rosa's. Blood Master. You. Boom, the blood god clone did not give him a chance to talk. A terrifying ancient blood intent exploded and suppressed him. Pft. Pft. Blood Emperor Luan spat out a mouthful of blood. He was pressed to the ground and could not move. Blood Rosa's eyes showed a trace of satisfaction. Blood Emperor Luan, do you know your crime? The blood god doppelganger stood in front of it and looked down at it from a high vantage point. Blood. Blood Master, I had no choice. I had to do this. Blood Emperor Luan's voice was hoarse and bitter. You had no choice. Then, do you have any complaints if I kill you? The blood god clone said coldly. No complaints. Blood Emperor Luan's eyes showed a trace of unwillingness, but he still said so. You say you have no complaints, but you are very unwilling. The blood god clone said mockingly, looks like you are still unwilling. Yes. Yes, I am unwilling. Blood Emperor Luan's face suddenly became twisted. My Bloodstop clan is a vassal of the blood race. Do we have to be slaughtered like this? Yes. Blood Rosa fell silent. She looked at the blood god clone and said, you joined the wrong person. At least, Blood Master is not like this. Blood Emperor Luan was slightly dazed. He naturally knew what Blood Master's sudden appearance meant, but he still smiled bitterly. Ha, ha ha, so what? No matter how powerful Blood Master is, can he fight against Demon Lord Blood Ruin? Yes. Whether I can fight against him or not is my business. There is no need for you to question. The blood god clone said, now, I will give you a chance to live. It depends on whether you can grasp it. Yes. Blood Master wants to fight Demon Lord Blood Ruin? Blood Emperor Luan asked in shock. He thought the blood god clone was only here to save people. He did not expect him to fight Demon Lord Blood Ruin. Why not? The blood god clone said coldly. Blood Emperor Luan fell silent. He had underestimated Blood Master's courage. But it made sense. He was not even afraid of Demon Lord Blood Ruin. Why would he be afraid of Demon Lord Blood Ruin, and Demon Lord Blood Ruin's current state? Suddenly, a white light flashed in Blood Emperor Luan's mind. He seemed to understand something. I am willing to help Blood Master. In the next moment, he did not hesitate anymore and said directly. Very good. The blood god clone nodded with satisfaction. Very good. The blood god clone finally showed a trace of satisfaction. Blood Emperor Luan was not completely hopeless. But it made sense. Who could face death with such calmness? The Blood Ruin demon clearly wanted him to die and become a material for the Blood Soul banner. Even his soul could not escape. How cruel was that? As an upper-level demon emperor genius, Blood Emperor Luan had a very bright future. Not to mention demon emperors, he had a chance of becoming a peak-level upper-level demon emperor. How could it not have any complaints when it was forced to die in such an aggrieved manner? When he first joined Demon Emperor Blood Ruin, he wanted to get his support so that he could have a better future. His goal was very clear. Who would have thought that Demon Emperor Blood Ruin did not see him as a genius at all? Demon Emperor Blood Ruin probably only used him as a material from the beginning. Blood Emperor Luan might not have been able to see this before, but he definitely understood this now. The blood god clone put away the ancient blood intent and said, get up. Yes. Yes. Blood Emperor Luan got up and stood respectfully to the side. What do you want to do, Blood Master? Blood Rosa suddenly said. I do need your cooperation. Blood Emperor Luan alone is not enough. The blood god avatar nodded. Blood Rosa immediately showed a trace of a smile. She hoped that she could be useful and not just a burden. Okay, don't resist my power now. The blood god doppelganger raised his hand, and strands of strange blood-red light emanated from his body, like blood-red threads. If one looked closely, they would find that these threads were made up of strange runes that were so small that they could not be seen with the naked eye. One had to use their mind to see the existence of these runes. Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Lewin did not know what the Blood God clone wanted to do. However, they trusted him quite a bit and did not suspect anything. The Blood God clone did not care about Demon Emperor Blood Ruin's power. Coming to save them alone was enough to gain their trust. Otherwise, their situation would only be worse. If they were captured by Demon Emperor Blood Ruin, they would almost certainly die. No one would come to save them. So even if the Blood God clone wanted to use them, how bad could the outcome be? At this moment, the Blood God doppelganger did not move, but the blood-red threads wrapped around Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Lewin. Their expressions were surprisingly calm as they allowed the blood-red threads to entangle them. Not long after, more and more blood-red threads wrapped around their bodies, wrapping them from their feet to their heads. The blood-colored threads gradually covered their faces and even their eyes. Blood God Rebirth. Of course, this was the power of the Blood God Rebirth technique. Previously, he had left some runes of the Blood God Rebirth technique in these dark apparitions, but that was only to deal with these middle-level demon emperors and even upper-level demon emperors. Now that he had to deal with a demon lord, how could the Blood God Rebirth technique be enough? Therefore, the Blood God doppelganger sent the power of the Blood God Rebirth technique into Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Lewin's bodies. Every inch of their flesh contained the power of the Blood God Rebirth technique. When the time came, as long as Demon Lord Shui can refine their blood, he would definitely refine this power as well. Regardless of whether he refined this power for his own use or for the Blood Soul banner, it was enough for the Blood God doppelganger. After a while, the blood-red threads on Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Lewin disappeared. They completely merged into their bodies as if they had never appeared. Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Lewin looked down and carefully sensed their bodies. However, they did not sense the existence of the threads. They could not help but be surprised. "You don't have to worry. As long as I don't use my power, this thread will not cause any harm to you," the Blood God doppelganger said. Yes, the Blood God doppelganger said. Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Lewin nodded and did not question him. "After you see Demon Lord Shui Can," the Blood God doppelganger said, "cooperate with him. I will attack when necessary." A strange light flashed through the Blood God doppelganger's eyes as he smiled faintly. Blood Emperor Lewin hesitated and said, "Blood Master, although Demon Lord Shui Can is injured, he is still a Demon Lord after all, don't worry. Since I am going to attack, I am confident." The Blood God doppelganger said nonchalantly, "Do you think I will joke around with my life? All right." Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Lewin could not help but feel more confident. They did not say anything else. Next, the Blood God doppelganger did the same thing and left the runes of the Blood God Rebirth technique on the other Blood Temple dark apparitions. He even left the bewitching seed in their bodies to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Lewin would be fine, but the same could not be said for the other Blood Temple dark apparitions. Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Lewin returned to their rooms. The Blood God doppelganger reorganized the sealing runes outside their rooms as if they had never been touched. Time passed quickly. It became meaningless in the deep space of the universe. At a certain moment, the Blood God doppelganger opened his eyes from where he was hiding and looked forward. The space rippled slightly, and a figure stepped out. It was Wang Ting's original body. "Original body?" the Blood God doppelganger said as he stood up. "How is it?" Wang Ting's original body asked directly. "I've already buried the bait. We're just waiting for the big fish to bite." The Blood God doppelganger smiled. "That's good." Wang Ting's original body's eyes flashed coldly. He sneered and said, "That bloody remnant demon lord has attacked us many times. It's time to get rid of him." "All right." This time, the bloody remnant demon lord gave you the bloody remnant axe. He had no choice but to do it. That bloody remnant demon lord is a way to break out of this situation. All right. I think so too. That's why when I learned that he had kidnapped Blood Rosa and the other Blood Temple dark apparitions, I immediately took action. The Blood God doppelganger nodded. This time, I won't let him escape from our hands. Wang Ting's original body smiled and said. The two of them fell silent. The space rippled slightly, and shadow power spread out and completely concealed them. Even if an upper-level demon emperor passed by, it would be difficult to discover anything. A day later, the spaceship shook slightly and slowly came to a stop. The blood god doppelganger and Wang Ting's original body looked at each other and slowly opened their eyes. Wang Ting's original body waved his hand. The space rippled, and the scene of the outside world immediately appeared. A strange scene appeared in the void in front of him. Black succubus, dark and heavy, it was as if an extreme darkness had descended. This part of the starry sky was even darker than the other areas. There was not a single starlight. That was the power of darkness. Evil, chaotic, indescribable, an indescribable strange power spread out in all directions and shrouded a large part of the void. The surrounding stars lost their light and became completely dim. In this area, huge meteorites floated in the void. It was as if an invisible force had gathered them together to form a star ring. Within the star ring, a majestic ancient castle stood. It did not seem to belong to this part of the starry sky. It was dark and cold, bloody and evil. There was a faint sense of strangeness. We're here. This should be the hiding place of the bloody remnant demon lord. The blood god doppelganger's eyes flashed. This place is not far from the border between the Tianlan weave and the machinery weave. It's only a 3-day journey. Wang Ting's original body said. According to the Blood Breed's plan, when the war starts, the bloody remnant demon lord will also take action. He's probably just hiding here to heal his injuries. The blood god doppelganger said. He doesn't dare to go to the Black Blood Void Fortress. Wang Ting's original body suddenly thought of something. That should be the case. After all, those dark apparition demon lords are not easy to deal with. If he appears there with his injuries, who knows what will happen? The blood god doppelganger nodded. At this time, the spaceship they were on was slowly approaching the area and entering the black fog. Black fog it swept over, and the darkness became even thicker. It completely hid the star ring area and merged with the surrounding void. No one could see anything. If a martial artist accidentally entered this place, they would probably be swallowed by the darkness and would not be able to escape. However, this place was very remote, and no martial artists came here at all. For the bloody remnant demon lord, it was indeed an excellent hiding place. The spaceship slowly stopped on the square in front of the ancient castle. A group of dark apparitions was already waiting here. Wang Ting's original body and the blood god doppelganger were already hiding in the space crevice at this moment. They did not emit any fluctuations. The two of them quietly observed the dark apparitions on the square, and there was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Among this group of dark apparitions, there were actually 7 upper-level demon emperors. Moreover, 2 of the dark apparitions were obviously late-level upper-level demon emperors. The aura around them was very strong and rich. Even though Wang Ting's original body and the blood god doppelganger did not specifically sense it, they could still feel the faint aura emitted by them. They looked at each other and could not help but feel a little dignified. It seemed that in addition to the bloody remnant demon lord, they also had to be careful of these upper-level demon emperor dark apparitions. I wonder if they will follow the bloody remnant demon lord all the time. Wang Ting's original body frowned and transmitted his voice. If it's to refine the blood soul banner, the bloody remnant demon lord will probably not let them follow him. The blood god doppelganger replied. Seems like that will be our chance. Wang Ting's original body nodded and said, we have to end this quickly. Alright. After the spaceship stopped, the two of them saw a group of dark apparitions pressing down Blood Rosa, Blood Emperor Luan, and the other Blood Temple dark apparitions walked out. Blood Emperor Luan, long time no see. Alright. An extremely handsome Blood Temple dark apparition with a pale face walked forward and looked at Blood Emperor Luan mockingly. Blood Pill Buddha, it's you. Blood Emperor Luan's expression was ugly as he stared at the Blood Temple dark apparition. You didn't expect that we would meet under such circumstances, right? I told you long ago that you can't be compared to me at all, but you didn't believe me. Blood Pill Buddha laughed. I was blind, Blood Emperor Luan said coldly. You only know that now. It's too late to realize that now. Blood Pill Buddha smiled faintly. Your Blood Temple race is just a vassal of my Blood Temple. How dare you try to climb over my head? How ridiculous. All right. You are just a dog of the bloody remnant demon lord. Blood Emperor Luan said. You are courting death. Blood-pilled Buddha stared at him coldly. What? You don't want to be a dog of the bloody remnant demon lord? Blood Emperor Luan saw that he was angry and couldn't help but laugh. Blood-pilled Buddha's facial muscles twitched. How should he answer? If he said that he was willing, wouldn't he be admitting that he was a dog? If he said that he wasn't willing, what would the bloody remnant demon lord think? It was fine that Blood Emperor Luan wanted to die, but he actually dug a big hole for him. Interesting. Is this considered a dark transformation? Wang Ting's main body couldn't help but laugh and send a voice transmission. Since he knows that the other party wants to kill him, he naturally won't be afraid of anything. This Blood Emperor Luan has completely rebelled against the bloody remnant demon lord. The blood god doppelganger also laughed. The bloody remnant demon lord is only using Blood Emperor Luan as a material to refine the blood soul banner. I wonder what surprises this material will bring him. Wang Ting's main body sneered. Alright. On the square, another blood temple dark apparition broke the awkward atmosphere and said coldly, he is just someone who is about to die. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Alright. This dark apparition was one of the 2 late-stage Upper Demon Emperor dark apparitions. Big brother Shui Yes is right. Shui Dan Buddha had a way out and was instantly relieved. He looked at Blood Emperor Luan coldly and said mockingly, I don't have a meaningless argument with a dead person. Alright. This is the other genius of the Blood Temple race, Blood Rosa. Shui Yes looked at Blood Rosa and asked. That's right. She is another genius of the Blood Temple race. Unfortunately, she isn't at the Great Gene Well level. Sable Blood Ross and Blood Halloween's Dark Muin are at the upper level. Among the dark apparitions that were escorting Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan, a dark apparition spoke. Its name was Shuidigia, and it was an Upper Demon Emperor. It was a mid-stage Demon Emperor existence. It was because of it that they were able to capture Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan. Otherwise, with Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan's strength, ordinary dark apparitions wouldn't be able to deal with them. Not even at the Upper Demon Emperor level. Lord Demon Lord will probably be disappointed. Shui Dan Buddha sized up Blood Rosa and said disdainfully, an inferior race is an inferior race. How can it be compared to the Blood Temple? Blood Rosa. Blood Rosa looked at it coldly. She finally knew why Blood Emperor Luan hated this Blood Temple dark apparition so much. Although many Blood Temple members were arrogant when facing the Blood Temple race, they wouldn't show such contempt and disdain. The other party's gaze was like looking at an ant. It was infuriating. The Blood Temple race was a vassal race, but they weren't in existence that others could bully or trample on. But this Blood Rosa is a little troublesome. Shuidigia suddenly said. What kind of trouble? Shui Yes said. She is one of the Blood Master's people. If the Blood Master finds out that we kidnapped her, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Shuidigia said. Blood Master. Shui Yes frowned. Recently, it had often heard of the Blood Master's name. He was able to fight with the legendary prodigy of the Light Universe and retreat safely. He even led the Black Scorpion army to fight with Black Flame, Dark Scale, and even an army of the Netherworld army. He even killed a late-stage Upper Demon Emperor dark apparition from the Netherworld god race. Such battle achievements were indeed not something that ordinary people could achieve. Even the late-stage Upper Demon Emperor Blood Temple members were secretly shocked when they heard of it. They were abnormally wary of the Blood Master. Now that they heard that this Blood Rosa was related to the Blood Master, they naturally felt uneasy. You kidnapped me. The Blood Master won't let you go. Blood Rosa said with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Humph. Shui Dan Buddha snorted coldly. So what if he's the Blood Master? We are under the orders of the Demon Lord. What can he do? Haha. Haha, the ignorant are fearless. Blood Rosa glanced at it and smiled faintly. Bastard. Shui Dan Buddha felt that it was being looked down upon. It immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and slapped toward Blood Rosa. Enough. Shui Yes grabbed its hand and said coldly, this is the person that the Demon Lord wants. If she is injured and affects the demon lord's use, can you bear the responsibility? Haha. Facing Shui Yusi, Shui Dan Buddha didn't dare to say anything. He could only glare at Shui Rosa and put down his hand. Trash indeed. Shui Rosa sneered. Shui Dan Buddha's face was green with anger. Shui Diluan looked at her strangely. Women have poisonous mouths. Shui Dan Buddha was so angry that he couldn't say anything. How satisfying. Shui Yusi was speechless. This blood temple woman was really hot. If she wasn't someone the demon emperor wanted, he would definitely capture her and teach her a lesson. It loved to train such hot women the most. This Shui Rosa is a little interesting. Wang Ting's main body couldn't help but laugh in the space crack. The blood god clone shook his head. He didn't expect Shui Rosa, who was usually so obedient in front of him, to be so hot in front of others. But it made sense. She was like this the first time he met her. But recently, Shui Rosa had suppressed her true nature. Let's go. The demon emperor has been waiting for a long time. All right. Shui Yusi didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and had people escort Shui Diluan and Shui Rosa to Demon Emperor Shui Kan's ancient castle. Shui Diluan and Shui Rosa's hearts tightened. They knew Blood Master was in the dark and could attack at any time. But they were about to face a demon emperor. How could they not be nervous? Blood Master was an upper-level demon emperor who didn't fear a demon emperor. No, he was probably the only middle-level demon emperor. The Blood Temple people fell silent. They walked toward the ancient castle as if they had accepted their fate. Shui Dan Buddha sneered. He thought these Blood Temple people had a lot of backbone. But it turned out that this was all they had. Facing a demon emperor, they must be filled with fear. Silence was the most direct expression. Wang Ting's main body and the blood god clone looked at each other. They followed silently. Wang Ting's main body was very cautious. He used the power of space and shadow to the extreme. He even used the nether god bodies, nether invisibility, talent on himself and the blood god clone. The underworld god clan's talent was very strong. Back then, Ming Ku had hidden it well under the eyes of so many experts at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. Currently, Wang Ting's mind power was no weaker than Demon Sovereign Blood Ruins. Coupled with the simultaneous use of his 3 concealment abilities, no matter how powerful Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin was, he wouldn't be able to discover him. However, Wang Ting was still very careful. His spiritual force permeated his body as he observed the surroundings. Some runes might have probing functions, so he needed to discover them in advance and respond accordingly. Fortunately, such a situation did not appear. Demon Venerable Bloody Remnant is quite confident in himself. He doesn't believe that a mere middle or upper Demon Emperor would dare to come here to kill him. As for Demon Lord level existences, ordinary means would not be able to stop them at all, so it was better not to set up any defenses. Moreover, Demon Lord level existences wouldn't go so far as to be sneaky. Of course, Wang Ting didn't know any of this. Right now, he and his blood god clone had entered the castle without a hitch. They were secretly following Blood Rosa and the others without being discovered at all. Demon Venerable Bloody Ruin sure knows how to enjoy life. The blood god clone sized up the surroundings with a chuckle. This castle seems to be made of the blood race's blood mystic stone. It's rather expensive, and it's said that it has the special effect of absorbing origin power and infusing it with the power of blood. Wang Ting's eyes lit up as he spoke. Your eyes are as sharp as ever, the blood god clone said. This is indeed blood mystic stone, which comes from the undying sea of blood. It's a building material that many blood race experts love, but only a select few can use it. Even an upper demon emperor can't build a castle like this. They don't have the wealth to do so. Sigh. What a rich dog. Wang Ting's main body shook his head. He didn't expect Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin to be so rich. He whispered, let's rob this castle when the time comes. Sigh. The blood god clone was speechless. I knew you were planning this, but it's useless even if you take it. It's not like you can use it in front of others. Sigh. That's true. Wang Ting's main body said. He rubbed his chin and said, but you can use it. You're now a blood master of the blood race. It'll be so cool if you live in this castle. Alright. What you said makes sense. It's hard for me to refuse. The blood god avatar nodded thoughtfully. The two of them looked at each other and laughed mischievously. In the main hall of the castle, Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin opened his eyes on the throne and frowned. An uncomfortable feeling welled up in his heart. Am I overthinking? Alright. I've been feeling uneasy ever since I was injured. These damned Radiant Universe experts still want to injure me even in death. Alright. When I recover, I'll definitely exterminate those Radiant Universe experts. Alright. His gaze was gloomy, and a cold glint flashed through his blood-red eyes. It was frightening. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the main hall. Lord Demon Sovereign, the Blood Temple Genius is here. Xianxia's voice came from outside the door. Bring him in. Chief Blood Ruin's eyes flashed. Shadi, come in. The Blood Ruin Ghost Guide's eyes lit up as Lu Bai spoke in a hoarse voice. Boom, he waved his hand, and the door of the main hall slowly opened. Xianxia and the other dark apparitions immediately escorted Blood Emperor Luan, Blood Rosa, and the other Blood Temple dark apparitions in. Greetings, Lord Demon Sovereign. Xianxia, Xue Danfo, and the other dark apparitions bowed respectfully. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin nodded and said, leave them here. All of you can leave. Without my order, no matter what happens, you're not allowed to come in. Yes. Yes, Lord Demon Sovereign. Xianxia, Xue Danfo, and the other dark apparitions immediately left. Creak, the heavy door slowly closed with runes flashing on it. Without Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin's token, even an upper-level Demon Emperor would not be able to force their way in. The moment the door was completely closed, Xue Danfo looked back and sneered. So what if you're talented? You're just dead people. He could already foresee the miserable deaths of these Blood Temple members, and his heart was filled with joy. Why aren't you kneeling? Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin asked calmly in the main hall. Lord Demon Sovereign wants us to die, and you want us to kneel? Blood Emperor Luan mocked. How dare you? Demon Sovereign, a terrifying aura erupted from Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin. Although he was injured, he was not someone a junior in the early stage upper-level Demon Emperor could go against. Pucci, Blood Emperor Luan spat out a mouthful of blood, but he forced himself to stand on the spot and did not kneel. Compared to Bloodmaster's aura, Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin was actually inferior. What a joke. His eyes were filled with mockery. You're courting death. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin did not know what Blood Emperor Luan was thinking, but when he saw Blood Emperor Luan's mocking gaze and how Blood Emperor Luan did not kneel despite his aura, anger rose in his heart. In the past, Blood Emperor Luan had always bowed to him and did not dare to have any intention of overstepping his boundaries. Now, he actually dared to go against him. Did he really think that Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin was easy to talk to? Swoosh, in the next moment, Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Blood Emperor Luan. It stretched out its hand and grabbed Blood Emperor Luan's neck, lifting him up. However, what was unexpected was that Blood Emperor Luan looked straight into his eyes and did not back down at all. Are you not afraid of me? Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin frowned. What's the use of being afraid? Lord Demon Sovereign wants to kill me. Since I can't run away, why should I be afraid? Blood Emperor Luan's voice was hoarse. He spat out the words with difficulty. Bam, Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin threw Blood Emperor Luan to the ground. Looks like I'm still useful to Lord Demon Sovereign. Otherwise, Lord Demon Sovereign would have killed me already. Blood Emperor Luan spat out blood but smiled. Hee hee. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin suddenly laughed and said, interesting. Very interesting. I hope you can still laugh later. Lord Demon Sovereign. Use whatever means you have, Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin said. Blood Emperor Luan said lightly. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin's eyes flashed red. He looked at Blood Rosa and asked, you're the other prodigy of the Blood Slaughter race? Yes. That's right. Blood Rosa nodded and said calmly. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin frowned and felt even more unhappy. Blood Emperor Luan was one thing, but this Blood Rosa was also the same. Were they not afraid of him? I heard you followed Xueju. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin suddenly smiled and asked. Yes. Blood Rosa nodded calmly and said, following Blood Master is better than following some cold-blooded person. At least he won't treat his followers as materials. Good. Well said. Demon Master Shuekan laughed and clapped his hands. He praised, what I want is your loyalty to Shueju. Only then will I be happy. Good. Blood Rosa frowned. She did not expect Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin to hate Blood Master so much. No wonder Blood Master wanted to kill him. They could not reconcile. However, this was even better. Blood Master would definitely attack and give Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin a huge surprise. She did not know why, but even when facing a Demon Sovereign, she had a certain amount of confidence in Blood Master. This kind of confidence was not built overnight. It was built gradually. However, your soul power is too weak. You did not awaken Bloodstop body. This is very disappointing. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin stopped smiling and said coldly, now, I have to spend some effort to forcefully increase your soul power. Come. Come here. Come. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin waved his hand. Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luin flew in front of him uncontrollably. After that, it didn't seem to make any movements, but a blood-colored mist lingered around it, and a blood-red banner appeared. Densely inscribed runes were faintly flickering with a blood-red light. Faintly, there seemed to be a strange murmur coming from them. Before you die, I will let you experience the joy of your soul flying. Demon Venerable Shuekan chuckled and pointed his finger. Transparent soul bodies appeared on the blood soul flag. They looked ferocious as if they were in extreme pain. They danced around the blood soul flag and let out shrill cries. Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luin were shocked. Even though they were Bloodstop race and could control blood souls if they awakened Bloodstop body, they were still shocked when they saw this. There were too many. How many blood souls did Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin absorb? Go. Go. Demon Sovereign Shuekan revealed a strange smile as he uttered a single word. Those transparent soul bodies immediately went into Blood Emperor Luin and Blood Rosa's mouths. They opened their mouths uncontrollably. They could not help but show pain on their faces. There was fear in their eyes. Those soul bodies were like locusts. They did not let go of any openings and stuffed their mouths full. Some even went into their ears, nostrils, and eyes. Eerie and suppressed sounds came from Blood Emperor Luin and Blood Rosa's mouths. Their eyes immediately emitted a dazzling blood-red light, and a dense soul aura spread out from their bodies. The souls of the two Bloodstop race dark apparitions were growing in an eerie way. More and more soul bodies flew out of the Blood Soul flag. It did not stop. The Blood Soul flag seemed to contain countless soul bodies. Soon, the entire hall was filled with countless soul bodies. The screams of ghosts were endless. Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luin's soul aura kept rising. They rose from the peak of the middle-level Demon Emperor to the upper-level Demon Emperor. This was an extremely violent method. It was like stuffing another material into their soul bodies. Although they were all soul power, they did not come from the same source. It was difficult to digest. It would definitely leave a wound on their soul bodies. However, Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin did not care about that. He only needed Blood Emperor Luin and Blood Rosa to awaken Bloodstop body. They would become materials for the Blood Soul flag in the end. This method. The Blood God Avatar frowned in the space crevice. If we don't digest the foreign soul power in their bodies, these two Bloodstop race dark apparitions will be crippled. Wang Ting shook his head. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin is really ruthless. The Blood God clone shook his head. How can he become a Demon Sovereign if he isn't ruthless? Wang Ting said. But it's okay. If these two Bloodstop race dark apparitions are useful, we can use the dark fire to refine their soul power. The soul power can become their nourishment. Yes, these souls have been refined by Demon Monarch Shuekan, and a lot of impurities have been removed. Otherwise, Blood Emperor Luin and Blood Rosa wouldn't have been able to absorb them. After refining them with the dark fire, it will be quite beneficial to them. The Blood God Avatar smiled. Wang Ting naturally did not care about this soul power. However, it might be an opportunity for Blood Emperor Luin and Blood Rosa. As the soul bodies appeared, attribute bubbles appeared one after another. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was not in a hurry to pick them up to avoid being noticed by Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin. Those attribute bubbles were too close to Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin. They were also around the Blood Soul flag. Once the soul power appeared, it would definitely be noticed. Anyway, picking them up later was the same. There was no hurry. Boom. Boom, at this moment, a roar suddenly came from Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rose's bodies. They were wrapped in blood-red light and shot up into the sky. Then, a blood-stop apparition appeared above their heads. Their blood-stop apparitions were different. Blood Rose's blood-stop apparition was as beautiful as her. It was filled with blood-red light. It was like a blood-red goddess. It was intoxicating. On the other hand, Blood Emperor Luan's blood-stop apparition was ferocious and ugly. However, it had an indescribable majesty that made people not dare to look at it directly. Blood Body, at this moment, Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan had awakened their blood-stop apparitions at the same time. Good. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin's eyes flashed with red light. He was overjoyed. These two blood-stop race dark apparitions were indeed geniuses. Their soul power was not far from the upper-level Demon Emperor level. It only gave them a push and pushed their souls to the upper-level Demon Emperor level. It also allowed them to successfully awaken their blood-stop apparitions. The process was very smooth. There were no accidents. If it were other blood-stop race members, they would not be able to awaken their blood-stop apparitions so easily. It was worth it to take the risk of offending the demon sovereigns of the blood-stop race to capture these two geniuses. Although the blood-stop race was a vassal race of the blood race, they were not to be trifled with. Especially since there were many demon sovereigns in the blood-stop race. Regardless of which race it was, geniuses were highly valued. Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan were geniuses who had the potential to reach the peak of upper-level Demon Emperor level. If they were killed, the blood-stop race would not let it go easily. However, Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin could not care less. A hint of madness appeared in Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin's eyes. So what if they were from the Blood Temple race? If they really came, he would just compensate them. If they still didn't know what was good for them, then they couldn't blame the Vanite clan for not being polite. As a Demon Venerable Blood Remnant had such confidence. It was just a little troublesome. As Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's Blood Temple physique awakened, Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin's eyes gradually revealed excitement. His Blood Soul banner could finally be complete again. If it weren't for the fact that the Child Soul banners were stolen by Xueju. This time, he definitely wouldn't have been so passive when facing the Light Universe's martial artists. He definitely wouldn't have been so heavily injured. It was because of this that he hated the Blood God clone so much. Now, as long as he could refine the Child Soul banners of the Blood Soul banner, his strength would be restored to its peak. It would also be of great help to his own recovery. At that time, he could take back the Child Soul banners from Xueju. His strength could even increase by a lot. The more Child Soul banners there were, the stronger the Blood Soul banner would be. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin's eyes flickered. He stared at Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa in front of him as if he was staring at two peerless treasures. The Blood Temple race's materials were really good stuff. At this moment, the auras of Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa became stronger and stronger. The Blood Temple phantoms they formed became more and more solid. Rumble, violent origin power fluctuation spread out from Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's bodies and swept through the entire hall. Outside the hall, Blood Pill Buddha, Xueyu, and the other dark apparitions heard this and revealed meaningful smiles. Looks like the Blood Temple race is at their end. Blood Pill Buddha laughed. Lord Demon Sovereign's methods are really amazing. It's a pity that I can't see it with my own eyes. Xueyu nodded. We follow Lord Demon Sovereign. As long as we do our best, we will definitely be nurtured by Lord Demon Sovereign in the future. Blood Pill Buddha said confidently, we are different from the Blood Temple race dark apparitions. Xueyu and the other dark apparitions' eyes flickered, but they didn't say anything. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin was waiting. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's Blood Temple phantoms. When the phantoms of the Blood Temple phantoms completely solidified, it would make a move. It licked its lips, and red light shot out of its eyes like a greedy viper. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's blood-stop physique has awakened. Demon Monarch Bloody Ruin is about to make his move. The Blood God clone said solemnly. I didn't think that Demon Monarch Blood Ruin would use such a method to forcefully awaken blood-stop physique for Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa. Wang Ting's main body's focus was not on this, but on the method used by Demon Venerable Shui Can. Using the Blood Soul Flag to cleanse the soul body and then forcibly infusing it into the dark apparitions of the Blood Slaughter clan, their souls were forcibly raised to the level of an upper-level Demon Emperor, thus awakening the Blood Slaughter body. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. The after-effects of this method were too severe. After using it, even if the Blood-Stop race dark apparition awakened their Blood-Stop physique, they would basically be crippled. They would have no future to speak of. However, Wang Ting was not completely helpless. Previously, they talked about using the dark fire to refine the souls of the two dark apparitions. This was one of the methods. Therefore, Wang Ting might be able to mass-produce the Blood Slaughter clan dark apparitions that awakened their Blood Slaughter physique. If the Blood Slaughter clan knew about this, how would they react? The Blood God clone was helpless. The main body was probably thinking of something else. Facing the main body, even he could not help but feel helpless sometimes. At such an important time, he was always thinking the wrong way and did not take it seriously at all. Can't he be more serious? Boom. At this moment, the origin power in the hall suddenly rolled back into Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's bodies. The two enormous Blood Slaughter apparitions also gradually dissipated. Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan's faces were filled with pain. Awakening their Blood Slaughter physique did not make them feel happy at all. They only felt pain now. Not physical pain, but pain that came from their souls. Their souls felt like they were about to burst. Burst. A heart-wrenching pain came from the depths of their souls. It was hundreds of times more intense than the physical pain. It's time. Demon Monarch Blood Ruin's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. However, when he saw Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's expressions, he could not help but reveal a strange smile. This sovereign really likes the way you guys are right now. Although he was smiling, his tone did not fluctuate at all. It was as if he was commenting on two inanimate objects. You are fortunate enough to become my child banner. You should be proud. All right. Demon Monarch Blood Ruin reached out, and the Blood Soul banner appeared. Streaks of blood-red soul bodies drilled out. Their faces were ferocious as they wailed. It was extremely eerie and terrifying. Demon Monarch Blood Ruin, even if we die, you won't succeed. Blood Emperor Luan stared at him as he spoke with difficulty. Right now, he was in despair. He did not have any hope. Blood Master had lied to him. He did not plan to save him at all. Now, their soul bodies had been forcefully injected with so much foreign soul power. Even if they managed to keep their lives, they would be completely crippled. Blood Master and Demon Monarch Blood Ruin were jackals of the same tribe. However, it was enough to see Demon Monarch Blood Ruin fail. He was going to die anyway. Now that he could make Demon Monarch Blood Ruin taste failure, it was already worth it. After all, not everyone could make a Demon Monarch fail. Blood Rosa did not despair. She still had a trace of hope in her heart. This was because she had trusted Blood Master from the beginning to the end. Even now, she still believed that Blood Master would come to save her. His promise was not empty. Demon Monarch Blood Ruin frowned when he saw the eerie smile on Blood Emperor Luan's face. This Blood Emperor Luan gave him a strange feeling. What did he mean by that? What makes you think that I will fail? A trace of disdain appeared on Demon Venerable Blood Remnant's face as he said indifferently, You think a mere upper-rank Demon Emperor like you can defeat me? Haha. Even if you were a peak-level upper-level Demon Emperor, don't even think about going against me. Haha. Haha, haha, haha ha. Blood Emperor Luan laughed with difficulty but did not say anything else. Demon Monarch Blood Ruin's eyebrows twitched. He felt uncomfortable, but he did not think that he would fail. He only thought that Blood Emperor Luan was messing with his mind. Humph. Humph. Demon Monarch Blood Ruin snorted coldly. He did not hesitate and waved his hand. The blood souls around the Blood Soul flag seemed to be moved. They immediately pounced on Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa. These blood souls were the attack of the Blood Soul flag. Naturally, they were not used to replenish Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's soul. After the blood souls pounced on them, they started to bite Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's bodies. Ah! 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 They immediately screamed. Their blood was sucked out and flowed into the Blood Soul flag through the blood souls' bodies. Strange blood-red runes lit up on the Blood Soul flag. They emitted a strange power. The runes seemed to have blood flowing through them. They infected the entire Blood Soul flag. It was a refinement that outsiders could see. Demon Monarch Blood Ruin was using the Blood Soul flag to refine Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's blood. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. It had begun. His guess was right. Demon Monarch Blood Ruin was indeed using the Blood Soul flag to refine Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's blood. He used the Blood God Rebirth technique to inject the runes into Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's bodies. It was enough to infect the Blood Soul flag. The Blood God Rebirth technique could allow him to take over other people's bodies. It could also allow him to take over other people's weapons. This was a bold attempt. However, with Wang Ting's Saint class subprofession, he had his reasons for doing this. Demon Monarch Blood Ruin's Blood Soul flag was a Saint class weapon. Due to its uniqueness, it had probably given birth to a powerful Saint class weapon soul. Blood Soul. Blood Soul, a normal Saint class weapon's weapon soul, was still very ignorant. It only had a trace of intelligence. However, the Blood Soul flag's weapon soul was different. It should have replaced the weapon soul with a blood soul. They fused together to create a strange and powerful weapon soul. This was what Wang Ting had deduced from the Blood Soul flag's sub-flag. The sub-flag had a strong connection with the main flag. At the same time, it also had a trace of the weapon soul's aura. As a Saint stage blacksmith, it was impossible for Wang Ting not to notice it. After having a weapon soul, the Saint class weapon had life. As long as it had life, wouldn't the Blood God Rebirth technique be able to take over it? However, no one had ever used this method before. That was because all the experts who used the Blood God Rebirth method were probably trying to revive themselves. However, who would want to revive themselves as a weapon? Even if it was a Saint class weapon. No one would do that. No one would be so stupid. However, Wang Ting could use the Blood God Rebirth technique to take over the Blood Soul flag. It was like having another clone. However, this clone was a Saint class weapon. Continue refining it. In the end, this Blood Soul flag will be mine. A strange look appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. He also sneered in his heart. Demon Venerable Blood Remnant was focused on refining Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's origin blood. That uncomfortable feeling surged in his heart again, making him feel uneasy. However, he didn't have the time or the mind to think about other things. The refining had already begun. How could he stop? Moreover, this was his ancient castle. Its defense was amazing and could withstand a Demon Venerable's attack. Even if an accident happened, it could withstand a few attacks and give him time to prepare. Thinking of this, Demon Venerable Blood Remnant calmed down and stopped thinking about it. He focused on refining Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's origin blood. This was only the first step. When all the origin blood was refined, he could start refining the sub-flag. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's auras were gradually weakening. Their origin blood was constantly being extracted, and their vitality was quickly fading. If it weren't for the fact that they were upper-level demon emperors and were also dark apparitions from the blood tribe, which had extremely strong control over blood, they would have been dead already. Even if their origin blood was being extracted, they could still use the remaining ordinary blood in their bodies to temporarily preserve their lives. Even so, as they sensed death getting closer and closer, the two dark apparitions still couldn't help but feel a trace of despair. Blood Disciple. Blood Rosa murmured in her heart. A trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. This confusion was brought about by the approach of death. No matter what kind of living being it was, their hearts would become weak in the face of death. It was this trace of weakness that made Blood Rosa's trust in the Blood God clone waver. Therefore, she was lost. She didn't know if the Blood Disciple would really come to save her. I can't accept this. Blood Remnant. Blood Emperor Luan's gloomy eyes were filled with unwillingness. He was a genius of the Blood Temple race. He had put in so much effort to gradually reach this step. Now, he was going to become a material for a weapon. How sad. Demon Supremacy Blood Remnant's gaze shifted from Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan to the other dark apparitions from the Blood Temple race. Your blood is also the material for forging the child banner. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. Many blood souls pounced forward. The dark apparitions from the Blood Temple race were extremely terrified. Unfortunately, their bodies were completely controlled by Demon Supremacy Blood Remnant. They couldn't escape at all and could only watch as the blood souls pounced over. Ah! 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 Waves of blood-curdling screams came from their mouths. The screams echoed in the palace and even faintly spread outside the palace. This made Blood Pill Buddha, Blood Yos, and the other dark apparitions outside the palace laugh coldly. This was the end of the Blood Temple race. Time continued to pass. The origin blood of Blood Rosa, Blood Emperor Luan, and the other dark apparitions from the Blood Temple race was finally completely refined. They fell to the ground and couldn't stand up anymore. Even their eyes started to blur and were about to be drowned by darkness. Their consciousness was gradually sinking, and they were about to fall into a deep sleep. However, their hearts were filled with unwillingness. They didn't want to die in their sleep and still forced themselves to stay conscious. As for the other dark apparitions from the Blood Temple race, they had already fainted. They were only middle-level demon emperors. How could they resist the absorption of the blood souls? Their origin blood had already been sucked dry. It's over. Ah! Demon Supremacy Blood Remnant stretched out his left hand, and a blood-like flame appeared in his palm. This flame. Wang Ting couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. It seems to be a special kind of flame. It looks quite strange. The Blood God clone said. Wang Ting touched his chin. His interest was piqued. Speaking of which, we should make a move now, right? The Blood God clone said. Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Alright. You can make a move now. Alright. Wang Ting sensed the runes that had merged into the Blood Soul banner. He smiled faintly and nodded. Demon Supremacy Blood Remnant didn't know that not only was his divine weapon targeted, but even his flame was targeted. At this moment, his gaze landed on the flame, and he smiled slightly. I'll be taking your bodies. Alright. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and the blood-like flame in his hand swept out. He was about to refine Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan's bodies. Are we going to die? Blood Rosa slowly closed her eyes. Blood Emperor Luan's eyes widened. They were bloodshot, and the unwillingness in his heart was about to burst out from his eyes. The next moment, the flame finally engulfed Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa. However, Demon Supremacy Blood Remnant suddenly felt something. His expression changed, and he couldn't help but frown. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa also felt something strange. The pain of their bodies being burned by the flame didn't appear as they imagined. They tried their best to raise their eyes and look forward. A blood-red figure appeared in front of them. He held a black flame in his hand, and the blood-like flame couldn't move an inch closer. In front of the black flame, the blood-like flame was like its subjects. It could only submit and didn't dare to go any further. This was a suppression in terms of status. Who? Demon Supremacy Blood Remnant's gaze was cold. He waved his hand and dispersed the blood-like flame. A figure slowly appeared, followed by a chuckle. Demon Supremacy Blood Remnant, long time no see. A figure holding a black flame appeared in front of Demon Supremacy Shui Can. He was stunned. Blood extinction. Extinction. Demon Supremacy Shui can never imagine that Blood Extinction, whom he hated, would appear in front of him like this. This was his ancient castle, his territory. How dare this kid, how did he get in? Demon Supremacy Shui Can was confused. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Blood Disciple. Blood Rosa's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes widened, and the darkness in front of her seemed to dissipate. It really was Blood Disciple, he didn't go back on his words. He was here to save them. She knew that Blood Disciple wouldn't lie to them. He didn't attack before because the time wasn't right. Blood Emperor Luan's eyes widened. He was shocked. Blood Disciple really came, he didn't lie to them. He really wanted to fight Demon Supremacy Xueqin to death. But soon, Blood Emperor Luan closed his eyes in despair. He only came now. It was too late. Their souls were already filled with the foreign body's soul power. There was no way to save them. Even if Blood Disciple came, he couldn't save them. He was just using them as a means to deal with Demon Supremacy Xueqin. What was the difference? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The Blood God clone didn't know what Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa were thinking. He looked at Demon Supremacy Xueqin and smiled. Demon Supremacy Xueqin's face twitched. He looked at the Blood God clone coldly and said, "How dare you appear in front of me?" "Yes. Why not?" The Blood God clone said, "How much power do you have now?" "Yes. I was wondering what gave you the confidence to appear in front of me. So you think you can bully me just because I'm injured?" Demon Supremacy Xueqin sneered. "Yes, I'm here to kick you when you're down." The Blood God clone nodded. Such direct words made Demon Supremacy Xueqin speechless. Was Blood Extinction crazy? Who gave him the guts to do that? How dare he talk to him like that? Demon Supremacy Xueqin thought it was ridiculous. It narrowed its eyes and stared at the Blood God clone expressionlessly. He said, "Xueju, I didn't expect you to be so naive. Even if I'm injured, I'm still not someone a junior of middle-level Demon Emperor like you can touch." "Is that so?" The Blood God Avatar smiled faintly and did not comment. Previously, Blood Emperor Luan said that even if he died, I wouldn't be able to successfully refine the child banner of the Blood Soul banner. Now it seems that he knew you would come. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin suddenly looked at Blood Emperor Luan and sneered, "It actually treated you as its savior, how laughable. You think you can stop me from refining the child banner of the Blood Soul banner? However, I do have to thank you for bringing this noble one's child banner back from such a faraway place." Ha ha ha, Demon Venerable Blood Ruin seemed to have thought of something extremely happy and suddenly laughed loudly. "Is it that funny?" The Blood God Doppelganger suddenly asked. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin stopped laughing and frowned. Why was this fake Xueju so calm from the beginning? It was as if he was not afraid of him at all and was not worried that he would snatch the child banner back. Could it be that this kid was so proud of his recent achievements that he forgot himself? Humph. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin snorted and said, "Stop trying to be mysterious. This noble one is too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Hand over my Blood Soul banner." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed at the main banner of the Blood Soul banner. As long as the main banner of the Blood Soul banner was there, no matter where Xueju hid the child banner, he would be able to find it. However, something unexpected happened. The main banner of the Blood Soul banner was actually motionless. It was as if it had completely lost control. What? Demon Venerable Blood Ruin was shocked and looked at the Blood God clone in disbelief. Ha ha ha. This time, it was the Blood God clone's turn to laugh. "What did you do to this noble one's Blood Soul banner?" Demon Venerable Blood Ruin suppressed the ominous feeling in his heart and stared at the Blood God clone. "Your Blood Soul banner is not bad. This noble one likes it and wants to play with it." The Blood God clone stretched out his hand and the Blood Soul banner flew over and landed in his hand. How is this possible? This noble one's Blood Soul banner. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's pupils contracted. He could not accept this fact. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the Blood God clone. "How dare you touch this noble one's Blood Soul banner? Die!" Boom. Boom, a blood-red claw was formed and slammed down on the Blood God clone. "It seems that you still don't understand the situation." The Blood God clone shook his head and looked at the blood-red claw. He stretched out his hand and shouted, "Go!" Boom. A blood-red light shot out from the Blood Soul banner and shattered the blood-red claw. Boom, a muffled sound was heard. The residual force of the origin force spread out in all directions and hit the walls of the main hall. One had to admit that Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's ancient castle was indeed extraordinary. Even the residual force of such an attack did not affect the ancient castle at all. Damn it. You can actually use this noble one's blood soul banner. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin was shocked and furious. His face was filled with disbelief and shock. The blood soul banner was something that it had painstakingly refined. It had expended an unimaginable amount of energy. When he was refining it, his origin blood was integrated into it. It had an inseparable connection with him. Now that Blood God had cut off his connection with the Blood Soul Banner and could control the Blood Soul Banner, how could he not be shocked? Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Lewin were also filled with disbelief. Blood God could control Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's Blood Soul Banner? Suddenly, they thought of the method that the Blood God clone had left in their bodies. Could this be Blood God's plan? Absorbing their origin blood was also part of his plan. Blood God had expected that Demon Venerable Blood Ruin would absorb their origin blood to refine the child banners of the Blood Soul Banner. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin, didn't you come to take back your child banners? The Blood God clone smiled faintly. He waved his hand and many child banners appeared around the main banner. They danced around the main banner. You! Demon Master Bloody Remnant was enraged. Seeing his saint weapon being controlled by the other party was a great insult to him. When it thought about its previous words, a sense of shame and anger rose in its heart. He didn't manage to get the child banners back. Now, he had even used the main banner. What he had said was truly ridiculous. Blood Emperor Lewin said that you wouldn't succeed. He wasn't wrong. The Blood God clone continued, with me here, you won't be able to refine your child banners. Haha. Ha ha ha, Blood Emperor Lewin laughed weakly. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin, you failed. You still failed in the end. Haha. Although all of this was orchestrated by the Blood Disciple, I can be considered to have contributed. Haha. You want to refine the Blood Temple race into your Blood Soul Banner? You're dreaming. Now that you've tasted failure, so what? Haha. Bastard. Fire. The fury in Demon Master Shui Kan's eyes was about to burst out. He stared coldly at Blood Emperor Lewin and said, you would rather sacrifice your life for Shuiju to let me taste the taste of failure, but the result is still death. What's the difference? Fire. Blood Emperor Lewin fell silent. Tell me how Shuiju did it. I can promise to spare your life. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's eyes flashed. With Shuiju's child banners, I don't need to refine you. Fire, as for your family, I can also let them go and let them return to the Blood Temple race. Fire. You dare to instigate them in front of me? Blood the God clone laughed as if he wasn't worried that Blood Emperor Lewin would betray him. Shuiju, I don't care how you took my Blood Soul Banner. It's mine. You'll have to return it sooner or later. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin said coldly, you want to kill me with this? You're dreaming. You don't know how terrifying a Demon Venerable is. Fire. As long as I destroy your immortal substance, I can kill you completely. The Blood God clone looked at him with a faint smile and said, after the battle in the universe of light, you probably don't have much immortal substance left. Alright. Otherwise, you wouldn't be talking nonsense with me right now. You would have taken back the Blood Soul Banner at all costs. Alright. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's expression changed. It was as if the Blood God clone had hit his sore spot. He was speechless. Blood Emperor Lewin, what's your choice now? The Blood God doppelganger smiled and looked at Blood Emperor Lewin. When I chose to be the Blood Master, I was already prepared to die. Blood Emperor Lewin said weakly, Demon Venerable Blood Ruin, you can't be trusted. Alright. Look. The Blood God clone looked at Demon Venerable Blood Ruin again and smiled. You've completely lost people's trust. Alright. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's expression was cold. His eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Suddenly, he disappeared on the spot, leaving only an afterimage. You still want to snatch people? Demon Venerable Blood Ruin, the Blood God clone's eyes were filled with mockery. He flashed and appeared on the left side of Blood Emperor Lewin and Blood Rosa. He pointed his finger. Whoosh, a few of the Blood Soul Banner's sub-banners suddenly lit up with a blinding blood-red light. Then, they flew toward the direction he pointed at and formed a circle, enveloping the void. Complicated and mysterious blood-red runes appeared and covered the banners densely. They were linked together like chains. In the next moment, these runes broke free from the banners and formed a barrier in the void. Seal, this was the Blood Soul Banner's sealing power. It could seal an area and restrict the enemy's strength. Back then, Demon Venerable Blood Ruin had sent a few upper-level Demon Emperor Dark Apparitions to the Immortal Blood Sea with the Blood Soul Banner's sub-banners to stop the Blood God clone from using the Blood God altar. This showed how powerful the Blood Soul Banner's sealing power was. Now, the Blood God clone was using the same method to deal with Demon Venerable Blood Ruin. It was an eye for an eye. As the Blood Soul Banner's sealing power appeared, a figure appeared. It was Demon Venerable Blood Ruin. He couldn't get close to Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa at all. He was trapped inside. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa are my people now. I won't let you touch them so easily. The Blood God clone looked at Demon Venerable Blood Ruin and said lightly. He wanted to break Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's faith and shatter his pride as a Demon Venerable. Only then could he seize the opportunity to defeat this Demon Venerable in one fell swoop. Blood Emperor Luan didn't know this, but there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He was already a dying man. Why was the Blood Master still saving him? Even if it was to buy people's hearts, it seemed meaningless. Blood Emperor Luan was confused. Blood Rosa didn't think so much. Since the Blood Master had appeared, it meant that he didn't plan to give up on them. Perhaps he had a way to save them. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's expression wasn't good. He punched at the barrier formed by the Blood Soul Banner, trying to break the seal. Boom, the power of a Demon Venerable was indeed powerful. With this punch, a terrifying force burst out. The Blood Soul Banner shook and was sent flying in all directions. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's eyes were cold. A powerful aura burst out and charged at the Blood God clone. He didn't think about anything else. He just wanted to kill Xueju. As long as he killed Xueju, the Blood Soul Banner would naturally return to him. Boom, he threw a punch at the Blood God's clone, and a terrifying origin energy exploded. Streaks of mystical blood-red runes were imprinted on the fist, bursting with terrifying power. The Blood God clone's eyes narrowed. Of course, he wouldn't fight a Demon Venerable head-on, even if the Demon Venerable was severely injured. Whoosh, his figure dissipated like an illusion. Blood Illusion Body Technique. It was a body technique formed by combining the Blood Ghost Body Technique and the Illusion Underworld Body Technique. It was extremely strange and unpredictable. The fist print landed on the illusion and tore it apart. However, it didn't hurt the Blood God clone at all. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin was shocked. When did he dodge it? He didn't even notice it. How was that possible? The next moment, Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's eyes swept across the hall and immediately found the Blood God clone. Whoosh, he chased after it again. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Demon Master Xueqin attacked the Blood God clone in a frenzy. However, all of his attacks missed. At this moment, the Blood God clone was walking the Bloody Ruin Demon Lord like a dog. Within this limited hall, the Bloody Ruin Demon Lord was being toyed with. What kind of body technique is that? Demon Venerable Blood Ruin was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. Xueju was like a slippery loach. A mere middle-rank Demon Emperor Jr. was actually able to continuously dodge its attacks, making it unable to injure him in the slightest. This was unbelievable. He suddenly remembered the first time he saw Xueju in the ancestral land of the Blood Clan. At that time, Xueju's skills weren't so strange. He could barely resist his power with the help of the Blood God altar. Later, if it weren't for the Blood Shadow Demon Venerable and other Demon Venerables, he would have crushed Xueju like an ant. However, it had only been a short time, and Xueju had gained such strength. This was unacceptable. Originally, when it heard about Xueju's deeds, it didn't take it too seriously. After all, the gap between Xueju and a demon monarch was not small. It would be a joke if a dignified demon monarch like Xueju feared a puny middle demon emperor. However, at this moment, Demon Supremacy Blood Remnant knew that he was wrong. He had underestimated Xueju. Demon Master Xuecan finally looked serious as he stared coldly at the Blood God Doppelganger. At this moment, he no longer treated the Blood God Doppelganger as a middle-rank Demon Emperor Jr., but as a powerhouse that could threaten him. The gap between a middle-rank Demon Emperor and a Demon Master was huge. But he had to take it seriously. He was seriously injured now, and the Blood Soul banner that he relied on was taken away. His strength was severely damaged. If he still underestimated him, he might fail miserably. Demon Master Xuecan's eyes flashed. He waved his hand and was about to open the door of the hall. Not only him, but there were also other upper-rank Demon Emperor Dark Apparitions in the castle. There were even late-stage upper-rank Demon Emperors. It was enough to deal with Xueju. Even if he couldn't kill him, it was enough for Demon Master Xuecan to severely injure him. How could he allow Xueju to do whatever he wanted in his castle? However, the door didn't react at all. Blood-red runes appeared on the door and connected with each other as if they were chains that sealed the door. Not only that, but blood-red runes also appeared on the four walls and the dome of the hall, covering the entire hall. When Demon Master Xuecan's pupils shrank, he was in disbelief again. He suddenly remembered that Xueju seemed to be an array master of saint-level runes. This fake Xueju was indeed a genius. Even if he didn't like Xueju, he had to admit that he was indeed a top prodigy. There was probably no other prodigy in the entire blood breed that could compare to him. Demon Master Xuecan, are you trying to run away? Or are you looking for help? The Blood God Doppelganger looked at him mockingly and laughed. You're a demon master, but you want to run away and even look for help. This doesn't match your status. Demon Master Xuecan's face twitched. He was embarrassed. This Xuecan is really hateful. I'm a demon master. Don't I care about my reputation? Moreover, those were all my subordinates. Why can't I let them fight? But when it came to Xuecan, it sounded completely different. It was as if he was really afraid of him. Haha, haha, a weak laugh came out of Blood Emperor Luan's mouth. This was an interesting scene. Bloody Remnant Demon Venerable actually suffered a loss in the hands of Blood Disciple. How satisfying. Blood Rosa had a strange look in her eyes. In her weakened state, she didn't have the time to care about such things, but the Blood Master's mouth was a little vicious, and she couldn't help it. You're courting death. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin glanced at Blood Emperor Luan coldly and ignored him. In its eyes, Blood Emperor Luan was already a dead man. It was only a matter of time before he died. There was no way this Blood Emperor Luan could survive after receiving the foreign soul power he had poured into it. Xueju, it seems like you've really put in a lot of effort to deal with me. You've even sealed this hall. Demon Sovereign Xuecan stared at the Blood God clone and said coldly. This is the greatest respect for a demon lord. The Blood God Doppelganger smiled nonchalantly. Looks like you're forcing me to take action personally. A cold light flashed in Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's eyes. Suddenly, a blood-red saber appeared in his hand. Wisps of blood-red energy wrapped around the blade. Sacred artifact. This saber was also a sacred artifact. Normally, he wouldn't use a sacred artifact in this ancient castle. Even if this ancient castle was made of hard blood mystic stone, it couldn't withstand the power of a sacred artifact. However, he couldn't care less now. If the ancient castle was destroyed, so be it. Even if the ancient castle was destroyed, the people outside would know about the situation inside the hall. Then, they could besiege Xuecan. It seems like the Demon Venerable is finally serious. The Blood God clone smiled faintly. A saber also appeared in his hand. Blood Kuan Saber, a demigod weapon. It was many times more powerful than the sacred artifact in Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's hand. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin glanced at the Blood Kuan Saber in his hand. There was a hint of greed in his eyes. There are many treasures on it. This should be the Blood Kuan Saber that you obtained from the Blood Kuan inheritance in the Immortal Blood Sea. Yes. The Blood God clone had entered the Immortal Blood Sea later. At that time, he had already left the Blood Clan's ancestral land and went to the Light Universe battlefield. However, he knew everything about the Blood God Doppelganger through various channels. Therefore, when he saw the blood Kuan saber, he wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he was filled with greed. Even he didn't have a demigod weapon. How could Shuekin have one? Don't you want it? Don't you want it? The blood god clone saw the greed in his opponent's eyes. He waved the blood Kuan saber in front of him as if he was afraid that he couldn't see it clearly. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin. Blood Emperor Luan. Blood Rosa. Sigh, you can't have it. If you can't have it, you can only look at it. The blood god clone said mercilessly. F***ck. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's face was gloomy. Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He suddenly exploded. The saber in his hand condensed a saber radiance and slashed at the blood god clone. Blood Ruin Saber, the powerful blood origin law wrapped around it. It turned into blood-red runes, exuding a powerful force. Oh, you're angry out of humiliation. Haha. The blood god clone smiled, but his eyes were serious. He didn't underestimate his opponent. The blood Kuan saber in his hand also emitted a glaring blood-red light that turned into a saber radiance. Blood Ruin Saber, Blood Sea Domain, 4th rank Melder, Blood Origin, 4th rank, Darkness Origin, 5th rank, World Force, 7th rank, boom, in an instant, a domain appeared behind the blood god clone. A sea of blood churned within, and all kinds of strange scenes appeared. There were blood-red sabers and swords sweeping across, blood beasts galloping, blood winds raging, and blood trees towering into the sky. These scenes made the Blood Sea domain extremely powerful, far surpassing an ordinary 4th rank Melder's domain. However, this was only the beginning. Streaks of blood-red and black runes appeared within the domain, imprinting themselves on the strange scenes. They seemed to turn into chains that wrapped around the domain. As these runes appeared, the power within the domain transformed. The origin power, life force, and other powers fused together to form the power of the world. Originally, the blood god clone only had 4th rank blood origin and 5th rank darkness origin, so they couldn't fuse into 7th rank world force. However, his origin force and life force were extremely powerful, even comparable to a mid-late upper demon emperor. It was barely enough to fuse world force into 7th rank world force. This force of the world was obtained by Wang Ting's original body from a few immortal level existences. Therefore, it was enough to deal with demon sovereign blood ruin. At this moment, the powerful world force accompanied the saber radiance as it slashed toward demon sovereign blood ruin. Boom, the two saber radiances collided with a violent roar. Terrifying origin force rolled in all directions, crashing into the runes on the walls. The runes flickered crazily and forcibly resisted the force. Crack, a crisp sound suddenly came from the center of the collision between the two saber lights. Blood Ruin Saber? Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin's eyes widened. How did Bloody Extinction know his Blood Ruin Saber? And how could his world force be so powerful? It was barely acceptable for a peak middle demon emperor to have world force. However, it was simply unbelievable that he could comprehend world force to such an extent. How could I dare to kill you without any strength? The blood god clone looked directly into demon sovereign blood ruin's eyes. There was no fear in his eyes, only a strong sense of confidence. At this moment, he completely bared his ferocious fangs. Bang! As soon as his voice fell, the saber radiances from both sides exploded, turning into violent origin force waves that rolled in all directions. In the midst of the explosion of light, Blood Ruin the blood god clone stomped his feet and rushed toward demon sovereign Blood Ruin. He raised the saber in his hand and slashed down. The saber radiances crisscrossed in the hall, trying to drown demon sovereign Blood Ruin. Get lost. Go. Demon sovereign Blood Ruin's eyes were cold. He shouted and slashed out with the saber radiance in his hand. It collided with the blood god clone's saber radiance again. Boom. 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 Both sides crazily clashed in the hall, displaying their techniques to the extreme. Whoosh. 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 At the same time, dark red vines suddenly swept out from behind the blood god clone, completely covering demon sovereign Blood Ruin like a big net, trapping him. Humph. Demon sovereign Blood Ruin snorted coldly and slashed out with his saber, landing on the vines. Sparks flew everywhere, Not only were the vines covered in scales, but there were also runes on them, causing their hardness to reach a monstrous level. Demon Blood Poisonous Scale Vine. This was a powerful combat skill that Wang Ting had obtained by fusing 4 special combat skills. It had reached the level of minor accomplishment. Even a demon sovereign would find it difficult to cut it off. Of course, if Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin was at his peak, he would have no problem cutting off the vines. However, he was in an extremely weak state now. Hiss. 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 Suddenly, there was a burst of hissing sounds. The heads of the vines turned out to be giant pythons. They opened their mouths and pounced toward Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin. This is. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin's face turned ugly and his pupils contracted. The attacking vines in front of him did not look like vines, nor did the giant pythons look like giant pythons. It was the first time he had seen something so strange. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin suddenly thought of the Dark Scale clan's Dark Scale tale. He felt that although the two were similar, they were very different. He was puzzled. However, when he saw the giant pythons pouncing toward him, he had no time to think. He slashed out with his saber again, turning it into streaks of blood-red saber radiance, blocking the giant python's bites. Boom! 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 Under the attack, the giant python's heads finally exploded. They did not hurt him at all. Even though he was severely injured, the strength of a demon sovereign was still very strong. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin broke through the surrounding vines and found an opportunity to attack the Blood God clone. His face was ferocious. Die! Die! Boom! The saber radiance fell and drowned the Blood God clone. However, the Blood God clone's body dissipated on the spot. It was just an afterimage. As the afterimage dispersed, a black fog suddenly swept over and turned into a huge, distorted face in the air of the hall. This face seemed to be made up of countless smaller faces. They were densely packed, ferocious, and distorted. They seemed to be in pain, but also seemed to be filled with laziness. It gave off an extremely strange feeling. Demon Sovereign Peak Combat Skill, Lazy Illusion Poison Face. This combat skill was a combination of the Face of Sloth Fog, Face of Poison Devouring, and Realm of Illusion. It was far more powerful than an ordinary demon venerable combat skill. It was also the first time the Blood God clone was used to fight an enemy. Now that he was facing a demon sovereign, he could be said to have used all his means and unleashed his strength to the maximum. Roar! The huge face roared and opened its mouth to swallow Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin thought that he had hit the Blood God clone. However, the Blood God clone turned into a huge face and opened its mouth, waiting for him to come. In an instant, he felt a strong sense of danger. The bloody remnant demon lord wanted to dodge, but the gigantic face emanated an aura of someone who had chased after sea all the way. It was as if an old bull had sprung up and unleashed a force that restricted its movements. A sense of laziness rose in his heart, as if he had lost the desire to continue fighting. The sense of laziness, this was the sense of laziness that the lazy illusion poison face emitted. The countless tiny faces on the huge face contained a huge amount of power. When they were unleashed at the same time, it was naturally terrifying. The asterisk starred. Demon Master Bloody Remnant suddenly came back to his senses. After all, he was a demon master. He wouldn't be affected so easily. If he hadn't been careless just now, he wouldn't have fallen into the trap. At this moment, his eyes were filled with shock and anger as he watched the giant face approach. Then, he was swallowed into his mouth. The huge face was very thin, but after swallowing Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin, it disappeared as if it did not exist in this space. The Illusion Realm, this was the power of the Illusion Realm. At this moment, Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin appeared in a strange space. The void around him was suddenly distorted, and black fog rolled out, covering a large area. Demon Sovereign Blood Ruin looked around, and his eyes narrowed. An extremely strange feeling rose in his heart. You want to trap me? His face was cold, and he felt aggrieved. As a demon venerable, it had been suppressed by Xueju over and over again. It was simply a disgrace to him. If this matter were to spread out, Demon Lord Xianxia would lose all face. Boom! In the next moment, he slashed out rays of saber light, bombarding the void around him. However, his saber light was distorted and destroyed in this special space. The rays of saber light all collapsed. What? Demon Venerable Blood Remnant couldn't help but be startled. His attack was actually destroyed by the spatial distortion. Such a strange technique was unfathomable. A strong sense of familiarity surged in him again. The power that almost made him lose his will to fight just now should be the lazy fog intent of the lazy fog tribe. The distortion power now seemed to be the Mirage Monster's technique. Why was Bloody Extinction's technique so similar to the Mirage Monsters and the Lazy Fog tribes? A member of the Blood Clan could use a technique similar to the Mirage Monsters and the Lazy Fog tribes. Bloody Extinction was really strange. In the space where the Lazy Illusion Poison Mask was, Demon Master Schweck looked around coldly. He kept attacking, trying to find the weakness of this space. No combat skill was perfect. There must be a weakness. As a Demon Master, his power was enough to interfere with space. Now, his power was just weakened. He was just trapped. However, at this moment, black fog suddenly spread out all around the space, turning into twisted and strange faces. In the empty eye sockets, there seemed to be pairs of strange eyes staring at Demon Master Schweck. That strong sense of laziness filled the air again, and Demon Master Schweck's expression changed. Same trick. You want to use this to affect me? Demon Venerable Schweck coldly snorted and slashed with his saber, destroying the strange faces one after another. However, something unexpected happened. Those faces seemed to be illusory. After the saber light slashed across, it dissipated for a moment before reappearing. Illusion? Illusion. Demon Master Schweck's expression changed. He felt that it was tricky. The power in this space was too complicated. There was more than one kind of power, and it made him feel powerless. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard in this dark space. Demon Master Schweck squinted his eyes and saw a black flowing light rushing toward him at an extremely fast speed. There was an illusory feeling, as if it had crossed through space and arrived in front of him. Bang! Demon Master Schweck's body was penetrated and disappeared. This attack did not hit him. It only hit his afterimage. Demon Master Schweck appeared in another place. However, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard again. They were densely packed, and they moved quickly around him as if they had turned into a big net of black light. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the black light rushed toward Demon Master Schweck from different directions and completely surrounded him. This time, he could not avoid it. Demon Master Schweck's eyes flashed coldly. The saber in his hand emitted a bright red saber light as he slashed out. Many of the black light were destroyed. However, there were still many black lights that flew past him, causing blood to splatter. Chi! 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 Bloody Remnant Demon Venerable's blood-red robe was torn apart, and wounds appeared on his body. Scarlet blood flowed out from the wounds. However, these were only superficial wounds. The physical body of a demon lord was so strong that such an attack could not hurt it at all. Therefore, at this moment, it only lowered its head to take a look, and those wounds healed as if they had never appeared. Is your attack only at this level? Demon Sovereign Schweck said indifferently with a mocking look in his eyes. Of course not. A chuckle came from all directions. Demon Master Remnant Blood frowned. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. His eyes narrowed. You used poison? Bingo. The Blood God clone chuckled again. Aren't you looking down on me too much? Do you think a mere poison can affect me? Demon Lord Schweck sneered coldly as he tried to circulate his blood to purge the poison. As a demon lord of the blood race, his control over his own blood had reached an inhuman level. How could he allow poison to enter his body? However, something unexpected happened. The poison was so complex that it was dumbfounded. Even a demon lord like Demon Lord Schweck had never seen such a complex poison. They were like gangrene attached to the bone, entangling his flesh and blood. Because the poison was so complex, he could not get rid of it. Immediately, he could only watch as the poison went deeper and deeper into his body. Demon Lord Schweck, how does this mere poison taste? A mocking laugh came from all directions again, echoing in Demon Lord Shuekan's ears. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Demon Lord Shuekan tried his best to get rid of the poison, but he could not succeed. He did not know that this poison was created by Wang Ting's original body after he had collected a large number of poisons and fused them together. Not only did it contain the bone-rotting poison, which could corrode bones, but it also contained the blood spider poison, which was like a spider's silk that could entangle the flesh and blood. It could be said that no matter what kind of poison it was, it had its own unique characteristics. After fusing, they were naturally more terrifying. No matter what kind of poison it was extremely difficult to get rid of it. It required a lot of energy and time, not to mention the fused poison. Even though Demon Lord Shuekan was a demon lord, he was still affected by the poison. The force in his body became sluggish, and he felt a stinging pain all over his body. He was already seriously injured. Now, it was one disaster after another. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the streaks of black light came again, enveloping the surroundings. Demon Lord Shuekan had realized how terrifying these attacks were. Although they could not hurt his body, they could leave behind toxins that would greatly affect his body. Once there were too many toxins in his body, the effects would become fatal. Even Demon Lord Shuekan did not dare to underestimate them. Kill! Kill! Demon Lord Shuekan knew that he could not let this go on. He immediately shouted, and a bloody light shot out from his eyes. A strange and powerful force burst out from his body. The saber in his hand condensed a bloody saber light again. This bloody saber light was not huge. It was only attached to the surface of the saber. However, the bloody light had condensed into a solid form. From the outside, it was impossible to tell the difference between the saber light and the Saint-grade saber. The two seemed to have fused into one. Runes appeared on the saber light. Then, they turned into chains of runes, entangling the saber light. Boom! In the next moment, the saber slashed out. It turned into a dazzling bloody light, slashing toward the illusory space in front of him. When the streaks of black light came into contact with the saber light, they all collapsed. They could not get close to it at all. Then, the saber light fell into the illusory space. Swish! An ear-piercing sound was heard. The illusory space was cut open, and a ray of light appeared. Demon Lord Shuekan immediately turned into a bloody streamer. He passed through the crack and returned to the main hall. However, at this moment, a black saber light suddenly appeared and slashed toward Demon Lord Shuekan. It was as if it had been waiting for him. Boom! The black saber light was extremely strange. The moment the saber light was slashed out, distorted faces appeared on it. They kept bulging, as if they were trying to break free from the saber light. An extremely dense sense of laziness was emitted from his body. Lazy Miasma Saber. This was the Lazy Miasma Saber, the peak upper demon emperor combat skill of the Lazy Miasma clan. The moment the saber light descended, Demon Lord Shuekan's will was affected again and slowed down for a moment. However, he quickly came to his senses. With an ugly expression, he suddenly slashed out with his saber. Clang! The sound of metal vibrating could be heard. The two saber lights collided. It was as if gold and iron had collided, creating a series of sparks in the air. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. This time, Demon Lord Shuekan's saber light gained the upper hand. A special power erupted from his saber light and broke the blood god doppelganger's saber light. Bang! The next moment, the emotion miasma saber was completely shattered. It could not block his opponent's attack. Immortal power. The blood god doppelganger's eyes narrowed. You can force me to use my immortal power. That's impressive. Demon Lord Shuekan sneered. But it's over. Die. Die, boom, the aftermath of the force swept in all directions. The blood-red saber light continued to fall toward the blood god doppelganger. The fact that Demon Lord Shuekan could react in such a short time showed that he had expected a sneak attack. Therefore, he was prepared. However, at this moment, the blood god doppelganger suddenly revealed a strange smile. Then, the saber light slashed down and drowned his body. Demon Lord Shuekan frowned. Before he had time to think, Boom, a dark purple sword light erupted from his back as if it had appeared out of thin air. It was extremely strange. Demon Lord Shuekan did not react at all. Puff, the sword light instantly pierced through his body, splashing a large amount of blood. Demon Lord Shuekan looked down. The sneer on his face suddenly froze. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He roared, "Scram! Scram!" Boom, a powerful dark power erupted from his body and swept out behind him. A laugh was heard, followed by a fake word. Explode. Rumble. The dark purple sword light exploded in an instant. A tyrannical power erupted. Small dark purple sword lights swept out from the exploding sword light and wrapped around Demon Lord Shuekan's body. Some of the sword lights even raged inside Demon Lord Shuekan's body. Puff. Puff. Puff, streaks of blood-red light exploded on Demon Lord Shuekan's body. Some of the sword lights shot out from his body and penetrated his body. At the same time, the blood god doppelganger appeared on the other side. The saber attack did not hit him. Demon Lord Shuekan's saber attack, which was infused with immortal power, completely missed the blood god doppelganger. It did not hurt the blood god doppelganger at all. From the beginning, the blood god doppelganger had planned to exhaust Demon Lord Shuekan's immortal power. However, he was unwilling to use it until he had no other choice. Then, he used his immortal power to break the illusory space of the inert illusory poison mask and tried to kill him. The reason for this was that Demon Lord Shuekan's immortal power was seriously exhausted. He did not dare to use it casually. Unfortunately, the blood god doppelganger's attack was impossible for him to guard against. It had even affected him greatly. Especially the inert illusory poison mask, which caused him to be poisoned. If he did not react, he would be poisoned to death. Therefore, he used his immortal power, which was exactly what the blood god doppelganger wanted. Then, he used the blood god doppelganger as bait to make Demon Lord Shuekan think that he could kill him and focus all his attention on him. In this way, it was time for Wang Ting's real body to attack. From the beginning, Wang Ting's real body had been waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to seriously injure Demon Lord Shuekan. And this opportunity had finally appeared. Just as the blood god doppelganger and Su Mo had planned, Demon Lord Shuekan was seriously injured. Roar, Demon Lord Shuekan roared angrily. He thought that he could kill Shuekan, but he did not expect to fall into his trap and be seriously injured. This was a great humiliation for Demon Lord Shuekan. He was forced to this point by Shuekan was only a peak middle demon emperor. No matter how talented he was still a junior. But now, Shuekan seriously injured him. Demon Lord Shuekan could not accept this. But the pain in his body forced him to face reality. The sword rays that swept over from all directions were destroying his body and draining his power, making him even weaker. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. Shuekan can really do it. Seriously injuring Demon Lord Shuekan was a magnificent feat. It was really shocking. Blood. Absolute. Demon Master Shuekan was enraged. The power of darkness in his body burst out and formed a dazzling bloody light that wrapped around him. Devil change. The blood god doppelganger stared at the bloody light in front of him. Demon Lord Devil change. He could not stop Shuekan. This time, he did not have the help of the three immortals. He could not suppress Demon Lord Shuekan. He could only watch Shuekan use Devil change. Be careful. Wang Ting's voice sounded in his mind, but his figure didn't appear. Instead, he disappeared again. Within the dazzling crimson light, a series of mystical runes appeared and circled around the ball of light, wrapping it up. A bloody, violent, dark, and evil aura was brewing in it. It gradually spread out and covered the entire hall. The blood god doppelganger looked more serious. It was the first time he saw Demon Lord Devil change. Demon Lord Shuekan seemed to have been forced into a desperate situation. Otherwise, he would not have used Devil change. Roar. There was a roar. The bloody light started to converge. The runes were hidden in it as if they had merged with the light. Boom, a powerful aura burst out and hit the dome and walls of the hall. The runes on it flashed rapidly as if they were about to collapse. In the space crevice, Wang Ting's face was serious. He kept using his spiritual power to maintain the runes on the dome and walls so that they would not collapse. However, under the impact of the terrifying power, many runes still shattered and could not withstand it. Blood Soul Banner. Wang Ting's voice sounded in the Blood God Doppelganger's mind. The Blood God Doppelganger reacted and waved his hand. Streaks of bloody light shot out. They were the child banners of the Blood Soul Banner. These child banners were scattered around and covered the entire hall. At the same time, the main banner of the Blood Soul Banner shone with a dazzling light. Streaks of bloody runes appeared and connected with the child banners in the air, forming a chain of runes. Whoosh, the chain of runes vibrated. A sealing force was formed to resist the impact of the terrifying power. With the support of the two forces, the runes in the hall finally stabilized and did not collapse. Now that they were facing Demon Lord Shui Can, Wang Ting's body and the Blood God Doppelganger would not allow anyone to disturb them. Moreover, if others knew, there would be many more variables in their next plan. This was not something they wanted to see. Fortunately, the Blood Soul Banner was a powerful divine weapon. It was enough to resist the power of Demon Lord Shui Can. A powerful force swept out and hit the sealing enchantment of the Blood Soul Banner. The crimson light in the center finally disappeared completely and merged into a figure. It was Demon Master Schweck, and Demon Master Blood Ruin appeared in front of the Blood God Doppelganger. His appearance had changed quite a bit. However, he still maintained his original appearance. There were some crimson lines on his face as if they were alive. They wriggled on his face and looked extremely creepy and evil. At the same time, crimson scales grew on his forehead and a crimson horn. A pair of sharp fangs grew out of his mouth, making him look even more ferocious. There was even a pair of wings on his back. At this moment, Demon Master Schweck exuded an extremely dangerous aura. He was like an awakened beast. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa were shocked. Demon Master Schweck had completed the devil change and was even more terrifying. Was Blood Sun still his match? It was not that they did not trust the Blood God clone, but this Demon Master level devil change was too terrifying. Even an ordinary dark apparition would be difficult to deal with after the devil change, let alone a Demon Master level dark apparition. Demon Master Schweck slowly raised his head and looked at the Blood God clone. His crimson eyes were cold as if he was looking at a dead person. Come out. Go. Then, he looked around and shouted coldly. Who are you calling? The Blood God clone smiled faintly. Other than you, there's another person. Demon Master Schweck stared at him coldly and said, no wonder you conceal my palace. You're not the only one. Go. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa were surprised. To be honest, they did not even see that person's shadow. However, someone had indeed attacked and severely injured Demon Master Schweck, forcing him to undergo the devil change. However, they did not know who that person was. He was so powerful. Also, where did Blood Sun come from? So what if I am? So what if I'm not? The Blood God Avatar did not comment and chuckled. That was the power of death. You're from the Underworld God clan. Demon Master Schweck ignored the Blood God clone. Instead, he looked around. His eyes flashed as he spoke in a grave voice. Others might not know about it, but as a demon sovereign, how could it not know about the Underworld God clan's underworld energy? That sword strike just now contained the Underworld God clan's underworld death energy. If he hadn't used his immortal power and used devil change to forcibly expel it, the underworld death energy that had invaded his body just now would have been enough to consume a large amount of his life source and soul source. Devil change was an extremely tyrannical energy eruption method. At the same time, one's life source, soul source, and other types of energy would erupt. It would have the effect of expelling all foreign energy. Otherwise, the dark apparitions wouldn't use it as their last resort. That's right, it was saving his life. Not only could devil change allow one to erupt with great power, it could also save one's life. It had to be said that Demon Master Schweck was very decisive. He knew that it was the power of death, so he did not hesitate to use demon change. To him, devil transformation was actually a huge drain on his strength. Once the devil change was over, it would fall into a state of unprecedented weakness. This kind of weakness was countless times stronger than before. But now, it had no choice but to use devil change to expel the death energy. That's right. Wang Ting's main body smiled faintly. This was the identity he had long thought of. He would appear as a member of the Underworld God clan. Firstly, he could set up a maze so that others would not be able to guess his true identity. Because the Underworld God clan was too mysterious, outsiders would not know what kind of existence the Underworld God clan had appeared on the battlefield of the Light Universe. Secondly, it was to intimidate. Any fake member of the Underworld God clan was enough to make people wary. Moreover, the power of the Underworld God clan was indeed very powerful and very useful. Just now, he had only used one sword strike, and Demon Master Xueqin had no choice but to use devil change. This was the best proof. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa widened their eyes. Although they felt that the dark purple power was very familiar, they didn't dare to guess that it was the Underworld God clan's Underworld Death energy. Now that they heard the conversation between Wang Ting's main body and Demon Master Xueqin, they really believed that the person who had attacked Demon Master Xueqin was really a member of the Underworld God clan. But, how was this possible? How could a member of the Underworld God clan help Blood Master? The two dark apparitions were full of doubts. Since when did the Underworld God clan work with the Blood clan? Demon Master Xueqin's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but say, if I remember correctly, this bloody extinction killed someone from the Underworld God clan not long ago. Haha. Ha ha ha. The Blood God clone laughed and said, Demon Master Xueqin, are you trying to drive a wedge between us? Haha. Demon Master Xueqin's expression didn't change. He stared at him coldly and didn't say a word. It's useless. Since we worked together to kill you, you can't drive a wedge between us with just a few words. The Blood God clone said calmly. Demon Master Xueqin, Ming Manada's branch isn't the only member of the Underworld God clan. The voice of Wang Ting's main body came from the void, and Demon Master Xueqin was confused. Then let's fight. Demon Master Xueqin said, come out and fight with me. As a member of the Underworld God clan, do you only know how to hide in the dark? Haha. You don't need to provoke me. It's useless. Wang Ting's main body didn't show up. Hiding the head but showing the tail. I will definitely find him. Demon Master Xueqin said coldly. If you can find him, why are you still talking nonsense? The Blood God clone laughed heartily. Demon Master Xueqin's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't waste any more time and directly attacked the Blood God clone. He couldn't find the person's location, but as long as he threatened Xueqin, the other party would definitely show up. Now that he was vigilant, he couldn't be attacked by the other party again. Demon Master Xueqin suppressed his anger. He was a demon master, but he was seriously injured by the other party. It was a disgrace. At this moment, all his anger was directed at the Blood God clone. Boom! Terrifying saber radiance raged in the main hall. It was densely packed and shrouded the Blood God clone. The seal formed by the Blood Soul flag shook violently. It had to withstand such a terrifying attack at any moment. The Blood God clone looked extremely serious. Demon Master Xueqin was really desperate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked so recklessly. The other party was seriously injured. The origin energy and immortal energy in his body must have been greatly consumed. Now, he still chose to attack. It was a desperate move. The Blood God clone didn't dare to be careless. He immediately used the blood illusion body skill and retreated like a bloody shadow. It was unwise to fight a demon master head-on. When necessary, it was better to avoid the attack and fight a war of attrition. In this aspect, he could pick up attribute bubbles. He had a huge advantage. Boom! The saber radiance drowned the Blood God clone's afterimage. He appeared on the other side, uninjured. Whoosh! At this moment, the wings on Demon Master Xueqin's back suddenly opened. As he flapped, a fierce blood-red wind blew in the main hall. His speed instantly increased. He was like a bloody flowing light that shuttled in the main hall. The main hall wasn't big to begin with. With his extreme speed, he arrived in an instant. Demon Master Xueqin's ferocious face appeared in front of the Blood God clone and stared at him coldly. Then, Boom, he clawed fiercely. A bloody claw condensed and shrouded the blood god clone. The blood god clone's eyes narrowed. It was too late to dodge. Even the blood illusion body skill couldn't do it. Demon Master Shui Can's speed was so terrifying that the blood god clone couldn't dodge. Die. Boom, Demon Master Shui Can's eyes flashed with killing intent. Boom, the bloody claw fell, tearing the blood god clone's body apart. No matter how strong the blood god clone's body was, it would be seriously injured by a demon master's attack. One attack was enough. At this moment, a space power flashed past. The blood god clone was extremely abrupt. He disappeared on the spot, causing the bloody claw to miss again. It only tore apart an afterimage. Space power. Boom, Demon Master Shui Can's face turned ugly. His pupils shrank. He was in disbelief. I should have known. Only the space power can hide so perfectly in this main hall. Who are you? Boom. An existence with the space power can't be a nobody. Why don't you dare to come out? Boom. Haha, you are not qualified to see me. A calm chuckle came from all directions. It was impossible to detect his location. Bastard. Demon Master Shui Can was furious. What kind of existence dared to say that he was not qualified? Even the divine underworld clan couldn't underestimate a demon venerable like this. Kill. Kill. Demon Master Shui Can roared and attacked the blood god clone again. He had already sensed the blood god clone's location. A figure appeared 100 meters to his left. It was the blood god clone. However, this time, the blood god clone was prepared. He immediately used the blood illusion body technique to dodge. Demon Master Shui Can chased after him and kept attacking. He couldn't find Wang Ting's original body, so he could only target the blood god clone. Unfortunately, Wang Ting's original body was helping him. Even if Demon Master Shui Can used the wings on his back, he still couldn't hurt the blood god clone. Blood extinction, do you only know how to hide? Kill. Demon Master Shui Can became more and more frustrated. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The space power was simply unbeatable. The speed that its wings could unleash gave it a certain advantage in the limited space of the hall. However, his opponent's space power also had an advantage. The two cancelled each other out. He still couldn't do anything to his opponent. If this continued, it might really be exhausted to death by the other party. Boom, at this moment, a dark purple sword light burst out again. It slashed out from the space and slashed toward Demon Master Shui Can from behind. Roar. Roar. Demon Master Shui Can suddenly roared. He turned around and slashed out with his blade, which collided with the sword light. You want to hurt my original body with the same method? Boom, the next moment, the two attacks collided. A violent force fluctuation erupted and spread out in all directions. Crack. 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 The dark purple sword light shattered. It couldn't withstand a single blow. Oh no. Demon Master Shui Can's heart skipped a beat. He immediately felt that something was wrong. A strong sense of danger assaulted it from behind, causing its scalp to go numb. Unfortunately, he couldn't react in time. He could only close the wings on his back to protect himself. At the same time, blood-red scales appeared on his wings. They were like armor, which made his wings extremely hard. On the scales, there were also eyeballs, which seemed to want to see the appearance of the person behind him. All of this happened in an instant. Boom, a dark purple palm print appeared behind Demon Master Shui Can and instantly imprinted on his back. Demon Master Battle Technique, Nether Prison Palm. Death Domain, 9th level Melder. Death Origin, 7th level, the dark purple palm print exploded with terrifying power. Dark purple runes wrapped around it and poured down on Demon Master Shui Can's back. The power contained in this palm was much stronger than the Blood God clone's Blood Clan techniques. A 9th level Melder's Domain and a 7th level Origin were not something the current Blood Clan could compare to. Crack. Crack. Crack, the moment the palm landed on Demon Sovereign Shui Can's back, the scales on his wings shattered one by one. A cloud of blood mist exploded. 2 of his wings were broken. Demon Master Xianxia's body was sent flying, crashing into the ceiling boundary of the Blood Soul banner. Boom, the ceiling boundary flashed wildly. It was obvious how powerful this palm was. Fortunately, Wang Ting had prepared for this. He had prepared a defense, so the ceiling boundary in that area was even harder and wouldn't shatter. Pfft. Pfft. Demon Master Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood as the death energy wrapped around his body. The death energy frantically drilled into his body, wearing down his life origin and soul origin. It even wore down the immortal substance in his body. Roar. Pfft. Demon Master Xianxia roared and tried to circulate the power in his body, trying to expel the death energy. Unfortunately, without the help of devil change, it could no longer expel the underworld death energy quickly. It could only watch as the underworld death energy whittled away at its source energy and immortal matter. At this moment, the blood god clone finally attacked. Demon Master Xianxia, take this. Pfft, he roared, and the blade in his hand condensed a resplendent crimson light as it slashed out. Demon Master Xianxia naturally wasn't going to give up. He raised his blade again and clashed with the blade light. Boom, the blade aura of the blood god doppelganger shattered like paper. Pfft. Demon Master Xianxia was furious. He had been tricked again. He had been tricked by the same trick again. This was too much. Honey, before he could react, countless sword lights swept out from behind him and drowned him. Demon Master level combat skill, Blood Shadow Sword Technique. This was Blood Shadow Demon Master's combat skill, and it was extremely powerful. Moreover, the moment the countless sword lights fell, an exceptionally resplendent crimson sword light flashed. Vaguely, one could see the blood god clone's figure within the sword light. He held the sword with both hands as if he had become one with the sword light. At this moment, he was the sword, and the sword was him. Man and sword as one, this was the power of man and sword as one. The blood god clone turned himself into a sword light and hid within it to deliver a fatal blow to Demon Master Xianxia. The sword pierced through Demon Master Xianxia's body, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Boom, there was a violent explosion, and a strange power erupted from the sword light, completely drowning Demon Master Xianxia. Immortal power, level 3. Underworld death energy. Immortal energy. Two terrifying energies invaded Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's body, making him unable to resist at all. The death energy was wearing away at its life essence and soul essence. Immortal energy and Blood Ruin's immortal energy resisted each other, cancelling each other out. The sword light unleashed by the blood god clone was extremely powerful, constantly invading Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's body, destroying all the energy within. The terrifying sword intent continued to invade, drowning his entire body. Roar! Roar! Demon Venerable Blood Ruin involuntarily let out a furious roar, extremely shocked and furious. Why is this blood extinction so strong? Rank 3 Immortal rank, he actually possesses rank 3 Immortal energy, even a fake demon venerable like me. The immortal power he grasped was only at the 2nd level. This blood extinction was merely a peak middle demon emperor. How could he possess immortal substance, and rank 3 immortal energy at that? Damn it, Demon Venerable Blood Ruin never imagined that the blood god clone would possess rank 3 immortal substance. And it was this huge error in information that caused Demon Venerable Blood Ruin to fall into a desperate situation. Boom! 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 Sword light bombarded Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's body, wearing away his energy, causing his aura to gradually weaken. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin felt the threat of death, and the energy within his body constantly erupted, trying to resist the invasion of the underworld death energy and immortal energy. Unfortunately, it was useless. At this moment, Demon Venerable Blood Ruin could not resist at all. Especially when there was still the poison left in his body by the blood god clone. At this moment, he could no longer suppress it, and all of it erupted, causing Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's situation to become even worse. Under the bombardment of the sword light, Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's body began to collapse. Blood. Extinction. Roar. Demon Venerable Blood Ruin roared, and the blood energy within his body constantly erupted, repairing his broken body. For a demon venerable, his body was extremely strong. But at this moment, he could not resist the power, and the speed of repair could not keep up with the speed of destruction. His body still could not stop collapsing. This roar. The blood god and the blood god were both good and bad, like the mouth of a disease getting closer and closer. The blood Cordillera and the blood Luo Sha had already completely stopped. Blood Disciple really defeated Demon Venerable Bloody Ruin. If they hadn't seen Demon Sovereign Shuexi's appearance with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the Blood Sun had defeated a Demon Sovereign with the strength of a middle-rank Demon Emperor. Even with the help of others, even with Demon Venerable Shui Can's severe injuries, the Blood Disciple's strength could not be underestimated. Was this something a peak middle-level Demon Emperor could do? Madness. This was too crazy. Even though they had always had a glimmer of hope for the Blood God clone, they still couldn't suppress the shock in their hearts when they saw him defeat a demon lord. If word of this got out, the commotion caused by this would not be any less than the Blood Master's previous achievements. Under the horrified gazes of the two dark apparitions, Demon Master Bloody Remnant's body suddenly exploded with a loud boom. A glaring red light burst out like an exploding blood-red star. The Blood God Avatar's eyes narrowed slightly. He was surprised to see that within the red light, there were blood-red snakes leaping out in all directions. They crashed into the ceiling barrier of the Blood Soul Flag and exploded. Bang! 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 The ceiling enchantment formed by the Blood Soul Flag suddenly shook. The runes on it collapsed, and then cracks appeared on it. Crack! 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 A clear cracking sound was gradually heard, and the ceiling barrier was on the verge of collapse. Want to run? The Blood God Avatar snorted coldly and reached out his hand. The main flag of the Blood Soul Flag fell into his hand and suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Rich blood power and mind power surged into the Blood Soul Flag. Using the Blood God Rebirth technique. After mastering the Blood Soul Flag, the Blood God Avatar also understood some of the functions of the Blood Soul Flag. It required strong soul power to control it, and the external manifestation of soul power was mind power. Coincidentally, the Blood God Avatar's mind power was also very strong. It was more than enough to control the Blood Soul Flag. Boom! With the influx of mind power, blood-red runes emerged from the main flag of the Blood Soul Flag. They were densely packed and spread all over the void. Woo woo woo! At the same time, blood souls flew out from it, howling and wailing, and rushed in all directions. Then, they merged with the ceiling barrier. Above the blood-red seal barrier, numerous blood souls appeared. Their faces were filled with resentment as they stared at the small blood-red snakes. It was as if they were staring at Demon Sovereign Shui Can. The cracks were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiss! Angry hisses could be heard from the small snakes. It was hard to tell which one was Demon Venerable Shui Can, or if all of them were Demon Venerable. Bang! 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 The snakes were still crazily hitting the ceiling barrier of the Blood Soul Flag. They launched suicidal attacks in an attempt to break the ceiling barrier of the Blood Soul Flag. However, with the influx of blood souls, the ceiling barrier of the Blood Soul Flag only shook violently. There were no more cracks. Stop struggling, Demon Master Shui Can. The Blood God Avatar's eyes were cold. He said, with your current power, you can't break the ceiling barrier of the Blood Soul Flag. You should know this better than me. Unless you are willing to use your last immortal power to break it. But, do you dare? When Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa saw this, they could feel Demon Master Shui Can's desperate situation. This situation was very similar to what they had been through before. At that moment, Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa looked at each other. They saw joy in each other's eyes. This was truly the cycle of reincarnation. What goes around comes around. Demon Master Shui Can, who was high above and could control their fates, was now controlled by someone else. It made them sigh. However, they didn't expect karma to come so quickly. In the blink of an eye, a demon master had fallen to such a state. The battle seemed long, but it didn't take long. When experts fought, victory and defeat were usually decided in an instant. Both sides attacked very quickly. If one was careless, they would lose, just like Demon Master Shui Can. Blood extinction. What do you want? Demon Master Shui Can seemed to finally recognize reality. He stopped hitting the ceiling barrier of the Blood Soul Flag. His voice came from the mouths of the snakes. Submit to me, or die. The blood god avatar said coldly. You want me to submit to you? Demon Master Shuekan seemed to have heard something ridiculous. He was shocked and angry. Why not? The blood god avatar said coldly. I'm a demon master. Demon Master Shuekan roared. This was humiliation, this was simply the greatest humiliation of all. How dare he have such thoughts? Even if he died, he wouldn't submit to a mere middle-level demon emperor. Otherwise, what was the point of him? Demon Master Shuekan, living, Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa were also stunned. Blood Disciple wanted Demon Master Shuekan to submit to him? Did they hear wrongly? The two dark apparitions even suspected that there was something wrong with their ears and that they had misheard. However, Demon Master Shuekan's roar echoed in their ears. They couldn't help but believe that Blood Disciple really wanted Demon Master Shuekan to submit to him. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa turned their necks stiffly. They looked at the Blood God Avatar in shock. Perhaps only this Blood Disciple would dare to think of such a ridiculous thing. He probably wanted Demon Master Shuekan to submit to him from the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to find Demon Master Shuekan. So what if you're a demon master? I'm the Blood Tribe's Blood Disciple. Submitting to me won't be a disgrace to you. The Blood God Avatar said calmly. You. Demon Master Shuekan was furious. The status of a Blood Tribe's Blood Disciple was naturally not low. However, the opponent's strength was too weak. If his strength had reached the peak of upper-level Demon Emperor, he wouldn't be so resistant. If the news of him submitting to a peak middle-level Demon Emperor spread, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. Or, you can choose to die. The Blood God Avatar's eyes became extremely cold again. He pointed his finger, and black flames suddenly erupted. There was a hissing sound. The thick black flames turned into black pythons. They had a single horn and were covered with red patterns. It was very strange. Even the scales on its body had flame-like patterns, emitting a scorching heat. These black fire pythons rushed toward the blood-red snakes that Demon Master Shuekan had turned into and swallowed them. Hiss, 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 the blood-red snakes only struggled for a moment before they were swallowed into the black fire pythons' stomachs. They were drowned by the black flames and died. The blood-red snakes were only a part of Demon Master Shuekan. Moreover, Demon Master Shuekan was already at the end of his rope. How could he resist the black flames? Hiss, hiss, the black fire pythons gathered again and turned into a huge black fire python. It coiled around the Blood God Avatar and flicked its tongue at the blood-red snakes around it. Its eyes were hot and majestic. It stared at the blood-red snakes that Demon Master Shuekan had turned into without any fear. You. Demon Master Shuekan's voice came from the mouths of the other blood-red snakes. There was a hint of horror in his voice. This is a fire spirit. Your black flames have given birth to a fire spirit. Hiss. The Blood God Avatar reached out his hand. The black fire python lowered its head and let him touch it gently. Then, he said lightly, I'll ask you again. Submit or die? Hiss. Demon Master Shuekan fell into hesitation. He had already felt the killing intent of the Blood God Avatar. He couldn't help but fall silent. After a while, he said, As long as you let me go, I can promise to fight for you 5 times. What? Fight for me 5 times? The Blood God Avatar was not moved at all. He shook his head and said, If you submit to me, you will fight for me as many times as I want you to. Do you think I don't know which is the better deal? What? Do you want me to be your slave? That's impossible. Demon Master Shuekan suppressed the humiliation in his heart and growled. If that's the case. The Blood God Avatar pointed forward again. The black flame swept out again and engulfed a large number of blood-red snakes. Ah! Demon Master Shuekan screamed in pain. As more and more blood-red snakes were burned to ashes, his injuries became more and more serious. These blood-red snakes contained his life origin and soul origin. They were equivalent to a part of his body. Now that they were destroyed, how could he not feel pain? However, the Blood God Avatar did not stop the black flames this time. Instead, he continued to burn the blood-red snakes. As the blood-red snakes disappeared, Demon Master Shuekan panicked. Stop. 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 Demon Master Shuekan roared angrily as he tried to avoid the black flames. However, the black flames had filled the entire hall. There was no way he could avoid them. He had never thought that he would be forced into such a desperate situation one day. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa looked at each other. Looking at the black flames, they could not help but gulp. Just now, the black flames were in front of them and saved them. As a result, they did not feel the terror of the black flames at all. Now that they saw Demon Master Shuekan being forced into such a situation, they realized that the black flames in front of them were heavenly flames. Submit or die? The Blood God Avatar did not stop the black flames. He asked for the third time. Demon Master Shuekan was silent. However, he screamed again immediately. The black flame swept out again and burned a large number of blood-red snakes. The blood-red snakes. After a short while, his screams became much weaker. He was like a candle in the wind. Die. He would really die. At this moment, Demon Master Shuekan felt that death was very close. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been so close to death. It was so close that it was almost in front of him. Even though he had been in danger many times, he had never been so close to death before. He thought that he was not afraid of death. However, at this moment, an indescribable fear welled up in his heart. At the same time, there was a sense of unwillingness. He had worked so hard to reach the level of a demon master. How could he die so easily? Submit. Submit. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the blood-red snake's mouth. I submit. Submit. Demon Master Shuekan finally chose to submit. Oh? The blood god doppelganger smiled and waved his hand to stop the dark fire. The giant python formed from the dark fire circled above the heads of the remaining small snakes, glaring at them fiercely. However, it obediently stopped under the command of the blood god clone and did not continue to devour them. The blood-red snakes gathered together and turned into a blood-red python that was about 10 meters long. Its eyes were filled with fatigue and weakness. At this moment, it looked very small in front of the giant python formed by the black flames. Too much of its body had been devoured and burned. It was extremely weak now. It could not even maintain its basic human form. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa widened their eyes. They were shocked. Demon Master Shuekan really submit? That was too unbelievable. A strong sense of unreality appeared in their minds. Weren't you very stubborn before? The Blood God Avatar looked at him with a faint smile and said, I thought you would fight until the end. Demon Master Shuekan fell silent. He knew that blood extinction was mocking him. However, he had no choice. Ever since he said the word submit, he had completely put down his dignity as a demon master. However, so what, as long as he was still alive, he still had a chance. The hall gradually quieted down. There was no other sound except for the hissing of the black flame python. Lord Blood Remnant was silent. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa were stunned. The blood god clone looked at him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He seemed to know what he was thinking. He said calmly, give me your soul source flame. Lord Blood Remnant was unwilling to give up, but he didn't say anything in the end. A strange flame floated out of the blood-red python's forehead. It was emitting the power of the soul source. The blood god clone's eyes flashed. He pointed his finger, and the black flame surged and turned into a cage, trapping the python inside. Then he waved his hand, and the soul source flame in front of him disappeared. However, the soul source flame wasn't taken by the blood god clone. It was taken by Wang Ting in the devour space. This was the soul source flame of a devil lord. They didn't dare to underestimate it. No one knew what kind of tricks a devil lord had in the soul. It was dangerous to take it into one's chaotic starfield. But the devour space was different. Wang Ting was confident that he could deal with whatever tricks the soul source flame had in it. A trace of astonishment flashed across Demon Venerable Blood Ruin's eyes. He wanted to spy on Xueju's secrets, but he didn't expect his soul source flame to be taken into a strange space. The connection with him was almost completely broken. Apart from a faint connection, he couldn't feel anything else. This feeling was exactly the same as when he couldn't feel the blood soul banner. What method did Xueju use to take away my soul source flame? Demon Venerable Bloody Remnant was puzzled. He couldn't figure out how a peak middle-rank demon emperor could have such a method that even he couldn't imagine. He was in a bad mood. He couldn't find the soul source flame, so he had to give it up. Although the soul source flame was indeed not a threat to its life, if it gave up, its soul source flame would be damaged to a certain extent. Even for a demon lord like him, the damage to his soul origin was an extremely troublesome matter. This situation was different from when he had split into countless blood-red snakes. The soul origin flame was the core power of the soul origin. If he gave it up, it would have a huge impact on his soul. As for the blood-red snakes that had split off earlier, each of them only contained a trace of soul origin energy, and the method was extremely gentle. If it was just a little loss, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Of course, if it lost too much, the impact on it would be no less than if it had self-destructed its soul origin flame. This was also why it had sensed the intense threat of death just now. Because too many of those blood-red snakes had been destroyed, its soul origin was severely damaged. If it were to give up on the soul origin flame now, only death would await it. However, once it gradually recovered, it would not be impossible to give up on the soul source flame. If my guess is correct, you are thinking about how to give up the original flame of the soul, the blood god doppelganger suddenly said. The bloody remnant demon lord was shocked, but he did not show it. He said, I don't know what you are talking about. You don't think that the soul source flame is fake, do you? It is fake, but once you have completely recovered, you can give up the soul source flame, the blood god doppelganger said with a smile, as if he did not take this matter to heart. What are you trying to say? I have already handed over the soul source flame. What else do you want? The bloody remnant demon lord said. Don't be so nervous. The blood god doppelganger looked at him and said with a smile, I just want to add some means to bind you. Since you have chosen to submit, you won't refuse, right? Haha, I thought you were a brave blood disciple. It turns out that you are just SOSO. The bloody remnant demon lord sneered. You're a demon lord, and I'm just a middle-level demon emperor. Isn't it normal for me to be careful? The blood god doppelganger said bluntly, not feeling ashamed at all. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. It was normal to be afraid of a devil lord. Moreover, the bloody remnant demon lord in front of him was only a prisoner now. So what if he took advantage of the situation? The corners of the bloody remnant demon lord's mouth twitched. Every time Xueju mentioned the difference in strength between them, it was like rubbing salt on his wound. He did not want to talk nonsense with him anymore. He snorted and said, Since you are so afraid of me, then use your so-called binding means. The bloody remnant demon lord had absolute confidence in himself. Xueju's binding means would not be difficult for him. Once he completely recovered, all the means would be in vain. He closed his eyes and did not look at his opponent anymore. He looked as if he was letting the blood god doppelganger do whatever he wanted. Then I won't hold back. The blood god doppelganger smiled. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange black mist spread out from between his eyebrows. It shrouded the bloody remnant demon lord. The mist of bewitchment, the mist of sloth devil, these were the two special kinds of mist that Wan Ting had mastered. The mist of bewitchment came from the devil egg. It could bewitch all things and make them fall into oblivion. The mist of slothful demon came from the slothful demon body of the slothful demon race. Only by awakening the slothful demon body could one condense this kind of mist. It could make the opponent fall into oblivion. It was more terrifying than ordinary slothful mist. Moreover, these two kinds of mist were infused with the origin power that he had mastered. They were extraordinarily powerful. The bloody remnant demon lord suddenly opened his eyes and looked around in shock and anger. Mist of bewitchment. Mist of slothful demon. As a devil lord, he was very knowledgeable. He immediately recognized the two kinds of mist in front of him. He was in disbelief. Neither of these two kinds of mist was something that a blood race member could master. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the methods that the blood god doppelganger had used. Many of them belonged to other dark races. However, before he could think about it, the effects of these two kinds of mist had already appeared. Oh no! The bloody remnant demon lord had a bad premonition. The mist of slothful demon was fine, but the mist of bewitchment, the demonic egg, was something condensed by a devil lord. It contained extremely powerful energy. Even a devil lord like him would have to be wary of it. If he was bewitched, the bloody remnant demon lord shuddered and wanted to resist this power. However, he was already very weak and could not resist these two kinds of power at all. Bloody remnant demon lord, the blood god doppelganger suddenly shouted. The giant python that the bloody remnant demon lord had transformed into was in the midst of falling into oblivion. When he heard the voice, he subconsciously raised his head and looked at the blood god doppelganger in front of him. A strange scarlet light appeared in the blood god doppelganger's eyes. Bewitchment, bewitchment, the two kinds of skills were activated at the same time. The bloody remnant demon lord's eyes showed signs of struggle. However, under the interference of these powers, he still fell into oblivion uncontrollably. His eyes gradually became confused. The blood god doppelganger's expression was solemn. He had already circulated his mental power to the maximum. Bewitchment and bewitchment were both mental skills. If he wanted to influence a devil lord enough, even he had to circulate his mental power to the maximum. At this moment, Wang Ting, who was hiding in the space crevice, had already sneaked to the side of the blood god doppelganger. He released his mental power and performed the two mental battle techniques as well. The two of them combined their mental skills so that the bloody remnant demon lord could not wake up at all. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa exchanged glances. They were extremely shocked. Not only did Blood Disciple want to make the bloody remnant demon lord submit to him, but he also wanted to control him. After a while, the scarlet light in the eyes of the blood god doppelganger and Wang Ting gradually dissipated. The bloody remnant demon lord gradually woke up. He looked at the blood god doppelganger in front of him with an amused expression. You bewitched me. It's just a small trick. Don't panic, the blood god doppelganger said with a faint smile. The bloody remnant demon lord was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He was filled with unwillingness, but at this moment, he could not bring himself to hate or resist Xueju. He knew that this was the power of bewitchment. Since Xueju wanted him to submit willingly, he had to submit willingly. This feeling was extremely contradictory. However, he could not resist. Once I recover, I will be able to get rid of this bewitchment. The moment this thought appeared in the bloody remnant demon lord's mind, a voice told him, no, you don't want to. The bloody remnant demon lord widened his eyes. He almost broke down. He wanted to. Who said that he did not want to? The bloody remnant demon lord's face turned green and white. It was as though he had opened a dye house. The blood god doppelganger looked at him with a smile. He seemed to find this scene very interesting. At this moment, dark red vines suddenly shot out from behind him and wrapped tightly around the bloody remnant demon lord. What are you doing? The bloody remnant demon lord was stunned for a moment. Then, he shouted furiously. Don't worry, don't worry. I just want to take some origin blood, the blood god doppelganger said with a faint smile. Slash. Slash. Slash, many tiny tentacles appeared on the vines and pierced into the bloody remnant demon lord's body. They started absorbing his origin blood. You. The bloody remnant demon lord felt extremely humiliated. He felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He shouted angrily, bloody extinction, don't go too far. Didn't you just say that I can use all my means on you? The blood god doppelganger said innocently, I'm not done yet. The bloody remnant demon lord was speechless. He wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to be so mean? However, who would have thought that bloody extinction would have so many tricks up his sleeves? Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa were also speechless. They even sympathized with the bloody remnant demon lord. The bloody remnant demon lord seemed to be in a worse state than the two of them. This kind of misery wasn't only physical, but also mental. Of course, this sympathy soon disappeared. What was left was satisfaction. Serves him right, the bloody remnant demon lord took a deep breath. The ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. He could not help but ask, what do you want? You will know soon, the blood god doppelganger said. After a while, the bloody remnant demon lord's origin blood was sucked out. The blood red vine was like a spiritual snake. It slowly climbed onto the blood god doppelganger's palm and dripped a ball of blood. The blood god doppelganger nodded in satisfaction. A small altar suddenly appeared in his other hand. It was only the size of a palm and was floating above his palm. The blood god altar, the bloody remnant demon lord's pupils constricted. Bloody extinction had even taken out the blood god altar to deal with him. The blood god doppelganger glanced at him and smiled. He placed his origin blood on the blood god altar. Boom, the blood god altar shook slightly. A blood-red light suddenly erupted. A strange power swept out from it and enveloped the ball of origin blood. Blood god curse, the blood god doppelganger had used the blood god curse. He was using the blood god altar to curse the bloody remnant demon lord. Now, only the blood god doppelganger and Wanting himself could lift the curse. Even if the bloody remnant demon lord recovered completely, it would be extremely difficult for him to lift the curse. It was almost impossible unless he could obtain the blood god altar. Blood god curse. The bloody remnant demon lord was even weaker now that his origin blood had been sucked out. However, he didn't care about this. He stared at the blood god doppelganger and closed his eyes in pain. This is the blood god curse, this bloody extinction, he's not human. Forget about the bewitchment. Now, there's the blood god curse. Each move is more and more strange and powerful than the last. How am I supposed to lift this curse? Oh no. The bloody remnant demon lord felt his vision turning black. He was in despair. Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan's expressions turned strange. Oh, right, there's this. The blood god doppelganger had an idea. He cast another move. Strange golden runes appeared and turned into tiny chains. They wrapped around the bloody remnant demon lord. What's this? The bloody remnant demon lord opened his eyes abruptly. He was shocked. He was already in despair. Now that he saw the blood god doppelganger casting another move, he wasn't as desperate anymore. He was just shocked. Even he couldn't see through this power. He didn't know what it was. This is. However, Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa recognized it. They didn't forget that the blood disciple had used this power to hide in their bodies and steal the bloody remnant demon lord's blood soul banner. However, they definitely wouldn't tell the bloody remnant demon lord what it was. Right now, their eyes were filled with mockery. With so many moves on the bloody remnant demon lord, how could he escape from the blood disciple's hands, the chains formed by the golden runes wrapped tightly around the bloody remnant demon lord? Then, they merged into his body silently and disappeared. The bloody remnant demon lord's eyes flickered rapidly. He quickly checked his own body. At first, he didn't notice the golden runes. However, he was a demon lord after all. His control over his body wasn't something an ordinary dark apparition could compare to. When he looked at the deepest part of his body, he finally saw the golden runes. These runes covered every corner of his body and merged into every inch of his flesh. They were hidden very, very deep. The bloody remnant demon lord was shocked. He looked at the blood god doppelganger. What kind of power is this? He couldn't feel any threat, but he knew that blood extinction wouldn't do something useless. The golden runes gave him a sense of danger that was even stronger than the blood god curse. The blood god doppelganger looked at him and nodded in satisfaction. He could finally relax now. End of chapter. After dealing with bloody ruin demon master, the blood god clone ignored him and looked at Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan. They were in a very bad state. It could be said that they were arrows at the end of their flight. The soul power of the foreign body was still repelling their soul power, trying to make their soul power explode, thus freeing them. That was very scary. If the soul power of the foreign bodies was released, Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan's souls would explode. This kind of damage that came from the depths of their souls was not something that two upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparitions could withstand. The only reason they had been able to hold on until now was because they wanted to see what would happen to demon sovereign Blood Ruin. Now that they saw what happened to it, they heaved a sigh of relief. Naturally, they couldn't hold on any longer. Blood Disciple. Blood Rosa struggled to get up. She didn't want to appear too pathetic in front of the blood god clone. This was her last bit of strength. Blood King Luan had already given up hope. He looked at the Blood God clone and said with a raspy voice, "Blood brother, thank you. You have avenged me." Being able to see Demon Venerable Bloody Ruin become a prisoner is even more delightful than seeing him die. I can die without regrets. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of Demon Master Xianxia. He was extremely furious. It had submitted to Xueju, but it wasn't something that these two high-ranked demon emperors could humiliate. But when it thought that they were about to die, it couldn't be bothered with them. "Who said you were going to die?" At this moment, the Blood God clone said calmly. Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan were shocked. They looked at the Blood God clone, unable to react. What did the Blood Disciple say? They didn't have to die. Demon Master Xianxia also looked at the Blood God clone, his eyes filled with shock. Did Xueju have a way to save them? Impossible, even it couldn't save the lives of these two blood slaughter race dark apparitions. How could this fake blood extinction do it? However, when he thought of Xueju's endless and strange methods, he was shocked. It wasn't sure anymore. If it had been someone else, it would have thought that the other party was joking. However, it had to take Xueju's words seriously. Blood Disciple, what did you say? Blood Emperor Luan gulped and asked involuntarily. If it could survive, how could it be willing to die? Previously, he had no choice but to face death because he thought there was no hope. Now that it heard the Blood God clone's words, a glimmer of hope reignited in its heart. Even if it was only a tiny glimmer, it would try its best to grasp onto it. You don't have to die. I've said it before. As long as you work for me, I'll make sure you don't die. The Blood God doppelganger looked at him calmly and said, Have you forgotten what I told you? I have a piece of good fortune to give you. You really don't have to die. There's also a creation? Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa were in disbelief. Not only did they not have to die, but they also had a good fortune to take. Was this for real? If the Blood Master had not said it himself, they would have suspected that someone was making fun of him. Even Demon Honorable Xianxia was in disbelief as he stared at the Blood God avatar. Does he really have a way to save the two dark apparitions from the blood slaughter race? The Blood God avatar didn't waste any more time. He turned to Demon Lord Xianxia and said, Xianxia, let the blood race outside in. What's his name again? As he spoke, he looked at Blood Emperor Luan. What's the name of the Blood Clan member who doesn't get along with you? Xuedan Buddha. Blood Emperor Luan gulped as if he already knew what the Blood God avatar was going to do. That's right. It's that Xuedan Buddha. Let him come in alone. The Blood God avatar had a strange look in his eyes as he chuckled. What do you want to do? Demon Lord Xianxia couldn't help but ask. You don't seem to know your place. Is this something you should ask? The Blood God avatar said calmly. Demon Lord Xianxia was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he still suppressed the frustration in his heart and said helplessly, In my current state, I can't return to my human form. Just a small matter. The Blood God avatar waved his hand, and the Blood Python transformed into Demon Lord Xianxia. This is. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa were slightly stunned. Illusion. Demon Lord Xianxia said. In reality, he was still in his Blood Python form. However, to outsiders, he had returned to his human form. This blood extinction's illusion skills were also very powerful. There's no problem now, right? The Blood God avatar asked. Demon Lord Xianxia stopped talking nonsense and looked at the door. The Blood God avatar immediately opened a gap in the Blood Soul Banner's seal. Outside the hall, Xuedan Buddha and the other Blood Clan dark apparitions were waiting and discussing softly. What's going on? There hasn't been any movement since just now. Xuedan Buddha said. Sir Demon Lord has probably succeeded. How can those Blood Slaughter Clan dark apparitions resist Sir Demon Lord? Xueyusi glanced at the door and said calmly. Hehe, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I wanted to hear their screams again. Xuedan Buddha's eyes flashed with sarcasm as he sneered. Creak, at this moment, the door of the hall slowly opened, and a voice came from inside. Xuedan Buddha, come in. It was Demon Lord Xianxia's voice. The Blood Clan dark apparitions outside the hall were slightly stunned and looked inside the hall. However, there was only a small gap in the hall that allowed one person to pass through. Through the gap, they saw Demon Lord Xueqin sitting on the throne. He was shrouded in blood mist, and they couldn't see his face. Xuedan Buddha was also stunned. He didn't know why Demon Lord Xueqin only call him. Hurry up and go in. Shui Yusi came back to his senses and said in a low voice. Yes. Xuedan Buddha reacted and hurriedly responded. He felt nervous and walked into the hall. The door of the hall slammed shut again. Shui Yusi and the other Blood Clan dark apparitions looked at each other and fell into silence. Demon Lord Xueqin's order was obviously a bit strange, but they didn't dare to disobey or think too much. Inside the hall, Xuedan Buddha knelt down in front of Demon Lord Xueqin on the throne and said respectfully, "May I know why Sir Demon Lord has summoned me?" "Yes." "Xuedan Buddha, are you loyal to me?" Demon Lord Xueqin's voice came faintly. "Sir Demon Lord, my loyalty to you can be witnessed by heaven and earth." Xuedan Buddha was anxious and said hurriedly. "In that case, give up your life for me." Demon Lord Xueqin said. Whoosh! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, dark red vines swept out from all directions and instantly tied Xuedan Buddha tightly. What? Yes. Xuedan Buddha was shocked and angry. He didn't expect Demon Lord Xueqin to attack him. He couldn't help but look at Demon Lord Xueqin and shouted. "Sir Demon Lord, why?" "Yes. But what did I do wrong? Why are you doing this to me?" "Yes." He was full of doubts and couldn't figure out why he was reduced to the same situation as Blood Emperor Luan and the other Blood Clan dark apparitions. He was a genius of the Blood Clan. Could it be that in the eyes of Demon Lord Xueqin, he was the same as those low-level Blood Clan dark apparitions? This was too ridiculous and ironic. Demon Lord Xueqin didn't care about Xuedan Buddha's shouting. His eyes were indifferent. Even he was reduced to a prisoner, so what did Xuedan Buddha's life matter? Now, he couldn't refuse Xueju's request. If he wanted Xuedan Buddha to die, he could only let him die. Poochie! 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 Sharp thorns grew out from the surface of the dark red vines and stabbed into Xuedan Buddha's body, frantically absorbing his origin blood. This was naturally not Demon Lord Xueqin's method, but the blood god clone's method. However, at this time, he hid himself and didn't reveal it. It was just noodles. No. I don't want to die. No. No. Xuedan Buddha roared unwillingly and struggled frantically, trying to break free from the binding of the dark red vines. Unfortunately, with his strength, how could he resist the current blood god clone? If he hadn't been entangled by the demon blood poisonous scale vine, it would have been fine. Now, because of the first impression, he was extremely respectful to Demon Lord Xueqin, so he couldn't react at all and was tightly bound. It was basically impossible for him to break free. Moreover, the demon blood poisonous scale vine was frantically absorbing his origin blood. In a short while, Xuedan Buddha became weak. Only then did the blood god clone come out of hiding, along with Xue Rosa and Xuedan Buddha. "You are Blood Disciple. Blood Disciple." When Xuedan Buddha saw the blood god clone, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes, I am the Blood Disciple," the blood god clone said lightly. Why are you here?" This was the first time Xuedan Buddha saw the blood god clone. He suddenly felt that something was wrong and stammered. Wasn't this blood disciple on bad terms with Demon Lord Xueqin? Why would he appear here? And Demon Lord Xueqin didn't seem to care at all. "Naturally, I am here for my two useless subordinates," the blood god clone said lightly. "I heard that you once humiliated them." "Yes." Xuedan Buddha glanced at Demon Lord Xueqin. He didn't know why, but he faintly felt that the reason he was in this situation was all because of this blood disciple. So he quickly said, "No, I didn't." "This is a misunderstanding." Unfortunately, before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Xuedan Buddha, you must be surprised. We are not dead yet." Blood Emperor Luan sneered. "Blood Emperor Luan." Xuedan Buddha looked at Blood Emperor Luan and Xue Rosa in shock and anger. He couldn't believe it. Why weren't they dead? What was going on? "Xuedan Buddha, your demon lord is now a prisoner of the blood disciple." Shui Rosa glanced at the blood god clone. Seeing that he seemed to agree, she sneered. What? Shui Dan Buddha couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with his ears. Demon Lord Shui Ken had become a prisoner of the blood disciple. How was this possible? If you don't believe me, you can ask Demon Lord Shui Ken yourself. Blood Emperor Luan said. Shui Dan Buddha couldn't help but look at Demon Lord Shui Ken with a trace of hope in his eyes. He even hoped that all of this was fake and that Demon Lord Shui Ken wanted to kill him instead of the blood disciple. Demon Lord Shui Ken had become a prisoner. This was too absurd. Enough. Demon Lord Shui Ken couldn't stand his gaze and said coldly, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Shui Dan Buddha's faith completely collapsed. Demon Lord Shui Ken's words had explained everything. He had really become a prisoner of the blood disciple and had to listen to his orders. And it was the blood disciple who wanted to kill him. The blood god clone was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and increased the speed at which the demon blood poisonous scale vine absorbed Shui Dan Buddha's origin blood. Ah! Ah! Shui Dan Buddha screamed. He didn't want to die yet. He was a genius of the blood clan. How could he die in such a humiliating way? Blood disciple, please spare me. Ah! I can serve the blood disciple. From now on, I will serve you as my master. Ah! Blood disciple, please spare my life. Ah! Shui Dan Buddha completely abandoned his dignity and begged for mercy. Demon Lord Shui Ken had already become the blood disciple's prisoner. What was wrong with him begging for mercy? Blood Emperor Luan sneered. He felt extremely relieved. First, it was Demon Lord Shui Ken. Now, it was Shui Dan Buddha. The blood disciple had really done what he said. Compared to Demon Lord Shui Ken, the blood disciple was indeed the one worth following. Blood Rosa's eyes flashed with a strange light. She stared at the blood god clone. At this moment, his body seemed to be glowing. The entire blood clan. No, the entire dark clan. Who could compare to the blood disciple? This was what a true expert was like. This was a true expert. The blood god clone ignored Shui Dan Buddha. He looked on coldly as Shui Dan Buddha's origin blood was completely absorbed and turned into a dried corpse. However, Shui Dan Buddha didn't die just like that. An upper-level demon emperor blood clan dark apparition was still very tenacious. As long as there was a drop of blood in its body, it wouldn't die completely. Then, the blood god clone did the same thing and asked Demon Lord Shui Ken to let a few low-level upper-level demon emperor dark apparitions in. He absorbed all of their origin blood. That's enough. Alright. The blood god clone nodded slightly. He waved his hand, and the blood god altar flew out. It enlarged to a square of about 10 meters and floated in midair. Demon Lord Shui Ken's eyes flashed as he stared at this scene. He really wanted to know how Shui Ken saved the two blood temple dark apparitions. How could injuries to the soul be so easily treated? The blood god clone didn't care about his thoughts. He placed Blood Emperor Luan, Blood Rosa, and the other blood temple dark apparitions on the blood god altar. Then, his spiritual power surged out. Buzz, the blood god altar let out a buzzing sound. The blood-colored runes on it suddenly lit up and flashed with blood-colored light. Go! The blood god doppelganger waved his hand again, and the origin blood absorbed by the demon blood poisonous scale vine fell on the blood god altar. It spread along the lines on the altar and instantly covered the entire altar. Boom, in an instant, a bloody light shone. A thick bloody mist spread out and covered the blood god altar. Then, it surged into the bodies of Blood Emperor Luan, Blood Rosa, and the other blood temple dark apparitions. The origin blood came from 3 upper-level demon emperor dark apparitions. It was more than enough for them to use. After all, other than Blood Emperor Luan, the other blood temple dark apparitions, including Blood Rosa, were only middle-level demon emperors. Blood Emperor Luan, Blood Rosa, I'm going to use the dark fire to refine your souls. It's up to you whether you can withstand it or not. Go, if you can withstand it, a transformation will befall you. If you can't, don't blame me for not saving you. Go. The blood god clone's voice sounded faintly. Then, he pointed at the 2 dark apparitions on the blood god altar. Go. Go! Boom! The giant python formed by the dark fire immediately swept toward Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa, wrapping them up. The other Blood Temple dark apparitions didn't have to bear the foreign soul power. They were only used by Demon Lord Shuek and as external materials to refine the child better. Thus, they didn't need to refine their souls. Without this pain, he would also lose this good fortune. Ah! 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 Screams suddenly echoed in the palace. Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan were instantly engulfed by the dark fire. However, after hearing the Blood God clone's words, they knew that he was trying to save them, so they endured the pain. They had endured the pain of the foreign soul power being forcefully injected into them. Now that there was hope of being saved, what was there to be unable to endure this insignificant pain? However, they underestimated the pain caused by the dark fire. Even though Wang Ting's main body was controlling the dark fire so that it wouldn't burn them to death, the pain didn't decrease at all. This was because this burning sensation was not only applied to their bodies, but also seeped into the depths of their bodies, burning their souls. In order to refine the foreign soul power, he had to burn their souls and help them refine it. This was supposed to happen. It should be very difficult to do. It was already very difficult to refine one's own soul. Ordinary people couldn't do it at all, let alone refine other people's souls. However, the Blood God clone had left runes of the Blood God rebirth technique in Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan's bodies. Although some of the runes were absorbed by the Blood Soul flag, most of them were still in their bodies. Now, these runes could allow Wang Ting's consciousness to enter the two dark apparitions' bodies. From there, he could clearly see the situation inside their bodies. Seize. This was how it came about. However, Wang Ting didn't want to seize their bodies now. He only needed to be able to control the situation inside their bodies. If someone could see the situation inside Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa's bodies right now, they would discover that tiny black flames were emerging from their bodies everywhere. These flames lingered around their soul bodies, emitting an extremely hot temperature. The soul power of the foreign body seemed to be boiling. Traces of impurities were squeezed out, and the remaining soul power merged with the souls of the two dark apparitions. He actually used this method. Ah! Demon Master Blood Ruin's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect Xueju to use such a crazy method to get rid of the foreign soul power for the two blood slaughter race dark apparitions. No. This wasn't getting rid of them. Here were two ribs that they could use. The soul power of the common body was to stimulate them to fuse with the soul power of the foreign body. No wonder he said he wanted to give the two dark apparitions a chance. So that was how it was. If he really succeeded, the two blood slaughter race dark apparitions would indeed benefit greatly. Not only would they be able to maintain the soul realm of a high-rank demon emperor, but they would also be able to obtain an extremely majestic soul power, which would be of great help to their future cultivation. But can you succeed? Demon Master Shuek suddenly looked at the Blood God clone and muttered to himself. Using the heavenly flame to burn your soul will result in severe injuries at the very least. In the worst-case scenario, your soul will directly collapse. Can you do it? Naturally, it did not want the Blood God clone to save the two blood slaughter race dark apparitions. Given the grudge between them, if they survived, they would definitely taunt it. Even their existence was a form of mockery to it. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The hall was strangely quiet. Wisps of gray smoke kept floating out of Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan's bodies, spreading out from every inch of their flesh. Demon Master Shuekan's expression became more and more serious. He stared at the two blood slaughter race dark apparitions and glanced at the Blood God clone from time to time. During these 3 days, Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan's screams gradually weakened and turned into unconscious moans. However, they did not faint. They still forcefully maintained their last bit of consciousness. Their determined gazes penetrated through the black flames and looked in a certain direction. The Blood God clone stood there. The Blood God clone looked at this scene and nodded in his heart. These two blood slaughter race dark apparitions. The dark apparitions of the blood slaughter race were quite promising. They actually managed to hold on. However, the foreign body's soul power also played a significant role. If they were ordinary soul bodies, they would probably not be able to hold on after being burned like this by the heavenly flame. However, Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan happened to have a large amount of foreign body soul power in their soul bodies. This foreign body's soul power made their soul bodies rather powerful and would not collapse easily. Moreover, as the foreign body's soul power was refined and integrated into their soul bodies, it became their energy to support this tug of war. Of course, their willpower also played a crucial role. The soul of any living being was an extremely mysterious domain. It was not just a type of energy but also a type of willpower. In terms of energy, she might be restricted by her realm and be divided into strong and weak. However, in terms of willpower, her soul would not be restricted by her realm. She could become infinitely powerful. At this moment, Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan's willpower exceeded their original realm. Therefore, they held on. At a certain moment, an extremely pure soul power suddenly erupted from Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan's bodies. It did not contain any impurities. It was extremely pure and very powerful. It was a type of soul power that had reached the upper-level Demon Emperor level. It was not unstable at all. It was so stable as if it had been at this level for a long time. He succeeded. Demon Master Xianxia's heart shook. He closed his eyes unwillingly. He did not expect him to actually succeed. Using the heavenly flame to refine the soul body was such a crazy move. However, he still succeeded. The two blood slaughter dark apparitions also held on. He had to admit that he had underestimated the two blood slaughter dark apparitions. Their potential was much greater than he had imagined. At the same time, the blood god clone saw this and could not help but smile. He waved his hand. The dark fire immediately gathered and swept toward him. After landing in his palm, it turned into a small ball of black fire. The blood god clone put it away and then looked at Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa. They slowly opened their eyes. A glaring blood-red light flashed in their eyes. Then, they immediately got up and knelt on one knee toward the blood god clone. They said in unison, "Thank you, Blood Master, for saving our lives. Rise. Get up. You've worked for me and helped me obtain the Blood Soul Banner." The blood god clone smiled faintly and said, "I will naturally save your lives." Yes. Demon Master Xianxia's mouth twitched when he heard this. Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa did not think so. If it were anyone else, they would have already given up on them after using them. Why would they spend so much effort to save them and even give them such a great opportunity? This was a huge favor. Blood Rosa was especially excited at this moment. Not only had her soul power reached the upper-level Demon Emperor level, but her martial arts realm had also reached the upper-level Demon Emperor level. She had even awakened the blood slaughter body. Now, she had caught up with Blood Emperor Luan and become a true upper-level Demon Emperor genius. When she was in the Blood Tribe's ancestral land, she failed and did not advance to the upper-level Demon Emperor level. Then, she also failed to refine the Saint-level pill. After 2 consecutive failures, no one could understand her despair and unwillingness at that time. Everyone laughed at her. What kind of blood slaughter genius was she? She could not even advance to the upper-level Demon Emperor level. What kind of genius was she? For a time, she fell from her original glory. No one in the blood slaughter tribe regarded her as a genius anymore. Many middle-level demon emperors no longer respected her. Instead, they often talked about her in private. There were all kinds of unpleasant words. Fortunately, she chose to follow the blood disciple. She threw away the prejudice and grudges of the past and followed the blood disciple. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Some people even said that she had no dignity behind her back. But so what? Now, she had already advanced to the upper-level Demon Emperor level and awakened the blood slaughter body. The blood slaughter body. She had become the top genius of the blood slaughter tribe again. Among the dark races, everything was based on strength. She believed that no one would dare to say anything about her when she returned this time. At this time, the other blood slaughter tribe dark apparitions also woke up one after another. They did not gain any benefits. They only recovered the origin blood that they had consumed. But this was already a blessing in disguise. If it were not for the blood god clone, they would have died in the hands of demon sovereign blood remnant and been refined into child flags of the blood soul banner. Therefore, after these blood slaughter tribe dark apparitions woke up, they all knelt before the blood god clone and thanked him repeatedly. Demon sovereign blood remnant felt disgusted when he saw this scene of deep affection between master and servant. Everyone was alive. Everyone was happy. Only he was unhappy. He did not gain anything. He even lost an extremely important saint weapon and was even reduced to a prisoner. He was the only one who was injured in this world. This matter is over. We should leave. The blood god clone looked at demon sovereign blood remnant and said calmly. Go quickly. Go quickly, demon sovereign blood remnant kept urging in his heart. He could not wait for the blood god clone to leave quickly. He wanted to be alone for a while. But before we leave, I have something to tell you. The blood god doppelganger said meaningfully. Demon sovereign blood remnant's heart skipped a beat. He had an ominous feeling. But he still braced himself and asked, what is it? Yes. The bloody ash axe. The blood god clone uttered a name. The bloody ash axe? Demon sovereign blood remnant was a little confused. The big clans have already agreed to let you control the bloody ash axe. What else do you want? Yes. He thought that the blood god clone was still not satisfied and wanted to ask for more conditions. You don't need to know too much. You only need to know that when I use the bloody ash axe, I need your cooperation. So, you better recover as soon as possible before the war starts. The blood god clone said calmly. Demon sovereign blood remnant wanted to curse. Let me recover as soon as possible. Who the hell beat me up like this? It's easy to say that you want me to recover. But can I recover just like that? I was already severely injured. Now that I've been severely injured by Shuiju, I can't recover in a short period of time. Especially when it comes to the power of the soul and the immortal power. I can't recover with my own power. Originally, I could use the power of the blood soul flag to recover after refining the dark apparition of the blood slaughter race. But now that the blood soul flag is gone, what can I do? I'm also very confused. An extremely gloomy feeling filled its heart, making it want to vomit blood. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover before the war. Demon Venerable Bloody Remnant suppressed his resentment and said stiffly. The blood god doppelganger was speechless as he looked at the blood god doppelganger. How can you talk to the blood god like that? Blood Emperor Luan shouted. He was already full of resentment and hatred for Demon Sovereign Blood Remnant. Now that he was disrespectful to the blood god clone, he immediately scolded him. He did not care about the dignity of a demon sovereign. Under normal circumstances, he would not have dared to do that. But now that demon sovereign blood remnant had submitted to the blood god, he was not afraid of anything. Demon sovereign blood remnant looked at him coldly but did not say anything. He just closed his eyes slowly and looked as if he had no other choice. Cough, cough. The blood god clone knew that he must have beaten demon sovereign blood remnant. Demon sovereign blood remnant wanted to use the dark apparition of the blood slaughter race to refine the blood soul flag to recover. Now that the blood soul flag had been snatched by him, it would be too much to ask him to recover before the war. How about this? The blood god clone thought for a while and said calmly, since you've submitted to me, I'll help you recover. Okay. Oh. Demon sovereign blood remnant's eyes lit up. He had seen Shuiju's power. And the blood soul flag was also in his hands. If he was willing to help him recover, it might be possible. Let's see if you're willing to let your subordinates go. The blood god clone said. You want to use their origin blood? Demon sovereign blood remnant asked. That's right. The blood god avatar nodded. There's no need for that. Before this, I prepared a lot of origin blood. Demon sovereign blood remnant's eyes flashed. Oh? Where is it? The blood god clone asked in surprise. It's under this hall. Demon sovereign blood remnant said. Then take it out. The blood god clone was speechless. Demon sovereign blood remnant did not waste any more time. He took out the token and squeezed out a drop of his origin blood. Then, he dripped it on the token. Buzz, the token suddenly emitted a blood-red light and the runes on it lit up. He let go of the token and it immediately flew out and floated in the middle of the hall. Streaks of blood-red light shot out from the dome of the hall and landed on the token. The next moment, an even thicker blood-red light shot out from the token and landed on the floor of the hall. Boom, there was a loud boom. The floor of the hall slowly cracked open and a dazzling blood-red light shone from below. It emitted an extremely strong smell of blood. The blood god clone's face changed and his eyes were filled with surprise. With such a strong smell of blood, how many living beings had Demon Sovereign Blood Remnant killed? He did not expect Demon Sovereign Blood Remnant to have such a backup plan. He suddenly felt a little lucky. Fortunately, the entire hall was sealed. Otherwise, if Demon Sovereign Blood Remnant used the origin blood below, he would have to spend a lot of effort to get rid of him. At this moment, as the floor completely cracked open, a huge pool of blood appeared in front of everyone. The blood god clone's eyes flashed. He saw a large number of attribute bubbles floating above the pool of blood. Power of blood essence * 1500, power of blood essence * 2000, power of blood essence * 1200, power of blood essence * 2500. Power of blood essence. Wang Ting, who was hiding in the space crevice, was slightly stunned, and a light flashed in his eyes. It turned out to be the power of blood essence. He had once obtained this energy from the blood pool in the Naga clan's ruins. At that time, after absorbing the power of blood essence, his physical body had made a huge leap. The so-called power of blood essence was somewhat different from the origin blood. The origin blood was the most important blood of any living being, while the power of blood essence was the purest power of the origin blood. Under normal circumstances, it was not easy to purify the power of blood essence from the origin blood. However, Wang Ting could directly absorb the power of blood essence by picking up the attribute bubbles. Back then, in the Naga clan's ruins, he had picked up the corresponding attribute bubbles and obtained the power of blood essence in the most direct way. Others could only absorb the origin blood in the blood pool, and the effect was not as good as his. At this time, Wang Ting did not hesitate. He directly swept out his mind power and picked up all the attribute bubbles on the blood pool. He could not let go of such a good opportunity. A large number of attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body, turning into extremely pure blood power that flowed through his limbs and bones, nourishing his body. In an instant, Wang Ting felt that his physical body had transformed and sublimated again, moving in a more powerful direction. His eyes flashed, and he immediately entered the devouring space and sat cross-legged. Boom, a tyrannical wave swept out from his body. In the devouring space, he did not need to hide at all, so he directly burst out and released the power of his physical body. This feeling was very good. Whoosh, at this moment, the blood in Wang Ting's body was rolling, and there was a sense of vastness, as if a river was rushing in his body. It felt very wonderful. The muscles on his body were quietly wriggling, and there was a sense of rhythm, gradually making his physical body more perfect. Those streamlined muscles seemed to have been sculpted by an invisible hand of God. Exquisite. Perfect. Powerful, his muscles were not exaggerated. Compared to those martial artists who specialized in body refinement, his figure was undoubtedly somewhat thin and weak. However, it contained an extremely tyrannical power. Even among sector lords and upper demon emperors, there were very few who could compare with it. Even martial artists who specialized in body refinement were rarely able to contend with him. For example, the sector lords from the Golden Dragon clan and the Candle Dragon clan all had extremely powerful physical bodies, but they were no match for him at all. This was the terrifying aspect of Wang Ting's physical body. In fact, after absorbing the piece of flesh from the ancient god clan, his physical strength had reached a terrifying level. This time, the power of essence blood could actually help him improve again, which really surprised him. It seems that this incomparably pure energy is indeed a great tonic for the body. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes and lowered his head to look at his body. He thought to himself for a while. His physical body had become stronger again. Clenching his fist, the void in the devour space seemed to be somewhat unable to bear it, and there were traces of fluctuations. My strength should have reached 20 layers of realm force. It's stronger than before. After carefully feeling his strength, he could not help but reveal a trace of a smile on his face. He was quite satisfied in his heart. He did not expect that there would be such benefits. Demon Master Shui Qian's backup plan had benefited him greatly. However, Wang Ting suddenly frowned again. The origin blood in the blood pool could produce the blood essence energy attribute bubble, which showed how powerful it was. What kind of life form did it come from? His heart moved, and he transmitted a message to the blood god doppelganger. In the outside world, the blood god doppelganger's eyes flashed as he looked at Demon Master Shui Qian. With an indifferent look, he asked casually, "You've prepared a lot of things. It must have taken you a lot of effort to get the origin blood in the blood pool." "That's not it," Demon Master Shui Qian said calmly, "it's just collected from the battlefield." When Wang Ting's original body heard this, although his heart was still heavy, he was more or less relieved. Demon Master Shui Qian did not deliberately kill to obtain the origin blood, which was a blessing in disguise. Now that the result was like this, he could not change anything. Fortunately, Demon Master Shui Qian was now under his control, so he did not have to worry about him doing anything uncontrollable. "Why didn't you take out the blood pool just now? If you took it out, Shui Danfo and the others might not have died." The blood god doppelganger asked with interest. "Their deaths have nothing to do with me. The origin blood in the blood pool is not enough for me to recover from my injuries," Demon Master Shui Qian said coldly. "You're really cold-blooded," the blood god doppelganger said. Demon Master Shui Qian did not say much and said directly, "Can we begin? You don't want to waste time, right?" the blood god doppelganger said. He did not know why, but he felt a little unhappy. "Humph, you want me to help you recover. Good plan." He snorted coldly in his heart. He turned his eyes and sneered, "I can use this opportunity to understand the body of a demon master. I haven't studied a demon master yet." Thinking of this, he could not help but chuckle. Demon Master Shui Qian was secretly delighted. Suddenly, he felt that Shui Ju's gaze became very strange, and his heart skipped a beat. He could not be blamed for this. He had been tormented by Shui Ju until he lost his temper. Every time he thought that Shui Ju had exhausted his means, Shui Ju would always come up with some unimaginable means that surprised him. It was hard not to be wary of this. Is he going to do something again? This thought appeared in Demon Master Shui Qian's mind and could not be dismissed. He could not help but feel a little nervous. This made him even more unhappy. A dignified demon venerable was actually disturbed by a junior at the peak of the middle demon emperor level. He was even a little afraid of him. "Impossible, how can I be afraid of him?" Demon Master Shui Qian shook his head in his heart. "Let's begin," the blood god doppelganger said impatiently. Sure enough, there was something wrong. Demon Master Shui Qian was speechless, and he became even more vigilant. The blood god doppelganger did not say any more nonsense. He waved his hand, and the blood god altar emitted a demonic bloody light. The origin blood in the blood pool below was immediately attracted. Like a whale sucking in water, streams of blood-red water rose into the air and gathered toward the blood god altar. Immediately, an even more dazzling red light shone from the blood god altar. Strands of complicated and wondrous blood-red inscriptions appeared, hovering above the blood god altar. They constantly revolved and radiated with a strange power. A strong smell of blood spread above the blood god altar, and the dark apparitions of the blood clan present could not help but show a trace of desire in their eyes. When Demon Master Shui Qian saw this scene, he admitted that he was a little jealous. If it were not for the sake of snatching the blood god altar, he would not have become an enemy of a junior. The blood god altar was too important to the blood clan. If he had the blood god altar, he would not even need to make the blood soul banner to quickly recover from his injuries. But who would have thought that it was the cuz he had planted that day that bore the fruit today? Acting cool did not work, and he got screwed instead. "Go up." At this moment, the blood god clone's calm voice sounded. Demon Master Shui Qian's eyes flashed, and he did not think too much. He immediately jumped onto the blood god altar and sat down cross-legged. At that moment, it actually had the urge to burst into tears. The other juniors had already used it, but as a demon master, he could only use it today. It did not make sense. The blood god clone did not know what the other party was thinking. He waved his hand, and the power of blood immediately wrapped around Demon Master Xue Kan, helping him recover. At the same time, Wang Ting's gaze fell on the surroundings of the hall as he picked up the attribute bubbles. A large number of attribute bubbles had been dropped in the previous battle, but he had not picked them up yet. Now, he had the time to take a good look at his gains. Demon Master level attribute bubbles. I hope they don't disappoint me. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. The attribute bubbles of the Underworld God Clan Demon Master were still fresh in his memory. However, he also knew that Demon Master Xue Kan was definitely not comparable to the Underworld God Clan Demon Master. Moreover, Demon Master Xue Kan was already severely injured, so his attribute bubbles were probably limited. Of course, not killing it would also cause the number of attribute bubbles to decrease. Last time, he had killed that Underworld God Clan Demon Master, so how could his gains be the same? Soul Origin * 55,000 Inch Life Origin * 62,000 Half Step Sector Lord Spirit * 85,000 Dark Star Origin * 58,000 Saint Bloodline Innate Talent * 35,000 Blood Remnant Wild Blade * 14500 Blood Remnant Fist * 18,000 Blood Sea Domain, Melder Rank 7, * 5,000 Blood Origin, Rank 7, * 26,000 Blood World, Rank 7, * 32,001 by 1, the attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's body, causing him to tremble. A large amount of soul origin and life origin surged in, nourishing his body and soul. A comfortable feeling followed. After that, it was half-step sector Lord Spirit and Dark Star origin. Wang Ting had already perfected these two attributes, and now that they were stacked, they were naturally stronger. Suddenly, an attribute bubble entered Wang Ting's body and turned into a strange energy, causing him to be stunned. He was extremely shocked and looked inside his body. Saint Bloodline Innate Talent, it was actually a special innate talent of the blood race, and it had reached the saint level. This was extremely rare. Wang Ting had never obtained a similar racial innate talent before, only a few special physique innate talents of the blood race. Only now did he know that other than the extremely special physique innate talents, the blood race also had a corresponding racial innate talent. However, Wang Ting's physique in the past was the blood god's body. In front of such a powerful physique, ordinary innate talents of the blood race were naturally useless to him. Now, this Saint Bloodline innate talent was useful to him. As the energy completely merged into his body, a strange transformation quietly took place. Wang Ting felt that he had become more intimate with the blood energy, and a strange feeling appeared in his mind. It was as if he suddenly understood things that he didn't understand before. Such a change couldn't immediately cause his strength to soar. However, it could subtly influence him, allowing him to have an easier time comprehending the blood energy in the future. Saint Bloodline Innate Talent. This was the benefit of the Saint Bloodline Innate Talent. Even though the blood god's body had a similar effect, it could be stacked, so he naturally wouldn't mind having too many innate talents. The two didn't conflict. Actually, from a certain perspective, this Saint Bloodline innate talent wasn't any weaker than some special physique talents. Otherwise, Blood Ruin Demon Martial wouldn't have been able to reach the Demon Martial level with this innate talent. Wang Ting had the 5th stage body of the Blood Devil. He felt that the 5th stage body of the Blood Devil was only at this level. Demon Venerable Bloody Remnant really gave me a great gift. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile in his heart. Following which, 2 attribute bubbles entered his mind, turning into 2 different battle techniques. 2 light shadows appeared. One of the light shadows held a saber and was practicing an extremely tyrannical saber technique. Saber light slashed out, stars exploded, and powerful creatures turned into blood mist. The other light shadow was performing a fierce and brutal fist technique. Each punch was extremely fierce and brutal. Under the fist prints, creatures exploded into blood mist. Their bodies couldn't withstand the terrifying fist prints at all. These 2 battle techniques were extremely powerful, which made Wang Ting's heart tremble. Blood Ruin Saber, Demon Martial 3500/15,000, Small Success, Wink with a Frown Bloody Fist, Peak Upper Demon Emperor 9000/10,000, Small Mastery. Wang Ting had already mastered Blood Ruin Saber, but it had been at the proficient level before. Now, it suddenly jumped 2 levels and was upgraded to the small success level. Blood Ruin Fist was a peak upper Demon Emperor battle technique. He hadn't mastered it before, but now that he had just mastered it, it was upgraded to the small success level, allowing him to instantly master this battle technique. Moreover, he had reached a proficiency level that others would need more than 10 years or even decades to achieve. Demon Martial Blood Ruin's mastery of these 2 battle techniques was not low. Now, both of them had benefited Wang Ting. Then, a few more insights came. Suddenly, a domain appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Within it, a sea of blood was surging. The blood-red waves were surging, connecting with the heavens and the earth as if to drown everything. Blood Sea Domain. It was also a Blood Sea Domain, but the power in this Blood Sea Domain was many times more powerful than Wang Ting's Blood Sea Domain. Blood Sea Domain, 5000/7000, 7th level Melder, 7th level Melder. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he was slightly happy. His Blood Sea Domain had risen to the level of a 7th order Melder. Although it still couldn't compare to the 9th order Melder's Underworld Death Domain that he had obtained from the Underworld Divine Clan Powerhouse, it still surpassed most of the Melder domains he had mastered. This was undoubtedly good news for the Blood God clone. After all, he could only use vampire techniques most of the time. Therefore, the stronger the vampire techniques, the better. After the Blood Sea Domain appeared, another even more powerful force appeared. Origin of Blood. Incomparably mystical blood-red runes appeared and imprinted themselves on the Blood Sea Domain, giving it an even more powerful aura. This was the aura of the Origin Law. In an instant, the Blood Sea Domain changed and became even more terrifying. Then, another powerful force appeared and merged with the Blood Sea Domain, causing it to change again. World Force. This was the Blood World. This domain could no longer be called a domain. It had completely turned into a vast blood-red world. Apart from the boundless sea of blood, there was nothing else but a blood-red color. Everywhere was filled with the smell of blood. If a living creature fell into it, it would probably be turned into a pool of blood in an instant. There was no way for it to survive. Origin of Blood, 26,000/70,000, Grade 7, World of Blood, 32,000/70,000, Grade 7, Grade 7, Grade 7. 7th level. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he nodded to himself. This Demon Master Shui was not useless after all. Blood Origin and World of Blood have both reached the 7th stage, which is pretty good among demon sovereigns. It must be known that the Netherworld Origin and Netherworld Realm that the Netherworld God Clan's Netherworld Sovereign possessed were only at the 7th stage. Very good. With these powers, the Blood God clone will be even more powerful. It will be easier for him to deal with the upcoming battle. Alright. He was still a little worried about the upcoming battle. Now that Demon Master Shui was under his control and the Blood Tribe's strength had increased, he finally felt a little more confident. Time passed. Another 2 days passed. 2 days later, the Blood God clone brought Blood Rosa, Blood Emperor Luan, and the other dark apparitions from the Blood Temple out of Demon Master Shui's ancient castle. No, he even brought the ancient castle with him. They left. Demon Master Shui stood in the barren circular fake stone belt and looked at the spaceship leaving in the distance. He was a little dazed. Lord Demon Master. Alright. Behind him, Blood Tribe. Dark apparitions who were lucky enough to survive called out carefully. They didn't know who had taken the ancient castle away, let alone what had happened in the main hall. However, they were sure of one thing. Blood Pill Buddha and the other Blood Tribe dark apparitions would probably never return. They had disappeared. Their fates were obvious. The Blood Tribe dark apparitions present were well aware of this. They looked at Demon Master Shui with a hint of fear. Lord Demon Master was too ruthless. They thought he would only attack the dark apparitions from the Blood Temple race. They didn't expect him to attack the Blood Tribe geniuses as well. For a moment, the surviving dark apparitions were uneasy. Demon Master Shui frowned. Demon Supremacy Shuekan frowned slightly. He naturally felt the change in attitude of these Blood Tribe dark apparitions and felt helpless. It was clearly Blood Extinction who had done this, but he was made the scapegoat. He was really depressed. However, he didn't bother to explain anything. He ordered calmly, "Get ready. We will head to the battlefield in a few days." "Yes." Blood Tribe dark apparitions heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lord Demon Master wouldn't touch them. On the Blood Tribe spaceship, the Blood God clone came to a cultivation room and sat cross-legged. Wang Ting appeared and said, "The matter is settled. I should go back." "Do I have anything to tell you?" the Blood God clone asked. "Let's act according to the situation." Wang Ting's eyes were deep as he looked at the void outside. He shook his head and said, "No one knows how the next battle will go or what the outcome will be. All right. You and I are just chess pieces. Even if we are more important, we are still chess pieces. We can't change the entire chessboard." The Blood God clone fell silent. "Okay, I should go." The Blood God clone didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and said, "No need to think too much. Do your best and leave the rest to fate." "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared as if he had never appeared. "Demon Master Shui, I hope you won't disappoint me." The Blood God clone's eyes flashed. He slowly closed his eyes and entered a cultivation state. On the Fire River spaceship, Wang Ting's original body was sitting cross-legged in the training room. His eyes flickered slightly as if he was thinking about something. The Blood God clone's methods had become much stronger, but he still felt that it was not enough. Especially when it came to hiding in the dark. It was still lacking. Not only did the Blood God clone need someone to help him with some shady things, but he also needed someone to do it on his side. "Why do I always feel like I'm hiding something?" Wang Ting suddenly froze. He touched his chin and felt a little strange. He was clearly the top prodigy of the light universe. Not many people could compare to him. Why did he feel like a big villain now? Forget it. Without darkness, how can there be light? Wang Ting shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with his actions. It was all for the sake of living a better life, becoming stronger, and then dealing with the dark apparitions. Was there a problem? No, right? There was nothing wrong with it at all. Then, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly stretched out his hand. 4 flame cages appeared. Inside them were 4 extremely special souls. They exuded a dark aura. Obviously, they were not warriors of the light universe. Inert mist bird, Soris, dark scale cockroach, Ming Minata, these 4 souls were the dark apparitions that had been killed by the Blood God clone and Wang Ting's original body. They were very powerful and could be considered the strongest among the dark apparitions. Therefore, Wang Ting and the Blood God clone were a little reluctant to completely kill them. Fortunately, they were careful and secretly kept their souls. It was not shabby to make use of trash. Wang Ting sized up the dark apparitions in front of him and was satisfied. Saris and the Dark Scale Cockroach were the commanders of the Dark Flame Army and the Dark Scale Army, respectively. Ming Minata was the commander of the Netherworld Army. He was also from the Netherworld God clan and was very rare. Previously, the Blood God clone had killed Ming Minata and used his soul to threaten the Netherworld God clan's demon lord to let him go. In the end, no one knew what the demon sovereign of the Underworld God clan was thinking. He actually released the Blood God clone. That Underworld God clan demon master thought the Blood God doppelganger would be afraid of it, so it allowed the Blood God doppelganger to take away Ming Minata's soul. But it didn't expect that even it couldn't escape. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile. Now that the Nether God clan's devil was severely injured, he couldn't even protect himself. How could he care about the Blood God clone? Therefore, he naturally wouldn't let Ming Minata's soul go. In short, the Nether God tribe's archdevil sovereign had suffered a huge loss, while Wang Ting had profited greatly. "Who are you? Why am I in your hands?" Ming Minata was the first to recover. He looked around and asked in surprise, "Where is Shuiju?" "His name is Wang Ting, a genius from the Radiant Universe." Lazy Wulwan looked at Wang Ting with fear in her eyes, but she still told Ming Minata. It had already recognized that this was an underworld god. Even the existence of the god of Underworld clan had been captured. How on earth had this human genius done it? And from this underworld god, he even heard the name of the new commander. There seemed to be something fishy about this. Wang Ting. Ming Minata's eyes flashed as though he had thought of something. You are the genius from the Radiant universe who killed the geniuses of the dark races with a formation? It seems I'm quite famous. Wang Ting smiled. Why am I in your hands? What is your relationship with Xueju? Ming Minada's soul trembled slightly as he asked coldly. You want to know? Wang Ting looked at him and suddenly smiled. I won't tell you. Ming Minada. What kind of weirdo was this guy? He seemed to have an extremely bad personality. Human, you better let us go quickly. Otherwise, if I recover, I will make you wish you were dead, Saudi said coldly. Is that so? Wang Ting smiled and stretched out a hand. A pure white flame suddenly rose. He didn't seem to have done anything, but the white flame immediately swept out. Ah! Saudis immediately let out a shrill scream. Then, a series of sizzling sounds could be heard, causing his soul to become even weaker. How could the soul of a dark apparition withstand the burning of the radiant sacred fire? Radiant sacred fire. Ming Minada recognized the white sacred fire in front of him at first glance. His soul trembled even more violently, and there was even a hint of fear in his voice. You want to try too? Wang Ting asked. Ming Minada. No, I don't want to. He wanted to refuse, but the dignity of the underworld god made him unable to say it. It seems you want to. Wang Ting smiled and pointed at Ming Minada. Stop, the radiant sacred fire immediately swept out and wrapped around him. Ah! Another shrill scream sounded. This time, it came from Ming Minada. He felt wronged. He only hesitated for a moment, and he had to be tortured like this. Who could he find to reason with? It's better to have fun together than to have fun alone. You two come too. Wang Ting suddenly looked at Lazy Mist Luan and Dark Scale Cockroach. Lazy Mist Luan. Dark Scale Cockroach. They felt even more wronged. What do you mean by it's better to have fun together than to have fun alone? Is this something that makes people happy? I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about happiness. The two dark apparitions still wanted to say something, but Wang Ting didn't give them a chance. He directly sent out a radiant sacred fire. Ah! Ah! Another two shrill screams followed. The four dark apparitions performed a quartet in this quiet training room. Fortunately, no one heard it at this moment. Otherwise, who knew what kind of expression they would have? Wang Ting did this not only to torture them, but also to wear down their will to prepare for what was to come. Enough. Enough. What do you want? Ming Minada resisted the pain from his soul and asked. Wang Ting waved his hand, put away the radiant sacred fire, and immediately started a series of operations. Fog of the lazy demon, fog of bewitchment, bewitch, bewitch, blood god curse, he made all the necessary arrangements. The four dark apparitions were only left with their souls. After being burned by the radiant sacred fire, their wills were much weaker. How could they withstand it? All kinds of sealing methods were used on the spot. A few hours later, the four dark apparitions floated respectfully in front of Wang Ting. The flame cage had already dissipated because it was no longer necessary. They couldn't possibly betray him. Even Ming Minada from the Nether God race couldn't. With Wang Ting's control of the Nether God race's methods, he was confident that he could control this dark apparition. At this moment, the four dark apparitions looked at Wang Ting in shock. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. What method did this prodigy from the Radiant universe use just now? Fog of the lazy demon. Fog of bewitchment. Bewitch. Bewitch. Blood god curse. Which one of these wasn't a dark apparition's method? Moreover, they were all extremely profound and definitely not something an ordinary dark apparition could master. Yet, a martial artist from the Radiant universe could master them. What exactly was going on? They couldn't figure it out. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party really looked like a martial artist from the Radiant universe, they would even suspect that there was a dark apparition's soul hidden under his body. After all, there were dark apparitions that could seize the body of a martial artist from the Radiant universe. The demon brain race was one of them. At the same time, they could also master the methods of the major dark races, which was very similar to the current situation. Could this martial artist from the Radiant universe really be a dark apparition from the demon brain race? Ming Minada and the other dark apparitions couldn't help but think. At this moment, Wang Ting waved his hand, and a figure appeared. It was the Dark Zero that he had previously controlled, the real dark apparition from the demon brain race. Ming Minata, the dark-scaled cockroach, and the other dark apparitions were stunned. Demon brain race dark apparition? This is Dark Zero. Get to know each other, Wang Ting said. Dark Zero? Ming Minata and the other dark apparitions were a little confused. They didn't understand the meaning of this name. The so-called Dark Zero is just a code name. It belongs to the dark guards under my control. From today onwards, you will also become one of them, Wang Ting said casually. You actually want to control the power of darkness? The dark apparitions were shocked. They couldn't believe it. Who exactly are you? Ming Minata stared at Wang Ting and couldn't help but ask. Me? Wang Ting laughed. Didn't you see it? You can't be a martial artist from the Radiant Universe. Ming Minata and the other dark apparitions couldn't believe that the person in front of them was really a martial artist from the Radiant Universe. This was too unbelievable, this was too crazy. A prodigy from the Radiant Universe actually wanted to control the power of darkness. How crazy was this? Wang Ting didn't comment and ignored their thoughts. He pointed at Ming Minata and said, from now on, you will be Dark 1. And you guys will be Dark 2, Dark 3, and Dark 4. Then, he looked at the 3 dark apparitions, Dark Scale Cockroach, Sories, and Lazy Fog Luan, and assigned them a serial number. The dark apparitions were a little speechless. Although it was just a code name, it made them feel a little helpless. At the same time, Xianxia, the genius of the Demon Brain clan who was now a Dark Zero, was also shocked. The Dark Scale race, the Sheep-Headed Demon race, the Lazy Fog race, and even a dark apparition from the Underworld God race were all controlled by this martial artist from the Radiant Universe. Forget about the dark apparitions from the first 3 races, even the dark apparitions from the Underworld God race were controlled. How did he do it? The dark apparitions from the Underworld God race were more mysterious and powerful than the dark apparitions from the Demon Brain race. Even they didn't dare to provoke them. Now, they were actually captured, and only their souls were left. It was obvious that they had been killed directly. What was even more ridiculous was that it could clearly feel that these dark apparitions were much stronger than it. Especially that dark apparition from the Underworld God race. Judging from the fluctuation of its soul power, it should be a late-stage upper-level demon emperor. Was it also killed by this person? Back then, this martial artist from the Radiant Universe had relied on a saint-level array to defeat it. Now, he could kill a late-stage upper-level demon emperor from the Underworld God race. Was this for real? At this moment, Wang Ting's image in its heart suddenly became extremely mysterious. This prodigy from the Radiant Universe in front of it was really strange in every way. It couldn't see through him at all. Originally, the word strange generally wouldn't appear on a prodigy from the Radiant Universe. Only others could say that the dark apparitions were strange. How could they say that the martial artists from the Radiant Universe were strange? However, the means of this martial artist from the Radiant Universe couldn't be described as radiance at all. It was even more sinister and strange than the dark apparitions. How could such a person become a prodigy from the Radiant Universe? Okay, you guys go and cultivate yourselves. Wang Ting didn't waste any more time. He waved his hand and sent the dark apparitions into the ancient city space. Unfortunately, the Blood God altar was now with the Blood God clone, so they couldn't use the Blood God altar to recover for the time being. Otherwise, with the wonders of the Blood God altar, as long as there was enough origin blood, it would be of great help to the recovery of these dark apparitions. After all, even the dark apparitions from the Underworld God race needed the origin blood to recover their bodies. There was one thing that the dark apparitions were better than the martial artists from the Radiant Universe, and that was the heaven-defying recovery ability of their bodies. This was almost equivalent to a bug. Even if their bodies were completely obliterated, the dark apparitions could gradually recover. As long as their souls hadn't completely dissipated. Although martial artists could do it, it wasn't so easy. Relatively speaking, it was much more difficult, and the price to pay was also greater. The Dark Altar has a similar effect. It's even better for the dark apparitions. Unfortunately, I don't have the Dark Altar. Wang Ting shook his head. Even condensing it with mind telekinesis was extremely difficult, let alone forging it. The Dark Altar's level was much higher than the Blood God Altar's. Wang Ting didn't think too much about it. These were all uncertainties, and it was useless to think about it. Now, his dark guards were suddenly filled with new forces, and there were even existences like the underworld god race among them. This was already a huge gain, and he should be satisfied. The demon brain race and the underworld god race can be considered the two trump cards of the dark guards. Wang Ting's eyes flickered, and he said to himself, let's recover their strength first. It'll be very useful to me. Now that I have the blood soul flag, I can forcefully recover their soul power first. Also, his heart trembled slightly, and a dazzling blood-red light suddenly appeared on his body. A special aura burst out from his body, and then a shadow condensed behind him. Bloodstop Shadow. This shadow looked exactly like the Bloodstop race, but it was somewhat different from the ugly and ferocious Bloodstop race like Blood Emperor Luan. This Bloodstop race shadow's appearance was actually somewhat similar to Wang Ting's. He had a handsome face, and his body looked as if it was carved by a knife and an axe. He was extremely perfect, and at the same time, he had the characteristics of the Bloodstop race. His appearance was somewhat similar to a female Bloodstop race member. Of course, this did not mean that this shadow was feminine, but that his exquisite and perfect appearance was completely different from a male Bloodstop race member. However, the majestic and sacred feeling on his body did not decrease at all. His aura was even stronger than Blood Emperor Luan's and Blood Rose's shadows. Bloodstop Body. Wang Ting felt the changes in his body, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This was naturally the Bloodstop Body that he had obtained from Blood Emperor Luan and Blood Rosa. The two dark apparitions had awakened their race constitutions, and he had also taken advantage of them. He had been drooling over this Bloodstop Body for a long time. Bloodstop Body 4000/10,000, Stage 1, as Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan's Bloodstop Body had just awakened, they were only at Stage 1. However, as Wang Ting's blood power and soul power were very strong, this Bloodstop Body was much stronger than the two dark apparitions. Moreover, he felt that it would not be very difficult to upgrade this Bloodstop Body, because his soul body was strong enough. As long as he was given some time, the Bloodstop Body would automatically upgrade to a higher level. This was the enlightenment that Wang Ting had after obtaining the Bloodstop Body. It allowed him to understand the uniqueness of the Bloodstop Body. This physique could be upgraded according to the strength of the soul body. Once the soul body became stronger, the physique would also become stronger. With the body of Bloodstop, my control of the blood soul flag will be stronger. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He stretched out his hand, and a blood-red flag appeared in his hand. It was spinning slowly, emitting a strange power. Demon Master Shueqin could not compare to this. This was because he could not awaken the body of Bloodstop. Therefore, Demon Master Shueqin could only rely on the power of the Bloodstop to control the blood soul flag and even absorb and cultivate blood souls. The blood soul flag could absorb blood souls, but it would take a lot of time to cultivate them. Wang Ting, who had the body of Bloodstop, could shorten the time needed to cultivate blood souls. The blood soul flag absorbs souls and uses the origin blood to cultivate blood souls. If I use the blood god altar to absorb the origin blood and cultivate blood souls, Wang Ting had an idea. He suddenly thought of this method. With a god artifact and a saint artifact working together, he would definitely be able to nurture his blood souls even faster and make them even more powerful. This blood soul flag is really a good thing. Wang Ting smiled and thanked Demon Master Shueqin again. This divine artifact was very rare. It was at the 4th Tribulation Saint level. Because of its special characteristics, it was even comparable to a 5th or 6th Tribulation Saint level divine artifact. Back then, Demon Master Shueqin had spent a lot of effort and energy to collect enough materials and ask a Blood Tribe Saint level blacksmith to forge it. The most important part of the Blood Soul flag was the main flag. As long as the main flag was not damaged, Demon Master Shueqin used the main flag to create new sub-flags. There was a corresponding mechanism in the main flag. Runes could be copied on the sub-flags, saving a lot of effort. This was also why it could create sub-flags without the help of a saint-level blacksmith. It needs a Bloodstop dark apparition that has awakened the body of Bloodstop as the material to refine this blood soul flag. Wang Ting shook his head. It's really cruel. The refining of the main banner is even more cruel and terrifying. It requires at least a peak upper demon emperor level dark apparition, the bones of a demon venerable level dark apparition, and many precious blood type ores. It's impossible for ordinary people to refine it. He was a little confused. How did Demon Supremacy Shui can obtain the bones of a Demon Supremacy Dark Apparition? Peak Demon Emperors were easy to deal with, but Demon Venerables were not so easy to kill. Even Demon Venerables like Demon Venerables would find it difficult to do so. Forget it. I don't care about that. In any case, this Blood Soul banner is mine now. Wang Ting stopped thinking about it. He put away the Blood Soul banner and closed his eyes to cultivate. Under the control of Yuan Gun, the Fire River spaceship sped toward the border between the Tianlan Weave and the Machinery Weave. Currently, Tianlan Star Latitude and the others should be nearing the border between the Tianlan Weave and the Machinery Weave, so they could head there directly. In a void not too far away from the border between the Tianlan Weave and the Machinery Weave, a spaceship was speeding through the void. The protective shield on the surface of the spaceship was violently fluctuating. Obviously, it had been severely damaged. Behind it, several spaceships emitting dark aura were chasing closely. These were the spaceships of the dark apparitions. Boom! 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 Beams of black light erupted from the dark apparition spaceships and bombarded the spaceship in front. The spaceship in front immediately dodged, but how could it avoid so many attacks at the same time? It was hit in an instant. Boom! The protective shield on the surface of the spaceship suddenly made cracking sounds, and cracks appeared. The roar was intense, and terrifying dark origin power fluctuations swept over the protective shield. The spaceship deviated from its original course and flew forward uncontrollably, crashing into a barren planet. Several dark apparition spaceships surrounded it in the void. In the Radiant Universe's spaceship, a group of Radiant Universe's martial artists stabilized themselves with great difficulty. Through the panoramic simulation, they looked at the outside world with a solemn and horrified expression. An ear-piercing alarm sounded in the spaceship, making the martial artists' hearts heavy. Senior brother, senior sister, what should we do? We are surrounded by the dark apparitions. A young martial artist looked a little flustered and could not help but ask. We can't escape. A young male martial artist looked at the woman beside him with a solemn expression and said, Shou Yuan, how long more until we reach the Lanji Void Fortress? At least half a day more. We won't make it. Fu Shou Yuan looked equally solemn as she shook her head. Damn it. The young man punched the steel wall beside him, making a loud bang. He said angrily, we have been very careful to avoid it. Why are we still encountering the dark apparitions here? Our luck is too bad. Fu Shou Yuan glanced at him and frowned slightly. Don't vent your anger unnecessarily. Save your strength to deal with the dark apparitions. I'm afraid we can only fight. Gung Haoge's expression froze, and he was a little embarrassed. Normally, in front of the woman he liked, he would definitely not act like this. But now, facing the encirclement of the dark apparitions, even though he was a Sector Lord Genius from Cosmic Star College, he was a little anxious and flustered, causing him to lose his composure. I lost my composure. A smile appeared on Gung Haoge's face, then he looked at the void outside and said coldly, then let's fight. Let these dark apparitions see the power of Cosmic Star College martial artists. Fu Shou Yuan nodded in satisfaction. She looked around and said, everyone, are you afraid in front of the dark apparitions? No. Although the group of Cosmic Star College students was anxious, they were still geniuses. Furthermore, they had been in the 3 territories for so long and had naturally fought with the dark apparitions before. They were no longer the newbies they were when they first came to the 3 territories battlefield. Therefore, at this moment, their eyes were filled with determination, and a trace of battle intent rose in their hearts. Then let's fight. Fu Shou Yuan said calmly. Although her voice was not loud and her words were not very sonorous, when it entered the ears of everyone present, everyone was shocked and seemed to be influenced. Fight! The group of Cosmic Star College students immediately shouted. Boom! Fu Shou Yuan took the lead, opened the cabin door of the spaceship, and flew straight to the outside world. Gung Haoge did not hesitate. His handsome face revealed a trace of seriousness as he followed Fu Shuyuan's footsteps. One by one, the Cosmic Star College students followed suit. Dark apparition, who dares to fight? Fu Shuyuan shouted at the dark apparition spaceship in the distant void. A battle sword appeared in her hand, and her aura erupted. No one dared to underestimate her. On the dark apparition spaceship, an upper-ranked demon emperor dark apparition walked out. This dark apparition's body was somewhat different from ordinary dark apparitions. Its appearance was similar to the human race of the radiant universe. It had a head of black hair and was quite handsome. However, its face was somewhat stiff and indifferent. No expression could be seen from its face, and it gave off a strange feeling. At the same time, it had a pair of huge curved horns on its head. It was this pair of curved horns that made people certain that it was a dark apparition. This was because the curved horns were covered with strange black patterns that exuded an evil and dark aura. What kind of dark apparition is this? Fu Shuyuan and the others were stunned. They had never seen such a dark race before. Some dark races were very distinctive. For example, the demon rock race, the giant demon race, the sheep-headed demon race, and so on were obvious at a glance. On the contrary, these dark races that were similar to the martial artists of the radiant universe were difficult to identify. The difference was not very big. It was just that it had a pair of curved horns. Even in the radiant universe, there were countless races with two horns. It was difficult to identify the dark apparition's race just by looking at its appearance. Gung Haoge and the other geniuses also did not recognize this dark race. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they became more solemn and worried. An unknown dark race. Currently, many different dark races had appeared in the three major territories. However, the martial artists of the radiant universe had at least dealt with these dark races before. They knew their methods. They could at least be prepared to deal with them. However, if it was an unknown dark race, they knew nothing about its methods. The consequences were simply unimaginable. You want to fight with us? The dark apparition's gaze swept across the martial artists of the radiant universe in front of it. Its eyes were filled with contempt as it spoke in the universal language. That's right, Fu Shuyuan said coldly. She was not surprised that this dark apparition could speak the universal language of the radiant universe. These dark apparitions had long mastered their language, especially high-level dark apparitions. It was not difficult for them to master the most basic language. That's good. My race has just arrived in the radiant universe. We need the blood of the martial artists of the radiant universe to establish our race's prestige. The dark apparition said calmly, according to the language of your radiant universe, my name is Serkin's Gluttony. Remember my name, martial artist of the radiant universe. Serkin's Gluttony. Fu Shuyuan's eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. She muttered to herself, Gluttony, is this the name of this race? Serkins, why are you talking so much nonsense with these martial artists of the radiant universe? Kill them. At this moment, another voice slowly sounded in the void. Another dark apparition walked out of a dark apparition spaceship at the side. This was a female dark apparition. Her appearance was similar to Serkin's. They both had a pair of huge curved horns on their heads and emitted an evil and strange aura. She leaned against the spaceship's cabin door with her arms crossed. She looked at Fu Shuyuan and the others with a mocking gaze. There are only 2 sector lord-level martial artists. It's easy to deal with them. Let's end this quickly, Aphrodite said. All right. Serkins nodded and did not waste any more words. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge immediately became vigilant. They looked at each other and stared at the 2 dark apparitions that had appeared first. At this moment, as the 2 dark apparitions finished speaking, they suddenly disappeared from the spaceship's cabin door. Be careful. Gung Haoge's expression changed, and he immediately shouted. Boom! Fu Shuyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. She had already made her move. She directly slashed out with her sword and bombarded the void in front of her. A figure appeared. It was the female dark apparition. At this time, it was holding a huge black sickle in its hand. It had a long handle and was slightly taller than its height. The blade of the sickle was even larger, at least a meter long. It was very wide and thick, like a long and narrow axe. Clang, Aphrodite gently slashed the sickle blade in her hand, and a huge pitch-black blade light appeared. It collided with Fu Shuyuan's sword light, and the sound of metal colliding erupted. Boom, powerful origin power shockwaves spread out in all directions. It was just the first exchange, but both sides had displayed extremely terrifying strength. Interesting. Aphrodite stared at Fu Shuyuan, and a trace of interest appeared in her eyes. However, her face was still stiff and expressionless, which made her look even more strange. Fu Shuyuan's expression became even more serious. Although it was only the first exchange, she already felt that it was troublesome. Boom, on the other side, Sirkins and Gunghauge had already exchanged blows. Both sides unleashed their battle techniques and collided in the void. Seeing this, Fu Shuyuan did not hesitate any longer. Instantly, a dazzling sword light erupted and charged toward the female dark apparition. She was actually a wood-type warrior. The emerald green sword light was vast and mighty in the void, endlessly multiplying and multiplying, causing the void to have a trace of exuberant vitality. It was truly extraordinary. Boom, the sword light surrounded Aphrodite densely, and there was nowhere for her to hide. Fu Shuyuan's first move was a killer move without any probing. Aphrodite smiled slightly, and her face was stiff and strange. The sickle in her hand swept out and turned into a huge pitch-black blade light, which then formed a circle. Boom! 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 Both sides' attacks collided, and sword light exploded one after another. Under the sweep of the dark star origin power, the wood-type star power that was full of vitality was actually corroded. Like a decaying tree, it gradually lost its vitality. The two sides fought like two balls of light, one green and one black, colliding in the void. The roar reverberated endlessly and spread far and wide. On the other side, Gunghauge and Sirkins were also crazily clashing, and their momentum was not much weaker than Fu Shuyuan's side. Within Cosmic Star College, Gunghauge's strength was slightly inferior to Fu Shuyuan's, but it was not by much. After all, he was also a sector lord genius and was quite powerful. And he was also a metal-type warrior. His attacks were filled with powerful destructive power. Even facing a dark apparition, he was not afraid at all. However, when his attacks collided with Sirkins, they were similarly corroded. The power was greatly reduced, and it was difficult to injure the other party. Both sides exchanged dozens of blows in an instant. Terrifying origin power constantly swept out, causing the faces of the Cosmic Star College warriors to change. They were incomparably shocked. At this time, other dark apparitions also rushed out from the other spaceships and attacked the Cosmic Star College warriors. The battle instantly erupted. Ah! Screams suddenly sounded. The strength of the Cosmic Star College warriors was uneven. Some were at the Domain Lord level, and some were only at the Universe level. Most of the dark apparitions that rushed out of the spaceships were middle-level demon emperors. Their strength was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Middle-level demon emperors. Why are there so many middle-level demon emperor dark apparitions? The momentum of the Radiant Universe warriors was instantly defeated, and they were all horrified. And at this time, something even more terrifying happened. A Radiant Universe warrior was caught by a dark apparition and stuffed directly into its mouth. But this mouth was not the mouth on their face, but a ferocious big mouth on their stomach. The sound of chewing sounded in the void, silencing everyone. Broken limbs wriggled in that big mouth, and blood spurted out and flowed down the big mouth. Ugh! Some people saw such a strange and bloody scene and suddenly vomited uncontrollably. Fu Shuyuan and Gunghauge looked over there, and their expressions changed drastically at the same time. On the dull faces of the dark apparitions, pairs of strange eyes looked at them in unison, as if they were looking at a delicious meal. These dark apparitions wanted to eat them? The faces of the dark apparitions were stiff and expressionless. Their stomachs were wide open, and their fangs were ferocious as they chewed on the flesh of the Light Universe's martial artists. The scene was extremely bloody. Such a strange scene had a huge impact on the Light Universe's martial artists present. What kind of dark apparition is this? Some of the Light Universe's martial artists were already on the verge of breaking down. They were terrified and couldn't help but exclaim. Gluttony. Fu Shuyuan's pupils shrank as she recalled the other party's name. She had never seen this kind of dark apparition before, but she seemed to have seen through the horror of the other party. They would really devour everything. Shou Yuan, these dark apparitions are very strange. They are likely to devour our flesh and blood. Be careful. At this moment, a voice entered her ears. It was Gung Haoge. Fu Shuyuan nodded. Naturally, she didn't dare to neglect the slightest bit. At the same time, she secretly became cautious. She must not let the dark apparition grab her body. Otherwise, it was very likely that she would end up like those martial artists who were devoured. Everyone, be careful. Don't let the dark apparition grab your body. Fu Shuyuan immediately yelled to remind everyone. The light universe's martial artists in the void came back to their senses and distanced themselves from the dark apparitions, not daring to get too close. Kakik, a middle rank Demon Emperor level dark apparition laughed strangely and said contemptuously, "Do the light universe's martial artists only have this much courage?" "No courage, but the taste is not bad." Another dark apparition chewed on the flesh and blood in its stomach and laughed. "Bastard! You've gone too far. They're just dark apparitions. What are you afraid of? Kill them." Many people were furious when they heard that and shouted angrily. Anger made these light universe's martial artists regain a trace of fighting spirit. They rushed toward the dark apparitions and launched powerful attacks. It wasn't like the dark apparitions couldn't be killed. What was there to be afraid of? They were the geniuses of the Cosmic Sky Academy. They couldn't be afraid and didn't even dare to fight the dark apparitions. Otherwise, if word got out, they wouldn't have the face to call themselves geniuses of the Cosmic Sky Academy. Boom! 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 The battle broke out again. The star forces of various attributes collided with the dark star forces of the dark apparitions and rolled in all directions. The aftershocks continued to sweep out. The meteors floating in the air exploded one after another, unable to withstand the terrifying origin power bombardment. Amidst the chaos, a universe-level warrior from the light universe wielded a purple spear and unleashed a powerful thunder-type attack toward a middle-level demon emperor dark apparition that was grabbing the arm of a warrior from the light universe. Bang! The middle-level demon emperor-level dark apparition was repelled, and its whole body was surrounded by the power of thunder. Pucci, the arm of the Radiant Universe's martial artist, was torn off and thrown into the big mouth in its abdomen. Fortunately, he took the opportunity to escape. Although the pain of losing his arm caused him to frown and his face to be filled with pain, at least he was still alive. He looked at the huge mouth on the stomach of the dark apparition with lingering fear. He looked at the universe-level warrior with gratitude and shouted, "Ling Yanshu, thank you." This person was a genius from the Qian Empire. He came from the Deqian College and later entered the Third Cosmic College, successfully advancing to the universe level. He was a thunder-type martial artist. The combat techniques and domains that he had mastered were extremely effective against dark apparitions. That was why he was able to take the opportunity to save that cultivator. Roar! Seeing that its prey was rescued, the middle-level demon emperor-level dark apparition let out a roar. It stared at Ling Yanshu and pounced toward him. Ling Yanshu's thunder-type power didn't hurt it at all. The difference in strength between the two sides was quite big. One was a universe level, and the other was a middle-level demon emperor level. This was a chasm that was difficult to cross. For a genius like Ling Yanshu, being able to fight across a few small levels was already a sign of great talent. It was absolutely impossible to fight across a large level unless one was a monstrous genius. And there weren't many of those monstrous geniuses in the entire universe. Ling Yanshu's expression changed slightly. Naturally, he didn't dare to meet force with force. His figure flashed, and he dodged like a bolt of lightning. "I'll help you." The martial artist with the severed arm was a domain lord-level martial artist. He consumed a pill to control his injuries and immediately charged towards the dark apparition. This martial artist was also a tough guy. Having one of his arms chopped off instead aroused the fury in his heart. "Kill!" A roar came from his mouth. A sharp blade light erupted from the battle sword in his hand. It cut through the void and landed on the dark apparition. Roar! The dark apparition roared, and cracks appeared on its body. It obviously didn't expect that the prey whose arm it had torn off would dare to counterattack. In a moment of carelessness, it was injured by the opponent. Seeing this, Xianxia also unleashed a dazzling purple spear light. He activated the power of thunder and transformed it into a thunder dragon. It blasted toward the dark apparition's abdomen. Rumble, the thunder dragon whizzed out and directly entered the dark apparition's mouth. The peerless spear light transformed into a terrifying power that exploded inside. Roar. The dark apparition immediately let out a painful roar. But strangely, its face was still stiff and expressionless. It was as if it couldn't feel the pain. It's useful. Xianxia's eyes flashed. He immediately shouted, "Quick, attack its abdomen. Go to hell." A light flashed in the eyes of the territorial lord. With a roar, he held the battle sword in his hand and transformed into a stream of light. He actually dashed straight toward the dark apparition. A dazzling blade light erupted from the battle sword and pierced into the dark apparition's abdomen. Rumble, the power of thunder and the blade light erupted at the same time. They wreaked havoc in the dark apparition's abdomen and tore its body apart. A terrifying roar was heard. The next moment, boom, a loud noise was heard. The middle demon emperor-level dark apparition actually exploded. It turned into countless fragments and shot in all directions in the void. Attack the abdomen of these dark apparitions. Xianxia and the Domain Lord Realm martial artist exchanged glances, their hearts filled with joy as they immediately shouted out, reminding everyone. The surrounding warriors had already seen this scene. After all, this was the first dark apparition killed by the warriors of the light universe. It was significant. After hearing the two people's shouts, everyone suddenly came to their senses. It turned out that the abdomen was not only the dark apparition's means of attack, but also their weakness. Great! Gung Haoge was overjoyed. He suddenly let out a roar. If they could find the weakness of these dark apparitions, they could defeat them. They still had a chance of winning. Fu Shuyuan was also slightly delighted. She looked at the abdomen of the female dark apparition in front of her. Although the dark apparition did not reveal its big mouth, since they were of the same race, their weakness must be the same. Trash. Afra's expression did not change. She was still stiff, but her voice was extremely cold. It turns out that you're just SOSO. Fu Shuyuan smiled faintly. The battle sword in her hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling sword light that soared into the sky. A green sword light instantly reached the size of 1,000 feet. Suddenly, petals fell from the sky, emitting a faint fragrance. At the same time, runes appeared on the sword light, emitting an extremely powerful and mysterious power of origin law. You want to kill me? You? Afra's eyes narrowed. She snorted coldly. The scythe in her hand erupted with a dazzling black light. A terrifying scythe blade light condensed in the void. Kill! Fu Shuyuan shouted. The battle sword in her hand immediately erupted and pierced toward the dark apparition. The moment the sword was thrust out, the void cracked open. Cracks appeared in the void and spread out in all directions. Afra's scythe slashed down. It also tore through the void and collided with the terrifying sword light. Boom, the two force attacks collided in the void, emitting a deafening sound. Both sides stared at each other, staring at each other. Crack crack crack, sounds of being overwhelmed could be heard. Both Afra and Fu Shuyuan's eyes narrowed. They immediately looked at the place where the two attacks collided. They saw that cracks had appeared on the scythe and sword light. With the point of collision as the center, the cracks quickly spread in all directions. Boom, the next moment, the two attacks exploded at the same time. They turned into dazzling green and black light that enveloped the void. However, at this moment, a strange scene appeared. After the green sword light exploded, it turned into countless tiny sword lights. Runes appeared on the petals floating in the void. Then, they suddenly spun and turned into a torrent of sword lights. Boom, the shattered sword light seemed to have gathered together once again. Accompanied by countless petals, it shot towards Aphrodite like a sharp longsword. What? Afra clearly underestimated Fu Shuyuan. She didn't expect her to have such a method. She thought that the previous sword light was her attack. However, it turned out that wasn't the case. The petals in front of her were the real attack. Damn it. Afra's expression was unsightly. The dark star origin power in her body burst out from her abdomen. His clothes were torn apart, and a ferocious mouth appeared, forming a black beam of light that blasted out. Boom, the next moment, the black light beam and the sword light condensed from petals collided. They stagnated in the void for a moment. Then, a violent roar erupted. Afra's hasty attack naturally couldn't block Fu Shuyuan's long-prepared attack. With a bang, the black light beam shattered. The sword light condensed from petals pierced into the dark apparition's abdomen. Afra was instantly submerged in the sword light. A mournful scream came from her mouth. Senior sister is so strong. Great, senior sister defeated that upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparition. Ha ha ha, it was deliberately mystifying. In the end, it was still defeated by senior sister. These dark apparitions are just strong in appearance. Seeing this scene, the Light Universe's martial artists were overjoyed. They couldn't help but laugh out loud. They were extremely excited. Fu Shuyuan's strength was extremely strong. Now that she defeated that upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparition, she could deal with the other dark apparitions. Victory was in their hands. However, at this moment, Xianxia and the one-armed territorial lord martial artist suddenly realized that something was wrong. They looked at the void in the distance. They saw that the dark apparition that they had shattered just now had condensed again. Moreover, there was a strong black light spreading out from the convergence point. The shattered body not only condensed again, but it also expanded and turned into a bloated monster in the void. An evil, dark, and indescribable aura suddenly spread out. What kind of existence was that? Its body was extremely bloated. Its body was gourd-shaped, small at the top and large at the bottom. Its huge belly was extremely protruding. The first thing everyone saw when they saw it was its belly. On its body, a large number of strange eyeballs appeared. They densely covered the surroundings and were filled with evil and dark intent. They looked at Xianxia and the one-armed martial artist. Roar, an angry roar was heard. On its stomach, there was a large mouth full of sharp teeth. They were like saw teeth, incomparably sharp and covered in a viscous liquid. What is this? The surrounding Light Universe's martial artists were instantly stunned. They looked at this scene in disbelief. They were shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Damn it. This is the dark apparition's demonic change. They can't be killed so easily. The one-armed territorial lord martial artist was obviously knowledgeable. He quickly recognized the form of the dark apparition in front of him. His expression changed drastically, and he was extremely shocked. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge's pupils contracted as they looked at the dark apparition that had undergone demonic change. Boom, at the same time, a loud sound was heard. Fu Shuyuan suddenly turned back and looked straight ahead. A terrifying black light burst out from the sword light that she had condensed just now. It was like a black scorching sun. Extremely dense dark energy swept out from it and swept across a large area of the starry sky. She didn't dare to get close. She immediately retreated and distanced herself from the sweeping range of the dark energy. As the black light burst out, the sword light completely collapsed. It couldn't resist the terrifying power. Immediately after, a figure walked out from the black light. It was Aphrodite. Her appearance didn't change. She still had that beautiful and stiff appearance. However, the clothes on her belly were torn. Her mouth opened and closed, revealing saw-like fangs. This appearance added a demonic and evil feeling to the female dark apparition. She clearly had a human body and was extremely beautiful. However, she had such a terrifying mouth. It was unexpected. If her clothes weren't torn, who would have thought that she was actually a terrifying monster? Fu Shuyuan pursed her lips. Her eyes were extremely solemn, and a sense of horror emerged in her heart. How were they going to fight such a terrifying dark apparition? Martial artist from the Light Universe, you're very good. You actually almost hurt me. Aphrodite's strange and cold eyes stared intently at Fu Shuyuan as though she was looking at a dead object. She sneered coldly. However, if you think that this is all my race has, then you're too naive. Boom, as soon as she finished speaking, a majestic dark energy erupted from her body. A terrifying black shadow condensed above her head. That shadow's body was huge and bloated. Its stomach was extremely huge, and there was a ferocious mouth on its stomach. Its appearance was extremely similar to the dark apparition's demonic form. However, it was even more evil and had a majestic aura, as though it was a king. A low roar came from the shadow's mouth and reverberated in the void. The surrounding dark apparitions revealed looks of reverence and fanaticism. "Come, let me devour you." Aphrodite grinned at Fu Shuoyuan. It was extremely eerie. Mouth of gluttony. Then, a cold shout was heard. That huge shadow suddenly moved. It bent down from the void and opened its mouth. It seemed to have expanded to an infinitely large size as it viciously bit toward Fu Shuoyuan. In front of this illusory figure, her body was as small as an ant. That big mouth seemed to have shrouded the void and swallowed it completely. No living creature under this void seemed to be able to escape. "I didn't expect you to force Aphrodite to this extent." Sirkin's voice was heard faintly. Suddenly, his figure flashed, and he escaped from Aphrodite's mouth. However, Gunghauge couldn't break free. He could only watch as that big mouth fell. The other party clearly wasn't coming for him, but he felt that he couldn't rush out of this area no matter what. "Damn it, what kind of technique is this?" Gunghauge's expression was ugly, and his heart was shaken. He looked up at the sky and stopped escaping. Instead, a bright golden sword glow condensed on the battle sword in his hand. Runes appeared on it and connected together, turning into a chain of runes that wrapped around the sword glow. At the same time, a small world shadow appeared behind him, faintly resonating with the sword glow. On the other side, Fu Shuoyuan also noticed this. Her battle sword once again erupted with sword glow. Countless petals floated down and surrounded the sword glow. Runes also appeared and turned into chains that wrapped around the sword glow. Then, the image of a small world full of green flowers appeared behind him. It was a scene full of vitality. With the appearance of this small world shadow, a powerful fluctuation erupted from her sword glow and swept across the void. "Kill." The two looked at each other and at the same time, blasted their attacks toward the big mouth in the sky. Boom, boom, the sword glow and the sword glow carried powerful world power and fiercely blasted into the big mouth. Then, an incomparably dazzling light burst out. Under the invasion of the two forces, the big mouth actually expanded. The big mouth was extremely huge, as if it covered the void. However, the power that Fu Shuoyuan and Gunghauge had erupted at this time was too great, and it seemed to be somewhat unable to bear it. Fu Shuoyuan and Gunghauge saw the scene and were shocked. It was effective. As long as it was effective, they were afraid that this big mouth could really swallow everything. If even their attacks couldn't do anything to it, then there would be no point in fighting. Sirkin suddenly let out a sneer. Standing in the void, he looked at Fu Shuoyuan and Gunghauge with ridicule. These martial artists of the universe of light did have some strength, but they were still too weak. Roar. Just as a glimmer of hope rose in Fu Shuoyuan and Gunghauge's hearts, the huge shadow in the sky suddenly let out a roar. The big mouth actually squirmed as if it was chewing. A strange sound came out, as if there were countless small mouths in the big mouth chewing at the same time. It was fine and fast. After hearing it, one would feel goosebumps all over their body. In just a moment, Fu Shuoyuan and Gunghauge's power weakened. The sword glow and the sword glow seemed to be bitten by something. Gaps appeared and gradually collapsed. Even the runes on them couldn't resist this power and seemed to be swallowed. Boom, in the next moment, the two's attacks finally couldn't hold on and exploded. Not good. Fu Shuoyuan and Gunghauge's expressions changed drastically. They didn't have time to think and immediately rushed into the distance, wanting to leave this area. However, the large mouth swooped down amidst the wanton origin power, intending to swallow the two of them whole. All the martial artists of the universe of light were shocked when they saw this scene. "Senior! Senior!" Cries of alarm came from all directions, filled with fear and worry. "I originally wanted to swallow a sector lord of the universe of light and see what it tastes like. Now it seems that Aphrodite will benefit from it." Sirkins couldn't help but shake his head, somewhat disappointed. Fu Shouyuan and Gung Haoge both looked up with unwillingness in their eyes. What kind of dark apparition was this? It was actually so strong. What is this? What a big mouth. A surprised voice sounded in the void. It was very abrupt, causing Fu Shouyuan and Gung Haoge to be slightly stunned. Because this voice was very close, so close that it seemed to be right next to them. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and saw that about 10 meters in front of them, the void rippled slightly, and a figure appeared, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the big mouth in the sky. That posture was as if he didn't take the huge shadow in front of him seriously. Boom! At this moment, the big mouth fell and was about to swallow the three of them. Interesting. The figure slowly raised his hand, forming a sword with his fingers, and pointed at the sky. Wang, a blinding white light exploded from his finger, instantly turning into a bright and holy sword light, piercing into the big mouth. Roar! A shrill cry suddenly burst out. The big mouth was instantly pierced, and a hole appeared, allowing one to see the void above. Around the sword light, the shadow was eroded and purified, emitting black smoke and constantly melting. Fu Shouyuan and Gung Haoge were stunned. How was this possible? With a single strike, the huge illusory figure's mouth was torn open. Who was this person? End of chapter. This sudden turn of events caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. A figure appeared, and with just a flash of sword light, it pierced through the dark apparition's mouth without even using a weapon. Everyone was shocked. Not to mention the universe level and domain lord level fighters from the universe of light, even Fu Shouyuan and Gung Haoge were in disbelief. They looked at the figure in front of them in shock. Their mouths opened but they didn't know what to say. That's, Ling Yangshu's eyes showed a trace of hesitation. He felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. Roar. At this moment, a roar of shock and anger came from the huge figure's mouth, shaking the void. Aphrodite's figure appeared and stared coldly at the figure that suddenly appeared. She said coldly, "Who are you?" "Me?" Wang Ting said calmly, "I'm just a fighter from the universe of light." This figure was Wang Ting, who was heading to the border between the Sky Billow Weave and the Machine Weave. Serkan's figure appeared beside Aphra. He looked at Wang Ting and said, "You can't be a nobody. Who are you? If you want to know my name, shouldn't you tell me your name first?" Wang Ting sized up the dark apparition in front of him, and the name of a dark race appeared in his mind. He said, "You're from the gluttony race? You actually know of our race." Serkans and Aphrodite were quite surprised and stared at Wang Ting. The gluttony race. Fu Shouyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others were surprised. Although they had never seen this dark race before, they were somewhat enlightened when they thought of the other party's previous methods. Gluttony, this name was very appropriate. That terrifying mouth seemed to be able to devour everything. It was indeed like gluttony. At this moment, the two Cosmic Sky College sector lords appeared beside Wang Ting in a flash and looked at Wang Ting. But when they saw it, the two of them were stunned. Then, they exclaimed, "Wang Ting." Neither of them had expected that they would meet this legendary genius under such circumstances. They were no strangers to Wang Ting, after all, they were all students of Cosmic Star Academy. As early as when they were at Starry Sky Academy, they had already heard of Wang Ting's name and knew that he had become the Seven Paths Saint of the Vice Professional Alliance headquarters. Now that they had entered the battlefield of the Three Weaves, Wang Ting's name had appeared repeatedly. It was difficult for them not to know him. Wang Ting. A light flashed in Ling Yangshu's eyes. He finally understood why he felt that the back of that figure was so familiar. So it really was him. Looking at Wang Ting's figure, he couldn't help but have a complicated expression as he sighed in his heart. This guy seemed to have become even stronger. That was an upper-rank demon emperor-level dark apparition. Even Fu Shouyuan and Gung Haoge, two senior sisters, couldn't deal with it. The other party had only used a sword light to penetrate the dark apparition's means. It was shocking. Although the other party's power of light did restrain the dark apparition's means, the fact that he could penetrate the dark apparition's means was enough to prove his strength. How long had it been since they last saw each other? Wang Ting's growth speed was really too fast. Geniuses of the same generation like them were somewhat unable to catch up with him. Although they had heard of Wang Ting's deeds many times, it was not as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. Wang Ting. It's actually Wanting. Great, Wanting's strength is very powerful. He can even kill those upper-rank Demon Emperor-level dark apparitions. These dark apparitions must be no match for him. Yes, he not only killed upper-rank Demon Emperor-level geniuses, but also destroyed the Dark Flame Legion, Dark Scale Legion, and even an army of the Netherworld Legion. No matter how powerful these dark apparitions are, can they be compared with the dark apparitions of the Netherworld God Clan? Excited voices suddenly sounded from all directions. When the Light Universe's martial artists heard Wanting's name, they were excited as if they had seen their savior. Their eyes were full of hope. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Wanting's reputation was too great, and it was a good reputation that made people excited. When ordinary martial artists heard his name, they would only think of admiration. And in times of danger, he could be used to save lives. When Wanting heard the voices around him, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. These people really thought highly of him. Wasn't the propaganda of the Light Universe's coalition army a little too exaggerated? He was only a peak domain master, but they made him seem like an immortal existence. Wanting? Aphrodite and Serkins glanced at each other. They seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes suddenly became serious. You're Wanting, the one who killed many dark race geniuses? I'm almost getting calluses from hearing this name. Wanting picked his ears and said speechlessly, in the future, just say my name. Can you not use the prefix of killing dark apparitions and so on? It makes me look like a killing star. Fu Shouyuan. Gung Haoge. Everyone. They still wanted this kind of reputation, but this guy actually despised it? The two dark apparitions, Aphrodite and Serkins, were also stunned. This Light Universe's prodigy seemed a little unusual. He actually despised such a huge reputation. Was he looking down on the dark apparitions? Arrogant. Aphrodite and Serkins' eyes suddenly became gloomy. They stared at Wanting and said, "Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you killed many dark apparitions." Wanting didn't react. When was I arrogant? Cough, cough. Wanting, let's stop before we go too far. Fu Shouyuan coughed and said. Wanting was speechless. Even you guys think so too? Let's work together and get rid of these dark apparitions. Gung Haoge felt that his limelight was stolen and was a little unhappy. Although he didn't want to admit it, with Wanting joining them, they had a high chance of winning against these dark apparitions. As long as he could kill one of the dark apparitions from the gluttony race, everyone would look at him in a new light. His name would then resound in the Lanji Void Fortress. The Lanji Void Fortress was a void fortress jointly built by the Tianlan Weave and the Machinery Weave. Many warriors from the Light Universe gathered there, and there was even an army gathered there to prepare for a big battle. They were heading to the Lanji Void Fortress, but they were unlucky and encountered these dark apparitions from the gluttony race halfway. A big battle broke out. It was their first time encountering these dark apparitions, so they didn't know much about them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so passive. As a Sector Lord level genius from the Cosmic Sky College, Gung Haoge still had a lot of confidence in himself. Junior Wanting, what do you think? Fu Shouyuan asked. I have no objections. Wanting glanced at Gung Haoge and smiled. Since you're so confident, you must not be weak. If we work together, we can definitely get rid of these dark apparitions. My strength is not bad, Gung Haoge said proudly. Junior Wanting, watch carefully. Okay. Wanting nodded. Fu Shouyuan glanced at Gung Haoge and then looked at Wanting. She felt that this Junior Wanting was honest and honest. He actually believed whatever Gung Haoge said. It was a little different from what she imagined. Humph. Afra and Serkins were slightly angry when they heard the conversation between the three of them. They sneered. You want to get rid of us with just you? How arrogant. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you broke my mouth of gluttony. You're too naive. Is that so? Wanting didn't comment. He said indifferently, it's also my first time encountering dark apparitions from the gluttony race. Let me see what you have up your sleeves. Kill. Afra and Serkins saw that he was so calm and felt that they were being looked down upon. They couldn't help but look at each other and let out a roar. Boom, boom, in the next moment, the two dark apparitions exploded with dense darkness energy. The huge shadow above Afra's head quickly recovered. The hole that Wang Ting had stabbed healed as if it had never appeared. A huge shadow also appeared above Sirkin's head. It looked exactly the same as the shadow above Afra's head. Its body was bloated, its stomach was huge, and it had a ferocious mouth. Roar! Roar! Two roars came from the mouths of the two huge and bloated shadows. They reverberated in the void, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Their voices were very loud and filled with a sense of violence. It was as if they were echoing in a closed and empty place, shaking people's eardrums. Then, countless strange black runes appeared on their bodies, giving them an even more powerful aura. The power of origin law, the power of the world. Those two apparitions are their small worlds? Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He seemed to have understood something. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge were bewildered. They also noticed the abnormality and found it hard to believe. These two huge shadows were actually the projections of the two dark apparitions' small worlds. It was really strange. No wonder our attacks couldn't break through these huge shadows. Gung Haoge's eyes flashed as realization dawned on him. If those huge shadows were the projections of the two dark apparitions' small worlds, then the space inside them must be extremely huge. Normal attacks wouldn't be able to break through them. But how would they dare to swallow the attacks of outsiders into their small worlds? Fu Shuyuan frowned. Even dark apparitions wouldn't dare to do that. A small world was an extremely important part of a living being's body. If it collapsed, all their cultivation would be gone. This was a consequence that no living being could bear. How would these two dark apparitions dare to do that? Those shadows aren't considered their small worlds. They're just an extension of their small worlds. Wang Ting shook his head and said, the gluttony race has an extremely huge stomach space. This space allows them to swallow everything. And they often like to connect their stomach space with their small worlds to achieve the effect of projecting a small world shadow. When they condense the gluttony shadows, it's equivalent to projecting their small worlds. They can use the power of their small worlds. I see. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge were stunned when they heard his explanation. They were even more surprised. How do you know all this? The two dark apparitions, Aphrodite and Sirkins, were about to attack when they suddenly heard Wang Ting's words. They couldn't help but stop and look at him in bewilderment. This prodigy from the light universe knew too much about their race. This kind of understanding was as if he knew everything about the gluttony race, no matter how big or small. After all, even many dark races might not know their methods. How would a warrior from the light universe know, not to mention the two dark apparitions? Even Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge were extremely curious about this. Wang Ting seemed to know a lot. The gluttony race probably didn't appear many times in the light universe. Otherwise, they wouldn't be ignorant. However, it was really strange that Wang Ting knew so much about a dark race that rarely appeared. Wang Ting smiled faintly but didn't explain anything. He couldn't tell them that he knew from the information stored in the blood race's ancestral land. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ting instantly disappeared from where he was. He actually turned into a white stream of light and charged toward the two dark apparitions. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge's expressions turned serious when they saw this. They instantly exploded with speed and charged forward. Humph. So what if you don't want to talk? When I catch you, I'll definitely pry everything out of your mouth. Aphrodite snorted coldly. The huge shadow above her head suddenly moved. It opened its ferocious mouth, and pitch-black tentacles suddenly shot out from its mouth and swept toward Wang Ting. These tentacles were extremely strange. A large mouth split open at the tip, like a flower petal, and covered with ferocious fangs. They completely surrounded Wang Ting and tore at him crazily. Boom, Wang Ting wasn't afraid at all. He lightly punched out and turned into a dazzling white fist print. It was like an exploding star. Sector Lord level light combat technique, Fist of Light, endless holy white light suddenly exploded and drowned a large number of black tentacles. Chi-chi-chi, waves of corrosive sounds could be heard. The power of darkness could corrode all kinds of energy. The power of light could also corrode the power of darkness. Under Wang Ting's power of light, the tentacles were instantly corroded and purified. Before they could even get close, most of them had already melted. They couldn't unleash any power at all. Then, Wang Ting turned into a white stream of light and charged toward the huge shadow of gluttony. He actually directly entered that ferocious mouth. "You're courting death," Aphrodite sneered. Someone actually dared to enter the mouth of gluttony. Wang Ting. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge's expressions changed slightly. How could this guy be so reckless? The mouth of the gluttony race's dark apparition was extremely strange. It was its most fundamental and also its most powerful technique. How could it be so easily entered? Even if they were Sector Lord level fighters, if they were not careful, they could be swallowed whole. "You should take care of yourselves." Sirkin saw Wang Ting rush into Aphrodite's mouth and sneered. Then, he ignored him and looked at Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge. They originally thought that they wouldn't have the chance to taste a Sector Lord level fighter of the light universe. Who would have thought that they would return to its hands in the end? Roar. With a roar, the shadow of gluttony above its head also sent out a large number of tentacles to surround Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge. End of chapter. Boom. 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 Extremely strange black tentacles swept through the void, surrounding Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge in all directions, leaving them with nowhere to escape. It opened its ferocious mouth and bit at the two. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge had no time to deal with Wang Ting and attacked with their swords. Pung. 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 With a roar, the two's attacks tore apart the black tentacles. But there were too many black tentacles, and their attacks couldn't destroy them all. In the blink of an eye, a large number of black tentacles approached. Whoosh. Whoosh. The two's expressions changed slightly, and they could only dodge. After all, they were genius students of the Starry Sky Academy. Naturally, they had mastered the corresponding movement skills, so they wouldn't be caught by the black tentacles immediately. But Sirkin's wasn't to be trifled with. Seeing the two separated by the black tentacles, it sneered and pointed at the two. The large number of black tentacles divided into two halves, one encircling Gung Haoge and the other encircling Fu Shuyuan, making it impossible for them to join. Damn it! Gung Haoge's expression changed as he knew the other party's plan. This dark apparition was exhausting them. His eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. He dashed left and right in the void, leading the black tentacles in circles. The black tentacles unknowingly twisted into a ball, as if they were about to be entangled together. Seeing this scene, the warriors of the universe of light couldn't help but be delighted. Even Fu Shuyuan's eyes lit up, thinking that this was a good idea. She didn't expect Gung Haoge to think of this method. He was quite resourceful. Stupid. Sirkin sneered again. It didn't seem to make any movements, but the black tentacles evaded very flexibly and didn't entangle at all. They shuttled through the void in a dazzling manner. In an instant, they were freed and rushed toward Gung Haoge. Gung Haoge's expression changed slightly, and he could only dodge again, feeling a little embarrassed. These black tentacles were too difficult to deal with, as if they were alive. Was there really no way to deal with them? His gaze continued to sweep across the void and finally fixed on the huge illusory figure. These black tentacles extended from the huge phantom's mouth. If he wanted to deal with it, he had to deal with the source first. When Wang Ting entered the mouth of the virtual shadow, he might have already thought of this. Gung Haoge's eyes flashed, and he no longer hesitated. He immediately transmitted a message to Fu Shuyuan. Fu Shuyuan's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly turned into a green stream of light, rushing toward the huge shadow. Boom, a massive sword light soared into the sky, surrounded by flower petals. Strange runes appeared on the flower petals, giving off powerful origin source laws. Futile. Sirkin's was disdainful. He felt that this martial artist from the radiant universe had no other choice but to attack head-on and try to break his mouth of gluttony. Unfortunately, they had no idea what kind of existence the mouth of gluttony was. No matter how many of these attacks came, it would be able to devour as much as it could. It was impossible to do any harm to it. Unless it was like Wang Ting's attack, which contained the power of light and could suppress them. But that was all. Previously, it was because the other party had appeared too suddenly that they were unable to react in time. Now that they were on guard, even if the other party entered Aphrodite's mouth of gluttony, he wouldn't be able to easily destroy it. Even coming out was a problem. Boom, Fu Shuyuan didn't hesitate. After condensing the sword light, she instantly slashed out, attacking the mouth of the virtual shadow of gluttony. This attack was not only to cooperate with Gunghauge, but also her last test. She wanted to test how much power the mouth of gluttony could withstand. Dragging it out like this wasn't a solution. She had to know where the other party's limit was in order to find a way to defeat him. The emerald green sword light streaked across the void, and countless flower petals surrounded the sword light, condensing into another petal sword light outside the sword light. Double sword light. This was a special sword technique that Fu Shuyuan had mastered, and ordinary martial artists couldn't learn it. At the same time, it was because of this power that she was able to stand out among the many geniuses of the Starry Sky Academy and gain the respect of many people. At this moment, the double sword light burst out with a dazzling light. The pink and emerald colors complemented each other, illuminating the void. Countless runes appeared on the sword light, making the power of the sword light extraordinarily powerful. Circus' gaze finally focused slightly, and he instantly stretched out his hand, pointing at the sword light. In the huge mouth of gluttony, a bright black light suddenly condensed, and countless runes wrapped around it. Boom! The next moment, a pitch-black beam of light burst out from the mouth of gluttony, meeting Fu Shuyuan's double sword light. Fu Shuyuan wasn't surprised, but delighted. Her opponent's counterattack meant that the big mouth wasn't without limits. Her sword light could threaten her opponent, forcing it to react. In the distance, Gunghauge also saw this scene, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. These thoughts just flashed through their minds. Boom! In an instant, the pitch-black beam of light collided with the double sword light, and a violent roar erupted. The attacks of both sides stagnated for a moment, and then there was a cracking sound. The pitch-black beam of light couldn't block Fu Shuyuan's double sword light, and cracks immediately appeared on it, quickly spreading. The problem of the new chapter's slow update has finally been solved on the app that can change the source. Download here. Fu Shuyuan's eyes lit up, and she stared at the black beam of light. The other warriors of the universe of light also looked over. The collision here was very fierce, and it was hard not to notice. Moreover, this battle was related to their survival, so no one would ignore it. On the other hand, Wang Ting actually went directly into the giant mouth, and they wondered how he was doing. Boom! Not long after, a violent roar sounded. The pitch-black beam of light completely shattered, turning into endless dark star origin force that swept in all directions. Fu Shuyuan's double sword light slashed toward the mouth of gluttony without any reduction in power. Roar! A furious roar suddenly came from the mouth of the gluttony phantom. Boom! A strong suction force erupted from his body. The mouth of gluttony actually took the initiative to suck Fu Shuyuan's double sword light into its mouth. Fu Shuyuan's expression changed slightly, because she found that with the eruption of the powerful suction force, the runes on her double sword light were collapsing, and the petals scattered, disintegrated, and then swallowed. This power, Fu Shuyuan's heart trembled, and she found it unbelievable. Previously, when facing Aphrodite's mouth of gluttony, her and Gunghauge's attacks directly sank into it and then disintegrated. But this time was different. Her double sword light had clearly not yet descended, but it had already been disintegrated and swallowed. When it rushed into the giant mouth, its power would be greatly reduced. The means of the dark apparition of the Gluttony clan were indeed strange and powerful. They had underestimated the other party's means. Boom! The next moment, the sword light finally blasted into the giant mouth, and a dazzling pink and emerald green light burst out, filling the entire mouth. The sword light wreaked havoc, and violent energy swept inside. Your strength is not bad. Circus looked at Fu Shuyuan and said, but it's impossible to break through my mouth of gluttony. Is that so? At this moment, a sneer came from behind him. It turned out to be Gunghauge. Unknowingly, he burst forth with speed, turned into a golden stream of light, and circled behind the huge phantom. When? Circus' expression changed slightly. Boom! Before it could react, the battle sword in Gunghauge's hand had already erupted with a dazzling golden sword light. It was hundreds of feet long, and it ruthlessly slashed toward the huge phantom. This attack had been planned for a long time. That phantom was so huge, so it must not be so agile. If he attacked it from behind when it was unprepared, the other party would definitely not be able to react in time. Moreover, as long as he did not attack the giant mouth, his attack would not be swallowed, and he would probably be able to break through this phantom. Wang Ting wanted to destroy it from the inside, but Circus felt that destroying it from the outside was the correct solution. After all, no one knew what was inside the giant mouth. It was too dangerous to enter rashly, and it was very likely that they would lose their lives. Therefore, he transmitted his voice to Fu Shuyuan, asking her to attract the dark apparition's attention while he launched a sneak attack from behind. As it turned out, his guess was right. That huge phantom could not react at all. Boom, the golden sword light descended at an extremely fast speed. Gung Haoge's attack was unexpected. The dark apparition from the gluttony race did not have time to react at all, and the sword light landed directly on the gluttony phantom. A violent explosion rang out as a terrifying origin power shockwave swept out, causing even the void to tremble. This showed the power contained in Gung Haoge's attack. He did not hold back. This was because Gung Haoge knew very well that this dark apparition was very powerful. If he wanted to break through the phantom, he had to use his strongest power. Otherwise, it would be futile. There were not many opportunities like this. If he could not succeed in one attack, it would not be so easy to launch a sneak attack from behind when the dark apparition was on guard. Rumble, boom. 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 The golden light was extremely dazzling. The power of origin laws permeated from the sword light, invading the giant phantom and destroying it wildly. The power of the metal element was known for its destructive power. At this moment, it tore through the giant phantom and caused it to gradually collapse. Many of the Light Universe's martial artists were excited. To be honest, Gung Haoge's move really surprised them. They did not expect that under such circumstances, he and Fu Shuyuan could still work together and catch the dark apparition off guard. The two seniors were indeed geniuses at the Sector Lord level. They had rich combat experience and found a way to deal with the dark apparition of the gluttony race so quickly. However, no one noticed that Aphrodite's gaze swept over from afar with a hint of mockery in her eyes. She had the time to pay attention to the battle over there because Wang Ting did not attack wildly after entering the mouth of gluttony. His resistance was very weak, so it was easy for her to deal with him. That Wang Ting probably has an undeserved reputation. I think he's just relying on external power to kill the geniuses of the various dark races. He's just a Light Universe's region lord level martial artist. He's definitely not very powerful. Aphrodite's gaze returned to the gluttony phantom she had formed, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She crossed her arms, and her gaze was indifferent. She secretly activated the power of the gluttony phantom and slowly digested that prodigy from the Light Universe. If the dark apparitions of the various races knew that she had killed this prodigy from the Light Universe, what kind of expression would they have? As though she had thought of an interesting scene, Aphrodite was slightly delighted. Even the geniuses of the Nether God race and the Demon Brain race were killed by him. And now, he was about to die in her hands. This kind of glory was delivered to her so easily. What a stroke of fortune. At the same time, inside the mouth of gluttony, Wang Ting was looking around curiously. So this is the internal space of the gluttony race? It's a bit similar to the devouring space of the Void Devourer. But this power, it's still a bit inferior. Wang Ting shook his head. If this was the devouring space of the Void Devourer, he would not have dared to enter. Back when he was swallowed into the devouring space of the Void Devourer, he had almost died. If he had not been quick-witted and risked using the possession technique to possess the Void Devourer, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even though he was not as powerful as he was now at that time. But in terms of racial characteristics, the gluttony race was clearly inferior to the Void Devourer race. The Void Devourer race was an extremely rare cosmic beast. Their racial talent was devouring. This involved the path of devouring, which was extremely mysterious. Even Wang Ting had not mastered the power of devouring to a very high level. Now, he was only using the Void Devourer's talent to display the power of devouring. Other than that, he had only mastered a little bit of the power of devouring in terms of domain. He had not mastered origin source laws at all. As for the gluttony space in front of him, if Wang Ting's guess was correct, it should be a relatively powerful digestive and decomposition ability, which was different from devouring. The power of devouring was abnormally domineering and could devour everything. Could the gluttony space do the same? Obviously not. Wang Ting only needed to release the power of light to make the gluttony space suffer. But he was not in a hurry to leave. Boom! The next moment, Wang Ting suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the space around him. A ray of light shot out and landed on the gluttony space. Dark runes appeared, and the holy power of light also erupted, colliding with the power of darkness, eroding and disintegrating each other. At the same time, attribute bubbles fell out one after another. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. This was his real goal, so he immediately swept out his mind power. Gluttony space asterisk 1200, gluttony space asterisk 1000, gluttony space asterisk 1600, mouth of gluttony asterisk 1500, mouth of gluttony asterisk 1800, mouth of gluttony asterisk 2100. This is interesting. It's actually a set of attributes. Wang Ting's lips curled into a smile. He closed his eyes and felt the enlightenment in his mind, as well as a small special space that appeared out of nowhere in his body. In his mind, a huge shadow appeared. It was extremely bloated, and its stomach was exceptionally huge. A huge mouth slowly opened on the stomach, as if it could devour everything. Mouth of Gluttony, Growth Type 2400/5000, Proficiency, Mouth of Gluttony. Wang Ting's eyes lit up with joy. The Gluttony tribe's combat skill was actually a growth type combat skill. It could grow stronger as one's strength increased. Wang Ting had only mastered a few of such combat skills. Now, he had finally obtained one. The Gluttony tribe didn't disappoint me. Wang Ting smiled. Then, he focused his attention on the special space that appeared in his body. The space appeared in his stomach and fused with his stomach as if it was something he was born with. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. Hungry, want to eat. Wang Ting immediately knew that this was the feeling brought by the gluttony space. It could actually make him feel hungry. It was indeed something. One had to know that his body was very strong. If he really ate without restraint, no amount of star beast meat would be enough to fill his stomach. However, at his level, he could completely control his appetite. He didn't even need to eat. He only needed to absorb the force to replenish the energy he needed. This was the benefit of being strong. However, after the birth of the gluttony space, he couldn't help but feel a trace of hunger. This was undoubtedly inconceivable. However, it also showed the uniqueness of the gluttony space. The gluttony space is actually a special body talent of the gluttony tribe. It's like the Void Devourer Space Devourer. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. After the birth of the gluttony dimension, he had a hint of understanding in his heart and understood the information related to the gluttony dimension. The Space Devourer could devour everything and convert it into one's own energy. The gluttony space was similar. It could devour all kinds of food and convert it into one's own energy. The food it could devour was naturally not just ordinary food. It could also break down and digest all kinds of substances that contained energy. It could be said to be very powerful. Overall, although it was not as good as the Space Devourer, it had its own mysteries and was incomparable to ordinary talents. Not bad, not bad. With this gluttony space, I can eat things directly and digest them better. Wang Ting lowered his head and looked at his stomach. He couldn't help but chuckle. A strong stomach. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Gluttony Realm, 3800/10,000, Tier 1, huh? This gluttony space is actually divided into levels. Wang Ting was a little surprised. The higher the level, the stronger the digestive ability of the gluttony space. Very good, continue to improve. Wang Ting's eyes were burning as he looked around. It was time to reap the wool. He continued to attack, bombarding the surrounding space, causing attribute bubbles to fall out continuously. I'll pick them up. I'll pick it up. I'll pick them up. Wang Ting happily picked up the attribute bubbles. Mouth of Gluttony and Gluttony Space S attributes kept increasing. In the outside world, Aphrodite couldn't help but frown as she stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips. I've played enough. It's time to digest him completely. I'd like to see the difference between the Radiant Universe's geniuses and the other martialists. The next moment, its eyes suddenly emitted a strange black light. Roar! The shadow of gluttony above its head suddenly let out an angry roar that reverberated in the void. At this moment, the big mouth on the shadow of gluttony's stomach suddenly closed, and black runes lit up on its surface, constantly flickering and emitting a powerful force. That's... Ling Yangshu's expression changed slightly when he saw the scene. That dark apparition is digesting Wangting. The other martialists of the Radiant Universe also noticed this scene, and their expressions couldn't help but become a little solemn. Is that Wangting really no match for the dark apparition of the Gluttony clan? Fortunately, there's still Senior Fu Shuyuan and Senior Gung Haoge. This thought had just appeared in everyone's minds. Roar! A loud roar suddenly came from the mouth of the shadow of gluttony formed by Surgenson, causing the expressions of the martialists of the Radiant Universe to change. What's going on? Is the attack of Senior Brother and Senior Sister useless? Look, what's that? Everyone noticed the abnormality and looked at the huge shadow of gluttony that was engulfed by the golden sword light and the dual sword light. Their expressions were aghast. Behind the huge shadow of gluttony, another big mouth opened and swallowed Gung Haoge's golden sword light. The sword light that was originally tearing apart the huge shadow of gluttony was now disintegrating, and its power was gradually weakening. How can this be? Gung Haoge's eyes widened in disbelief. He originally thought that a sneak attack from behind would definitely succeed in one strike. Now, he had indeed torn apart the huge shadow of gluttony, but in just a moment, the situation immediately reversed. The shadow of gluttony could also open a big mouth behind it. This was King cheating. Gung Haoge couldn't help but want to swear at this moment. One big mouth was enough to tire them out, and now there was another big mouth behind them. How were they going to fight? On the other side, Fu Shuyuan's expression also changed. She never expected such a turn of events. Was the dark apparition of the Gluttony clan really so strange? The two of them together couldn't deal with it, so how were they going to deal with it now? Fu Shuyuan felt troubled. When she saw that her double sword light was enough to force the opponent to counterattack, she thought that she had already tested the limits of the shadow of gluttony. But now that she saw this scene, she knew that her guess was wrong. The strangeness of the dark apparition of the Gluttony clan was far beyond her imagination. Under everyone's gaze, the golden sword light and the double sword light were both disintegrated and swallowed. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge were helpless. They could only watch this scene unfold before their eyes, feeling extremely helpless. After a while, the dazzling light dissipated, leaving only the huge shadow of gluttony suspended in the void. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the shadow of gluttony was no longer the same as before. It had a huge belly on both sides, and a big mouth on its belly. From afar, it looked extremely deformed and bloated, making people feel uncomfortable. Serkins appeared above the head of the shadow of gluttony and looked at Gung Haoge and Fu Shuyuan. He said calmly, "Do you think that a sneak attack from behind can defeat my shadow of gluttony? You're too naive." Gung Haoge and Fu Shuyuan fell silent, a sense of powerlessness rising in their hearts. It's time to end this. Serkins glanced at Afra in the distance and said, "Your strength is only so. It's not worth wasting my time. Die." A strange black light suddenly appeared in its eyes. In an instant, countless black runes appeared on the surface of the shadow of gluttony under its feet. Then, whoosh! 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 Countless black tentacles burst out from the mouth of the shadow of gluttony. They were so dense that they almost covered the void, leaving Gung Haoge and Fu Shuyuan with nowhere to hide. Damn it! Gung Haoge's expression was ugly. He had no choice but to frantically slash out sword light to block the black tentacles. Fu Shuyuan's expression was also very grave. She kept attacking, trying to break out of the encirclement of the black tentacles. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the number of black tentacles and how difficult it was to deal with them. Boom! Boom! At this moment, two black light pillars suddenly burst out from the front and back of the shadow of gluttony, bombarding Gung Haoge and Fu Shuyuan. The expressions of the two changed. They were completely caught off guard. In a hurry, they could only slash out with all their strength to collide with the black light pillars. Boom! Boom! Two violent roars sounded. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge's attacks were directly shattered. They could not block the black light pillars at all. In the next moment, two black pillars of light bombarded their bodies, drowning them. Senior! Senior! The expressions of all the martial artists of the light universe changed dramatically. They looked at this scene in disbelief. The two seniors were defeated. How was this possible? But the truth was in front of them. The black light pillars exploded instantly. Terrifying energy swept through the void and completely enveloped the area. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge were trapped in it. Naturally, the situation was not optimistic. A moment later, as the dazzling black light dissipated, the figures of Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge emerged. At this time, they were undoubtedly in a very sorry state. The armor on their bodies was damaged and entangled with the power of darkness. It was difficult to even repair it. Because of the conflict between the power of darkness and the power on the armor, the runes were infected and affected the operation of the runes. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge had also suffered serious injuries. Blood flowed out of their mouths, and traces of black threads appeared on their faces. That was the sign that the power of darkness had invaded their bodies. The moment the black light pillars bombarded their bodies, they had already erupted with their own origin power to form a defense. However, the energy of the black light pillars was too terrifying. When they exploded, their defense could not withstand it at all. It only lasted for a few breaths of time before it collapsed, forcing them to face the power of darkness head-on. For martial artists with ordinary attribute talents like them, resisting the power of darkness was very difficult. There was no way to resist its invasion. Therefore, the current situation of the two was not very good. No matter how hard they tried, they could not expel the power of darkness from their bodies. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying oppressive force came from above their heads. The incomparably huge phantom of gluttony had appeared above their heads without them knowing. It covered a large area of the void, but they did not notice it at all. The space around them seemed to be sealed. The phantom of gluttony opened its huge mouth and swallowed downward. Not good. Gung Haoge and Fu Shuyuan both turned pale. They had already experienced the terror of the mouth of gluttony. If not for Wang Ting's sudden appearance, they would have been swallowed. Now that they had to face the mouth of gluttony again, the two knew that they could not escape. Fight it to the death. Gung Haoge roared and erupted with all his origin power, bombarding the phantom of gluttony's huge mouth. Fu Shuyuan clenched her teeth and also unleashed her strongest attack. Unfortunately, it was futile. The next moment, the incomparably huge mouth finally fell and swallowed the two attacks together. All the martial artists of the universe of light were stunned. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge had been swallowed, they could not accept this result. An indescribable chill rose in their hearts, along with a strong sense of despair. After swallowing the two, Sirkin smiled faintly, looked into the distance, and said loudly, "Aphrodite, I'm done here." "Are you not done yet?" "Humph." Aphrodite was a little unhappy. She snorted coldly and said, "Just take care of yourself. That prodigy of the universe of light has entered my mouth of gluttony and will never come out again." Wang Ting was far more difficult to deal with than she had expected. She had thought that the other party would be a fish on the chopping board after entering her mouth of gluttony and would be at her mercy. But who knew that no matter how she mobilized her own power, she could not completely digest the other party. Her space of gluttony always emitted energy fluctuations from time to time. They were not very strong, but they continued as if they were provoking her. It was very disgusting. Refine. Aphrodite was furious. She no longer held back and operated her space of gluttony to the extreme. In an instant, pitch-black runes appeared in the space of gluttony. They were densely packed and enveloped the entire space. For a moment, a powerful force swept out and filled the entire space. No matter where one was, as long as one was still in this space, they would not be able to escape that powerful and strange force. Is this dark apparition of the gluttony race going to be serious? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. After teasing it for so long, the other party finally could not take it anymore. It was too difficult. In order to pull out all the wool from the other party, he had also done his best and accompanied the other party for so long. Such patience was not something that ordinary people could have. Splash! Suddenly, the sound of viscous water flowing could be heard from all directions. This is Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and looked around. He saw that in this space, an incomparably sticky black water had appeared out of nowhere and was surrounding him from all directions. In a moment, more and more sticky black water poured out, as if a floodgate had been opened. Boom, the sticky black water suddenly rolled up a huge wave and rushed toward Wang Ting, drowning him in an instant. However, very quickly, a ball of dazzling white light shot out from the sticky black water. It broke through the black water and floated in midair. It was Wang Ting. His entire body was filled with the power of light, forming a light shield that protected him. I see. Wang Ting chuckled. He already understood the nature of this power. It was very similar to the dark erosion domain that he had mastered and could erode everything. However, the power of this sticky black water far exceeded the power of a domain and contained the power of origin law. It was definitely not ordinary. This must be the dark apparition of the gluttony race. Looks like it's time to go out. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and no longer hesitated. He raised his fist and a dazzling white light shone on it, condensing into a fist mark. Immortal rank battle technique, light cannon fist, light domain, 4th level melder, light origin, 4th level, all kinds of power merged into the fist mark, causing white holy runes to appear on the surface of the fist mark. Then, they connected to form a chain of runes that exploded with a powerful force. The punch was like an incomparably holy white cannonball that destroyed all darkness. Boom, a large hole appeared in the gluttony space, revealing the void of the universe outside. From the outside world's point of view, a white ray of light had suddenly broken through the gigantic phantom of gluttony, illuminating the dark void with white light. Pfft! Aphrodite was about to refine Wang Ting, who was in the gluttony space, when she suddenly suffered a heavy blow. She spat out a mouthful of blood and widened her eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? End of chapter. Aphrodite's gluttony domain had been broken, so she naturally suffered a huge impact and was heavily injured. However, she couldn't care less about her injuries right now. She stared at the figure in front of her in shock, her heart filled with disbelief. The void suddenly fell silent. The warriors from the light universe were also stunned, despair still lingering on their faces. They stared blankly at the figure in the distance, unable to react. Was that Wang Ting? Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge had gone in, but he had come out. An indescribable sense of absurdity rose in their hearts. This contrast was something that no one had expected. This fellow. Ling Yangshu's face revealed a hint of shock, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, he had never disappointed anyone. He had been so stunning during the Battle of Geniuses. How could he die so casually in the mouth of a dark apparition of the Gluttony clan? This kind of death was unworthy of his title as a prodigy. How is this possible? Serginus's face was still stiff, but his pupils contracted violently as he stared fixedly at the figure. Aphrodite's gluttony domain had been broken by him. Was this prodigy from the light universe really as terrifying as the rumors said? Wang Ting didn't know what everyone was thinking. After breaking open the gluttony domain, he saw a large number of attribute bubbles falling out. His eyes lit up, and his spiritual force swept through the void to pick them up. Gluttony domain *2200 Gluttony domain *2600 Gluttony domain *2700 Gluttony mouth *2500 Gluttony mouth *2000 Gluttony mouth *2800 Gluttony domain, Melder rank 4, *800 Gluttony domain, Melder rank 4, *1000 Gluttony domain, Melder rank 4, *1300 Gluttony domain. A corresponding realization appeared in Wang Ting's mind, and then a vision appeared, manifesting a special domain. This domain was completely merged with the gluttony phantom, existing in its stomach. However, if he wanted to manifest it, it was not impossible. The gluttony phantom's stomach could expand infinitely, turning into a domain that encompassed all existences. This domain, combined with the gluttony domain, could digest and disintegrate most energy. It was very impressive. Gluttony domain, 3100/4000, Melder rank 4, 4th level Melder. Wang Ting nodded to himself. This gluttonous dark apparition was a low-level greater demon emperor, and it was probably between the 1st and 3rd level. It was already quite good that it could control a Melder's domain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through the gluttony space so easily. His light domain just so happened to be at the level of a 4th-rank melder, so it was more than enough to restrain his opponent. As for the power of origin source laws, he would not be inferior to the other party. Fortunately, he had only used the light origin. If he had used the power of other origin laws, this gluttony race dark apparition would not have been able to compete with him. This domain is extremely unique to the gluttony tribe. It has a powerful digestive and disintegrating ability. If it is fused with my dark corrosion domain, it might become even stronger. A strange light flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. He immediately thought of the dark erosion territory. As soon as he had this thought, the words compatible suddenly appeared behind the two domains. It works. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He didn't hesitate and chose to merge the two domains. A corresponding change appeared on the attribute panel. Gluttony domain plus darkness corrosion domain equals darkness corrosion domain, 2800/4000, melder rank 4, darkness corrosion domain. Wang Ting's eyes lit up as the corresponding realization appeared in his mind. When the two domains merged, it naturally possessed the characteristics of both domains. It had the digestive and disintegrating power of the gluttony domain and the dark corrosive power of the darkness corrosion domain. This meant that the darkness corrosion domain that Wang Ting had obtained could be said to be a combination of two domains. It could dissolve and digest most energy to the greatest extent, and its effect was much stronger than the gluttony domain alone. He then glanced at his attribute points on the attribute panel. 2,800 points wasn't a small number. His darkness erosion domain was already at the level of a rank 4 melder. Although it only had 1,200 attribute points, his gluttony domain gave him 3,100 attribute points. Altogether, having 2,800 attribute points was already quite good. Wang Ting was very satisfied. He was only 1,200 points away from breaking through to the melder rank 5. He just needed to scrape a few more dark apparitions from the gluttony tribe to advance. Wasn't there still a greater demon emperor dark apparition from the gluttony tribe? He wondered if the other party's domain power would be stronger. Speaking of which, did they finish off that dark apparition? Wang Ting immediately scanned the void and looked at the other dark apparition from the gluttony tribe. However, the situation in the void stunned him. What was going on? Where were the two seniors from the Cosmic Star Academy? Wang Ting was a little confused. He seemed to have just entered the gluttony space, right? Why did they disappear the moment he came out? Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure. Xianxia. Wang Ting's figure flashed and appeared beside him. He asked, "Where are the two seniors?" Xianxia looked at Wang Ting's figure coming and going freely and suddenly felt that he might have been worried for nothing. However, considering Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge's safety, he didn't have time to think about anything else. He immediately said, "The seniors are in the stomach of the other dark apparition." They went in by themselves? Wang Ting asked curiously. How long had he been in there? The two seniors were still Cosmic Star Academy sector lord-level geniuses. They couldn't have been finished off so quickly, right? Xianxia felt that he might have misunderstood something. He suddenly found it hard to speak. The two seniors were forcefully swallowed. Wang Ting, if you have a way, please save them, the one-armed martial warrior at the side said hurriedly. He was a little anxious. Wang Ting was speechless too. He couldn't help but mutter, wasn't that senior very confident? That's why I entered the mouth of the gluttony apparition without worry. Who knew that the moment I came out, they had already gone in? Xianxia and the one-armed martial warrior couldn't help but feel the corners of their lips twitching. If these words were heard by Senior Gung Haoge, what would he think? With his pride, he would probably find a hole to hide in. The two of them couldn't help but mourn for the senior. Why did he have to act cool in front of Wang Ting? Now, he could only wait for his death. Forget it. Let's save them first. Wang Ting shook his head. He knew that this wasn't the time to talk nonsense. He immediately looked at the other high-level demon emperor dark apparition of the gluttony race. Sirkins was a little surprised. He sent a voice transmission to ask about Afra's situation. Before they could figure out how Wang Ting came out, they suddenly saw him looking at them. Their expressions changed slightly. Who is that? Are you going to release them yourself, or should I do it myself? Wang Ting pointed at Sirkins and asked. Arrogant. Sirkin's gaze was cold as he stared at Wang Ting. I don't know how you broke Afra's gluttony space, but if you want me to release those two martial warriors, you're dreaming. Soon, I will digest them completely and turn them into my energy. It looks like you want me to do it myself. Wang Ting shook his head. Come and try if you dare. Sirkins didn't believe that the other party could break his gluttony space from the outside. It wasn't that easy to save them. Humph, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Wang Ting's expression turned cold. His figure suddenly dissipated slowly on the spot. It was just an afterimage. So fast. Sirkins shrank his pupils. He immediately scanned his surroundings, trying to find Wang Ting's figure. I'm here. A soft chuckle suddenly sounded beside Sirkin's ears. He turned his head abruptly and saw a ripple in the void less than 100 meters in front of him. A figure suddenly appeared. Be careful. Afra saw this scene from afar and hurriedly shouted a reminder. Sirkin's expression changed. He hurriedly pointed in front of him. Slash. Slash. Slash, countless black tentacles swept out and wrapped around Wang Ting. It's useless. Wang Ting smiled. A battle sword appeared in his hand. The power of light exploded and turned into rays of sword light. Slash, the black tentacles were instantly torn apart. They couldn't get close to him at all. Wang Ting strolled in the void as though he was taking a stroll. The battle sword in his hand emitted light sword light, sweeping everything in its path. The black tentacles that even Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge found troublesome were so weak in front of Wang Ting. All the martial warriors in the light universe were stunned. They were flabbergasted. You. Sirkins was flabbergasted. Uneasiness rose in his heart. At this moment, Wang Ting had already arrived. The distance of less than 100 meters was just a step for a martial warrior of his level. Break! A calm voice came from Wang Ting's mouth. He punched out, turning into a dazzling white fist mark. Runes twined around it, and it emitted a powerful origin law. Then, it landed directly on the enormous gluttony phantom. Boom, there was a loud explosion, and a huge hole appeared in the gluttony phantom. In the gluttony space, Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge were desperately resisting the viscous black water that was sweeping towards them. After the previous battle, they had used up most of their force. However, the viscous black water seemed to be endless. They couldn't resist it at all. Even though they had swallowed many recovery pills, they couldn't hold on much longer. They even opened their small world projections, wanting to break the space in front of them. However, their small worlds erupted at the same time, but they couldn't do anything to this space. It seemed to have no boundaries. It was much larger than the small worlds of ordinary sector lords. With the eruption of their small worlds, their force consumption was even more severe. Damn it, what kind of existence is this gluttony clan? How can they have such means? Gung Haoge's expression was extremely ugly. A trace of fear appeared in his heart. He didn't want to die here. How aggrieved was it to be devoured by a dark apparition? If news of this spread, he, a sector lord genius of Cosmic Star Academy, would become a joke. Fu Shuyuan pursed her lips and didn't say a word. She knew that at this time, any words would be useless. Instead of venting, she might as well try her best to find a way out. As long as they had a trace of strength, there was still a trace of hope. They couldn't give up. At this moment, there was a loud explosion. They hurriedly looked up and saw a white light suddenly appear. It seemed to have broken the space. The two of them were stunned. They almost couldn't react. Senior brother, senior sister, are you still alive? If you are, please make a sound. At this moment, a voice came from outside, shocking the two of them. It's Wang Ting. Fu Shuyuan was pleasantly surprised. She immediately reacted and turned into a ray of light, dashing towards the white light above her head. Let's go. Gung Haoge's expression changed, but he didn't have time to think. He hurriedly followed her. Slash. Slash, the two of them rushed out of Surgenson's gluttony space at the same time. There were no accidents. They were so relaxed that it felt unreal. They almost thought that they were going to die just now. Seniors, are you okay? Wang Ting stood in the air and asked. Gung Haoge wanted to be stubborn, but, fortunately, you helped us in time. If not, we wouldn't have been able to hold on, Fu Shuyuan replied honestly. It's good that you're fine. It's all my fault. I thought that you could hold on, so I ran into the other party's gluttony space to investigate. This is my mistake, Wang Ting said guiltily. Wang Ting, the two of them fell silent. Fu Shuyuan was still alright. Her attitude was normal. This junior brother Wang Ting was indeed extraordinary. They had underestimated him. Gung Haoge didn't have the same attitude. The muscles on his face twitched, turning green and white. Especially when he remembered what he said just now, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He seriously suspected that this fellow had said those words on purpose. Why did you run into the dark apparition space to investigate? Was it fun? Gung Haoge complained in his heart. He wanted to pry open Wang Ting's head and see what it was made of. Why was his brain circuit so strange? Would a normal person run into a dark apparition space to investigate? It was as if he was tired of living. Even an advanced stage sector Lord Martial Warrior wouldn't do such a thing in such a situation. Just now, when they were in the dark apparition space, they saw how terrifying it was. They didn't know what to say about Wang Ting's actions. He was too reckless. But, he succeeded. Those who went in came out unscathed. They were forced to go in, so they almost couldn't get out. Comparing oneself to others would only lead to death. Bastard! An angry roar suddenly came from the front. Sirkin saw that his gluttony phantom was broken, and the two Light Universe martial warriors were rescued in an instant. He couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. He asked the other party to try, but in the end, the other party was rescued. This was a slap to his face. The other party's strength made him feel even more fearful. This Light Universe prodigy could actually break his gluttony space. At this moment, he was finally sure that the other party didn't escape from Effer's gluttony space by luck. Instead, he had the strength to threaten them. Go to hell! Sirkins roared. Black light condensed in the mouth of the gluttony phantom, turning into a beam of light that shot out. Dark runes wrapped around it. It was incomparably powerful. Be careful, this attack is very strong. Fu Shuyuan's expression changed slightly as she hurriedly reminded him. It's okay. Wang Ting waved his hand and took a step forward calmly. Boom, a tyrannical wave of force erupted from his body, enveloping him in a dazzling white light. Light Star Force, this was the Light Star Force, but this force had surpassed an ordinary domain Lord Peak Martial Warrior. It was completely comparable to a Sector Lord Martial Warrior. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge were astonished. Was this Wang Ting really a domain Lord Martial Warrior? Before they could think further, the Light Star Force that erupted from Wang Ting condensed in the void and turned into light arrows. They were densely packed and aimed at Sirkins and even Aphra. The two dark apparitions raised their heads to look. They were extremely shocked. This Light Universe prodigy could actually release such a powerful light element attack. He hadn't used his full strength at all. In an instant, a strong threat of death rose in their hearts. Run, they had to run, they couldn't block this attack. The two dark apparitions turned around and fled almost at the same time. They had completely lost the will to fight. Light loss. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Wang Ting's lips as he spat out these words. Whoosh, in an instant, all the light arrows fell like a rain of light. It was airtight, enveloping a large area of the void. This scene was extremely shocking. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge were stunned. Their mouths were slightly agape, and they were extremely shocked. The other Light Universe martial warriors were the same. They were all shocked and speechless. Boom, the densely packed light arrows drowned the two dark apparitions in an instant. No. Angry roars came from Sirkins and Aphrodite's mouths. They were filled with unwillingness. They unleashed the dark force in their bodies and injected it into the shadows of gluttony. They opened their mouths wide and crazily swallowed the endless light arrows. Unfortunately, this force was too strong, and it happened to be the dark force that restrained them. It wasn't so easy to swallow. In just an instant, the two shadows of gluttony were pierced through like sieves. Black smoke rose from their bodies. It was a tragic sight. Boom. Boom, the next moment, the two huge shadows of gluttony finally couldn't hold on any longer. They exploded with a loud bang, turning into extremely dense dark force that spread in all directions. However, most of the dark force was purified when it came into contact with the light arrows. At the same time, the two dark apparitions were completely drowned by the dazzling and holy white light. They couldn't help but howl in pain. In front of the light force, how could they resist it? Moreover, Wang Ting's force of light contained a rather powerful origin source order. When all the light universe martial warriors saw this scene, a trace of reverence rose in their eyes. They looked at the young figure at the front and imprinted him in their hearts. Wang Ting was indeed a prodigy highly respected by the entire Alliance army. He indeed had such strength and means. End of chapter 2080. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.